At this moment, Li Kai stood up and surveyed his surroundings. The dilapidated courtyard, mottled walls, and desolate emptiness all reeked of decay and ruin. After half a day of calm contemplation, he finally accepted the truth. His soul had transmigrated to another world, with no way back. This wasn't any dynasty from history, but a chaotic era called the Great Tian Dynasty. His predecessor had been a pampered young master from the wealthy Li family, born with delicate features and raised in luxury, until bandits destroyed everything. His parents died tragically, the servants were slaughtered, and only he survived by hiding in the cellar. Reporting to the authorities proved futile. The officials were in league with the bandits. In despair, Li Kai's predecessor had hanged himself. Now, Li Kai had borrowed this corpse to return to life, with only this crumbling mansion left of any value. The bronze mirror reflected a skeletal frame 6 feet 2 inches tall, but weighing barely over 120 pounds, a true beanpole. In this age of cold weapons, physical strength reigned supreme. Only a robust body could ensure survival. Yet Li Kai's advantage lay in his large frame and unlimited potential. As he pondered, that familiar energy within his body suddenly surged. In his previous life, he had acquired a secret technique that not only granted him explosive strength, but also enhanced his healing and learning abilities. What took others a year to master, Li Kai could surpass in a month. His muscle memory was extraordinary. Fitness, combat, marksmanship could quickly excel at anything. This gave him confidence that no one would dare bully him in this chaotic world. Li Kai muttered to himself, determination flashing in his eyes. Just as his thoughts churned, Su Damao's voice rang out from outside. Little Li, I've brought your wife. Two figures entered the courtyard one after another. Li Kai had assumed the village chief was merely joking, but unexpectedly, Su Damao had actually brought a woman. She wore tattered coarse cloth, her frame thin, her face obscured by dust, yet her features were exquisite. Her lively eyes held both timidity and endurance. Despite her oversized clothes and disheveled hair, her dirt-smudged face couldn't hide her beauty. With just a little grooming, she would be a stunning beauty. The woman was named Su Yu. She stood behind Su Damao with downcast eyes, fingers clutching the corner of her clothes, not daring to meet Li Kai's gaze. Su Damao began his introduction, his words full of deflection and calculation. Her family can't make ends meet. She fled here as a refugee and is about the same age as you. When old Li was dying, he worried about your marriage prospects, so I took the liberty of arranging her as your wife. You must remember Uncle Su's kindness. Su Damao patted Li Kai's shoulder meaningfully, his words hiding both helpless resignation and selfish scheming. In these chaotic times, survival was difficult, and the Su family couldn't afford to support extra mouths, nor did they dare keep Su Yu in their home. Su Damao knew his son was still unmarried, and their savings nearly depleted. Another mouth to feed would make life even harder. Most critically, Su Yu's background was extremely sensitive. Her parents had sold her to a brothel, from which she escaped in the night, making her a jinx that no brothel in the county dared harbor. Su Damao could only go with the flow. If Li Kai took in Su Yu, the mansion would eventually fall into the Su family's hands anyway. Li Kai saw through the scheme but remained silent, instead feeling somewhat calm. He asked, is this woman obedient? What can she do? Su Damao pushed Su Yu forward, and she softly introduced herself. This humble woman is Su Yu, 19 years old. I can wash clothes, cook, and do some needlework. I can read and write, and can attend to my husband's daily needs. I eat very little. Her voice was gentle, yet every word was clear. Li Kai was secretly satisfied. Since his rebirth, what he needed most was someone to manage household affairs. This wasn't laziness, but because he had more important plans to execute. Uncle Su, I'll keep this woman, Li Kai declared. As his words fell, Su Damao felt a weight lift from his shoulders, relieved that Li Kai hadn't refused. This was indeed a hot potato he couldn't afford to keep. Haha, then I'll notify the village elders to set up a few tables tonight for the wedding ceremony. Li Kai immediately declined. Forget it. My parents just passed away not long ago, and I don't want to make a big fuss. Su Damao was taken aback for a moment, then could only nod. You're right, nephew. With everything that's happened, there's nothing we can do about it. These are harsh times that devour people. Your father was always good to the villagers, and we all remember that. If you need anything, just come to us. With that, he patted Li Kai on the shoulder and prepared to leave. Li Kai walked him to the courtyard gate, where they exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways. Returning to the courtyard, Li Kai stopped in his tracks. The yard that had been ransacked and left in chaos by the bandits was now spotless, without a single fallen leaf on the ground. Su Yu was holding a broom, sweeping the last bit of dust into a dustpan, then wiping the window frames with a cloth. Seeing Li Kai return, her dusty little face scrunched up into an earnest smile. Husband, please rest. I'll have the house cleaned up in no time. Li Kai felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to help. Let me. Su Yu waved him off. No need, husband. This is women's work. If I can't even keep the house in order, people will laugh at me. Li Kai had no choice but to go inside and stoke the fire to boil a large pot of hot water. Soon after, Suyu entered the house covered in dust, then bashfully lowered her head. Li Kai led her to his parents' former bedroom, where a wooden tub was already prepared. He mixed the boiling water from the stove with well water to the right temperature and handed her a set of clean clothes. Take a bath first and change into these. Suyu clutched the clothes and softly hummed in acknowledgement. Li Kai left the room and closed the door behind him. Soon, the sound of splashing water could be heard from within. About half an hour later, the door creaked open. Suyu stood in the doorway, looking like a completely different person. Her previously disheveled hair was now smooth and sleek, with black strands cascading down her back. Her little face was clean and fair, with a faint rosy glow. Her willow-shaped eyebrows arched gracefully above clear, bright eyes that dared not meet his gaze due to shyness. Though the coarse cloth garment was plain, it accentuated her slender waist and delicate figure. She clutched at her clothes, trembling slightly. Li Kai was stunned. This wife he'd stumbled upon was surprisingly beautiful. Suyu lowered her head and took a deep breath, remembering Su Damo's repeated advice before she came. When you marry a rooster, follow the rooster. When you marry a dog, follow the dog. At least with Li Kai, she wouldn't go hungry or cold, which was much better than being sold to a brothel. Her voice trembled. Husband, I've finished washing. Do you need me to help you bathe? Li Kai scratched his head and cleared his throat. No need, I just washed. Suyu's fingertips gripped her clothes tightly as she looked up briefly, then down again. Then, should I wait for you in the room? Suyu mustered all her courage to say these words. As a woman, her body was her only asset. Now that she finally had a place to stay, she feared Li Kai would throw her out. So she could only use her body to please Li Kai, hoping to secure her place in this household. But deep down, she was terrified. She had known Li Kai for such a short time, and she worried he might be an irresponsible and unreliable man. Yet she had no choice but to gamble with her body. Li Kai, a young man in his prime, was stirred to passion by Suyu's words. He nodded, feeling somewhat shy himself. Suyu lowered her head and silently entered the bedroom. Li Kai's heart raced as he lingered outside the door, gathering courage before taking a deep breath and entering the room. Suyu lay on the wooden bed with her back to Li Kai. Excited, Li Kai quickly undressed and slipped under the covers. The bedding had already been warmed by Suyu's delicate body. When Li Kai's cold skin touched Suyu's warm flesh, she trembled but didn't pull away. Husband, please be gentle with me. An hour and a half later, their passion was spent. Li Kai lay exhausted, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. This body was simply too weak. On the bedsheet, a bright red stain stood out prominently. After dressing, Suyu carefully cut out the bloodstain with scissors and preserved it tenderly. It was proof of her virginity, something of great significance to remember. Husband, you must be hungry. Let me cook for you. Suyu smiled warmly at Li Kai and headed to the kitchen. Li Kai followed her in, only to discover the rice jar was nearly empty. The bandits had ransacked the Li household completely, and this small amount of rice had been purchased with Li Kai's last 200 coins. They had already been eating from it for several days. Husband, I'm not hungry. Let me cook you a bowl of thick porridge. I can survive on just rice water each day. Suyu spoke considerately, but Li Kai looked with heartache at Suyu, who appeared somewhat malnourished. Now that you've married me, how could I bear to let you drink only rice water? Cook it thick, and from now on, every meal will be substantial. Use all the rice, don't leave a single grain. But husband, are you refusing to obey your husband? Suyu immediately shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, quickly explaining, of course not. In this house, husband's word is law. Suyu only listens to her husband. Then cook it all. Suyu wanted to protest further, but unable to argue with Li Kai, she had no choice but to cook all the remaining rice. Soon, the fragrant aroma of rice filled the air. Suyu served Li Kai a large bowl of thick porridge while taking only a small, worn bowl for herself. Even then, Suyu looked expectantly at the porridge in her little bowl, watching Li Kai eagerly, waiting for his permission to eat. In this era, women held low status. During meals, women dared not eat until the man gave permission. Seeing this, Li Kai frowned and poured the porridge from Suyu's bowl into his own. Suyu was startled and immediately stood up in fear. Husband, did I serve myself too much? I'm sorry, I won't take so much in the future. Li Kai quickly grasped Suyu's warm little hands and pulled her into his embrace. From now on, in our household, you eat first. Only after you're full will I eat. With that, Li Kai personally scooped up a spoonful of porridge and brought it to Suyu's lips. Suyu's heart filled with sweetness, grateful she hadn't married the wrong man. At the same time, she prayed that Li Kai's kindness wasn't just novelty, and that his attitude toward her wouldn't change in the future. Suyu indeed had a small appetite, and felt full after just a few bites. More than half of the thick grain porridge in the pot remained, so dense that a spoon could stand upright in it. Li Kai picked up his wooden bowl and scraped the sides of the pot vigorously, scooping every last bit of porridge into his bowl until the bottom was visible. He tilted the bowl to his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed, not leaving even a single grain of millet behind. The task of cleaning up fell to Suyu. She rolled up her sleeves, her thin wrists trembling in the cold water as she carefully scraped the burnt residue from the bottom of the pot, then stacked the bowls and plates back on the dark wooden rack beside the stove. Her movements were swift, yet displayed an endearing obedience. Li Kai didn't help with the cleanup, but instead searched through their cramped dwelling, trying to find a suitable weapon. Tonight he had to hunt in the mountains. The last grain of rice in their home had been consumed in that very porridge, and if he couldn't find food, he and his wife would go hungry tomorrow. Nyo village was built against the mountains, with vast green forests behind it teeming with game. Wild boars, rabbits, pheasants, and even wild dogs frequently roamed through the underbrush. Yet the villagers would rather starve than set foot at the mountain's entrance, for a band of vicious bandits had made their lair there. Their leader had declared that any villager who dared enter the mountains would be killed on sight. Some had indeed tried their luck sneaking into the dense forest, only to be carried back as torn scraps of clothing, or simply vanish without a trace. But Li Kai wasn't afraid. Those mountain bandits were his blood enemies. His parents had died under their blades. For him, the real concern wasn't encountering the bandits, but rather not finding them at all. As an elite special forces soldier, he feared no one in single combat, and even if outnumbered, he was confident he could escape unscathed. The immediate priority was a weapon. After searching the entire house, he found only a rust-covered grass-cutting sickle that could barely qualify as a sharp instrument. This era imposed strict controls on weapons. Any commoner caught privately possessing bladed items faced severe punishment, with even kitchen knives restricted to no more than 20 centimeters in length. Discovery by officials meant at least 20 heavy lashes on the spot. Anyone found with armor or more dangerous weapons faced immediate public execution. Such harsh measures merely reflected the corrupt emperor and officials' fear of popular uprising. A sickle would have to do. Li Kai wrapped the handle tightly with torn cloth and positioned the curved blade against his lower back, edge pointing down for easy drawing. He stepped toward the threshold, his breathing deepening with anticipation of the hunt ahead. Just as his foot crossed the doorway, Su Yu's voice came from behind him, tinged with worry yet still gentle. "Husband, wait." Su Yu noticed the sickle tucked behind Li Kai's waist, but didn't ask what he was planning to do. She simply reached into her bag and pulled out a smooth jade pendant, personally placing it around Li Kai's neck. "My grandmother gave me this protective jade when I was little. It's not worth much, but wearing it will keep you safe." Li Kai lowered his head, catching the lingering fragrance on the pendant, and smiled. "Don't worry, wife. Your man has great fortune and a strong fate. I won't die that easily." With that, he gave Su Yu a deep, almost breathless kiss, then turned and melted into the night. An hour later, he stood alone in the deep mountains. The night was pitch black, dark as spilled ink, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Without a torch, it was impossible to tell direction. But Li Kai channeled the qi within his body, and his vision immediately became as clear as daylight. He was all too familiar with the wonders of this. Channeled to his feet, his speed doubled. To his arms, his strength surged. Applied to his ears, eyes, and nose, his senses sharpened dramatically, and when gathered in his dantian, his entire being would briefly explode to its peak potential. As for that particular area, the effects were equally remarkable. The energy consumption varied accordingly. Enhancing his vision was the most economical, lasting up to 8 hours, while a dantian burst would leave him exhausted after just 10 minutes. Li Kai chose to hunt at night because most wild animals were active in darkness, increasing his chances of success. If he couldn't find prey, the mountain mushrooms would suffice to fill his belly. Soon enough, he found several mushrooms among the damp, rotting leaves. As an elite special forces soldier, Li Kai was well-versed in wilderness survival and could distinguish poisonous mushrooms from edible ones at a glance. He efficiently picked the mushrooms and tossed them into his burlap sack, searching and collecting as he went. Half an hour passed, and his bag was already half full of mushrooms, yet he hadn't encountered a single living creature. Just as disappointment began to set in, a gray shadow flashed across his field of vision 20 meters ahead. A gray rabbit was nibbling on grass roots. Here was his chance. Wild rabbits were sharp-eyed and skittish. Trying to catch one by hand was nearly impossible. Unfortunately, he had neither bow nor arrows, and his only viable weapon was the sickle. Li Kai drew the sickle and spun it in his palm, the cold steel gleaming menacingly in the moonlight. "It's all or nothing," he thought to himself. In his previous life, he had studied knife throwing for a few days. Though he hadn't mastered it deeply, with the qi enhancement, he could now achieve master-level precision. Taking a deep breath, he hurled his arm forward. Whoosh! The sickle shot out with a whistling spin. The alert rabbit had just heard the sound of cutting wind and was about to bolt, but it was too late. Thwack! The blade struck precisely into its neck, and the gray form tumbled twice before going still. Li Kai strode forward and picked up the still warm prey, his heart filled with joy. With this rabbit and the mushrooms, he definitely wouldn't go hungry tomorrow. With his quarry secured, he carried the burlap sack down the mountain with excitement. The mountain path wound downward as he moved with swift steps, his heart filled only with drowsiness and satisfaction. It was now well past midnight, and Li Kai was exhausted, planning to enjoy a good night's sleep once he got home. As Li Kai walked along, he gathered mushrooms along the way. When he neared the edge of the deep mountains, his foot suddenly sank into something soft. With a squelch, he stepped into something sticky and gooey. Looking down, he was horrified to see a large pile of warm excrement, its foul stench hitting him in the face. Only a wild bear or wild boar could produce such a massive load. Li Kai's heart sank as he cursed his luck, immediately quickening his pace down the mountain. At this moment, he had neither proper weapons nor much strength left. If he truly encountered a fierce beast, the consequences would be dire. But what he feared most came to pass. After walking barely 30 feet, the bushes ahead suddenly exploded open, and a black shadow came charging with a thunderous roar, a 300-pound adult wild boar. The boar's eyes were blood red, its tusks gleaming coldly. Those tusks could easily pierce through human organs, and with its thick hide constantly rubbed against trees and coated with resin, ordinary blades couldn't even scratch it. Li Kai didn't have time to think. He immediately dropped the wild rabbit and mushrooms he'd collected, broke into a mad sprint, and channeled every bit of the thin chi in his body into his legs. Tree shadows crisscrossed through the forest as he pushed his speed to the absolute limit. But the snorting behind him grew closer. The wild boar was relentlessly pursuing him. Just as the tusks were about to gore his backside, he suddenly leaped up and grabbed onto a nearby tree, clinging to the trunk like a gecko. Sarashythe wild boar couldn't break in time, its tusks driving deep into the tree, piercing halfway through as bark flew everywhere. With its tusks stuck and unable to pull free, the massive beast frantically thrashed about, letting out a series of grunts. This was his chance. Li Kai flipped down and landed squarely on the boar's back, gripping the blade of his sickle with his left hand. Crouching low, he aimed for the throat and stabbed with all his might. Hot blood spurted out as the boar, maddened by pain, violently shook its neck and pulled its tusks free. Blood gushed even more fiercely as it charged wildly, with Li Kai still on its back. Li Kai held tight around the boar's neck, letting it rampage as it pleased. After several minutes, the wild boar bled out and collapsed with a thud. Li Kai delivered a few more stabs to ensure it was completely dead before climbing off. 300 pounds. He'd struck it rich. Nowadays, domestic pork sold for 10 won per pound, while wild boar went for double theta, full 21. If he sold this whole carcass, he could easily get 5 or 6,000 won, enough to outfit himself with a complete set of hunting gear. Excitedly, he dragged the wild boar with one hand and grabbed his snakeskin bag with the other, heading back down the mountain. However, his body was as thin as a bamboo pole, and between the wild rabbit, mushrooms, and 300-pound boar, he had to drag everything until dawn before finally hauling his prey into Nyo village. Meanwhile, the entrance to the Li family compound was bustling with activity. Several local delinquents leaned against the gate pillars, peering into the courtyard, occasionally whistling and letting out jarring laughter. Oh my, that fool Li Kai's new wife really is beautiful. Li Kai only gives you this to eat? Isn't this just dishwater? What's so good about marrying that fool Li Kai? Why not marry me instead? Ha ha ha. The man speaking was Kong Jun, the village's notorious good-for-nothing. He was a petty thief who stole chickens, peeped at widows bathing, and while he never committed major crimes, he was constantly up to no good. Previously, Li Kai had been on excellent terms with him. Kong Jun was willing to be Li Kai's lackey if Li Kai told him to chase dogs. He wouldn't bother with chickens. But ever since Li Kai's family was ransacked by bandits, Kong Jun seemed like a completely different person. He no longer paid attention to Li Kai and would even deliberately make things difficult for him. Now, hearing that Li Kai had married a new wife, he immediately brought a group of followers to watch the spectacle. Kong Jun's sidekick was called Digua. Digua stared at Su Yu's graceful figure, drooling. Boss, this woman is gorgeous. How could that fool Li Kai be blessed enough to enjoy her? Why don't we brothers snatch this woman and take her home as our wife? As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Jun slapped the back of his head. Are you stupid? If you married her, could you afford to support her? Your family can barely feed your father, and you want to support a wife? Besides, such a beautiful woman marrying that fool Li Kai, her background must be shady. She's probably a prostitute from a brothel. Hey girl, how much for one night with this master? Ha ha ha. Raucous laughter erupted. Su Yu, who was washing clothes in the courtyard, glared fiercely at Kong Jun and his gang, then picked up her wooden basin and headed inside. But Kong Jun wouldn't let it go, leading 5 or 6 men directly into the Li family's courtyard. Girl, why are you hiding? Master Kong is not only well endowed and skilled, guaranteed to make you feel like a goddess, but most importantly, Master Kong will pay you. He can keep you well fed. Look, what's this in the bowl? Isn't this dishwater? Can this stuff even be eaten? Kong Jun glanced at the thin rice soup on the stone table in the courtyard and kicked it over with one foot. Hearing the sound of the bowl breaking, Su Yu anxiously lifted the door curtain and came out. What are you doing? That's my husband's breakfast. It was called breakfast, but it was really just a few leftover grains of rice from yesterday mixed with hot water. Breakfast? TSK, TSK, TSK. Even dogs wouldn't eat this stuff. Come with Master Kong. At Master Kong's house, there's white rice. Following that waste, Li Kai. Forget about eating your filial, only drink thin gruel for the rest of your life. Kong Jun leered as his large hand reached towards Suyu's chest. Suyu was startled and quickly dodged backward, but Digua deliberately blocked her path, preventing her escape. Little lady, why are you running? Let master smell if you're fragrant. Just as Kong Jun's large hand was about to succeed, a cloth shoe came flying from outside the gate. It smacked Kong Jun on the back of his head with a thud. Ow! Kong Jun cried out in pain, clutching his head and turning around angrily. Who the hell was that? Everyone looked toward the gate and froze. Li Kai stood there covered in blood, carrying a 300-pound wild boar in one hand. His other hand held a burlap sack, which he casually threw to the ground, spilling wild rabbits and mushrooms. Do you want to die? Li Kai's voice was ice cold, his eyes full of murderous intent. As a special forces soldier, he had more than 1 or 2 lives on his hands. The killing intent he radiated could scare ordinary people into wetting themselves. Kong Jin only made eye contact with Li Kai for a moment before feeling terrified, with an impulse to kneel before him. What was happening to him? Wasn't this just some orphaned fool? Well, Li Kai, you've really grown some skills, learned how to steal things. Where did you steal all this stuff? Kong Jun craned his neck, trying to maintain his swagger, his eyes glued like hooks to the wild boar at Li Kai's feet. 300 pounds of prime meat, its glossy bristles still glistening with dewdrops. This was treasure enough to feed Kong Jun's family for 2 months, and if sold, would keep them fed and clothed for half a year. At this moment, he already considered this tusked beast his own property. Li Kai had no intention of explaining. He knew that even if he said he'd hunted it himself, these people would just laugh it off. Kneel down and apologize to my wife. His voice was ice cold as a blade. Kong Jun sneered with contempt. Who the hell do you think you are? Want me to kneel? He patted his chest, his tone dripping with mockery. I used to call you big brother, because your family had money and I could mooch a few meals. Did you really think I respected you? In my eyes, you're just a fool. And you dare give me orders? Sweet Potato, go slap some sense into him. You got it. The burly man nicknamed Sweet Potato stepped forward, his heavy footsteps thudding on the ground. He raised his hand, the air whistling around his palm. Li Kai's gaze suddenly turned razor sharp. One hand precisely caught Sweet Potato's wrist while his other fist hammered into the man's abdomen like an iron mallet. Thud! With a dull sound, Sweet Potato's knees buckled from the pain and he dropped to the ground. Li Kai followed up with a knee strike, smashing hard into his nose. Crack! The nose bone caved in, blood and broken teeth spraying out as Sweet Potato screamed and collapsed. My nose! My teeth! Boss, save me! The watching lackeys finally realized that this seemingly frail body harbored vicious fighting experience. Kong Jun's face turned ashen. Damn it! You were cocky when you had money, and you're still cocky now that you're broke? Everyone attacked together. Beat the crap out of him. At his command, 4 or 5 men charged forward wielding wooden clubs and steel pipes. Li Kai cracked his knuckles, the joints popping. Perfect, time for some exercise. A faint but powerful aura erupted from within as he locked onto Kong Jun, who was charging at the front. Kong Jun threw a punch. Li Kai didn't even lift an eyelid, sidestepping and using his waist and hips to deliver a fierce kick to Kong Jun's abdomen. Bang! Kong Jun flew backward like a broken sack, knocking down 2 lackeys behind him. The remaining men reluctantly closed in, but Li Kai advanced instead of retreating, his fists working left and right. Thud, thud, thud. His fists rained down on the human punching bags. One man raised his club overhead, but Li Kai backhanded him, sending the wooden stick flying along with scattered teeth. 2 others tried to ambush him from behind. Li Kai's ears twitched, and he spun around with a kick. Bang! One man's ribcage seemed to be struck by a war hammer, sending him flying into the wall. Before the other could react, Li Kai grabbed him by the collar with one hand and tossed him aside like a broken sack. In the blink of an eye, all 5 or 6 men Kong Jun had brought were writhing on the ground in agony. Li Kai walked behind Kong Jun and stomped down hard with his foot. Kneel down and apologize to my wife. On the ground, the lackeys exchanged bewildered glances. Was this still the same naive fool Li Kai from before? No one had heard of him practicing martial arts, yet he'd taken down 5 or 6 men single-handedly, more ruthlessly than Kong Jun, who was supposedly an old hand at fighting. Kong Jun felt intimidated, his eyes darting around as he nodded frantically. I was wrong. I was wrong. Brotherly, please stop. I'll apologize to sister-in-law right now. Only then did Li Kai lift his foot. Kong Jun struggled to get up from the ground. Just as he straightened his back, a vicious glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. He shook his sleeve, and a gleaming short blade slid into his palm, which he thrust viciously toward Li Kai's heart. Go to hell. As a special forces soldier, Li Kai maintained constant vigilance, and Kong Jun's subtle movements couldn't escape his keen eyes. In the next second, the blade flashed with cold light. Kong Jun lunged forward with a stabbing motion. Li Kai's gaze instantly turned ice cold, his body instinctively reacting as he slightly sidestepped. Kong Zhun's full-force thrust missed its mark, and momentum carried him stumbling forward. Seizing the opportunity, Li Kai grabbed Kong Zhun's knife-wielding wrist and twisted hard crack. The sound of breaking bone rang out sharp and clear. The knife clattered to the floor as Kong Zhun screamed, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Li Kai's knee immediately drove hard into Kong Zhun's abdomen, making him feel as if his internal organs were churning violently, acid rising in his throat. Before he could recover, Li Kai's elbow crashed down heavily on the back of his neck. This thunderous blow sent Kong Zhun crashing face first to the ground. His front teeth shattered on impact, blood and tooth fragments spraying out as he lay there motionless, his fate uncertain. The other thugs in the room stared in stunned silence, their faces paler than paper as they collapsed to the ground, not daring to breathe. Who could have imagined that Li Kai, once a pushover they could manipulate at will, could now beat Kong Zhun half to death in a single encounter? In the corner, Suyu watched with a mixture of shock and joy, her heart pounding like a drum, her gaze toward Li Kai filled with admiration and love. You wanted to kill me? Li Kai picked up the fallen knife, toying with it between his fingers as his cold eyes fixed on Kong Zhun on the ground. Kong Zhun clutched his bleeding mouth, terror filling his eyes as he stammered incoherently. No. No, young Master Li, I was just playing around with you. Then let me play around too. A cold smile crept across Li Kai's lips. With those words, the knife suddenly plunged toward Kong Zhun's abdomen. Squelch. Blood droplets splattered, hot and vivid, casting Li Kai's face in a sinister light. Is this fun? He chuckled darkly. Kong Zhun clutched his abdomen with both hands, his eyes wide with disbelief, couldn't fathom that this was the same Li Kai who once couldn't bear to kill a chicken. Just then, with a thud, Di Guan nearby collapsed to his knees in terror, repeatedly banging his forehead against the ground while trembling and pleading. Young Master Li, please spare me. I never wanted to kill you, I just came to see the new bride. Don't kill me. Li Kai gripped the bloodied dagger, advancing step by step, his shoes leaving sticky blood trails on the floor. Di Gua's legs trembled violently, nearly losing control of his bladder. Do you want to live or die? Li Kai's voice was low and menacing, like an ice blade scraping against eardrums. Live. Live. Di Guan nodded frantically. Li Kai flicked his wrist and tossed the dagger in front of him with a clatter. You can live, but stab him once, and then you'll survive. He knew that killing someone publicly would attract the authorities if word got out, but as long as everyone present kept quiet, Kong Zhun's death at the hands of supposed bandits would be perfectly convenient. Di Gua stared at the dagger, his lips trembling and tears welling in his eyes. She simply didn't dare kill anyone. Blood continued to flow from Kong Zhun's abdomen as he lifted his head to glare viciously at Di Gua. You wouldn't dare. If he doesn't die, you die. Li Kai's cold verdict made Di Gua's heart seize up. Survival instinct finally overcame fear as he tremblingly picked up the dagger and bit his teeth, crawling toward Kong Zhun. I'm sorry, big brother. I don't want to die, I want to live. Before finishing his words, he closed his eyes and stabbed hard. Squelch. The dagger pierced Kong Zhun's abdomen, and Kong Zhun let out a howl of pain before collapsing to the ground. Li Kai turned his cold gaze toward the remaining men and asked, Do you want to die or live? His icy question cut through the air like a blade, causing the remaining men to tremble with terror and despair filling their eyes. When no one answered, Li Kai snorted coldly and stepped forward. Sunlight gleamed off his bloodstained dagger, the cold light making his features appear even more menacing. What? Don't want to live anymore. He tossed the dagger to the ground, its tip embedding in the earth with a soft thud. 3 minutes. If you don't act, then I will. Survival instinct instantly broke their paralysis. The scrawny subordinate was the first to crack, scrambling on hands and knees toward the dagger. His fingers shook so violently he could barely grip the handle as he stumbled toward Kong Zhun. Kong Zhun lay there barely breathing, his chest rising and falling weakly. Rage and unwillingness burned in his eyes as he tried to curse, but could only manage broken whimpers. The scrawny man stood before him, eyes squeezed shut, arm raised high, the cold steel glinting as it hung suspended in midair. Still not moving? Li Kai's voice was low but struck like thunder in everyone's hearts. The scrawny man jerked violently, gritted his teeth, and plunged the dagger down. Squelch. The blade pierced flesh as blood gushed along the steel. The subordinate screamed and released his grip, collapsing to the ground. Fear spread like plague. The fat subordinate was forced to pick up the dagger, trembling as he stabbed Kong Zhun repeatedly, crying out in terror with each strike. The remaining men found themselves pinned by Li Kai's gaze, taking turns mechanically driving the blade into Kong Zhun's body. The wounds multiplied as blood quickly soaked the ground. Kong Zhun's eyes gradually lost their light until he finally succumbed to blood loss, lying motionless in the crimson pool. Li Kai gazed down at the corpse with cold, unmoved expression. He looked up at the group, his voice like ice shards. What happened today? If anyone breathes a word of it, they'll end up just like him. The men nodded frantically, faces pale with a mixture of fear and awe. Digua and the other subordinates stood in a neat row, knees weak. Drag Kong Jin out and bury him somewhere. If the body's discovered, say bandits did it. Leave the money, take the corpse, and get out. Li Kai spoke each word with finality, brooking no argument. None dared disobey. They hastily pulled out their meager savings, a few hundred copper coins, and threw them on the ground before working together to carry away Kong Jun's body, fleeing the Li household in disgrace. Li Kai wasn't worried about them reporting to authorities they all had blood on their hands, and going to the officials would only send them to the gallows. Once the courtyard fell quiet, he bent down to collect the scattered coins, just a pitiful few. Looking up, he saw Suyu's face had gone deathly pale as she stared at him in shock. Li Kai quickly approached and grasped her cold little hands. Don't be afraid, wife. He bullied you, so he deserved to die. You married into the Li family, and I won't allow anyone to mistreat you. Suyu bit her lip and nodded firmly. Husband, Suyu believes in you. Your clothes are dirty, take them off, and I'll wash them clean for you. Li Kai glanced down at his blood-stained garments and grinned. No need, wife. I just hunted a wild boar earlier. Who can tell whether this is human blood or pig blood? Next, Li Kai divided the wild boar meat in half. The 300-pound wild boar was split evenly, half hung under the eaves to dry, while he kept only 50 pounds for his family's meals. The remaining 250 pounds were neatly loaded into his wheelbarrow. At the crack of dawn, with mist clinging to the field ridges, he pushed the cart out of the village. The wheels creaked and groaned along the bumpy path, nearly getting stuck in mud pits several times. After 4 hours, with the sun now directly overhead, the blue brick walls of Qingshan County finally appeared on the horizon. Once through the city gates, Li Kai wiped the sweat from his brow and chose the busiest crossroads to park his wheelbarrow. His voice immediately boomed out. Fresh wild boar. Just slaughtered. 15 won per pound. Don't miss this deal as you pass by. While domestic pork usually sold for 10 won per pound, wild boar meat typically cost 20 to 31. His 15 won price call rang out like a gong, instantly shattering any hesitation from passersby. Oh my, this meat looks fresh. An elderly man with his hands clasped behind his back approached. Give me 2 pounds. Coming right up. Li Kai's knife moved swiftly, cutting, weighing, and collecting payment in one fluid motion. With such reasonable prices and tender, fatty meat, the crowd grew larger and larger. In just an hour and a half, all 250 pounds of wild boar meat were sold out, and his money pouch bulged with copper coins, exactly 3,701. Adding the few hundred won he had previously taken from Kong Jun's group, he now held over 4,000 won in his hansa, full 4 taels of silver. In this era, even a strong laborer couldn't earn this much in an entire year. Weighing the heavy silver in his palm, he formed a plan. He needed to forge some proper weapons. Qingshan County had only one blacksmith shop. Blacksmithing was a rare trade, grueling, exhausting, difficult to master, and requiring official certification to operate. The government feared people hoarding weapons for rebellion, so regulations were extremely strict. This was precisely why such a large county had only one shop. Inside the blacksmith shop, the forge glowed red hot, while hammers rose and fell. The master blacksmith, a man in his 40s with dark skin and sinewy muscles, had sweat dripping from his chin into the fire with sizzling sounds. He was concentrating on forging a long blade. Master, do you sell knives? Li Kai approached the counter. I have kitchen knives, boning knives, and wood chopping knives. Which do you want? The blacksmith didn't look up. I want a long sword. If you don't have that, a blade will do. Li Kai lowered his voice but couldn't hide his urgency. The blacksmith's movements froze. He set down his hammer and pulled Li Kai into the back room, his voice dropping even lower. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If the authorities heard you say that, they'd charge you with treason and have your head chopped off at the market square. Is it really that serious? Li Kai scratched his head. It's not that I won't sell, I don't dare to sell. The master sighed helplessly. My shop is only allowed to forge long blades for the government and military. Sell to civilians? If they catch me, I lose my head. Any sharpened weapon longer than 20 centimeters is strictly forbidden for civilian sale. That's an iron rule. Li Kai pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on several unsharpened wooden poles in the corner. What about staffs? As for clubs, there are no restrictions since they generally can't kill anyone and pose no threat to armored soldiers, the old craftsman replied. Upon hearing this, Li Kai pointed without hesitation at the iron materials by the forge. Good. Then forge me an iron staff weighing 194 pounds. How much will it cost? The old craftsman looked up and examined the young man before him, frowning deeply. 194 pounds? That's heavier than your entire body. What do you need such a heavy iron staff for? That's none of your concern, Li Kai said firmly. Just tell me if you can forge it or not. The old craftsman stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment, then nodded. I can, but it will take at least a week. 101 per pound, so 194 pounds comes to 19,401. I'll give you a discount 8 taels of silver. That expensive? Li Kai frowned slightly. He only had about 4 taels of silver on him, nowhere near enough. But he wasn't worried and directly pulled out 2 taels of silver, placing them on the anvil. Here's the deposit. I'll pay the remaining 6 taels when the staff is finished. Seeing Li Kai pay so readily, the old craftsman stopped questioning him. If no one came to collect the iron staff, he could always melt it down and reforge it wouldn't lose anything. Li Kai suddenly opened his palm. Master, small knives the size of a palm, it's not illegal to forge those, right? The old craftsman glanced at his palm-sized hand. Not illegal. But such small knives can't cut vegetables or chop wood. What are you planning to do with them? I've read too many martial arts novels and want to practice throwing knives, Li Kai said with a casual smile. The old craftsman snorted with amusement. Throwing knives weren't that easy to master, maybe 1 in 100 could do it. But he didn't say much. Fair enough, 100 won each. How many do you want? 10 will do, Li Kai said, pulling out another tael of silver and placing it down. Forging the small knives was much faster. Amid flying sparks and the rise and fall of the hammer, Li Kai watched intently as the old craftsman's hands moved with fluid expertise. Soon, 10 gleaming small knives lay neatly arranged on the table. How are they? The old craftsman asked. Li Kai examined each one. Though not as refined as modern steel throwing knives, for this era without machine tools and relying entirely on handcraft, achieving such sharpness was remarkable. He nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. I'll come back for the iron staff in 7 days. With that, he tucked the throwing knives into his belt and pushed open the blacksmith shop door. Li Kai knew that with his current strength, he couldn't possibly wield a 194-pound iron staff. But with the assistance of that mysterious energy, he believed his body would soon undergo dramatic changes. Outside the shop, he had only 1 tael of silver left. He pushed his wheelbarrow through the streets and alleys, buying 2 bags of rice and flour, then adding sauce, vinegar, and tea. He then went to an apothecary for some medicinal herbs, and finally to a fabric shop for 6 feet of fine cloth, spending every last one before heading back. Just as he reached the entrance of a tavern, a commotion suddenly erupted inside. Damn it! Are you blind? You dare ask me for money? Do you recognize this uniform I'm wearing? I'll smash your tavern to pieces. Bang! The tavern door was kicked open, and the owner was grabbed by the collar and thrown into the street. A soldier reeking of alcohol, wearing armor and carrying a sword at his waist, staggered out through the doorway, still holding a wine jug. Sir, I won't dare again. I'll never ask you for payment again. But you come to my humble establishment every day to eat and drink. Once in a while would be fine, but every single daimy shop simply can't afford it, the owner pleaded from the ground. The soldier sneered and stepped on the owner's chest. My eating at your place is an honor for you, and you're still not happy about it? Believe it or not, I'll chop your head off right now. The tavern owner begged desperately for mercy. Please, sir, I'll never dare again. Please spare me. He knelt on the ground with his head in his hands, his voice trembling. But the soldier still wasn't satisfied. He swung his heavy scabbard and struck the owner's shoulders and back with loud smacks. Damn it! I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Beat you to death, you worthless dog. Each blow made the wooden floor vibrate with a dull thud. A crowd gathered at the street corner, with more onlookers arriving by the minute, yet no one dared step forward. Isn't that Joe Boppy? How did he get into trouble with him? Exactly. Joe Boppy never pays for his meals. Anyone who dares ask him for money must have a death wish. Whispers spread through the crowd, but no one spoke aloud. Li Kai pushed a wheelbarrow and stopped where the crowd was thickest. After listening for a while, he grabbed a man nearby and asked quietly, Brother, may I ask who this Joe Boppy is? Why can he eat without paying? The man glanced at Joe Boppy, who was still beating the owner, and sighed. It's not just him. Anyone who can afford that armor can eat for free. They carry long swords and act like tyrants. Their armor is impenetrable. Who would dare demand payment from them? Li Kai frowned. Can't this be reported to the authorities? Report to the authorities? The man laughed bitterly. The constables at the yamen only wear cloth clothes and carry simple sabers at best. How could they fight these ironclad brutes? Besides, these soldiers were sent from above to suppress bandits. They don't answer to the county magistrate. 3 years now, the bandits are still around, but these soldiers have grown fat and lazy. Li Kai asked again, if all the armored soldiers eat and drink for free, how can Qingshan County survive? The man shook his head. Of the 800 bandits oppressing soldiers, 750 wear cloth. Less than half even have access to proper weapons. Most carry homemade spears. Those truly qualified to wear armor and carry long swords number fewer than 50. A set of armor now sells for 50 taels of silver. For a small place like ours to have 50 armored soldiers is already quite good. And it's precisely these 50 men who keep the mountain bandits at bay. Li Kai nodded silently. So not everyone was equipped with armor. Those who wore it were considered elite troops. That rebellious prince had only 10,000 armored soldiers under his command, while his other 100,000 troops wore cloth. Armor was extremely expensive to produce, but it dramatically increased combat effectiveness. Nearly impervious to blades and spears, and paired with a long sword, a single soldier could withstand attacks from over a dozen men. What excellent equipment! his gaze fixed on the iron armor Zhou Bapi wore, his eyes burning with desire. Zhou Bapi was about his height, just broader in build. After a few more days of training, their physiques would be similar. That armor would fit him perfectly, if he could get his hands on it. Murderous intent stirred in his heart. But reason reminded him, he was still too thin now. Zhou Bapi had armor protection, wielded a long sword, and possessed that mysterious energy. The odds of winning in direct combat were too low, needed a better strategy. Zhou Bapi, thoroughly enjoying himself, grabbed a jar of aged wine from behind the counter, adjusted his shoulder plates, and swaggered away. The crowd timidly parted to make way for him. Li Kai felt no impulse to draw his sword to help the wronged. It wasn't his business, no need to invite trouble. He withdrew his gaze, gripped the wheelbarrow handles tightly, and turned to leave. The creaking of the wheels accompanied him along the dirt road in the setting sun, while his mind repeatedly calculated how to seize that armor. By the time he returned to Nyo village, evening had fallen. As soon as Li Kai stepped through the door, the rich aroma of meat filled his nostrils. On the still smoking stove in the courtyard, a pot of wild boar stewed with mushrooms bubbled away, with layers of fat glistening on the surface. The wild boar meat had been deliberately chosen for its fatness, perfect for someone as lean as him to put on some weight. "Husband, you're back." From inside the house, Suyu heard the commotion and came running out. Beads of sweat still dotted her forehead, and both joy and shyness painted her round cheeks. Li Kai nodded and lifted a roll of fine silk from his wheelbarrow. The fabric was smooth and lustrous, clearly not ordinary coarse cloth. "Look what I bought for you." Fine silk was considered a luxury in town, typically worn only by wealthy families. "I'll make you a dress tailored perfectly to your figure." Suyu cradled the fabric in her hands, feeling its silky texture beneath her fingertips, her heart sweet as honey. "Fine silk? Husband, this must have cost quite a bit of silver, right?" Li Kai naturally wrapped his arm around her soft waist. "If my wife likes it, no price is too high." Suyu lowered her head, her cheeks flushing crimson, her heart as sweet as candied fruit. She was always easily satisfied. A simple meal or small surprise could win her complete devotion. "Husband, you must be tired from the journey. Come wash your face and let's eat." She brought him a basin of clean water and handed him a towel. Li Kai quickly wiped his face and followed her inside. Having eaten nothing all day, he was absolutely starving. When he lifted the pot lid, the rich meat aroma seemed to penetrate his very bones. "Wife, I just bought some white flour and rice. Please prepare some staples quickly." Before he'd even finished speaking, he had already grabbed a large piece of wild boar and taken a big bite. With their food supplies long depleted, Suyu gathered the flour and rice and hurried into the kitchen. Water boiled, noodles went into the pot. White rice tumbled about. She bustled around happily. Soon the table was laden with 3 bowls of white noodles, 5 bowls of rice, and nearly 10 pounds of fragrant braised meat. Li Kai devoured everything ravenously out of gluttony, but because he needed this high-calorie meal to build muscle immediately. As the food entered his stomach, that mysterious energy within him began to circulate, his digestive system working like a bellows fed by fire. What should have taken a full night to digest was converted into pure energy in just 2 hours. The night breeze was cool as he strode energetically into the courtyard and grabbed 2 heavy stone weights. First chest, then back, followed by biceps, triceps, and finally legs, and Korei completed the entire routine without pause. Most people could only train 2 muscle groups at once, but that mysterious energy acted like an invisible trainer, enabling him to work every muscle thoroughly. Sweat dripped from his chin, his skin burning like hot coals. He could feel the fat melting away and his muscles creaking as they grew. After 2 hours of training, subtle changes were already visible in his physique, achieving in one day what would take others half a month. "Husband, the hot water is ready. Would you like to bathe now?" Suyu stood nearby holding a wooden bucket, her slender figure illuminated by lamplight. Li Kai looked at her, feeling as though he still had inexhaustible energy coursing through him. "Wife, would you like to bathe together?" "Ah." Suyu's face turned completely red. "That wouldn't be proper, would it?" "What's improper about it? 2 people bathing together saves water." He reached out with a smile. "Come on, wife." In the bathroom, Li Kai personally removed Suyu's clothes. Suyu blushed and kept her head down, remaining motionless. Soon, Suyu was completely bare, like a peeled banana. Li Kai took Suyu's hand and placed it on his chest. "My dear wife, let's exercise a bit before bathing to detoxify and work up a sweat. It's good for the body." Suyu's voice was barely audible. "Yes." Suyu will listen to her husband. Then Li Kai embraced Suyu and began their aerobic exercise. Strength training first, then cardio. Li Kai's training method was quite scientific. Before long, rhythmic sounds echoed from the bathroom. Suyu transformed from initial shyness to enthusiastic participation. 2 hours later, the battle ended, and Suyu could barely stand. Li Kai had to support her as they finished bathing and left the bathroom. Suyu was so exhausted that she fell asleep as soon as she got into bed, and Li Kai, feeling utterly drained, held his wife close and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, when When Li Kai opened his eyes, the thoughtful Su Yu had already prepared breakfast. Following Li Kai's instructions, she had boiled 10 eggs for him, along with some lean meat and rice porridge. After eating, Li Kai took his equipment and headed up the mountain. At Li Kai's current rate of meat consumption, those 50 pounds of pork wouldn't last many days. Since it was daytime, prey was scarce. As for mushrooms, Li Kai couldn't be bothered to gather them anymore. After all, hunting one wild boar was worth a year's worth of mushroom picking. This time, Li Kai channeled all his qi into his nasal cavity. His sense of smell was instantly magnified countless times. Li Kai carefully sniffed the air for traces of prey, but after a long while, he found nothing. By now, Li Kai had been wandering the deep mountains for 2 hours. Without realizing it, he had ventured deep into the mountains, into territory frequently patrolled by bandits. But Li Kai didn't care. After sniffing carefully again, Li Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. A medicinal fragrance wafted over a scent Li Kai knew well, lingzhi mushroom. Lingzhi was a valuable medicinal herb, becoming more precious with age. Following the medicinal scent, Li Kai soon discovered an exceptionally beautiful lingzhi growing on a cliff face. The lingzhi was not only old, but also in excellent condition. I've struck it rich. This lingzhi was definitely worth as much as yesterday's wild boar. Li Kai was thrilled. He began climbing the rock face with his bare hands, and 10 minutes later, he successfully harvested the lingzhi. But before Li Kai could jump down, an angry voice rang out. "What are you doing? Who gave you permission to come up this mountain?" Looking closely, he saw 3 men in cloth clothing, each with a sword at his waist, striding toward him. Upon seeing these 3 men, Li Kai's eyes instantly turned red with rage. According to the original owner's memories, that day he had hidden in the cellar and secretly peeked outside. More than a dozen bandits had ransacked his home and killed his parents. Among them were these 3 men. These 3 were bandits from Big Bull Mountain. "Which village are you from? How dare you? You actually dare to climb Big Bull Mountain? Our leader has issued a notice: anyone who dares to come up this mountain gets their head chopped off. Did you think we were joking?" With a swoosh, the scarred bandit leader drew his long blade and pointed it at Li Kai. "Get down here, you bastard." Li Kai concealed the fury and hatred in his eyes, leaped down from the cliff face, and groveled before the 3 bandits with a servile smile. "Gentlemen, I didn't know. I accidentally wandered into Big Bull Mountain. What's that in your hand? Give it to me now." Scarface roared, snatching the bright red lingzhi mushroom from Li Kai's grasp. His rough palm rubbed against the cap as he grinned wickedly. Well, lingzhi, you've got some luck, kid. Too bad every blade of grass and tree on Bull Mountain belongs to our twin dragon stronghold. This makes you a thief." Before he finished speaking, he pressed his gleaming blade against Li Kai's throat, the cold steel biting into his skin. "I'll give you 2 choices. First, pay 50 taels of silver. Second, I'll cut you down where you stand." At the mention of 50 taels of silver, Li Kai's legs went weak and he nearly broke into tears, his voice trembling. "Masters, 50 taels of silverware, would someone like me get that kind of money?" "No money? Then die." Scarface raised his blade impatiently, muscles tensing, the sword poised to strike. "Wait!" Li Kai cried out desperately, his voice cracking with terror, yet he held firm. I have something valuable on me. Maybe it could buy my life." "What treasure?" At the word treasure, Scarface narrowed his eyes, greed gleaming in their cold depths. "It's in my pocket. Let me get it out for you, masters." Li Kai lowered his head and reached into his cloth bag, his fingers closing around the narrow blade he'd hidden for so long. His heart pounded wildly as sweat beaded on his forehead. The 3 bandits instinctively leaned closer, their breath reeking of earth and grime. Li Kai's knuckles tightened as he drew a sharp breath and suddenly roared, "Go to hell." With his battle cry, the small knife flashed like lightning, striking toward Scarface's throat. Scarface had no time to react. He felt only a chill at his throat, his wide eyes filled with terror and confusion. The thin blade precisely severed his carotid artery, blood spraying like a crimson fountain and splattering the other 2 bandits' faces. They stood frozen in shock, blood dripping from their noses. Scarface clutched his throat, making gurgling sounds as he swayed twice before collapsing with a thud, convulsing briefly before going completely still. The brief silence was shattered. The pockmarked bandit suddenly snapped back to reality, screaming hoarsely, "You dare kill our leader? I'll send you to join him." He roared as he drew his sword and charged, the steel blade whistling through the air. Li Kai's eyes turned cold as he crouched low, arching his back like a panther preparing to strike. As the long blade's cold light approached, he suddenly spun sideways, dodging the edge. In the same instant, his right hand drove the small knife lightning fast into the pockmarked bandit's armpit, a spot protected only by thin cloth. The blade sank several inches deep as hot blood gushed out. The pockmarked bandit's face contorted in agony as he screamed like a slaughtered pig, his sword hand going limp and dropping the weapon with a clang. The opportunity was fleeting. Li Kai surged forward, channeling all his strength into his left fist and driving it hard into his opponent's temple. The dull impact sent the pockmarked bandit's head snapping to the side like he'd been struck by a hammer. He flew backwards several feet and crashed to the ground, motionless. By now, the last bandit had turned deathly pale, his knees shaking. Seeing his two companions dead in pools of blood, he turned and fled in terror, his voice cracking as he screamed, "Murder! Help me!" Li Kai's eyes were cold as an eagle's, fixed intently on the fleeing bandit, murderous intent surging within his heart. He knew clearly that if he let this man escape the mountains alive, it would bring endless trouble in the future. Driven by killing intent, he took a deep breath, and the flowing energy within his body instantly rushed toward his arm. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and his strength multiplied several times. Li Kai bent his knees slightly, his entire body like a hunting leopard ready to strike, then suddenly whipped his arm. The small knife flew from his hand, a flash of cold light transforming into a black arc that tore through the mountain wind, shrieking straight toward the bandit's neck. The bandit was focused only on his desperate flight, the howling wind in his ears drowning out everything else. Didn't even have time to look back. The next second, his neck was struck by a thunderous pain, like a blunt hammer blow, and his body tumbled forward out of control. His hands instinctively clawed at the air, but couldn't grasp any life-saving branches. Thud! The blade sank in halfway, blood spattering across his gray collar. The bandit let out a broken whimper, his eyes filled with terror and despair. His legs gave way, and he crashed heavily into a pile of fallen leaves, his limbs twitching a few times before falling silent. With this, all three bandits had been eliminated. Li Kai withdrew his gaze, his chest heaving violently. This body was still weak, and just that burst of effort had left him breathless. He shook his head inwardly. He needed to push his daily training up several more levels. After steadying his breathing, he crouched down and carefully searched the three corpses. Soon, several pouches of silver fell into his hands. Weighing them, he estimated about 7 or 8 taels, equivalent to 7 or 8 strings of coins, enough for an ordinary family's expenses for 1 to 2 years, yet merely pocket change for these bandits. No wonder so many poor people were turning to banditry these days. It certainly paid well. After collecting the money, he turned his attention to the weapons. The three men had carried 2 sabers and 1 sword. The sword was riddled with nicks and black with rust along its spine, so he tossed it aside. Of the 2 sabers, one had a gleaming blade and felt well balanced in his hand, clearly a fine weapon. He strapped it to his back. With this blade for protection, he wouldn't fear encountering a few more bandits. Additionally, there was a sturdy bow and 10 sharp arrows. The 3 men were likely a patrol squad sent by their mountain stronghold, equipped with just 1 set of bow and arrows. The bow had good flexibility. The arrow shafts were straight. Even selling them in the county town would fetch over 10 taels of silver, not to mention their usefulness for hunting and long-range ambushes. With his spoils of war properly gathered, Li Kai's mood lightened somewhat as he hurried down the mountain. Returning home, he didn't pause, immediately placing the lingzhi mushrooms in a bamboo basket and pushing out his creaking single-wheeled cart, preparing to head to town to sell them. Making the daily round trip to the county town with just this one wooden wheel was truly exhausting. He looked at the cart handle, the thin calluses worn into his palms aching faintly, and thought to himself, if only he could get a horse cart. But horses in the Great Tian Dynasty were ridiculously expensive. An ordinary horse cost at least 50 taels, while a superior war horse easily exceeded 100, and they were often requisitioned by the court for military use, making them even scarcer in the market. Only wealthy families could afford them. Li Kai wasn't trying to get rich overnight and buy a horse cart, but rather wanted to start by purchasing a donkey cart. Donkeys had no military value, making them much cheaper. Li Kai casually inquired at the county gate and learned that a decent donkey cart could be bought for 7 or 8 taels of silver, so he quietly made a mental note of this expense. Once inside the city, he headed straight to a well-reputed pharmacy. Lingzhi was, after all, medicinal material, and pharmacies were the most suitable place to sell it. As soon as he stepped through the door, he spoke directly. "Boss, do you buy aged herbs?" Besides the shopkeeper and the attending physician, several other people stood in the pharmacy. Leading them was a young woman, and with just one glance, Li Kai froze. The woman wore a light pink silk dress embroidered with birds and flowers, her hair elegantly pinned up with jade hairpins, black tresses cascading over her shoulders, and skin as white as snow. Her phoenix eyes sparkled with flowing light. Her nose bridge was high and straight, and her vermilion lips held a smile that carried an air of aloofness. Behind her stood 2 burly guards dressed uniformly in black, tight-fitting clothes, wearing long swords, their eyes sharp as eagles. Every gesture revealed the nobility and authority that only came from wealthy households. "What a beautiful woman," was Li Kai's first reaction, followed immediately by his second. "She's trouble." The woman's gaze fell on his face as she asked coldly, "You want to sell aged herbs?" "Yes, selling an aged lingzhi mushroom," Li Kai answered honestly. "Aged lingzhi? Let me see it," she commanded with an unquestionable tone, showing no intention of negotiating. This attitude slightly irritated Li Kai, and he replied coolly, "No, I'm selling to the pharmacy, not to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two attendants behind the woman had already grasped their sword hilts, their gazes ice cold. But the woman raised her hand to signal them, forcibly restraining them. Her voice remained indifferent. "If the quality is good, I'll pay triple the price." Triple? Li Kai's eyes lit up. Silver was exactly what he needed most right now. Immediately, he took out the fist-sized aged lingzhi from his sack and carefully placed it on the counter. "Then take a look." The woman waved her hand again, and a white-haired elder stepped forward, picked up the lingzhi and examined it for a moment, then nodded to her. "Miss, it's authentic and can be classified as premium medicine." The woman nodded lightly. Her attendant turned around and placed 3 heavy tintal silver ingots on the counter with a thud. She simply said, "Here's your money, I'll take the lingzhi," then left gracefully with her people. Only after their figures disappeared from the doorway did the shopkeeper let out a long breath and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Li Kai tucked the silver into his clothes and casually asked, "Boss, who was that woman? Such an imposing presence." The shopkeeper's voice was still trembling. "I was really worried for you just now. In all of Qingshan County, no one dares speak to her like that. If she had really killed you, she wouldn't have had to pay with her life. I don't know who she is, but her household guards number over 100, all strong and robust. Even the county magistrate has to wait outside her gate when seeking an audience. Young man, if you see her again, stay as far away as possible." "Thanks." Li Kai nodded and left with his money pouch. Aged lingzhi normally sold for no more than 10 taels of silver, but that woman had generously thrown down 3 whole ingots 30 taels. Combined with Li Kai's original 7 or 8 taels, he now had nearly 40 taels of silver, which could be considered a fortune. Making money naturally called for spending. Li Kai first went to the market and spent 8 taels of silver on a fine donkey cart, so he would no longer have to rely on his own 2 legs for trips to the county seat. Next, he planned to find some food. Just as he reached the entrance of the tavern from the previous night, he heard a commotion from inside. "You old fool. What's wrong with me taking one of your cucumbers to eat? You dare ask me for money? Don't you recognize the armor I'm wearing and the sword at my side?" Looking up, he saw Zhou Bapi clad in armor, thoroughly drunk, clutching half a fresh cucumber in his hand. The cucumber had just been forcibly snatched from a street vendor's stall. The vendor was an elderly man well past 60, his coarse cloth garment patched layer upon layer, his hands covered in calluses and wrinkles carved across his face like deep ravines. The old man knelt in the dust, desperately clutching Zhou Bapi's trouser legs, his voice hoarse. "Sir, you've eaten the cucumber, but could you please return my money pouch? It contains everything I own. My 2 sons are waiting at home for food. Please, I beg you, sir." Zhou Bapi wore the stolen pouch at his waist, the crisp sound of clinking copper coins seeming to mock the old man's helplessness. He frowned in disgust and kicked the old man away. "Go to hell. What's wrong with me taking a few of your copper coins? Without me protecting you, bandits would have killed you all long ago. What's wrong with showing some gratitude? Get lost." The old man was knocked to the ground but crawled forward again, wrapping his arms around Zhou Bapi's legs, his voice filled with despair. "Sir, please, without rice for the pot, my 2 sons will starve to death. Please return my money pouch." Zhou Bapi's drunken rage flared instantly. He violently drew his sword from his waist, and with a flash of cold steel, he viciously struck down at the old man's back. Li Kai nearby wanted to shout a warning, but it was too late. The blade fell, blood splattered, the old man's eyes widened. His hands gripping Zhou Bapi's trouser legs fell limp, and his body collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless in an instant. Zhou Bapi wiped his blade clean, sheathed his sword, and stepped over the old man's corpse with complete disdain. "Old fool, you didn't know when to quit. You deserve to die." Bloodstains left a glaring trail under his boots as the street vendors fell silent, only daring to bow their heads and step aside. Li Kai clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. In broad daylight, an armored soldier had committed murder in the street, yet no one dared intervene. Rage boiled in his chest. How corrupt had this world become? He wanted to rush forward and kill Zhou Bapi, but knew that barehanded, he was no match. The man was tall and strong, encased in iron armor, and a direct confrontation would only result in his own death. However, the desire for revenge could no longer be suppressed, and he set his sights on Zhou Bapi's armor. He held his breath and followed Zhou Bapi from a distance. Zhou Bapi was heavily intoxicated and completely unaware, stumbling along until he turned into a secluded alley and pushed through the door into the small courtyard of an ordinary residence. Li Kai stopped in the shadows. If his target returned to the military camp at night, he would have no opportunity, but if he stayed in this residence, there might be a chance for assassination. After quietly memorizing the location of the courtyard, he withdrew first. His current body was too weak and needed urgent nourishment and training. Li Kai drove his donkey cart into the market and selected 2 bamboo baskets, filling them with eggs. Eggs were rich in protein and the preferred choice for fitness enthusiasts, but in this era, Ordinary people could barely afford a few per year. Next, he spent a considerable sum to purchase 10 pounds of beef at the steep price of 101 per pound. Its rarity was evident. After all, slaughtering oxen was illegal, as cattle were farmers' primary labor force for plowing fields. Only after cattle died naturally or from illness could they be slaughtered and sold. This made beef exceptionally precious in town. Li Kai didn't want to miss out, so he bought a full 10 pounds, then selected several pounds of large shrimp with thin shells and plump meat, high protein, low fat, perfect for his current fitness regimen. Next, he packed several glossy roasted chickens, rice, and white flour into sacks. Before leaving, he deliberately picked out a box of rouge powder at a decorative goods shop, planning to surprise Suyu. Including the sturdy, large donkey cart he'd just purchased, this trip cost him 10 taels of silver in total. After all expenses, he still had 20 taels left, enough to sustain them for quite a while. At dusk, the donkey cart creaked into the Li family courtyard. The tall cart cast long shadows across the earthen wall. Suyu stood at the doorway holding a water basin, first eyeing the unfamiliar cart warily until she saw Li Kai dismount and her eyes immediately lit up. "Husband, where did you get such a big cart?" Suyu set down the basin and hurried forward. Li Kai reached out to pull her into his arms, smiling. "I was worried my wife would get tired from walking, so I specially bought this donkey cart." Those words made Suyu's heart feel as sweet as honey, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Just then, the sound of dry coughing came from outside the courtyard as village chief Su Damao strode in, his face full of shock. "Xiao Kai, did you buy this cart?" In this era, a donkey cart was like a small car in 1980s China. Ordinary people wouldn't dare easily acquire one. Li Kai lifted the cart's curtain, pointing out the full load of grain and meat to Su Damao. "Just bought it. Uncle Su, your timing is perfect. Take some of these things home to eat slowly. Fine white flour, rice, 10 pounds of beef, plus a basket of eggs." The quantity was staggering. Su Damao sucked in a sharp breath, frowning as he lowered his voice. "Xiao Kai, tell uncle honestly you haven't done anything illegal, have you?" Li Kai smiled helplessly, stuffing the eggs and a bag of flour into his arms. "Don't worry, Uncle Su. I risked going into the mountains and found an old medicinal herb that I traded for silver." Hearing the words, old medicinal herb, Su Damao finally relaxed, patting Li Kai's shoulder with repeated praise. "I knew you had promise. Suyu won't suffer hardship following you." After chatting a bit more, he left contentedly with the eggs and flour. Suyu went to busy herself in the kitchen, and soon the rising cooking fire filled the courtyard with delicious aromas. As night fell, Li Kai ate with great satisfaction, then circulated that energy within his body, feeling the food rapidly decompose and absorb through his meridians. He walked to the center of the courtyard, gripped the heavy stone lock, and began flying bird and bench press, movements training methods identical to those in his previous life's gym. Under the interplay of moonlight and lamplight, he completed set after set, sweat soon dripping from his chin to the ground. With that energy's assistance, one day of his training equaled half a month for others. After 3 hours, his previously somewhat thin frame showed obvious changes, clearly defined abdominal muscles and slightly bulging chest muscles. Though not yet robust, he was much stronger than 2 days ago. Having finished strength training, he prepared to start cardio. At the courtyard gate, Suyu sat on the threshold, lamplight softening her features as she held that box of new rouge powder with a silly smile. Li Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over to call out. "Wife, you've worked hard all day. Let's detox and sweat a bit. It's good for your health." "What? More training?" Suyu was getting scared at this point. "You're too fast. I can't keep up." Li Kai took Suyu's delicate hand and said gently, "Then I'll go slower this time. If that doesn't work, you can be on top, can't you? Come on, be good." Suyu nodded shyly and followed Li Kai into the bathroom. Soon after, intimate sounds could be heard from within. Suyu transformed from initial shyness to bold openness, even shifting from passive to active. Fortunately, Li Kai had the assistance of that mysterious energy, preventing him from surrendering too early, ultimately leaving Suyu begging for mercy. As Suyu's body trembled all over, the battle came to an end. Then Li Kai carried Suyu out of the bathroom. For the next 7 days, Li Kai had no plans to go out hunting. Since they had enough meat, eggs, and milk, plus some spare money, his immediate priority was to restore his physical condition. During these 7 days, Li Kai stayed completely at home. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight had not yet fully penetrated the thin mist, he would rise and go to the courtyard. In his hands was no longer the somewhat light stone weight, but a specially made heavy iron lock that whistled through the air with each swing. That mysterious energy flowed through his body like a rushing river, continuously providing strength and assisting his muscle stretching and contraction. With each exertion, he could clearly feel his muscle fibers reorganizing and growing stronger. In terms of diet, Suyu became the busiest person. The kitchen stove never stopped, with pots constantly cooking fresh pork, mutton, and fish just bought from the market. Eggs were counted by the basin, with Li Kai consuming over a dozen per meal. Suyu watched her husband eat heartily, her eyes filled with both concern and relief. This food, once in Li Kai's stomach, was quickly converted to energy under the influence of that mysterious force, building blocks for his physical growth. At midday, after a brief rest, Li Kai would begin another round of training. He was no longer limited to simple strength exercises, adding various agility drills, moving swiftly around the courtyard like a cheetah. Sweat continuously streamed from his forehead and back, soaking his clothes, but he remained oblivious to it. Moreover, Li Kai practiced archery daily in the courtyard using the bow and arrows seized from the bandits. With the assistance of that mysterious energy, each draw of the bow built muscle memory. After 7 days, Li Kai had become a skilled marksman. As time passed, his arms grew increasingly muscular, his chest gradually became broader and more solid, and his abdominal muscles began to bulge piece by piece, forming clear definition. Just like that, 7 days flew by in an instant. When Li Kai stood before the bronze mirror again, his reflection showed a completely transformed man. His previously thin frame was gone, replaced by a tall, robust figure. His weight had increased from 130 pounds to 180 pounds, a full 50-pound gain. These 50 pounds weren't fat, but solid muscle. At this point, Li Kai had not an ounce of excess fat anywhere on his body. Everywhere visible was pure muscle. Smooth lines, perfect contours, every muscle showcased masculine strength. The Li Kai of now was like a completely different person from the Li Kai of 7 days ago. Although the training only lasted 9 days, with the assistance of that mysterious energy, combined with scientific training methods and lavish nutrition, Li Kai's 9 days of practice equaled what others would achieve in half a year. At this moment, his muscles were firm and well-defined, his strength and speed far surpassing his former self by several levels, making him look like a fierce beast ready to strike. Suyu gazed at the man before her, whose entire body radiated explosive power, feeling deeply reassured. 9 days ago, when she first met Li Kai, he was still frail and weak. Back then, Suyu only sought to fill her stomach and married him in a daze. Who would have thought that in just 9 days, the once pale and thin young man would transform into a muscular powerhouse? In this era, delicate appearances weren't fashionable at all. Strong, capable men were what women considered handsome. Fitness was indeed the best cosmetic enhancement for men. To achieve this physique, Li Kai had consumed all the grain stored at home and spent an additional 10 taels of silver to barely satisfy his appetite. In total, he spent 20 taels of silver, which would be enough to feed an ordinary family for 2 to 3 years. Yet he consumed it all in 7 days, truly embodying the saying, "The poor study literature, the rich practice martial arts." When preparing to leave, he grabbed a coarse cloth shirt from the wardrobe and put it on, then inserted 10 specially made throwing knives from the old blacksmith into the sheath at his back. Next, he wrapped the large sword he had seized from the bandits in black cloth and carried it across his shoulder, its cold aura penetrating through the fabric. Suyu watched her husband armed with weapons, feeling heartache but asking no questions. She simply stepped forward to adjust his collar and whispered softly, "My dear, you're a man who stands tall between heaven and earth. I won't interfere with what you do outside, but you must return home safely. I'll be waiting for you." Li Kai nodded, cupping Suyu's soft cheeks in his hands and placing a kiss on her forehead. "Wait for me at home." Under cover of darkness, he quietly left home. After 7 days of training, he was no longer the same person. It was time to avenge that vegetable vendor and seize the armor from that beast. Tonight, Li Kai was going to kill Zhou Bapi. Following his memory, he climbed over the wall and infiltrated Zhou Bapi's small courtyard in the county town. Light flickered inside the house, with Zhou Bapi's shadow cast on the window paper. "Beauty, your pair of jade rabbits seem fuller today. Let me feel them. Have they grown bigger?" "Ha ha ha. You rascal, you're so naughty. Even if they have grown, it's because you've been fondling them. Don't be so impatient. Can't we have some foreplay first?" Lewd laughter mixed with soft moans. Li Kai's heart leaped with joy. Men were most defenseless during intimate moments, making this the perfect time to strike. He crouched by the window, gripping his large sword tightly, ready to burst through the window, when suddenly 2 black shadows flashed before his eyes. Whoosh, the shadows landed, immediately pushing through the door and rushing into the room. "Zhou Bapi, your time has come." The room immediately erupted in chaos. In less than 10 breaths, with a dull thud, a young man was kicked violently, his back breaking through the window as he crashed heavily at Li Kai's feet. The youth was 17 or 18 years old, with a sturdy build. Blood gushed from his mouth, and a large footprint was clearly imprinted on his sunken chest. Then, the burly Zhou Bapi grabbed the young man's throat with one hand, dragging him into the courtyard like a chicken. "Just you two want to kill me?" Zhou Bapi's face was twisted in a grimace, and the scars on his body were clearly visible in the candlelight. His ability to wear armor was solely due to the military achievements he had earned in his early years. He had taken countless heads on the battlefield. Otherwise, how could the court have allowed him to run rampant in Qingshan County for so long? "Zhou Bapi, you beast! You stole my father's money pouch and killed him. I will avenge my father." The frail boy shouted hoarsely, the hatred boiling in his chest nearly bursting forth. Earlier, he had been kicked away, but now, with red eyes, he drew a gleaming dagger from his pocket and charged again. Before he could get close, Zhou Papi kicked him in the chest. Bang! With a dull thud, the boy flew backward for the second time, crashing heavily onto the floor. I remember now you two are the sons of that old vegetable seller. Zhou Papi laughed maniacally, spewing insults. Ha ha! You little bastards, your father was indeed killed by me. Unfortunately, you lack the ability to take revenge, so I'll send you down to join him today. He grabbed one of the boys and slammed him to the ground, causing the wooden planks to crack. Then, he pulled out a large knife from behind the door. The blade was dark and shiny, with a chilling edge, and the heavy scent of blood wafted through the air. It was clearly a weapon that had seen real combat. Zhou Papi advanced with the knife, each step making the wooden floor creak. The two boys were no match for him and could only sit on the ground, scrambling backward with their hands and feet. You two ignorant little pests, it's one thing to cling to life, but you dare to seek revenge? I won't give you a chance to rise again. He'll snuff you out in your cradle. Die. As his words fell, he raised the large knife, its cold gleam aimed at one of the boys. Whoosh! A whistling sound sliced through the air as a flying dagger shot straight for Zhou Papi's eyes. Instinctively, he swung his knife to block it, and with a loud clash, the dagger was deflected, but the blade vibrated with a ringing sound. Who's there? He turned his head sharply, his gaze locking onto a shadow beneath the window. In the night, a tall man stepped forward slowly, a long knife in his hand reflecting a cold light. The one who will kill you is called Li Kai. As the candlelight flickered, Li Kai stood at 1.88 meters tall, with a broad torso and a deep, restrained aura, his eyes filled with a heavy killing intent. Zhou Papi could tell at a glance that this man was no ordinary person. Do we know each other? Zhou Papi's eyes flickeretta had offended too many people to remember this one. In fact, he had never crossed paths with Li Kai. No. Li Kai's voice was low. Since we don't know each other, have I offended you in any way? If so, I will immediately host a grand banquet at the best restaurant in Qingshan County, with fine wine and meat to make amends. If you seek wealth, I have 100 taels of silver in my house. All yours. Zhou Papi's face was plastered with a smile, his tone excessively polite. Li Kai sneered. You really are someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Unfortunately, I'm not in the habit of taking handouts. Moreover, killing you means the silver is mine. Zhou Papi's expression turned cold. Are you really planning to fight me, Zhou Papi? When I was shedding blood on the battlefield, you were probably still in some village playing in the mud. Huh. For you, it's a life and death struggle. For me, it's just crushing an ant. As Li Kai finished speaking, he suddenly pushed off the ground, sending dust flying, and shot toward Zhou Papi like a bolt of black lightning. The long blade in his hand whistled through the air, carving a vicious arc as it plunged toward Zhou Papi's skull. Before the steel even fell, its icy aura sent chills through Zhou Papi's scalp as death's shadow loomed over him. At this critical moment, his face went ashen. He twisted aside and swept his own blade upward, hoping to deflect this thunderous strike. But Li Kai's attack was merely a feint. The moment Zhou Papi dodged, Li Kai flicked his wrist sharply, transforming the downward chop into a horizontal slash. Cold steel sliced through the air, aiming straight for Zhou Papi's throat. The change came lightning fast, leaving Zhou Papi no choice but to raise his blade in desperate defense. Clang! The thunderous crash rang like a temple bell as sparks erupted. The impact numbed Zhou Papi's arms and sent searing pain through his grip, but he dared not pause. Seizing the moment when Li Kai's momentum waned, he lifted his leg and kicked viciously at Li Kai's abdomen, hoping to force his opponent back and buy himself breathing room. Li Kai snorted coldly, leaning back to avoid the strike. His toe touched the ground as he flipped gracefully through the air like a soaring eagle, bringing his blade down once more with crushing force. Zhou Papi gritted his teeth and raised his weapon to meet the blow. Another deafening crash followed, and the tremendous power sent him staggering backward several steps. The stone tiles beneath his feet cracked and cratered under the impact. Li Kai pressed his advantage with relentless fury, his blade flashing like silver silk in the night. Each strike carried lethal intent. Zhou Papi found himself completely overwhelmed, barely managing to parry left and right as his breathing grew ragged and sweat soaked through his clothes. Within just a few exchanges, he realized that even his years of battlefield experience couldn't match Li Kai's deadly skill. Sir, if it's money you want, I'll give you everything. If you seek revenge, at least let me know why I must die, he gasped between desperate blocks. Huh. I simply cannot stand injustice and draw my blade to help the innocent, Li Kai replied, his voice ice cold. Zhou Papi's heart sank, but from the corner of his eye, he spotted the armor hanging inside the house behind him, his only hope for survival. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He feigned defeat, swinging his blade wildly to drive Li Kai back, then used the momentum to retreat toward the doorway at full speed. Li Kai's instincts were wolf-sharp, and he immediately saw through the ruse. Think you can reach that armor? Dream on. His blade danced in deadly patterns as he shot forward in pursuit. The doorway loomed just ahead, the armor's silhouette visible to Zhou Bapi's eyes, igniting a spark of hope in his chest. But the moment his foot crossed the threshold, Li Kai was already upon him. Li Kai leaped high into the air, his blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Gathering all his strength, he brought the weapon down toward Zhou Bapi's neck in a devastating overhead strike. The blade's wind howled as if tearing the very air apart. Zhou Bapi spun around in terror, trying to raise his weapon in defense, but it was too late. His eyes widened in pure despair. Thud, the razor-sharp edge found its mark with precision, and blood sprayed in all directions. Inside the room, candlelight flickered, illuminating the terror-stricken face of Zhou Bapi's woman. The dim yellow flames danced through her disheveled hair as her garments hung open, exposing pale skin to the cold air, while her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. After a few moments, she finally came to her senses, dropping to her knees and elbows, crawling desperately toward Li Kai's feet. She wrapped her arms tightly around his legs, her voice hoarse with tears. "Please spare my life, sir. I'm just a defenseless woman. All those terrible things Zhou Bapi did have nothing to do with me." Tears mixed with smeared rouge streaked down her face in dirty trails, her makeup completely ruined, leaving only a pitiful mess. Still crying, she pressed her body closer to Li Kai's feet, knocking her head against the floor as she continued in a trembling voice. "Sir, I'm different from Zhou Bapi. I'm a good person, a law-abiding citizen. Please don't kill an innocent person by mistake." As soon as she finished speaking, the young man who had been kicked by Zhou Bapi earlier struggled to his feet from the corner, clutching his chest and shouting angrily through gritted teeth. "You're lying. You and Zhou Bapi conspired to murder your own husband. The whole county knows about it. You whore." Li Kai's gaze fell upon this beautiful, yet wretched woman. Though he had initially considered sparing her life, his expression now turned cold as ice. He turned to the young man and asked, "Is what you're saying true?" The young man replied with absolute certainty. "Absolutely true. Her original husband was Kong Dalong, recognized throughout the county as an honest man. She despised poverty and loved wealth, so she had an affair with Zhou Bapi. When Kong Dalong caught them, they decided to go all the way and conspired to kill him. The county office didn't dare investigate because Kong Dalong had no connections, while Zhou Bapi was military personnel. That's how they've gotten away with it until now." Hearing this, the woman's heart shattered, knowing her fate was sealed. Desperation surged through her, and a vicious glint flashed in her eyes as a final gamble formed in her mind. Suppressing her fear, she looked up with a seductive expression, biting her lip lightly as she yanked at her collar, exposing more pale skin. Her slender waist swayed gently as she spoke in a trembling yet deliberately coquettish voice. "Sir, I was forced to kill Dalong. Please spare me. If you'll let me live, I'll do anything. Look at me can serve you much better than any country woman." With that, she extended her delicate hand, her fingertips still warm, slowly touching Li Kai's arm and caressing his muscles, attempting to arouse his desire. Li Kai's eyebrows barely moved as he coldly uttered two words, "Disgusting." A cold flash of steel, and his blade fell cleanly. The woman's eyes widened instantly as her head separated from her neck, rolling across the wooden floor with a look of terror frozen on her face, blood immediately splattering across the ground in the candlelight. Both Zhou Bapi and his wicked woman were dead. In the remaining firelight, the two young men looked at each other, the grief and anger in their eyes finally finding relief. They rushed to Li Kai almost simultaneously and dropped heavily to their knees. "I am Zhao Tianbao. I am Zhao Tianhu. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. And thank you for killing Zhou Bapi and avenging us." With these words, they kowtowed repeatedly like pounding pestles, striking their heads against the ground 3 times with such force that their foreheads were bloodied. In the eyes of the two young men, there was nothing but gratitude and admiration for Li Kai. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao knelt on the ground, their faces bloodied but their expressions resolute. Li Kai looked down at them and asked in a calm voice, "The old man selling vegetables that day, was he your father?" Zhao Tianhu gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes. That day Zhou Bapi slashed my father's shoulder and neck with a blade. He bled profusely and collapsed on the spot. We sold everything we could from our home, but still couldn't save father. So we brothers swore to avenge him, but we were no match for Zhou Bapi at all. If our benefactor hadn't intervened today, not only would we have failed to get revenge, we wouldn't even have the face to meet our father in the afterlife." Li Kai nodded slightly. "No need to thank me. When I encounter such villains, I kill them without hesitation. What are your plans now?" The brothers exchanged glances and clasped their fists together. "We want to follow our benefactor." Li Kai noticed that both had broad bone structures, appearing gaunt and sallow only due to long-term malnutrition. With proper care and training in combat techniques, they could become formidable fighters. Moreover, in these chaotic times with corrupt officials running rampant, without his own loyal followers, he would eventually be overwhelmed. "Our father was our only relative, and now that he's dead, we have nowhere to go," Zhao Tianbao added. If we could learn from our benefactor, we could uphold justice in the future. Li Kai had already made up his mind and declared loudly, "Very well. From today forward, I am your elder brother." The two kowtowed again. "Yes, elder brother. Go to the back courtyard, get some shovels, and dig 2 pits to bury these corpses." The brothers immediately stood up, grabbed the shovels, and ran into the courtyard to start digging. Inside the house, Li Kai approached the black iron armor and ran his hands over it. The armor plates were cold and hard, and the more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Wearing this, I'll be nearly invulnerable to blades and spears, taking my combat power to the next level. He lifted the breastplate and fitted it securely over his chest. His muscles bulged beneath the cold iron, each scale fitting his body perfectly. Next, he fastened the belt, making his broad shoulders and powerful build even more prominent. He secured the arm guards, which gleamed menacingly in the candlelight, and finally donned the heavy helmet. With the full suit of armor on, Li Kai stood in the center of the room, his tall frame appearing even more imposing wrapped in black iron. At 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighing 180 pounds, he had a similar build to Zhou Bapi, but with an added aura of deadly menace. Gripping the great blade, he looked like a god of war from the battlefield. In the courtyard, Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao were sweating as they shoveled dirt. When they looked up and saw the armored figure in the doorway, their eyes lit up with amazement. Our elder brother is truly formidable. After removing his armor, Li Kai placed it in a chest. He then ransacked the room, turning over every corner. Soon, 20 silver ingots weighing 10 taels each were neatly stacked on the ground. Along with 3 to 4 dozen taels of loose silver, he had gathered a staggering fortune of 240 taels. For an ordinary soldier to possess such wealth clearly showed how ruthlessly Zhou Bapi had accumulated his riches. Thinking of the officers in the army, Li Kai sneered inwardly. They were probably all filthy rich. After collecting the silver, he and the Zhao brothers, Tianhu and Tianbao, buried Zhou Bapi and the woman's bodies in a pit, patting down the soil. Li Kai then packed the silver and armor into wooden chests, signaling the brothers to carry them. The three had barely left when they set fire to the dry kindling piled inside the house. Flames and black smoke engulfed Zhou Bapi's home. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the blacksmith shop. Inside, the forge blazed with molten iron, and the rhythmic pounding of hammers filled the air. The old master craftsman's face lit up with wrinkles when he saw Li Kai. "Young man, your 88-kilogram iron staff is ready. I was worried you wouldn't come." He pointed toward the rack. Li Kai stepped forward and grasped the iron staff with one hand. His wrist immediately sank under the tremendous weight of full 176 pounds, nearly equal to his own body weight. Thud! The staff hit the ground. He nodded with satisfaction and pulled 6 taels of loose silver from his pocket. "Master, here's the final payment." After settling the bill, he wrapped the iron staff tightly in black cloth, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and strode away. Next, they bought beef, large shrimp, eggs, and other fine provisions at the market, spending 30 to 40 taels of silver. The Zhao brothers watched in amazement. Their family could barely afford cornbread, yet Li Kai was wealthy enough to treat large shrimp as everyday fare. After finishing their shopping, the three walked back to Niu village. As soon as they entered the courtyard gate, they saw Suyu bent over by the water vat, scrubbing clothes. She looked up, and, seeing Li Kai safe and sound, visibly relaxed. However, she regarded Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao with some wariness. "Husband, you're back. Who are these two?" The Zhao brothers were instantly stunned. Though Suyu wore plain clothes, her beauty was undeniable. With black hair cascading over her shoulders, eyes like clear springs, a delicate nose, and slightly upturned lips, she seemed touched by spring breeze itself. The two men, accustomed only to disheveled farm women, had never encountered such an elegant woman. For a moment, they forgot where they were, staring in fascination. "What are you standing there for? Call her sister-in-law," Li Kai said flatly. The brothers snapped back to reality and bowed respectfully. "Sister-in-law?" Suyu looked toward Li Kai, her eyes filled with confusion. Li Kai casually said, "Two poor souls who've lost all their family, so I brought them back to raise. You don't mind, do you, wife?" Suyu looked up, her expression gentle and obedient. "You make all the decisions in this household, big and small. Of course I have no objections." "Good, though it'll be more work for you. From now on, cook for 4 people, give each of them a third of my portion." Suyu's heart trembled slightly. She knew well how much Li Kai could eat. That 1/3 was already enough for a grown man's daily needs. Still, she respectfully replied, "Yes, husband." In the kitchen, Suyu worked tirelessly. She cut beef into chunks and set them to simmer slowly, spices bubbling as oil splattered. Fresh shrimp were cleaned and tossed into the pot, their shells quickly turning bright red. Eggs rolled in boiling water before being scooped out at precise intervals. Soon, the aromatic beef had stewed to tender perfection in thick, rich broth. The shrimp glistened with an oily sheen, carrying the sweet saltiness of the sea. The peeled hard-boiled eggs revealed snow-white whites and golden yolks. She carried out dish after dish, filling the entire table. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao sat on wooden stools, their eyes wide as saucers. In the past, they had fought desperately over a single cornbread bun, yet now they faced beef, shrimp, and eggs while their hunger grew more frenzied from the tantalizing aromas. Both sat rigid, hands properly placed on their thighs, only daring to swallow repeatedly. Zhao Tianbao's Adam's apple bobbed as he reached out several times only to snatch his hand back as if shocked. Zhao Tianhu bit his lip hard, struggling to maintain control. Li Kai said flatly, "This meal isn't free. After eating, you'll train with me. Go ahead and eat." The moment he finished speaking, the two brothers transformed into ravenous wolves, devouring everything in sight. Rice, beef, shrimp, and egg chunks disappeared in moments, leaving their bowls completely clean. Li Kai watched in amazement, then shook his head with a soft sigh. These poor children had barely tasted meat their entire lives. How could they resist such temptation? After the meal, he led them to the courtyard. The yard was spacious, and Li Kai grabbed his 88-kilogram iron staff. The weapon was jet black throughout, with iron rings at each end that gleamed coldly. He spread his feet slightly, planted like stakes in the ground, took a deep breath, and with veins bulging in his arms, suddenly hoisted the iron staff overhead. The whooshing sound of wind exploded instantly. The iron staff danced in his grip. Horizontal sweeps seemed ready to cleave anything in half. Vertical strikes resembled mountains crashing down, creating deep, thunderous air bursts. Dust swirled up from the ground, caught in the powerful gusts. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao held their breath, their eyes practically glued to the staff's shadow, faces filled with awe and shock. The 88-kilogram iron staff moved like a bamboo rod in Li Kai's hands. After just dozens of moves, Li Kai's forehead was beaded with sweat, his breathing gradually becoming labored. Though his physique was now formidable, the weight was still nearly 176 pounds, and each swing drained the strength from his arms. His muscles bulged prominently, veins writhing like coiled dragons. Finally, he drove the iron staff into the ground with a resounding clang, sending dust flying in all directions. Li Kai bent over, gasping heavily, his chest heaving violently. His gaze fell upon the hefty iron staff as he thought to himself. Though his strength had greatly increased, to truly master this weapon, he still needed to further enhance both his power and endurance. "Big brother, that was so cool. We want to learn too," Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao said with envious expressions. Li Kai's lips curved into a mischievous smile. "You want to run before you can even walk? As men, how can you get by without a strong physique? Come on, pick up these stone locks, and I'll start by teaching you the basics." The moment they grasped the stone locks, the rough texture immediately made their palms ache. Li Kai gave them no time to rest, immediately leading them through squats, bench presses, deadlifts, and other fundamental exercises in the courtyard. The brothers' legs trembled uncontrollably during squats, their arms felt like lead during bench presses, and sweat instantly soaked through their coarse cloth garments. In this era, the poor could barely fill their stomachs, let alone understand systematic fitness training. But Li Kai understood that the body was the foundation. Without a solid base, even the most advanced martial arts would be meaningless. After the grueling basic training ended, he stood before them, his voice deep and powerful. "Pay attention, I'll only demonstrate this once." He raised his arms and assumed his stance, announcing solemnly, "This martial art is called the Black Dragon 18 techniques. Once mastered, 3 to 5 strong men won't be able to get near you." The Black Dragon 18 techniques, formerly known as the Heilongjiang Armed Police Grappling 18 techniques, combine the essence of various martial arts schools with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Due to its excessive lethality, modern military forces had discontinued its training. But in these chaotic times, it was the most cost-effective killing technique, simple to learn, every move lethal, unbeatable in unknown combat, and viable even against multiple opponents. Li Kai planted his feet firmly on the blue brick ground, his entire aura instantly sharpening like a blade. "Watch carefully." He stepped forward with his left foot, toes lightly touching the ground. Then his right fist shot out like thunder dragon tail sweep. The punch created a whooshing sound through the air. Immediately turning, he withdrew his right foot, lowered his body, and thrust his bent left elbow upward with fierce force. Black Dragon elbow strike, the elbow tip carrying cold, sharp power. Without pause, he stepped into a bow stance with his left leg, gathering power in his waist, his right fist tracing an arc soul-hooking death strike. Following this, his body spun rapidly, both legs sweeping horizontally across the ground, the whirlwind kick carrying terrifying centrifugal force. The entire sequence flowed like water, transitioning from defense to offense without hesitation, each explosive movement making the air tremble. His muscles contracted with each exertion, veins bulging, Li Kai's shouts deep and powerful, echoing throughout the courtyard. While demonstrating, he occasionally glanced sideways to observe the brothers' expressions. After completing the demonstration, he stood with fists at his sides, breathing steadily with only a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. His solid foundation and formidable physical conditioning were evident. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao watched intently, filled with admiration. Did you remember that? Li Kai asked, looking up. The two brothers exchanged glances and nodded firmly. Since you remember it, then practice. Li Kai had no use for weaklings. Anyone who wanted to follow him had to endure hardship. As an elite special forces soldier and instructor, his subordinates could only be fierce warriors. For the next 5 days, he simply had the brothers stay completely indoors eating intensively and training intensively. High-intensity training combined with high-protein diet meant that even without the assistance of internal energy, Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao's shoulders and backs visibly thickened. Li Kai didn't let them practice blindly. Every day's training had to be combined with actual combat. Their sparring partners were usually each other, though sometimes when Li Kai felt inclined, he would personally step in to give them a thorough beating. With the assistance of that mysterious energy and his professional fitness knowledge, Li Kai's body underwent another dramatic transformation over the course of 5 days. His initial weight of 180 pounds shot up to a solid 200 pounds in just those 5 days, every ounce pure, rock-hard muscle without a trace of fat. From a distance, he looked like a moving mountain, with towering shoulders and massive arms, his muscle fibers so defined they seemed ready to burst. While the 20-pound gain might seem less impressive than his previous 50-pound increase, the higher the baseline weight, the more each additional pound meant breaking through limits. Beyond 200 pounds, any further gains required compressing muscle density rather than volume, transforming his entire body into a living weapon. At this moment, Li Kai wielded the 88-kilogram iron rod with one hand as effortlessly as swinging a wooden stick, his arm muscles tensing and relaxing like steel cables. His power and speed clearly doubled from 5 days ago. The intense training brought not only strength, but also skyrocketing expenses. Previously training alone, he now had to support the Zhao brothers as well, multiplying food costs several times over. 50 taels of silver consumed in 5 days, an average of 10 taels daily, with beef, shrimp, and eggs filling their table, money flowing like water. Li Kai silently resolved that if he recruited more people in the future, he couldn't maintain such lavish standards. Filling their stomachs would suffice no more extravagant spending. That afternoon, the 3 men trained in the courtyard as usual. The iron rod whistled through the air, sweat dripping from their arms onto the dusty ground. Suddenly, urgent hoofbeats thundered from the village entrance, making the ground tremble. Panicked shouts shattered the peace. Bandits are coming. Bandits are coming. Get home. Lock your doors and windows. Don't come out. Over 20 riders stormed into Nyo village, their horses' hooves splashing mud. Each rode a fine steed, wielding gleaming sabers and spears. At the front, a burly, rough-looking man sat atop a magnificent black stallion, a massive ghost head blade across his shoulder. Grinning wickedly, he bellowed, "Don't be afraid, folks. I'm Wang Manzi, 3rd leader of Qingfeng Stronghold. We only want money, not lives. Everyone gather in the square within 10 minutes. Those who stand before me after 10 minutes, I, Wang Manzi, guarantee your safety. But if I have to go door to door inviting you, none will survive." With that, a dozen bandits spread out around the square, their weapons clanging against armor with harsh metallic sounds. Though the incense stick had burned halfway down, no one emerged. Every household kept doors and windows tightly shut, the entire village silent as if the air had been sucked out. Wang Manzi glanced at the incense ash, his expression turning cold, his voice suddenly rising. "Time's almost up. Since no one's coming out, don't blame me for personally inviting you." Before finishing his words, he raised his blade and spurred his horse toward the nearest house. "Stop right there." A thunderous roar erupted from a courtyard entrance. Everyone turned to see Su Damao, a man in his 40s, striding out with bloodshot eyes and a wooden staff in hand. Behind him, the villagers of Nyo village followed one by one, men, women, elderly, and children, over 100 people filling the narrow dirt road completely. Though Nyo village was small with only a few dozen households, not a single person retreated. As village chief, Su Damao stood proudly at the front, glaring fiercely at the bandits. "Wang Manzi, I'm warning you. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for not being polite." Behind Su Damao, the villagers of Nyo village had all taken up manure forks and hoes, each wearing an expression of readiness to die for their cause. Over the years, they had watched helplessly as the bandits from Qingfeng Stronghold descended from the mountains every few days to plunder, emptying their granaries, stealing their copper coins, dragging their daughters up the mountain to be violated, and even killing their loved ones in the streets. The hatred had long been building in their hearts, and today it finally erupted. Wang Manzi sat mounted at the front, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Well, Nyo village is the first in these parts to dare challenge our Qingfeng Stronghold. Impressive. But do you really think this ragtag bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled can stand against us? Old, weak, sick, and disabled? Su Damao roared angrily, suddenly raising his hand to point behind him. Nyo village has formed a militia brigade. Come forward. Before his words had finished echoing, over a dozen men stepped out from the crowd. These were the village's few remaining young and able-bodied rest had either been conscripted into the army or were away on corvée labor. Almost all who could stay were here. This so-called militia was essentially a civilian defense force. In the past, the Great Tian Dynasty had strictly forbidden private military organizations, fearing uprisings among the common people. But now, with bandits running rampant and the authorities unable to reach everywhere, they tacitly allowed villages to organize their own defense forces, leaving them to handle organization, pay, and weapons entirely on their own. Wang Manzi's smile instantly turned cold. Su Damao, what audacity! Our Qingfeng stronghold has made it clear any village that dares raise a militia will be slaughtered. Do the people of Niu village have a death wish? A heart-wrenching cry of anguish interrupted him. A middle-aged woman rushed to the front of the formation, pointing at Wang Manzi and cursing furiously. We can't survive without forming a militia either. You've stolen all our grain, all our money, and you dragged my poor daughter up the mountain to violate her. Rather than be bullied to death by you, we'd rather fight back and die with dignity. Exactly. Let's fight these bastards. More villagers roared, raising their hoes and manure forks, their eyes red with rage. Wang Manzi burst into laughter, his voice filled with malice. Ha ha, a bunch of lowly peasants. In that case, Niu village will be the first village in these parts to be slaughtered. Attack! Militia! Attack! Su Damao let out an equally fierce roar. The bandits spurred their horses, and the steeds shot forward like arrows from a bow, their hooves churning up clouds of dust as they reached the militia formation in the blink of an eye. The lead bandit raised his long blade high, and with a flash of cold steel, brought it down toward one of the militiamen. The militiaman's face went deathly pale as he frantically raised his manure fork to block, but how could a fragile wooden handle withstand a blade? With a sharp crack, the fork snapped in two, and the sword tip carved a deep gash in his forearm, sending blood spraying as he screamed and collapsed. Almost simultaneously, another bandit swept his blade horizontally, the edge slicing across another militiaman's waist and abdomen. Blood splattered as the man groaned and staggered backward, his clothes instantly soaked crimson. Blood pooled on the ground in sticky, gleaming patches. Cavalry against infantry was inherently an unfair slaughter, especially when these militiamen wielded only farming tools, completely unable to match the bandits' swords and spears. Most importantly, these bandits were ruthless killers with combat experience far beyond what these village militia could match. The moment they clashed, 7 or 8 villagers wielding hoes and pitchforks were cut down in pools of blood, their screams mixing with flashing blades at the village entrance. Haha, you think you can fight us with those broken farming tools? How laughably foolish. A bandit raised his blade and laughed maniacally, his voice dripping with mockery. Wang Manzi sat atop his massive black horse, eyes cold as ice, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Damao, do you see clearly now? This is what happens when you defy Qingfeng stronghold. In our eyes, you're nothing but lambs for slaughter. The villagers of Niu village were paralyzed with terror. Some watched helplessly as their sons fell, throwing themselves on the corpses in anguish. Others clutched their heads, trembling violently, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Digua, whom Su Damao had strongly recommended as militia captain, now gripped his hoe with trembling hands. While he could bully honest folk with his fists in daily life, he had never actually killed anyone in mortal combat. Digua, attack! You're the militia captain, now set an example for everyone. Su Damao roared, though his voice carried desperation. Digua glanced back at his elderly parents, then swept his gaze over the fellow villagers who had placed their hopes in him. His face alternated between pale and flushed before he finally gritted his teeth and charged forward. I'll fight you to the death. He raised his hoe high and swung it fiercely at the nearest mounted bandit. The bandit snorted coldly, and his blade flashed. Crack! The hoe snapped in two. Immediately after, the flat of the blade struck Digua hard across the back. Thud! Digua face planted into the mud, his mouth full of dirt. Ha! This is your militia captain? Pathetic. The bandits erupted in laughter, their horses' hooves pounding the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Seeing his carefully organized militia crumble so easily, Su Damao's face turned to Shen, who realized he had gambled the entire village's lives on this hopeless resistance, and Qingfeng stronghold was truly known for massacring entire villages. The terrified villagers surrounded Su Damao. Village chief, what do we do now? You're the one who told us to join the militia. That's right. They really will kill us all. I told you broken farm tools couldn't match their weapons. Su Damao was drenched in sweat, his lips pale, unable to provide any answers. Wang Manzi shouldered his great blade, looking down from his superior position. Su Damao, I'm going to cut off your head and hang it at the village entrance, so everyone can see what happens when they oppose Qingfeng stronghold. Go, bring me his head. As his words fell, a bandit dismounted and approached with his blade raised, while no one dared to intervene. Su Damao shook like a leaf, watching the gleaming blade rise. I'd like to see who dares. A thunderous roar shook the air, Everyone turned in unison to see a burly, imposing figure emerging from deep within the village, clad in heavy armor and wielding a black iron staff with both hands, his footsteps ringing with authority. Two men followed closely behind him, their gazes ice-cold. The iron armor reflected cold light in the sunlight, and each step made the ground tremble slightly. Wang Manzi caught sight of the military armor, and his pupils contracted sharply. His body shuddered as he hastily dismounted, crying out in alarm. "Oh, military, sir." Wang Manzi was startled. As a bandit, what he feared most were regular troops clad in full armor. If it were just some foot soldiers with wooden sticks and cloth garments, he wouldn't give them a second thought. But the appearance of armor meant someone who had truly seen battle, and more importantly, someone with backing not to be trifled with. What shocked him even more was that this was the dirt-poor Nyo village. The county hadn't given him any warning. Had he known there was an armored soldier stationed in the village, he would never have brought his men here today. While he stood there stunned, all eyes at the village entrance had turned to the young man. The villagers were the first to feel hope stirring, nearly applauding as they thought the authorities had finally sent troops to suppress the bandits. But upon closer inspection, everyone gasped in amazement. Wasn't that Li Kai, the Li family's boy? Isn't that little Kai? Su Damao rubbed his eyes. He remembered Li Kai being skin and bones just a few days ago, but now he was muscular and robust, filling out his iron armor with an imposing frame. The villagers' chatter continued without pause. When did he join the army? Never heard anything about it. Where did he get that armor? He didn't steal it, did he? How did he suddenly get so strong? Wasn't his family too poor to put food on the table? Listening to the noisy speculation, Wang Manzi's eyes darted about. This young man probably wasn't a government soldier. With this thought, he raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, boy, who are you? Why are you wearing that armor to intimidate people?" He intended to test the youth if he really was a government soldier. He'd retreat immediately. But the young man's voice was cold as ice. "I am Li Kai of Nyo village. My parents both died at the hands of your Qingfeng stronghold. As for this armora, I took it from some evildoer." Wang Manzi was momentarily stunned, then threw back his head in wild laughter. "Huh? Took it? That's just a nice way of saying you stole it. If you'd said you joined the army, I might have been somewhat wary. Since you admit you're a thief, I'll tie you up and hand you over to the authorities for a nice reward." His gaze swept back and forth over Li Kai's iron armor, greed practically spilling from his eyes. This fine armor was worth at least 50 taels, and money couldn't even buy it. Government strictly prohibited private circulation. If he could get his hands on it, not only could he sell it for money, but wearing it would make him look incredibly imposing. Upon hearing the word stole, the villagers' hearts sank. So he's just a petty thief? And I thought he'd made something of himself. Why did the boy have to tell the truth? We're done for now. The whole village will suffer. The cold wind swept by as Li Kai gripped his saber tightly, his gaze frosty. "With you bunch of ants, you dare try to take me? Today, I will repay my parents' blood debt with blood." Wang Manzi looked down from his horse with a cold sneer. "Huh, so you're that little fish that got away. Never thought you'd dare jump out yourself. I'll send you to reunite with those short-lived parents of yours." He cracked his whip fiercely and roared, "Cavalry against infantry, 25 against 1. With just that stolen armor of yours, you think you can defy heaven? Who's going to kill him? I'll reward 10 taels of silver." Wang Manzi spoke from his lofty position. To kill Li Kai, he didn't need to act personally, nor did he need multiple attackers. Just one man on horseback could cut Li Kai down. It would also give the ignorant villagers of Nyo village a good look at the fighting prowess of Qingfeng stronghold. "Third leader, let me handle this." From the crowd, a one-eyed man slowly rode forward on a snow-white steed. 10 taels of silver was no small sum even for bandits. And at this moment, Li Kai was no longer a person in the one-eyed man's eyes, but a bag of silver. The one-eyed bandit wore a contemptuous sneer as he spurred his horse closer, looking at Li Kai like a lamb for slaughter. When only a few steps away, he suddenly roared and raised his long blade high, bringing it down toward Li Kai's head with a whistling wind. Put all his strength into this strike, intending to succeed with one blow. Li Kai showed not the slightest fear. His feet planted firmly like stakes in the ground, both hands gripping the iron staff that weighed 88 kilograms, his gaze sharp and focused. As the blade descended, veins bulged on his arms as he swung the iron staff upward with tremendous force. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted, sending shockwaves rolling outward. The one-eyed bandit felt an overwhelming force like a mountain avalanche travel up through his blade. His arms felt as if struck by iron hammers, pain flooding through them as his sword flew from his grip. The iron staff continued its momentum, striking him squarely in the chest. His ribs shattered instantly. His organs turned to pulp. Blood sprayed as the one-eyed bandit was hurled 7 or 8 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground with his chest caved in, dead on impact. Sudden silence fell over the scene, so quiet that even a falling pin could be heard. Bandits and villagers alike stared in shock. An infantryman with a staff had brought down a cavalryman, killing him with one strike. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Wang Manzi's face turned ashen, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent today. Fourth and fifth brothers attacked together. Kill this boy first. As his words fell, 7 or 8 bandits charged forward like a tide on horseback. Amid the thunderous hoofbeats, Li Kai's aura surged like an enraged beast. He gripped his 88-kilogram iron staff tightly, waiting for the charge. Fourth brother reached him first, his tall horse crushing the dust beneath as his spear struck, like a viper, toward Li Kai's throat. Li Kai didn't retreat but advanced, stomping the ground and shooting forward, his iron staff sweeping sideways to strike the spear shaft precisely. Clang! The deafening sound echoed as fourth brother's grip split open and his spear flew from his hands. Li Kai seized the moment to leap closer, raising his iron staff high before bringing it down with crushing force. Thud! Fourth brother's skull shattered, and he toppled from his horse without even a groan. Fifth brother's heart turned cold, but he couldn't stop his momentum and slashed viciously from the side with his blade. Li Kai spun like lightning, blocking horizontally with his iron staff as the blade scraped sparks. Taking advantage of fifth brother's moment between spent force and renewed strength, he suddenly kicked the horse's belly. The warhorse reared in pain, and fifth brother instantly lost his balance. The iron staff whistled through the air again. Boom. Fifth brother was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless on impact. The remaining 5 or 6 bandits, though terrified by what they witnessed, had no choice but to continue their assault on Li Kai under Wang Manzi's intimidation. They spurred their horses forward, kicking up clouds of dust as they quickly surrounded Li Kai. Blades descended from all directions. However, Li Kai's offense and defense had long since merged into one. His heavy armor fit like a second skin even when he couldn't dodge several strikes. The blades merely sparked against the metal surface without leaving so much as a scratch. More deadly still was his 88-kilogram iron staff. Each swing of the weapon cut through the air with a whistling sound. A horizontal sweep. One bandit was sent flying several yards along with his blade, his bones shattering upon impact as his screams abruptly ceased. A vertical strike. The iron staff crashed down like a mountain, smashing another bandit who had tried to close in straight off his horse, denting his armor and spraying blood everywhere. The remaining bandits' attacks seemed like child's play before Li Kai, effortlessly neutralized by his skill. Wherever his iron staff reached, men groaned and fell while horses whinnied in terror. Within mere moments, all 7 or 8 bandits lay dead beneath his weapon, their twisted corpses and shattered weapons scattered across the ground. Li Kai remained completely unharmed. He had deliberately held back his strength. The horses were merely startled, not a single one injured. When the final thud fell silent, Li Kai stood in the center of the broken circle, iron staff in hand, his armor splattered with enemy blood, radiating killing intent like a demon god emerging from hell. The scene fell instantly silent, every gaze locked onto that towering figure. The first time, people could still claim he was lucky to have killed one bandit. But now, having single-handedly slaughtered 7 or 8 mounted warriors without sustaining a scratch, such combat prowess would be difficult for even regular armored soldiers to match. The silence was shattered by thunderous cheers from the villagers of Neo Village. Excellent. Well fought. Neo Village is saved. We should have made the Li family boy our militia captain long ago. Li Kai is a true warrior. Excitement and satisfaction were written across every face. Su Damao stood frozen in place, as if seeing Li Kai for the first time, his eyes filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Digua and the other militiamen looked at Li Kai with only one expression: fanatical devotion. When Li Kai had killed Kong Jun before, they were merely amazed. Now, they were willing to prostrate themselves before him completely. Wang Manzi looked back at his remaining dozen or so riders, feeling a chill run through him. The ferocity he had just witnessed exceeded his psychological expectations, even stirring thoughts of retreat. But at this moment, he absolutely could not show any sign of cowardice, otherwise his morale would collapse entirely, and he wouldn't even have the standing to negotiate. He threw back his head and laughed loudly, suppressing the fear in his chest and forcing out a hearty expression. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Brother, what magnificent skills you have. With such abilities, wouldn't staying in this tiny Neo village be a waste of your talents? You've stolen government armor and must surely be wanted by the authorities. How about this? Come with me to Qingfeng Stronghold. With your skills and abilities, I'll recommend you as the 4th leader of Qingfeng Stronghold. Then you'll have all the women you want, all the wine and meat you desire. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Wang Manzi put on a bold expression, pretending to recruit Li Kai with false sincerity. He knew perfectly well that once Li Kai agreed and went up the mountain, whether to keep him alive or kill him would be entirely his decision. But if they fought now, he truly wasn't confident of victory. The surrounding villagers immediately panicked. If Li Kai really became a bandit, they would be the ones to suffer. Shao Kai, you can't go up the mountain to become a bandit. That's right, Shao Kai, don't forget how your parents died. Facing everyone's pleas, Li Kai merely swept them with a cold glance, his voice icy hard. I don't need you to teach me what to do. That single sentence, paired with his murderous eyes, immediately silenced the villagers. He pointed his iron staff at Wang Manzi, his voice chillingly cold. You killed my parents. If I were shameless enough to follow you up the mountain, I'd be worse than an animal. Today, every single one of you will die. Wang Manzi was thoroughly enraged and sneered. Huh, I kindly offered to recruit you, and you think I'm afraid of you? I didn't become the third leader of Qingfeng's stronghold through connections. Attack together. As soon as the order was given, over a dozen mounted bandits charged forward in a fan formation, their hooves thundering and dust billowing. Sabers and spears gleamed coldly in the sunlight like a pack of hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Li Kai didn't retreat but advanced, stomping the ground hard. Dust exploded as he shot into the bandit formation like a cannonball. Raising his iron staff high, it traced a black arc through the air and whooshed down toward the foremost bandit. The man couldn't even react, as both he and his horse were sent flying, trailing blood as they crashed into the mud, life or death uncertain, while his mount whinnied and collapsed dead. The iron staff danced up and down, sweeping horizontally like a moving wall that sent approaching bandits and their horses flying, striking vertically like a mountain crushing down, burying the bandits deep in the dirt and raising clouds of dust. The bandits' assault seemed like child's play before him as one after another was struck down into pools of blood. Wang Manzi was both shocked and furious. While Li Kai was locked in fierce combat, he quietly spurred his horse from the flank, raising his saber high to strike at vital points. Li Kai keenly sensed this and turned like a hawk, blocking horizontally with his iron staff. Clang! Sparks flew as the recoil made Wang Manzi's arm go numb. Li Kai followed up with a kick to the horse's belly, causing the steed to rear up in pain as Wang Manzi lost his balance. The iron staff whistled again, crashing down with overwhelming force. Bang! The saber shattered under the tremendous force, and Wang Manzi was knocked from his horse, hitting the ground hard. He struggled to his feet, facing Li Kai, who seemed like a war god descended from heaven. Terror filled his face, yet he still forced himself to shout, "Brothers, attack together! Kill him!" But by now the bandits had been thoroughly terrified by Li Kai's ferocity, each one frozen in place. Li Kai approached step by step, and with each footfall, the dust trembled slightly. Wang Manzi's legs shook uncontrollably until he finally couldn't hold up anymore and dropped to his knees with a thud, pleading, "Spare my life. I was wrong. Please let me go." Li Kai's gaze was cold as iron. "When you killed my parents, did you ever think of sparing their lives? Today is your death day." With those words, he raised the iron staff high. It gleamed coldly in the sunlight before crashing down toward Wang Manzi. No! The desperate cry was still hanging in the air when a dull thud sounded, followed by a splat. Wang Manzi's head instantly shattered, spraying red and white matter everywhere. His body collapsed like mud, never to move again. At that moment, the entire scene fell into deathly silence once more, everyone shocked speechless by Li Kai's terrifying combat prowess. Of the 25 bandits, only 8 remained alive. The stench of blood still hung heavy in the air, and corpses lay scattered across the ground. The 8 surviving bandits stared at their third leader lying in a pool of blood, their faces ashen with terror. Their weapons clattered to the ground as they dropped to their knees before Li Kai's boots. "Spare us, sir. Please spare our lives. We surrender. Don't kill us." Li Kai held his bloodied steel blade, his gaze cold as a deep pool. "Tie them up." Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao immediately sprang into action, pulling thick hemp rope from their saddles and trussing up the 8 men like dumplings. The ropes cut into their flesh, making the bandits gasp in pain, though they dared not utter a sound. "Search them for valuables." Li Kai shook the blood droplets from his blade and issued another command. Several villagers turned out the bandits' purses and the hidden pouches in their boots. Copper coins clattered into a pile, silver fragments gleamed coldly, and they even found several intact silver ingots. Soon, 300 taels of silver lay before Li Kai. "Looks like they just robbed another village. Otherwise they wouldn't be carrying so much silver," Li Kai assessed quietly, then swept the silver into his personal treasury with a grand gesture. Combined with his existing savings, his wealth now reached 500 taels. None of the villagers present objected Li Kai had killed the bandits, so the money rightfully belonged to him. However, what excited Li Kai even more than the silver were the 25 horses nearby. Though these horses couldn't match proper military war horses, they were generally well-fed and strong with glossy manes. The advantage of cavalry over infantry needed no explanation, especially since horses were impossible to buy at the moment like black market handguns in modern times. Everyone knew they were valuable, but there was no way to acquire them. Qingfeng's stronghold was already short on horses and had to take turns raiding villages. Losing 25 horses in this battle directly cost them a third of their mobile forces. Su Damao approached, his face filled with shock and gratitude. "Xiao Kai, when did you become so formidable?" Li Kai sheathed his blade and replied calmly. "You all thought I was just living off my family because I rarely left the house. Actually, I've been training my body and studying military strategy every day, preparing to serve my country loyally and eliminate these bandits. Coming from his mouth, these words carried complete conviction. The villagers had no way to verify his claims and were naturally impressed. Excellent. Our Nyo village has produced such talent. Su Damao excitedly rubbed his hands together. Xiao Kai, with you here, what bandits do we need to fear? How about you take the position of village militia captain? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding villagers voiced their agreement. Right? Li Kai is so capable and understands military strategy is perfect for militia captain. He killed Qingfeng Stronghold's third leader. Wei can't trust anyone else with this. The crowd's emotions ran high because they had been plagued by bandits for so long. Their families had been robbed of grain or money, and some had even lost loved ones to the bandits. They desperately longed for someone to step forward and protect them from the bandits' harassment. The threshing ground in Nyo village was packed with people, their worn cotton clothes fluttering in the wind, the air thick with anxiety and anticipation. Li Kai stood in the center of the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips as his gaze swept over everyone. Why should I become this militia captain? He deliberately raised his voice, his tone casual, yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Those beasts from Qingfeng Stronghold have already made it clear whichever village has militia will be slaughtered. Nyo village still has a chance to back out now. If you disband the force, you might still escape disaster. But once I, Li Kai, take this position and catch the bandits' attention, I'll be the first one in trouble. As his words settled, the scene froze momentarily. Everyone could tell he wasn't truly afraid of death, but rather wanted everyone to understand. Li Kai owed them nothing. They were the ones begging him. After a moment of silence, whispers rose like a tide. The crowd parted, and an elderly man with graying hair hobbled forward with his walking stick, clasping his hands in respect. His voice was hoarse but resolute. Young Kai, please have mercy on us. Our Nyo village has guarded this land for generations, and now we can barely survive under the bandits' torment. If you don't become militia captain, what will happen to all the old and young in our village when those villains come again? By the end, the old man's eyes were red-rimmed, his fingers trembling with emotion. The surrounding people sadly lowered their heads. Suddenly, there was a heavy Thuda young woman holding a baby in swaddling clothes dropped to her knees before Li Kai, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling with fear. Brother Li Kai, my husband was taken by the bandits, his fate unknown. My child and I can barely survive. You have great martial skills and wisdom. Only you can protect us, mother and child. Please agree. The baby in her arms, affected by his mother's emotions, began wailing loudly. The tender cries echoed across the open ground, making even the toughest men's hearts tighten. Seeing this, Su Damao immediately stepped forward, pressing his hands down to signal for quiet. Young Kai, look how the villagers are entrusting their lives to you. We know this is dangerous, but if you're willing to take on the role of militia captain, everyone in Nyo village won't let you face the storm alone. Those with money will contribute money. Those with strength will contribute strength. This was exactly the promise Li Kai had been waiting for. Standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze swept over everyone as he spoke calmly. I can become militia captain, but there are several rules you must understand clearly. First, all militia members' food, clothing, and lodging will be fully provided by the village. I won't worry about military pay, but every militia member must eat well and dress warmly. As long as it's basic sustenance, that's no problem. Su Damao immediately expressed his position. The bandits steal more grain in one raid than our entire village eats in a year. Supporting a few dozen people is manageable. Li Kai continued. Second, since I'm the militia captain, no one may interfere with training matters. No one is allowed to meddle. Everyone nodded in unison, with no objections. Third, clear out the households next to my home, connect the houses, and use them as a training ground. Su Damao's brow furrowed. Those households had permanent residents, but after weighing his options, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine. I'll handle the arrangements and make sure to clear them out for you. Li Kai nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the 10 militia members. They stood straight, but couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. Originally, there had been 18 militia members, but after the bandit attack, 8 had died, their blood still staining the captured bandit blades. Li Kai raised his hand and pointed to 8 living bandits who were bound and kneeling nearby. If you want to follow me, Li Kai, you need courage. See these 8 living bandits? Whoever kills them will have the right to follow me. Listen carefully, there are only 8 bandits left alive, which means I only need 8 of you. Now, let your performance begin. As his words fell, Li Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze falling directly upon Digua and the other 10 village militia. These so-called militia were mostly 15 or 16-year-old boys who had never even killed a chicken, yet now they were expected to wield blades and take lives. The air was thick with the stench of blood and terror, though a few of the boys who had been forced by Li Kai to stab someone before showed more resolve than the others. Digua, originally the militia captain, felt a fire burning in his chest. He should have been the one protecting Nyo village, But cowardice had made him a laughingstock, while Li Kai claimed all the glory. He refused to accept this. He suddenly stepped forward, gripping his blade with both hands, clenching his jaw tight. Closing his eyes, he roared, "Kill!" Thud! The heavy blade came down, and the nearest bandit's head flew off as blood sprayed several feet. The shocking brutality of the scene instantly shattered everyone's psychological defenses, causing onlooking villagers and several militia members to vomit on the spot. Erzwang followed immediately after. His home had been ransacked by bandits, and his parents' desperate eyes churned in his mind. He took a deep breath, his knuckles white from gripping so hard, and thrust his spear forward, the point piercing precisely through the bandit's chest. The bandit groaned and collapsed into a pool of blood. Warm droplets splattered across Erzwang's cheek as he gasped heavily, the terror of his first kill intertwining with the satisfaction of revenge. Afu had always been timid. Now, witnessing his companions strike one after another, he thought of the bandits burning, killing, and pillaging. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he mustered his courage and charged forward, his trembling blade chopping into a bandit's arm, drawing a scream. Afu quickly followed with another strike, and the bandit fell motionless. Only then did he collapse to his knees, retching violently. With these few taking the lead, the remaining militia were ignited, roaring as they rushed toward the bandits. Steel blades, spears, and cleavers fell in succession, and the 8 bandits were completely wiped out in an instant. The earth stained crimson with blood. 2 militia remained, Shunzi and Xuanzi. Shunzi's lips trembled as he tried to speak, but fear blocked his throat. Xuanzi had long since dropped his weapon, his legs weak as he looked pleadingly toward Li Kai. Li Kai's expression remained unchanged, his voice cold as iron. "Time's up. Those who didn't act have no right to follow me." With that, he didn't even spare the 2 a glance, raising his hand to point across the street. "All militia, break through the courtyards of those houses across from my home and connect them. From today on, you'll sleep there, eat there, and train there. No one leaves the village without my permission." As his words fell, Li Kai ordered his village militia to lead all the captured horses into the courtyard across from his house. Everything that happened in Nyo village today needed no explanation. The villagers already understood without words. Li Kai had stolen armor and killed bandits. Anyone who leaked a single word would be signing their own death warrant. Returning home, he removed his heavy armor and casually propped the bloodstained iron staff behind the door. Loosening his clothes, he used a hot towel to carefully wipe away the blood and dirt from his body. He now had men and horses, but to establish a foothold in these chaotic times, it was still far from enough. Forget about government troops. If Qingfeng's stronghold came out in full force, his small group would be torn to pieces. Unfortunately, there was too little armor. If he could outfit all 10 of his men with armor, they could stand firm even against organized military units. At this thought, his eyes suddenly brightened, focusing on the iron staff in the corner. After greeting Su Yu, Li Kai shouldered his staff alone and took the donkey cart straight to Qingshan County Town. In the town's only blacksmith shop, bellows wheezed and forge fires roared. The old master swung his hammer with rhythmic clang, clang strikes on red-hot steel. Seeing Li Kai enter, he grinned. "Young man, you're back again. What do you want forged this time?" Li Kai glanced around, confirming no one else was present, then lowered his voice. "Armor." Clang. The hammer slipped, chipping the blade's edge. The old master quickly set down his hammer and frowned. "Do you have a death wish? How dare you joke about such things?" "I'm not joking." Li Kai's gaze was steady. "The world is unjust, the government does nothing, and bandits run rampant. Since they won't change things, I will." The old master heard the ruthless determination in his voice, but still shook his head. "Can't do it. You may not value your life, but I still want to live." Bang! Li Kai laid his iron staff across the workbench and pulled away the black cloth, revealing the dark blood crusted on the shaft. The 3rd leader of Qingfeng's stronghold died under this staff, and so did Zhou Bapi, who went missing recently. The old master's face went pale. Zhou Bapi's disappearance had caused an uproar throughout the city, with military and civilian authorities conducting joint searches. "You killed Zhou Bapi?" Li Kai nodded. "That's right. Who would believe mere words?" Slap. An iron military badge was slammed onto the table. Zhou Bapi's army identification. The old master gasped in shock and quickly shoved the badge into a pile of scrap near the forge. "My ancestor, what exactly are you trying to do? How dare you show me this thing?" Li Kai's voice was cold as iron. "Zhou Bapi died under my staff, and this staff was forged by you. If the authorities found out, could you survive? I'm giving you 2 choices. First, secretly forge several sets of armor for me, and I'll keep my mouth shut. Second, we go down together. I'll leak the information to the authorities, and when that happens, not only you, but your entire family will be doomed." Although Li Kai knew this was morally wrong, he had no choices. Killed blacksmiths were simply too rare to find. He gripped an iron rod stained with dark red rust, coldly using Zhou Bapi's corpse to make his point. "Master craftsman, did Zhou Bapi die under my iron rod?" "Of course not. I just want you to understand, if I report your tax evasion scheme with Zhou Bapi to the authorities, your entire family will suffer the consequences. Cold sweat poured down the blacksmith's forehead, yet his rough palms clenched so tightly that veins bulged. Seeing the moment was right, Li Kai patted the wooden table. Work for me, and I'll pay you 100 taels for each suit of armor. 100 taels. The blacksmith's Adam's apple bobbed as his eyes lit up like two oil lamps suddenly ignited. That was 10 years' worth of hard-earned money for an ordinary person, while a suit of armor only cost 30 to 40 taels to make nearly double the profit. More critically, he had no way out. The blacksmith gritted his teeth hard. Fine, I'll do it. But armor isn't easy to forge. Let me be clear first, how many suits do you need? 10 suits. Li Kai pressed his hand on the table. Skip all the fancy decorations, focus on protection, and make them as quickly as possible. As he finished speaking, he pushed all the banknotes and silver ingots he'd brought onto the table. Here's 500 taels. After the armor is completed, I'll pay the remaining 500. The 500 taels of gleaming silver dazzled the blacksmith in the candlelight, and he could almost hear his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Finally, he cupped the money in both hands like holding red-hot iron ingots, whispering, "All right, wait for my word." Having secured the blacksmith, Li Kai was left with only a few scattered taels of silver. He tucked the money into his coat, led his little donkey to the market, and bought 10 pounds of coarse salt in one go. Hunting alone could only provide subsistence, sight couldn't sustain a real force. To develop, he needed to multiply his capital. Refined salt was his first step. The Great Tian Dynasty's salt-making techniques were primitive, with only coarse salt mixed with sand and grit circulating in the market. Slightly finer salt only reached wealthy households' banquet tables, yet even that was worlds apart from modern refined salt. Before his rebirth, he loved watching various rebirth guide, short videos, everything from homemade firearms to traditional salt refining methods, and he remembered every step clearly. When he returned to Neo village, the setting sun had painted the field ridges red. At the village entrance, Digua and 9 others were training hard in the Black Dragon 18 techniques that Li Kai had taught them. In the clearing, they were building arrow towers according to blueprints, and the village paths were filled with freshly turned soil horse traps prepared specifically for Qingfeng Stronghold's cavalry. Qingfeng Stronghold would never silently swallow their old grudges, and arming Neo village was Li Kai's first strategic move. He briefly inspected the area, confirming that both training and fortifications were progressing, then led his donkey home. After locking the door, he set up an earthen stove and copper basin in a small side room, beginning to figure out how to produce refined salt. Li Kai shut the door tightly and worked in the cramped, dimly lit room. On a worn table sat coarse salt purchased from the market, an iron pot, several earthenware jars, and simple filtering tools. Charcoal crackled in the corner as he hefted the package of coarse salt, confidently pouring a full pound into the iron pot before adding clear water. The salt granules immediately began tumbling at the bottom. Nearby, fist-sized limestone burned red-hot in the fire basin, crackling and splitting. Once the limestone turned completely white, he used iron tongs to transfer it into a jar and added water with a sharp hiss. Hot steam billowed forth as the quicklime rapidly dissolved into a thick, steaming lime milk. After the lime milk cooled to saturation, he gradually poured it into the salt water. Milky white impurities rose to the surface like cotton floss, which he calmly filtered through fine cloth. He then spread the clarified brine in shallow dishes to dry, allowing the carbon dioxide in the air to react with it once more. Within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, new gray sediment appeared, which he filtered again until the brine was crystal clear. Next came distillation. Li Kai poured the filtered brine back into the gleaming iron pot, with charcoal burning evenly beneath. He gently fanned the flames with a palm fan, the fire tongues licking the pot's bottom. The water surface soon bubbled with fine white foam, hissing sounds and steam filling the room. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he paid it no mind. As the water continued to evaporate, the brine grew increasingly viscous and crystalline. He stirred slowly with a clean wooden stick, watching thin salt crystals rapidly form on the stick with a silvery white luster. At the crucial moment, he inverted the old iron lid over the pot opening, sealing the gaps tightly with wet cloth to prevent steam from escaping. A small ceramic bowl was positioned beneath the lid to collect condensed droplets. Steam struck the cold lid, condensed into water drops, and slid down the inner walls, gradually accumulating into a bowl of pure, flawless brine. He lifted the lid to inspect, confirming not a trace of impurity remained, then poured it back into the pot for final heating until the last drop of moisture vanished, leaving only fine, snow-white salt crystals. He pinched a bit to taste pure saltiness without a hint of earthiness. Li Kai's eyes flashed with wild joy. Through repeated experiments, 10 pounds of coarse salt yielded only half a pound of refined salt, but with practiced technique, 1.5 pounds of coarse salt could produce 1 pound of refined salt, an enormous profit. However, the Great Tian Dynasty strictly forbade private salt trading. Possessing more than 10 pounds meant losing one's head. But for common people struggling to survive, he cared nothing. For regulations, staying alive was all that mattered. Li Kai clutched the half-pound of snow-white refined salt, planning to test market prices at the black market tomorrow. It was already deep into the night, and he returned to the bedroom exhausted, only to find Su Yu still awake. On the table sat several small dishes she had prepared along with a pot of clear wine. Hot water bubbled on the stove, and the bathtub was already filled with warm, steaming water. "Husband, you must be tired. Come, take off your clothes and let me wash them for you." Li Kai's lips curved upward in a smile. With such a gentle and considerate wife, how could he not give his all? Without working hard, how could he provide a good life for his wife? He leaned closer, grinning as he whispered, "My dear wife, you're so wonderful. Go wait for me on the bed first. Once I get cleaned up, we can exercise together on the bed." Su Yu glared at him with a mix of coquettishness and anger, her voice as soft as cotton. "All you think about is exercising. Go wash up quickly, or the water will get cold." "No way. If we're washing together." As soon as Li Kai finished speaking, he swept his arm around her, pulling Su Yu's fragrant, soft body into his embrace. Without waiting for her reaction, he carried her straight into the bathtub. "Oh, you rascal!" Su Yu exclaimed, her voice muffled by the steam, soft and sweet. The warm water rippled in circles as Li Kai's fingers moved swiftly, removing Su Yu's damp clothing. Her snow-white skin glowed softly in the lamplight. Su Yu lowered her head in embarrassment, her ear tips flushed red like a ripe apple ready to burst at the slightest touch. "My dear wife, you're so beautiful." Li Kai's gaze burned with intensity as his hands roamed restlessly over her body. Su Yu trembled lightly but didn't push him away, only breathing rapidly. Soon, Li Kai lowered his head to capture her fragrant lips. The water in the tub splashed loudly, droplets flying everywhere and trickling down the wooden edges to the floor. The entire room filled with an ambiguous and passionate atmosphere. The next morning, just as the rooster's crow faded, Li Kai was already on the road with his creaking donkey cart. The cart carried the refined salt he had purified the night before, neatly packed in small bags. His eyes gleamed with anticipation for this business venture. Upon reaching Qingshan County, he parked his donkey cart on the outskirts of the black market, pulled his hat brim low, and moved through the noisy crowd. While selling mountain goods could be done with loud calls, fine salt was a business that could cost him his head if discovered. After searching for most of the day without finding a suitable buyer, his heart sank, and he decided to inquire at the blacksmith shop. Sparks flew in the blacksmith shop as the rhythmic clanging of hammer on iron rang out. Li Kai stepped inside, the firelight dancing across his face. The blacksmith looked up, quickly set down his hammer, and approached with a fawning smile. "Oh, Boss Li, what brings you here again?" "Again? Am I not welcome?" Li Kai raised an eyebrow. The blacksmith immediately slapped himself. "Look at my mouth. How could you not be welcome? You're my biggest patron." Li Kai snorted softly. "Good that you know I'm your patron. Besides those 10 sets of armor, I want 10 good blades, 10 taels of silver each." "No problem, right?" Blades were easier to forge than armor and carried less risk, so the blacksmith readily nodded. "No problem at all." Li Kai lowered his voice. "I want to sell salt. Do you know anyone who buys it?" At the mention of salt, the blacksmith's back instantly broke out in sweat. This man dealt in nothing but life-threatening business. He wiped his forehead and said, "I don't know anyone who buys coarse salt, but I have a good friend who works as head chef for a wealthy household. You might try him." "A cook?" Li Kai raised an eyebrow. The blacksmith quickly waved his hands. "Don't underestimate him. His culinary skills are unmatched for miles around, and his master is incredibly wealthy with vast resources. Buying some salt from you would be no problem at all." "Fine, give me the address." Li Kai extended his hand. The blacksmith immediately wrote down the address and included a personal letter of introduction. The Gu family was undoubtedly one of the wealthiest households in Qingshan County, their residence built with extraordinary grandeur. From a distance, Li Kai could already see the Gu family mansion, which stood like a miniature palace in a corner of the county town. The vermilion gate stood tall and imposing, towering more than twice a man's height, its bronze door studs gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the sunlight. Above the entrance hung a black plaque with golden characters reading Gu Mansion, the bold calligraphy exuding grandeur and authority. 2 burly guards flanked the doorway, dressed in black fitted clothing with wide leather belts from which gleaming sabers hung, their expressions stern and cold. Below the steps, several ornately decorated carriages sat quietly, their drivers perched on the shafts, puffing on their pipes and occasionally chatting in low voices. Li Kai stood before the gate, his gaze sweeping over the scene as he thought to himself, such wealth would be unmatched anywhere else in Qingshan County. If such a prominent household would buy his refined salt, his business would surely prosper. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a contemptuous shout interrupted his musings. "Stop right there. No loiterers are permitted outside the Gu family gate. Move along immediately." The lead guard's face was full of arrogance, clearly dismissing this country peddler. working under the protection of the Gu mansion had bred in them a disdainful attitude toward common folk. Li Kai paid no mind to their attitude, speaking calmly. I'm looking for your head chef Wang. I'm a friend of his. Looking for Chef Wang. The guard raised an eyebrow and called back. Wait here then. Xiao, go fetch old Wang. A servant quickly ran into the mansion to report. After about 10 minutes, a rotund figure waddled out through the doorway. Chef Wang, the fat cook the blacksmith had mentioned. Chef Wang studied Li Kai with a slight frown. And you are? Li Kai handed over the blacksmith's letter. The blacksmith sent me. Chef Wang quickly scanned the letter before tucking it away and nodding. Come in then. The two passed through the gate into a spacious, immaculate courtyard. The stone pavement gleamed, and exotic plants were arranged in orderly flower beds along the path. Every few steps, armed guards could be seen patrolling with practiced efficiency, emanating the deadly aura found only among military men. Li Kai silently compared them, thinking, even the county yaman's constables would feel inferior next to these men. Chef Wang walked ahead, leading the way while speaking frankly. Since the blacksmith sent you, I won't beat around the bush. The Gu mansion uses quite a bit of salt each month, but we've always bought government salt. I can't change the rules on my own. However, since we're all friends here, I can divert part of the money allocated for government salt and let you sell some salt to us too. Half government salt, half yours, as long as the quantities match up. He paused and turned to look at Li Kai. But let's be honest, if your salt costs the same as government salt, there's no reason for me to buy from you, right? Li Kai understood immediately. The man wanted to buy salt at a low price and pocket the difference. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. Chef Wang, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. My salt isn't cheap at all. In fact, it's quite expensive. 1 gene of my salt costs 1 tael of silver. How much? Chef Wang's eyes bulged, nearly shaking the sweat beads from his fat face. Why don't you just go rob people? Coarse salt sells for only 100 coins per gene in the market, and you want a tael of silver? That's 10 times the price. Is your salt made of gold? Li Kai remained composed, his voice still calm. My salt is different from theirs. Mine is refined salt. Fine salt? You mean refined salt? I've sold refined salt before. Regular coarse salt goes for over 100 won per gene. Refined salt about 300 won per gene. But I've never heard of anyone daring to sell refined salt for 1 tael of silver per gene. Fatty Wang frowned, his thick fingers drumming loudly on the counter edge, his face full of suspicion. Li Kai remained composed, casually brushing his sleeves as he said softly, whether it's worth it or not, you'll know once you taste it. With that, he pulled out half a gene of fine salt from his coat. As he unwrapped the oil paper, snow-white salt grains cascaded into his palm like fine sand. The salt crystals were delicate and uniform, with barely a trace of impurity visible to the naked eye. Fatty Wang's eyes suddenly lit up, his breathing growing heavier. He pinched a bit and put it in his mouth. The salt dissolved instantly, without the bitter taste common in coarse salt or the fishy aftertaste from impurities. Only pure, crisp saltiness exploded on his tongue. The flavor was cleaner and purer than any refined salt he'd ever tasted, and he couldn't help but imagine using this salt to stir-fry river shrimp or season stews and soups. Where did you get such exquisite fine salt? He asked Li Kai in amazement. Li Kai smiled slightly and answered truthfully. I have a friend who does long-term business in the western regions, where their salt-making techniques far surpass those of our Great Tian Dynasty. This salt is what he brought back for me. However, since the Great Tian Dynasty strictly prohibits private salt trade, he's worried about finding buyers and asked me to discreetly seek customers. So there's much more of this fine salt available? Fatty Wang lowered his voice, though his eyes burned even brighter. Li Kai nodded. Exactly. Fatty Wang nodded repeatedly, beaming with joy, then turned and trotted into the kitchen. Good. Wait here, I'll get the money. His portly figure swayed with gleaming fat, yet moved with surprising agility. The courtyard suddenly fell quiet as Li Kai paced with his hands behind his back, scanning his surroundings. Moments later, the previously scattered guards multiplied rapidly, quickly sealing the exits and fixing their blade-sharp gazes on him. Li Kai's heart sank. Fatty Wang hadn't gone to fetch money, but to inform on him. He gripped the fine salt tightly, lowering his stance slightly, ready to break through at any moment. Cold shouts rang out, scabbards clattered crisply, and over 20 burly men drew their blades and closed in. From their coordinated steps and intimidating presence, Li Kai judged these were no ordinary household guards, but military elites. Brothers, we have no grievances between us. I don't want to hurt anyone. Clear a path, and I'll leave immediately, he said in a low but resolute voice. The lead guard sneered. Huh? Big words. 25 against 1, who could you possibly hurt? Li Kai's eyes flashed coldly as his chest suddenly swelled. At 6'2" and 200 pounds, his special forces background instantly erupted. His feet slammed against the ground, sending blue brick fragments flying as his dark figure shot forward like an arrow toward the man who had just mocked him. His right arm rose high, muscles bulging instantly, his fist cutting through the air with a whooshing sound as it aimed straight for the guard's face. Seeing this, The guard quickly raised his arm to block. However, Li Kai's punch carried terrifying force, and with a dull thud like a striking bell, the guard's arm went numb instantly, his whole body shaken back several steps. Li Kai pressed forward, his left leg suddenly rising in a whipping kick that swept across the guard's waist. The guard had no time to dodge, groaning as he was sent flying, crashing into two nearby companions, leaving three men down and motionless. Breaking free from these three, Li Kai spun around sharply to face the remaining guards. Amidst the weaving figures, his footwork was nimble, like a phantom darting through shadows. Suddenly, one guard slashed sideways with his blade, the cold steel grazing past Li Kai's ribs. Li Kai's eyes turned cold as he slightly shifted to avoid the blade's edge, his left hand shooting out like an iron clamp to grip the man's wrist, twisting with brutal force. Crack. The wrist dislocated, and the long blade clattered to the ground. Immediately after, he kicked the guard square in the chest, sending him flying through the air. Two more guards lunged from front and back. Li Kai first stepped backward, dodging the rear attack, then swung his right fist backward with devastating force, landing solidly on the rear guard's face as blood spurted from his nose. As the front guard raised his blade, Li Kai had already darted forward like an arrow, his knee driving hard into the man's abdomen. The guard doubled over like a shrimp, cold sweat pouring down his face. In just a few minutes, 7 or 8 guards lay scattered on the ground, the encirclement forcibly torn open. Li Kai pressed on without pause, charging straight for the main gate. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a figure suddenly blocked his path. The man wore a blue robe with narrow, elongated eyes, and without a word of nonsense, raised his palm to strike Li Kai's chest. A test of strength? Li Kai showed no fear, his fist thundering forward to meet the attack. Boom! The dull impact exploded in midair. With Li Kai's power, he could normally send an ordinary person flying. Yet this narrow-eyed man only retreated 2 steps, while the massive recoil forced Li Kai back 2 steps as well. Li Kai looked up, his gaze sharp. This man was a true master. The narrow-eyed man suddenly closed in, his afterimage flickering as both palms stirred up howling winds, each strike targeting the throat and ribs. Li Kai dared not be careless, crouching to dodge while seeking opportunities to counterattack. As the palm wind sliced toward him like a blade, he sidestepped narrowly and threw a straight punch at the man's temple. The narrow-eyed man tilted his head slightly to avoid it, bending his arm to drive his elbow down like an iron hammer toward Li Kai's shoulder. Li Kai's arm bone shuddered violently, but he endured the numbness and, taking advantage of his opponent's spent momentum, whipped his right leg toward the man's abdomen. The man retreated a step, barely avoiding the strike. The two exchanged punches and kicks, air currents swirling as the surrounding atmosphere seemed to tremble from their battle. Drawing on his special forces training and life-or-death experience, Li Kai gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing a momentary opening in his opponent's defense, he drove a heavy punch toward the man's chest. The man crossed his arms to block, but was still shaken back several steps. Li Kai followed closely, leaping into a flying kick that sent the man tumbling to the ground. The opportunity was ripe. Li Kai pounced to pin him down, drawing the throwing knife from his waist. Its cold gleam pressed against the man's throat. One light cut would end his life. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air. "Stop!" Li Kai turned to look and saw Wang Pengzi running breathlessly from inside the building, his face filled with urgent anxiety. Li Kai stared coldly at Wang Pengzi and asked, "What's the meaning of this, you fat fool?" Wang Pengzi looked around the courtyard, seeing debris scattered everywhere, tables and chairs overturned, and more than 20 guards either lying on the ground groaning or gripping their weapons defensively. He was momentarily speechless, his head buzzing. What on earth had happened here? Suddenly, a woman's voice came from inside the house. "When I told you to keep our guests here, I meant for you to treat them as proper guests. Is this how you treat guests?" Before she finished speaking, the woman stepped gracefully forward and emerged through the curtain. Under the lamplight, her skin was like fine porcelain, so delicate it seemed it would break at a touch. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains, and her clear eyes sparkled like autumn water, revealing both intelligence and shrewdness. Li Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. I recognized her. She was the woman who had bought his lingzhi mushroom at triple the price at the medicine shop some days ago. Her beauty had been etched into his memory like a fairy from a painting, and seeing her again now, with memory and reality overlapping, he found her even more stunning. Gu Lingyer's gaze swept across the courtyard, and she was inwardly shocked. Among the 20-plus elite guards, 7 or 8 were injured, and the only one completely unharmed was this young man before her. These guards had been personally selected by her father from the military to protect her all-skilled fighters. Moreover, Zhoubo, lying at his feet, the personal guard who had once helped her father break through enemy encirclement and was called the God of Death by enemy forces, had nearly lost his life to this man. This Li Kai's abilities far exceeded her expectations. She composed herself and looked up, saying, "It's you?" Li Kai nodded and rose from where he stood over Zhoubo. "Who are you?" Gu Lingyer studied him while asking. Did you learn these fighting skills in the military? Li Kai shook his head slightly. Then are you from an escort agency? She asked again. Li Kai shook his head once more. Thinking he didn't want to discuss it further, Gulinger didn't press the matter and got straight to the point. Your skills are impressive. Come work as a guard for the Gu family. I'll pay you 20 taels of silver per month. 20 taels. A fortune that ordinary people could hardly save in a year, yet the Gu mansion was willing to pay it monthly. But Li Kai simply waved his hand. I'm not here to apply for a guard position. I'm here to sell salt. Miss, do you want salt or not? If not, please let me leave. Gulinger raised her hand and said, bring the salt for me to taste. Li Kai handed the half-gene of fine salt to Wang Pengzi, who carefully carried it with both hands to Gulinger. She pinched a small amount between her fingers and tasted it. Her eyes immediately lighting up. The salt crystals were fine as snow, clean and refreshing on the tongue, without any bitter or unpleasant aftertaste. From just those few grains, she could see endless business opportunities. What's the price? She asked. 1 tael of silver per gene, Li Kai replied. Fine, 1 tael it is, Gulinger nodded, then quickly added. But this fine salt can only be supplied to me alone. Is that acceptable? Li Kai frowned slightly. Sell only to the Gu family? Even though your mansion is large, how much can one family consume daily? If I only do business with you, am I supposed to survive on air? Gulinger shook her head gently and corrected him earnestly. You misunderstand me. What I mean is, however much of this fine salt you have, I want it all. In the market, there had never been such refined salt before. Priced at 1 tael of silver per pound, it was clearly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Common folk who dared to sell salt privately would lose their heads. Yet Gulinger was scheming to sell this batch of refined salt to the wealthy households and high officials in the county. Li Kai would sell it to her for 1 tael of silver per pound, and she would turn around and sell it for 10 taels per pound, as long as Li Kai agreed to be her exclusive supplier. Li Kai was tempted but still hesitated. Trading in private salt is a capital offense. Aren't you afraid? Gulinger smiled slightly and said calmly. In Qingshan County, who would dare to cut off my head? You have the goods, I have the connections. Wouldn't it be good for us to join forces and make money? She was taking such risks because her father's position at court was precarious. She needed to prepare a sum of money in advance that could save their lives or even fund a rebellion, if necessary. Money was the best capital. After brief consideration, Li Kai nodded. All right, but I need a deposit first so I can go back and import large quantities from the western regions. Money is no problem. Gulinger gestured, and Wang Pengzi immediately brought out a heavy wooden chest. When opened, it revealed 100 silver ingots neatly arranged inside. 1,000 taels of silver. Take it and use it first. Seeing such a fortune, Li Kai's eyes lit up. Miss, with such trust, I will certainly not disappoint you. He set down the refined salt, picked up the silver chest, and got onto the donkey cart outside the Gu residence. Watching the cart disappear into the distance, Zhou Bo frowned and stepped forward. Miss, aren't you afraid he'll take the money and run? Gulinger looked at the distant figure, her voice calm. Are you confident you could keep him here? Zhou Bo smiled bitterly and lowered his head. I'm not confident about capturing him alive, but I could manage it if he were dead. If I kill him, where would I get my supply of refined salt? Trading 1,000 taels for a chance to earn 10,000 is worth the gamble, Gulinger said with certainty. Outside the cart, dust swirled on the street as Li Kai protected the wooden chest, overjoyed. This was the largest sum he had earned since being reborn into the Great Tian Dynasty. For ordinary people, this money would ensure a lifetime of comfort. For him, it was merely the price of 10 sets of armor. After entering the city, he drove the donkey cart to various small shops throughout Qingshan County to buy coarse salt, never purchasing too much from any one place to avoid suspicion. By the end of the day, he had managed to gather a full 50 pounds. At dusk, just as Li Kai finished loading the salt bags onto his cart, a tall, thin man blocked his path and called out quietly, Brother, official salt is ridiculously expensive. I have private salt for only 50 per pound. Interested? This price was more than half cheaper than official salt. Li Kai's eyes brightened, and he lowered his voice to dangle some bait. Brother, I have a big business deal. Private salt, as much as you want. Do you dare to sell it? The man laughed heartily and introduced himself. I'm Zhang San, and I've been selling private salt in Qingshan County for years. I dare to sell even amounts over 10 pounds that would cost me my head, and I can even set up stalls openly. This shows I have backing, so I'm not afraid. Whatever amount of private salt you want, I've got it. Zhang San, a salt smuggler who made his living selling contraband salt, naturally wasn't afraid of clients with shady backgrounds. On the contrary, the more unsavory they were, the more excited he became when both parties were risking their necks. They could truly trust each other to watch their backs. That day, when he learned that Li Kai wanted 150 pounds of contraband salt in a single transaction, Zhang San's eyes immediately lit up like they'd been oiled. 150 pounds. That's right. It meant 7,500 copper coins over 7 taels of silver. Though Zhang Xin dealt with contraband salt daily, he rarely encountered such a large transaction that was a laborer's entire annual income. Li Kai casually added, and that's 150 pounds every day. Zhang San's mind raced through the calculations. Cost of 7,500 coins, 1.5 pounds of coarse salt yielding 1 pound of refined salt. Daily production of 100 pounds of refined salt, selling at market price for 100 taels of silver, netting over 90 taels profit. 1 month would bring in 2,700 taels of silver, enough to support a force of over 100 men. Boss, do you really need this much? His voice trembled. If Li Kai could handle this volume daily, serving just this one client would be more than enough. 7,500 coins per day, around 220 taels per month, with a net profit of 100 taels for himself, earning in 1 month what others couldn't make in several years. Indeed, Li Kai immediately produced 5 taels of broken silver. Tomorrow at this time, deliver the salt to Niu village. This is the deposit. The silver felt cold and heavy in his palm, and Zhang Xin immediately broke into a grin. Absolutely. Right on time. Li Kai's generous payment convinced Zhang Xin that this was a client with deep pockets. As for why Li Kai needed so much coarse salt, he had no desire to ask. Too much knowledge could be deadly. Making a fortune quietly was the wisest approach. After securing the contraband salt supply chain, Li Kai drove his donkey cart to purchase meat, eggs, and milk, packing the cart full. However, he didn't head directly back to Niu village, instead driving toward Zhang River village, 100 miles away. This trip had only one purpose: to find one person, Uncle Fu, the Li family's former steward. Uncle Fu was the person Li Kai trusted most. The old man had grown up in the Li household, becoming steward at 20 and serving faithfully for 25 years. On the day the Li family was massacred, Uncle Fu happened to be away and miraculously survived. Upon learning of his master's family's tragic fate, he left the Li estate heartbroken. At that time, Li Kai was cowering in the cellar, trembling with fear, while Uncle Fu called out desperately above ground, receiving no response. Later, Li Kai learned that Uncle Fu had gone to Zhang River village, a place far from the mountains where bandits were less rampant. Now that Li Kai needed to refine salt, he couldn't manage alone, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed someone reliable to take over, and the only person he trusted was Uncle Fu. Since Uncle Fu had watched Li Kai grow up, Li Kai was like a son to him. Furthermore, Uncle Fu was utterly loyal to the Li family and was one of the few people in the surrounding villages who could read and write. If he were to learn salt making alongside them, he would certainly pick it up much faster. After a long journey, Li Kai drove his single-wheeled cart, asking for directions along the way, and finally reached Zhanghe village at dusk. Following the narrow village path, he found Wang Fu's residence, but just as he arrived at the gate, rough cursing erupted from the courtyard. "You old fool. You have money to eat but no money to pay your debts, is that it?" This was immediately followed by a sharp crash as a porcelain bowl shattered into pieces. The courtyard walls were crumbling and overgrown with weeds. 5 burly men surrounded Wang Fu and his 2 sons. Wang Fu and his children were skin and bones, their clothes patched upon patches, with only a few grains of rice scattered among the broken porcelain at their feet. Clearly, their lives had been far from easy since leaving the Li household. "Sir, we've given you all our money. There really isn't any left." Wang Fu bowed apologetically, his voice trembling. "Please, I beg you to show mercy and spare us." It turned out that Wang Fu had rented this dilapidated house in Zhanghe village, but the landlord was the village bully Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong had secretly altered the contract, changing 300 coins per month to 300 coins per day, making it 9 taels of silver monthly. Wang Fu and his 2 children worked as laborers, and even working themselves to death, the 3 of them could barely earn 1 tael of silver. How could they possibly afford such rent? Zhang Hong, knowing they were defenseless, came daily to extort them, taking even the few copper coins they managed to earn. No money? Then why did you rent a house? Everyone within 10 miles knows that Zhanghe village has no bandits, so of course the rent is expensive. Zhang Hong waved his wooden club with a sinister laugh. "No money? I'll break your legs and see how you manage without money then." Before his words finished, he swung the club straight toward Wang Fu's knees. Wang Fu closed his eyes in despair, completely powerless against these 5 men. Just as the club was about to strike, a dark figure rushed into the courtyard. Thud! The shadow kicked Zhang Hong squarely in the back. Zhang Hong screamed as he flew into the courtyard wall and crashed to the ground, dust flying everywhere. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone, and they all turned to look at the newcomer. It was Li Kai. Wang Fu froze, his lips trembling. "Young master? You're alive?" Li Kai nodded slightly at him. "We'll talk in a moment." Zhang Hong grimaced as he struggled to his feet, sizing up Li Kai. "Who the hell are you? How dare you cause trouble in Zhanghe village?" Li Kai replied calmly. "Why are you bullying my Uncle Fu?" "Bullying? He owes me money, and I'm here to collect. It's perfectly justified." Zhang Hong pulled out the tampered contract. "Look, Clearlie owes me 9 taels of silver." Li Kai glanced at it, immediately recognizing it as an exploitative contract, and sneered. Owes you 9 taels? He pulled out a heavy silver ingot from his coat and casually tossed it to Zhang Heng. Here's 10 taels. Keep the change and get lost. Catching the silver ingot, Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned. The 9 taels had just been an excuse had originally planned to extort just a few dozen copper coins. But with 10 taels of silver right before his eyes, greed instantly filled his gaze. Well, the rent is settled, but what about that kick you gave me? You need to pay for my medical expenses 50 taels. Li Kai burst into laughter at that moment. To avoid trouble, he had originally been willing to pay 10 taels of silver to settle the matter, but since they didn't know when to quit and wanted to extort him well, they couldn't blame him for turning ruthless. 50 taels, you say? Come on, I'll get it for you. Li Kai beckoned, leading Zhang Heng and his 4 thugs as they walked outside the courtyard gate. At the entrance, his donkey cart sat parked by the roadside. The wagon was packed to the brim. Fist-sized chunks of beef, half a side of pork, 3 or 4 bamboo baskets of eggs, and several sacks of rice and flour that nearly made the cart boards creak under the weight. In the very center sat a heavy wooden chest that caught the eye immediately. Li Kai lifted the chest's lid, revealing neatly arranged silver ingots that gleamed with cold white light. So many you couldn't count them all at a glance. Zhang Heng stared in stunned amazement, his legs going weak and barely able to take a step. Li Kai casually grabbed 5 tintal silver ingots and slapped them into Zhang Heng's palm with a thwack. Medical expenses 50 taels. That enough for you? The heavy silver nearly dragged Zhang Heng's arm down, his heart pounding like thunder. 50 taels. If he was frugal, it would last him a lifetime. Even if he squandered it, he could live well for a year. Greed instantly swelled within him. Zhang Heng glanced at the pile of gleaming ingots in the donkey cart, his mind filled with just 2 words. Take everything. He had 4 men behind him 5 against 1. What could Li Kai possibly do to them? As long as they took down Li Kai, that entire chest of silver would be theirs. He tilted his head slightly, giving his men a barely perceptible look. The 4 thugs understood, quietly moving to surround Li Kai. The next moment, the 4 lurking wolves suddenly struck. One man gripped a wooden club with both hands, leaping high to bring it crashing down toward Li Kai's skull with whistling force. Another charged from the side, his fist like a hammer aimed straight at Li Kai's abdomen. The remaining 2 flanked him left and right, drawing short knives with flashing cold steel, cutting off Li Kai's escape routes. A cold smile played at Li Kai's lips, his eyes flashing with icy menace. As the club came down toward his head, his form shifted like a ghost, his left hand shooting out like an iron clamp to seize the attacker's wrist. A crisp crack echoed the sound of breaking bone that made everyone's scalp crawl. The man screamed and dropped his club, crouching down to clutch his wrist. Li Kai smoothly drew a throwing knife from behind his waist, and with a flash of cold light and spray of blood, the attacker's throat was instantly sliced open. The man stared wide-eyed, clutching his throat as he collapsed backward. Almost simultaneously, the heavy punch from the side was already within striking distance. Li Kai held the throwing knife flat against his palm and took the punch heat in, his form not budging an inch. 6 foot 4, 200-pound frame, standing like an iron tower in that moment. His counterpunch, with the knife embedded in his fist, drove deep into his opponent's chest with a wet thunk, burying the blade to its hilt. The puncher stared down in shock at the blade protruding from his chest, his strength instantly draining away as he collapsed with a thud. The 2 knife wielders broke out in cold sweat, but still pointed their blades at their target, preparing to attack again. Li Kai's eyes flashed with deadly intent as he planted both feet and launched himself like a cannonball toward the knife wielder on his left. The knife wielder had no time to react as Li Kai slammed into him heat-in, sending his body flying like a kite with its string cut. He crashed heavily to the ground, his skull striking the wall with a loud bang, and blood trickled through the stone cracks, forming a dark crimson stream. His companion on the right flinched, but the blade was already drawn and ready. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, his short knife aimed straight at Li Kai's back. Just as the blade was about to pierce through the fabric, Li Kai spun around sharply, his right leg whipping up like a lash and striking the man's neck with a crisp crack. The sickening snap echoed clearly as the attacker's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and he collapsed like a puppet with severed strings, dead on the spot. Zhang Heng witnessed his men's instant demise with his own eyes, his pupils contracting sharply as terror nearly consumed him. He wanted to turn and flee, but found his knees trembling and his feet feeling as heavy as lead. Li Kai approached unhurriedly, his gaze as cold as winter frost. Don't come any closer." Zhang Heng's voice shook with desperation. Li Kai remained unmoved, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. "Greed knows no bounds. And this is your consequence," he said coldly. As his words fell, his fist struck hard against Zhang Heng's temple. Zhang Heng's eyes rolled back, his body crumpling to the ground like a rag doll, all breath leaving him. Brushing the blood from his fingertips, Li Kai stepped through the courtyard gate. Inside, Uncle Fu and his 2 sons had been struck speechless by the scene they'd just witnessed, staring numbly at their former scholarly young master. In their memories, Li Kai had always been quiet and frail, someone who only knew to hide behind his parents when trouble arose. But the man before them had killed without even blinking. Uncle Fu even began to doubt whether this was truly the young master he had served for so many years. Young master, are you alright? So many people are dead. This is a murder case. Wang Fu finally snapped back to reality, his voice trembling. Then his expression hardened as his gaze fell on his eldest son, Wang Dali. Dali, the Li family has treated us well, and the young master only acted to save us. Someone needs to take the blame for this. Go to the authorities and confess, say you killed them. No one saw what happened. As long as you take responsibility, the young master will be safe. Wang Dali clenched his fists and nodded solemnly. Father, I'll go. I killed them. It has nothing to do with the young master. Li Kai watched the father and son, feeling both amused and touched. The world had already descended into such chaos, yet they still clung rigidly to rules and regulations. Is there a possibility, he said calmly, that we simply leave and no one will ever know who killed these 5 men? Wang Fu was momentarily stunned, finding some logic in this reasoning, but still worried. But everyone knows that I, Wang Fu, live here. They died at my doorstep. The authorities will surely trace it back to me. Don't overestimate the authorities' capabilities, Li Kai said placidly. They can barely protect themselves, let alone solve cases. Besides, so what if they do trace it back? You'll come with me to Nyo village. If any constables dare to come for you, I'll make sure they walk in standing and leave lying down. Meeting those calm and confident eyes, Wang Fu felt an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity. The young master before him was clear thinking, contemptuous of the law, and exuded seasoned experience in every gesture. No longer the timid, dependent youth who had once relied on his parents for everything. Li Kai had changed so much that Wang Fu almost doubted whether this was truly his young master. Uncle Fu, come back with me. You're still the Li family's steward, and with you at home, I can rest easy, Li Kai said sincerely. Upon hearing these words, the white-haired Uncle Fu's eyes immediately reddened. He raised his hand to wipe away tears, his voice trembling. Young master, since you've come personally to ask me, what reason do I have not to return? With that, he turned toward the house and called out, Dali, shouty on, pack up, we're going home with the young master. The house was quite bare, and the 3 men's belongings amounted to nothing more than a few old garments washed white with age. The 2 brothers slung their tattered bundles over their shoulders and were ready in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Li Kai helped them onto the donkey cart, then jumped into the driver's seat and gave the reins a gentle shake. The cart creaked out of the village, casting long shadows in the moonlight as it slowly made its way toward Nyo village. The night breeze carried a cool touch. By the time they reached Nyo village, darkness had completely fallen. Uncle Fu knew the Li household like the back of his hand and led his 2 sons straight to the east wing, where they set up their beds. Only Li Kai and his wife remained in the courtyard, surrounded by silence broken only by the chirping of insects. Since it was already late, Li Kai didn't assign Uncle Fu any duties. He first went to the well to draw a bucket of water and wash off the dust, then with both hands, lifted the heavy chest and carried it into the main room. Suyu was mending clothes by lamplight when she saw her husband bring in such a large chest. Her eyes immediately filled with curiosity. Husband, what is this? She set down her needle and thread and reached up to adjust the lamp wick. Open it and see. Li Kai smiled slightly, placing the chest on the edge of the Kong. With a click, the lock sprang open. The moment the lid was lifted, the silver gleam nearly left Suyu speechless. Inside were neatly stacked bright silver ingots, reflecting the lamplight as if they could illuminate the entire dim room. Husband, did you rob a bank? Suyu stood frozen in place, her voice changing pitch. Li Kai laughed and waved his hand. Banks aren't that easy to rob. This is what your husband earned through his own abilities. Wife, staying with me. I'll never let you suffer hardship in this lifetime, only happiness. From today on, all our family's money is yours to manage. Hearing the words, yours to manage, Suyu's heart warmed, and a beautiful blush rose to her cheeks. She was grateful she hadn't been picky back then, as it led her to find such a good man. She gently took Li Kai's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. Husband, you're so good to me. Following you, Suyu is truly happy. Li Kai looked down at his fair-skinned wife in his arms, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as heat stirred within him. Wife, it's getting late. We should rest. Rest then, but what are your hands wandering for? Suyu blushed and gave him a reproachful look. Li Kai chuckled and lowered his voice. We've been husband and wife for so long, yet you've never tried using your mouth. Let me teach you a technique. First drink hot water, then cold water. It's called ice and fire. You're terrible. The oil lamp dimmed, and the night passed without words. The next day, as dawn broke and the rooster crowed in the courtyard, Li Kai was already dressed and off the Kong. His task today was to teach the salt-making method to Uncle Fu and his 2 sons. Salt-making wasn't complicated as long as one mastered the timing and filtering techniques. 3 people could refine several hundred pounds of fine salt in a day, enough to supply the entire market of Qingshan County. He chose the largest, most spacious room in the back courtyard, propped the windows wide open, laid thick straw mats on the floor, and temporarily converted it into a salt-making workshop. Next, he unloaded over 100 pounds of coarse salt from the cart, piled it in a corner, then rolled up his sleeves and began Hansen instruction. Though Uncle Fu's temples were graying, he learned with exceptional dedication. Dali and Xiaodian, strong young men, memorized everything just as quickly. Boiling brine, filtering, drying. Then grinding. The process seemed simple, but being off by even a little in timing would ruin everything. Li Kai patiently demonstrated every detail, from water temperature to equipment placement. By evening, Uncle Fu personally held a wooden ladle and presented the first bowl of white, fine salt to Li Kai. Li Kai accepted it, pinched a bit to taste, and found the saltiness pure with no trace of bitterness. He nodded with satisfaction. Then his expression grew serious as he looked meaningfully at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, this salt-making method is unique in all the Great Heavenly Dynasty. I'm teaching you because I trust you. Remember, this salt-making business must stay buried in our bellies besides us four. Not a fifth person can know. He held up 2 fingers, his tone growing grave. First, this is a capital crime. Second, this is a secret technique worth 10,000 gold. Of course, I won't shortchange you, Uncle Fu. You and your 2 sons will each receive 50 taels of silver every month. Upon hearing this promise, Uncle Fu's eyes immediately turned red, his weathered hands trembling as he gripped the table's edge. He and his 2 sons worked as laborers outside, toiling under the scorching sun on clear days and trudging through mud on rainy ones, barely earning a single tael of silver after a month of backbreaking work. Yet with just a casual remark, Li Kai had set a monthly salary of 150 taels for the 3 of them. The enormous difference moved the father and sons to tears of excitement, and they immediately knelt down, kowtowing in unison. Young master, we 3 have grown up in the Li household since childhood and are utterly loyal to the Li family. Uncle Fu's voice was hoarse yet firm and resolute. Regarding this salt-making business, we will never mention it to a 5th person. Please rest assured, young master. Li Kai nodded without saying more, but secretly noted this loyalty in his heart. For the next 7 days, he simply stayed indoors and devoted all his energy to physical training. He cleared out a side room partitioned from the main hall and arranged simple training equipment in a row. Crude barbells made of hemp rope tied to stone blocks hanging from the ceiling beams, stone plates of various sizes stacked in the corner, and thick wooden posts nailed to the walls. As the first ray of morning sun filtered through the window lattice and thin mist still hung over the courtyard, Li Kai stood bare-chested in the center of the room, steam rising from his skin. He jumped up to grab the ceiling beam and began doing pull-ups. His arm muscles bulged inch by inch, veins coiling like dragons, the wooden beam creaking and groaning, accompanied by his low roars. 20 reps, 30 reps, until his arms were so numb and sore he could barely hold on before letting go and dropping to the ground. The moment he landed, he grabbed a 50-kilogram stone plate and held it against his chest, performing steady squats. His toes pointed slightly outward, knees aligned with his toes, each squat stretching his thigh muscle fibers to their limit before contracting powerfully. His heavy breathing echoed in the enclosed room like a caged beast pounding against iron bars. During breaks, he picked up a large wooden bowl and stuffed beef, chicken legs, fried eggs, and goat milk into his mouth, leaving not even the broth. The warm, silk-like energy flow within his body circulated through his limbs, his meridians slightly heating up, causing the food to be broken down and absorbed almost instantly. What would take others 10 days of hard training, he could accomplish in 1 day. 7 days passed in a flash, and when he stood before the bronze mirror again, he had completely transformed. His weight had shot up to 210 pounds. His 6-foot frame completely filled with solid muscle, shoulders so broad they seemed to support a door panel, thick arms with veins bulging at the slightest movement, his chest like an iron shield, pectoral muscles rising and falling slightly with each breath, 8 abdominal muscles as if carved by a knife, thighs like old tree roots, calf muscles knotted, Achilles tendons prominent, concealing explosive power. Blood vessels meandered clearly beneath his skin, making him look like a steel fortress ready to unleash its might. Li Kai flexed his wrists with satisfaction, joints crackling. He estimated that barehanded, he could easily defeat 20 ordinary strong men. If he donned armor and wielded a staff, as long as his stamina held out, he could keep fighting indefinitely. In the age of cold weapons, a powerful physique was the primary asset. Meanwhile, Uncle Fu and his sons were working tirelessly at the salt field. Initially, they could only steam 50 pounds of refined salt per day, but now with skilled operation, production had surged to over 200 pounds. At 1 tael of silver per pound of refined salt, after deducting costs for firewood, brine, equipment, and such, they netted 200 taels of silver dahlia, full 6,000 taels per month. On the evening of the 7th day, workers from the blacksmith shop, drove an ox cart to Nyo village, carrying cloth bundles containing 10 newly forged sets of armor and 10 steel blades. The armor rivets gleamed brightly, the blade edges flashed with cold light, and along with maintenance instructions written by the blacksmith himself, everything was delivered into Li Kai's hands. In the training ground across from the Li residence, Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao, along with Digua and 7 others, had also nearly mastered the Black Dragon 18 techniques. These 10 men are now like roaring young tigers, eager to fight the bandits and see who's truly stronger. The scorching afternoon sun blazed down on the training ground as Zhao Tianhu led the other 9 men through their drills, sweat pouring from their bodies while wooden posts and sandbags echoed with thunderous impacts. Li Kai silently entered the grounds, his boots scraping across the sandy earth, leaving only a faint trail of footprints. Catching sight of him from the corner of his eye, Zhao Tianhu abruptly stopped his punches and jogged over, his voice booming, "Big brother." The other 9 immediately halted their movements and rushed over, forming a semicircle around him. "How's the training going?" Li Kai asked in a flat tone. Digua slapped his sweat-soaked chest confidently. "Excellent. If those bandits dare show up again, I could take on 3 of them single-handedly." Li Kai's lips curved into a slight smile as he beckoned with his finger. "Is that so? Come on then, fight me. I'll only use one hand, and if you can make me take even one step back, I'll admit defeat." These words ignited Digua's temper. He knew he was no match for Li Kai, but using only one hand? Surely a 7-foot man could at least force his opponent to move one step, even in defeat. "Captain, forgive my offense." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he pushed off with both legs, his dark silhouette flashing like lightning as he launched a flying kick straight at Li Kai's chest. Li Kai casually raised his left arm, seemingly effortless, yet precisely catching Digua's ankle. The grip felt like an iron clamp, instantly numbing Digua's lower leg. In the next moment, tremendous twisting force surged from his ankle, and he felt the world spinning as he was effortlessly flung through the air. Bang! Dust flew everywhere as Digua traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, his bones feeling completely dislocated as he gasped from the pain. He stared at Li Kai in bewilderment, a grown man weighing 150 to 160 pounds, tossed around like a chick with just one hand. Zhao Tianhu and the others stood slack-jawed, their breathing slowing as they gazed at Li Kai with a mixture of reverence and fear. Li Kai snorted coldly. "You bunch of weaklings think you can beat those bloodthirsty bandits? You just be marching to your deaths. A few days of training, and you think you're invincible? Those bandits won't show you the mercy I just did. Remember this here, you're all rookies, and rookies need to know their place. If you're weak, then train harder." His words weren't spoken quickly, but each one hammered into their ears. Leading troops required preventing arrogance above all else, and what he wanted was an elite force that would strike wherever directed quality over quantity. "Digua, get your ass up and punch Zhao Tianhu." Li Kai's gaze was sharp as a blade. Digua lay on the ground, stunned. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao were Li Kai's most trusted men. Would attacking him be asking for trouble? Li Kai narrowed his eyes. "You're hesitating?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned to Zhao Tianhu. "Zhao Tianhu, punch him." Without any hesitation, Zhao Tianhu stepped forward, his feet pounding against the sandy ground as he swung his fist. With a solid thud, Digua took a firm punch right to the face. Li Kai said evenly, "Remember this. What I need is an elite unit that executes orders without delay. In my command, a superior's word is the law. Even if you're sent to die, you must carry it out without hesitation, because a soldier's duty is obedience." Since ancient times, the strength of an army has hinged on whether it can fully carry out its commander's intent. In the age of cold steel, victory often came down to formation. Once a formation broke, morale collapsed. If everyone clung to life and refused orders, a wave of desertion would smash the ranks in an instant, and defeat would follow. That's why dynasties kept blocking detachments. They didn't fight at the front. They stayed behind to execute their own men. Anyone who dared to waver died. Li Kai had no wish to turn his blade on his own people, so he had to forge these 10 village militiamen into troops who obeyed without question. Digua rubbed the cheek that had been slapped raw, uttered no complaint, and cursed himself for being useless. "Next, issue the uniforms." Li Kai's tone was calm, but left no room for debate. "Uniforms?" The men were stunned. "Aren't we just village militia? Do militia even rate uniforms? We're not even on the rolls." At the gate, donkey hooves clattered. Uncle Fu backed a donkey cart into the yard with his 2 sons. He flipped back the black cloth, revealing 10 brand new suits of armor gleaming with a cold, iron sheen in the morning light. Following Li Kai's instructions, the smith had stripped away all ornamentation, leaving only what was essential for protection. Each suit weighed 30 jin and was worth 100 taels of silver, all paid for out of Li Kai's own pocket. "From today on, you train in armor." Li Kai swept his gaze across them. "Treat these 30 jin as part of your body." He gestured again, and 10 long sabers with a deadly gleam were handed out. "You can lose your life, but never your blade. Armor on." Blades up. At his command, the 10 militiamen hurried to don their gear, cinched their straps, and gripped their sabers, then formed a straight line. With fresh armor and keen steel, they already looked like regulars from a distance. Remember this. You're not militia. You're a regular army. Li Kai didn't raise his voice, yet every chest thumped with the impact. They'll demonstrate the saber form once. Watch closely. Steel hissed from the scabbard, a flash of cold light. Li Kai set his feet shoulder-width apart, body angled, right hand steady on the hilt. In the next breath his wrist snapped, the blade carving a sharp arc with a humming rush. His right foot drove forward as the saber swept up from below in a diagonal cut, wind from the edge stinging the face. He turned through the motion, left foot as pivot, right foot powering the spin, the long blade skimming low in a ground-level sweep that kicked up dust. Drawing the blade back to his hip, he stamped hard and vaulted, bringing the saber down like thunder in a vertical chop that sent brick chips flying. He landed without breaking rhythm, surging in with a flurry of chained cuts like a sudden squall, then sealing his guard with a tight weave of blade light. The entire sequence was crisp and economical, not emotion wasted. When he finished, Li Kai's breathing was steady. He slid the saber back into its scabbard, eyes like torches. Did you get it? A brawler saber is simple and direct, and it hits hard. Drill it well, and make it yours as soon as you can. Next, Li Kai personally instructed the 10 men in practicing the brute force blade technique. Although he had only promised to demonstrate once, whenever someone's movements were off, he would still raise his hand to correct them, even personally grasping their wrists to adjust their angles. After a full 2 hours of drilling, the 10 men could execute the brute force blade technique from opening stance through to sheathing the blade in one fluid motion, with only their proficiency needing gradual refinement in the days ahead. Such dedication wasn't born of Li Kai's momentary whim. He planned to build a massive army, and in the future, it would be impossible to personally teach every new recruit hand by hand. Therefore, he needed to first create an instructor core. Zhao Tianhu and the other 9 were the seeds of this first instructor class. When large numbers of new recruits arrived later, close combat and blade techniques would be left to them to teach. With close combat and blade techniques essentially concluded, next came horsemanship and archery. Archery was relatively simple, requiring only daily practice. However, horsemanship without proper guidance could easily lead to injury. Li Kai led the group to the horse paddock where the warhorses were kept. The paddock was spacious, with over a dozen warhorses either grazing with lowered heads or swishing their tails, and neighing all warhorses seized from the bandits. Which of you can ride? Li Kai surveyed the group. The 10 men looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. In this era, horses were rare and expensive, and villagers rarely even saw them, let alone rode them. It was only natural that the 10 men couldn't ride. Li Kai was different in modern times. He had been a VIP member at an equestrian club and was skilled at riding. He casually led out a warhorse and gave a brief but forceful command. Every word I say and every movement I make from now on, remember it all. With that, he grasped the reins with both hands and positioned himself on the horse's left side. Left hand holding the reins, right hand supporting the horse's neck, knees slightly bent, he crouched and sprang. His entire body nimbly leaped onto the bare warhorse that didn't even have a saddle. His back was straight, knees turned inward, thighs gripping the horse's belly tightly. To mount, first stand on the left side. Left hand holds the reins, right hand supports the neck, leap with force, swing your left leg over the horse's back. The movement must be quick and steady. He spoke while demonstrating, gently shaking the reins as the warhorse immediately moved forward. A light pull on the left rein turned the horse's head left. A light pull on the right rein turned it right. A slight squeeze of both legs against the horse's belly increased its speed. Pulling back on both reins brought the warhorse to a steady stop. The entire demonstration flowed like water, as if even the dust had been frozen in place. After the demonstration, Li Kai jumped down to the ground. Zhao Tianhu, you go first. Zhao Tianhu took a deep breath and imitated the movements he had just seen, standing alongside the horse, grasping the reins, supporting the neck, and leaping up. Just as he settled into position, the warhorse swished its tail, and its back lurched violently. Zhao Tianhu immediately panicked. His knees loosened. He swayed back and forth. Then with a thud, was thrown off, dust flying everywhere. Next, Diguan mounted the horse. Learning from the lesson, as soon as he got on, he desperately clamped his thighs around the horse's belly, but he squeezed too hard, startling the horse, which suddenly reared up on its hind legs. The horse's back was smooth with nowhere to grip, and he was thrown sprawling on his back. The others took turns trying, with the same result without exception, either pitching forward and hitting their necks, or falling backward and bruising their tailbones, tumbling off one after another. The air was filled with muffled groans and the smell of dust. After several rounds of falls, Li Kai suddenly frowned. Why were there no saddles on these horses? He turned to ask the soldiers watching, where are the saddles for these horses? What happened to them? Zhao Tianhu and his men fell off their horses because the horses' backs were too slippery, offering no grip points, making it easy to tumble off. But with saddles, everything would be completely different. There would be handholds at the front, stirrups for the feet, giving riders stable anchor points that would make them much harder to throw and better able to control their warhorses. After Li Kai finished speaking, the field fell so quiet that only the wind could be heard. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Saddles? What are those? Li Kai slapped his forehead with his palm. Could it be that the Great Tian Dynasty still didn't have saddles and stirrups? On second thought, it was entirely possible. The Great Tian Dynasty didn't correspond to any dynasty in Daxia's history. It was a completely new world. Even in Daxia, saddles weren't widely adopted until the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Once this realization hit him, his eyes immediately lit up. If he could equip cavalry first, wouldn't their combat power skyrocket? Digua, go get paper and brush. This time Digua had learned his lesson and ran off to fetch the writing materials without asking any questions. Li Kai crouched on the ground, sketching the structure of saddles and stirrups, curves, connection holes, strap position. She marked everything clearly, completing all the details in just 1 hour. He handed the drawings to Zhao Tianhu. Take these into the city, find the best craftsmen, and have them rush to make these using the finest cowhide. Money is no object. Make 15 sets first, since we have 15 horses. Go ask your sister-in-law for 200 taels of silver. That should be enough. Yes, big brother. Zhao Tianhu nodded solemnly, though he sighed inwardly. Maintaining troops really burns through money. Of the 1,000 taels Gu Ling'er had given him earlier, 500 went to pay the remaining balance to the blacksmith for armor, 200 would go to Huzi today for the saddles, plus the 100 taels spent on food and drink this past week. Li Kai only had 200 taels left. As evening fell, he left the training ground and returned home. Counting himself, there were now 7 people in the house, finally giving it a lived-in feeling. During dinner, he insisted that Uncle Fu and his 2 sons eat at the same table. They weren't blood relatives, but they were closer than family. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tumbao went without saying. After he'd taken them in, they'd eaten and drunk well, their gratitude written all over their faces. At this moment, these 6 people were the ones Li Kai trusted most. After the night training ended, he held his newlywed wife in bed, engaging in the exclusive exercise between husband and wife. Another 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, he gained another 10 pounds at 6'2". He now weighed a solid 220 pounds, standing before everyone like a bronze wall. His bronze-colored muscles rippled smoothly, and when he swung that 194-pound iron staff, it seemed as effortless as wielding a bamboo pole. On this day, Uncle Fu hurried over. Young master, we've stockpiled 2,000 pounds of refined salt. The house can barely hold any more. Li Kai nodded. The money was nearly exhausted. It was time to go into the city and ask Gu Ling'er for some working capital. Uncle Fu, go borrow 2 donkey carts from the village. Along with our own cart, 3 should be enough. Have Dolly and Xiaodian come with me into the city to sell this refined salt. Yes, young master. A crisp response echoed from the courtyard, and 3 wooden carts pulled by donkeys quickly stopped at Li Kai's door. Li Kai called over 2 capable assistants to lift, stack, and secure the heavy sacks of fine salt, weighing a full 2,000 pounds. The thick burlap sacks bumped against the cart beds, stirring up fine salt dust from the morning frost that settled on the wheel hubs and donkey manes. Once loaded, Li Kai, Lu Er, and Wang Hu each took the reins of their carts and headed toward Qingshan County along the main road. At midday, the 3 donkey carts arrived at Qingshan County. At the city gate, over a dozen constables stood with drawn sabers, inspecting every vehicle entering and leaving. From timber to grain sacks, they pried open everything for examination. Li Kai's convoy was also stopped. Inspection, the lead constable raised his hand. Li Kai remained calm and pulled out the dark blue token Gu Ling'er had given him. The bronze token gleamed coldly in the sunlight, engraved with the character Gu. The constable examined it for a moment. His expression suddenly changed, and he straightened up respectfully. So you're merchants from the Gu residence. Please proceed. The city gate cleared a direct path, and the 3 donkey carts entered the city with barely a pause. Before the Gu residence, the vermilion lacquered gates stood 2 zhang high with imposing door studs. The gate boy, having received prior instructions, led the carts into the side courtyard. Word was sent to the inner quarters, and Gu Ling'er emerged with graceful steps. She remained breathtakingly beautiful, her ice-colored eyes clear and brilliantly cold, her cherry lips naturally red and slightly upturned, her slender waist wrapped in an embroidered silver moon-white robe, every gesture revealing the refined nobility of an aristocratic upbringing, as if she captured all the light in the courtyard. Though not the first time seeing her, Li Kai still marveled inwardly, yet didn't let his gaze linger on her for even a moment. My, so much cargo. You've worked hard, Mr. Li, Gu Ling'er said with an ambiguous smile. 2,000 pounds total, Li Kai replied flatly. Deducting the 1,000 taels you paid as deposit, you still owe another 1,000 taels. Talking about money right away? Gu Ling'er frowned slightly. How distant of you. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Personal feelings are one thing, Business is another. Li Kai's voice was low but brooked no argument. He was wary of beautiful women. His mother had warned him that the more beautiful a woman, the more likely she was to deceive. Gulinger was both beautiful and too shrewd. He always kept his distance. Gulinger studied him with interest. Other men who saw her couldn't bear to look away. Yet Li Kai hadn't even given her a proper glance from the moment he entered. Li Kai, from Nio village, parents killed by bandits. Currently, serves as militia captain of Nio village. Recently eliminated the third leader of Qingfeng's stronghold, commands 10 militiamen. Correct? She said casually. Li Kai's expression darkened, finally looking up. You've been investigating me? Don't misunderstand. Gulinger smiled softly. With such large sums and frequent transactions, I must know my business partner's background. Checking backgrounds is an excuse. You really want to discover the source of the fine salt, don't you? Li Kai thought coldly, but didn't expose her. Few knew about salt production. He was confident Gulinger couldn't trace it. Gulinger suddenly grew serious. Li Kai, you're likely in trouble. The chief of Qingfeng's stronghold has declared he'll massacre Nio village and the surrounding settlements, killing a batch of troublemakers to intimidate the region. The attack will happen within days. She then smiled warmly. Since you're my business partner, I can't stand by and watch. Bring your family and move into the Gu residence. Here, no one would dare touch you. How about it? Li Kai understood clearly that she valued not him as a person, but the source of the fine salt. He shook his head, his tone still flat. A few bandits don't concern me. A few bandits? Gulinger chuckled softly. Last time you merely got lucky killing 20-odd men, and now you think they're all worthless? Qingfeng stronghold has a full 180 bandits, well armed with blades and spears, plus they keep over 60 warhorses. With such military strength, even Qingfeng County's garrison wouldn't dare face them in direct combat. Wiping out a few villages like yours would be a matter of minutes. Li Kai stood by the bonfire with his arms crossed, his voice low and cold, the firelight revealing his indifferent expression. Across from him, Gulinger stood with 10 village soldiers dressed in ragged clothes, but full of vigor. She frowned and questioned. With just you and your 10 village soldiers, what can you possibly defend against? 108? Li Kai sneered, stepping forward as dust swirled beneath his feet. Even if it were 1,008 or 10,008, I, Li Kai, fear nothing. However many come, I'll kill them all. As his words fell, a fierce aura erupted from him, causing Gulinger's heart to tremble. She had followed her father in battles since childhood, witnessing fierce generals bloodied on battlefields and strategic advisors planning in command tents, but she had never seen someone with such natural dominance as Li Kai. His towering frame of 6 feet 2 inches, with 220 pounds of solid muscle, stood in the night like a small mountain. His eyes blazed with killing intent and arrogance, as if even the heavens couldn't contain his gaze. Gulinger didn't believe he could truly resist Qingfeng's stronghold that was a full 180 fierce bandits. Even the generals under her father's command, even the warriors who had charged through enemy lines 7 times, would need hundreds of heavy cavalry as escorts. Li Kai stood alone. What could he possibly defend with? She laughed softly, her bell-like voice rippling through the night wind. He don't believe it? Then let's make a wager. If you can withstand Qingfeng stronghold's village massacre, I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels? Li Kai's eyes flashed with interest. Gulinger stood with her hands in her sleeves, her eyes curved in a smile. But if you fail, you'll move to my side and serve as my bodyguard for 10 years. Do you dare? Honestly, she had already taken a liking to Li Kai. Her father had countless fierce generals under his command, and she wanted to cultivate her own trusted followers. Li Kai raised an eyebrow playfully. That's not fair. 1,000 taels of silver for 10 years of my service. Gulinger lifted her chin. How is that unfair? 1,000 taels of silver could buy me 20 slaves. Huh? I, Li Kai, alone am worth 1,000 troops. How dare you compare me to slaves? He crossed his arms, his tone still disdainful. Li Kai's arrogance only made Gulinger find him more interesting. Her eyes sparkled as she suddenly raised her hand. Since 1,000 taels can't satisfy you, how about this? If you can stop Qingfeng's stronghold's massacre, I'll allow you to enter the Gu household as a son-in-law. How about that? As soon as the words left her mouth, the guards beside her all widened their eyes in shock. Their hearts churned with thoughts. How noble was Miss Gu's status? Usually, wealthy officials and nobles from the capital lined up to seek her hand in marriage. Yet she was willing to take a commoner as her husband? If Li Kai truly became the Gu family's son-in-law, it would be like ascending to heaven in one step. However, Li Kai still shook his head indifferently. How can a dignified 7-foot man become a Livian son-in-law? I refuse. Gulinger's expression stiffened slightly. Usually, men who saw her would practically grovel and fawn over her, but with Li Kai, it had no effect whatsoever. How about this? If I can stop Qingfeng's stronghold, I want 10 master blacksmiths. Li Kai raised his hand, his gaze burning like fire. Talent was more precious than silver. With master blacksmiths, he could continuously forge armor and weapons. A flash of shock crossed Gu Linger's eyes. This man had such great ambition. If she really gave him 10 blacksmiths and he rose up in the future, she would become his accomplice, and the Gu family would be implicated. But currently, the Gu family's foundation in the court was unstable, with ministers impeaching her father daily. Even if she stood by and did nothing, could the Gu family remain safe? Her intuition told her the Gu family would face trouble sooner or later. Once their military power was stripped away, the family would fall into desperate straits. If she bet on Li Kai now and he rose to power in the future, it would be the Gu family's lifeline. This was a huge gamble. After weighing the options for just a moment, she had made her decision. All right, I agree. Hearing Gu Linger's agreement, Li Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. Blacksmiths were scarce in the understaffed Baiyuan prefecture, and even the well-established Gu family would struggle to recruit 10 at once. Once the words were spoken, Li Kai was certain that Gu Linger would never go back on her word. It's a deal, he said cheerfully. It's a deal. Gu Linger nodded gently. She dared to agree because regardless of the outcome, she would profit either way. If Li Kai couldn't stop the bandits, he would ultimately have to serve as her personal bodyguard. If he actually succeeded, it would prove he had the capability to rise up, making the 10 blacksmiths merely an early investment. Remember, if you really can't hold them off, just run. If you can't escape, show them the token I gave you. Those bandits will respect the Gu family's reputation and won't trouble you, Gu Linger instructed. Li Kai looked down at the bronze plaque in his hand, the very Gu family token she had personally given him earlier to allow his donkey cart free passage in and out of the county. The plaque bore intricate patterns that even officials treated with respect, and supposedly even bandits showed it deference. Li Kai secretly wondered, could it be an imperial token? Got it. Now give me the remaining 1,000 taels of silver. He extended his hand. Seeing that Li Kai's eyes held only thoughts of money, Gu Linger frowned slightly. Money, 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 eyes that all you care about? I've shown you such great kindness. Don't you feel even a bit grateful? Thank you. Li Kai's response remained indifferent. In the past, any servant or commoner who had received Gu Linger's favor would be deeply grateful. Only Li Kai maintained this distance and detachment, making her increasingly curious about him. How boring. Go on, get going. Gu Linger waved dismissively. The maid immediately loaded 1,000 taels of silver onto Li Kai's donkey cart. Without another word, Li Kai mounted and prepared to leave. Just then, a man's rough voice called from outside the courtyard gate. Linger, Linger, are you home? Linger. Gu Linger's face changed dramatically as she urgently instructed her maid. Quick, go inside and tell him I'm not here. Before she finished speaking, she turned to run, but her foot slipped, and with a cry of, oh no, she tumbled toward the nearby pond. The water's surface was dangerously close, its chill piercing. Li Kai moved like lightning, catching her precisely around the waist. Gu Linger's slender body pressed tightly against his solid chest. Are you all right? Li Kai asked with a slight frown. The fall had frightened Gu Linger so much that her heart pounded like a drum. From childhood to now, this was the first time she had been so close to a man. Li Kai was tall and strong with muscular arms, his embrace blazing hot, yet steady. She felt as if she were protected by an impenetrable fortress, experiencing an unprecedented sense of security. Li Kai looked down, seeing her features clearly at close range, delicate eyebrows and eyes, a face full of youthful plumpness that seemed ready to drip with moisture. A faint floral fragrance lingered around her nose, making him involuntarily swallow as his heartbeat accelerated out of control. Splash! A vase crashed to the ground, and the young man who had just entered the courtyard froze instantly. The sharp sound echoed through the courtyard as Gu Linger and Li Kai both turned their heads. The two had been sitting face to face, but now they hastily stood up, so close their shoulders nearly touched. The newcomer was lean and in his early 20s, dressed in an exquisitely tailored moon-white brocade robe, gently waving a folding fan. Followed by two burly bodyguards. It was Zhu Ming, son of the magistrate of Qingshan County. Gu Linger's first instinct was the panic of being caught in adultery, but then she remembered she had no connection whatsoever with Zhu Ming and found him utterly annoying, which immediately calmed her down. She raised an eyebrow and deliberately reached out to link her arm with Li Kai's. Who he is? What business is it of yours? Gu Linger called out provocatively. Seeing their intimate closeness, Zhu Ming's eyes nearly blazed with fury. He had pursued Gu Linger for 3 years and could barely get a proper meeting with her. Yet now a strange man was holding her in his arms. Take your filthy hands off Ling, Zhu Ming roared. Li Kai's gaze remained indifferent, his lips curved in amusement, and he actually pulled Gu Linger completely into his embrace. Gu Linger crashed into his steel-like chest, and before she could recover, she shot Li Kai a fierce glare. Just now, I think I heard a dog barking. Did you hear it too? Li Kai asked her, looking down, his voice not loud but clear enough for Zhu Ming to hear. Zhu Ming trembled with rage. Do you know who I am? I'm the magistrate's son. I order you to take your filthy hands off her. Learning his opponent's identity only made Li Kai's expression colder. He thought of the famine ravaging the land outside, the people barely clinging to life, while this magistrate's son before him had delicate pale skin, luxurious brocade clothing, and even a folding fan worth dozens of taels of silver, filling him with even greater contempt. I don't care who you are. Here, you get no special treatment. Li Kai sneered coldly. Zhu Ming flew into a rage, looked around frantically, grabbed a fist-sized stone from the ground, and charged forward. I'll kill you. With only a scholar's frail body, he had barely raised the stone when Li Kai seized his wrist. Then his wrist bone was twisted back. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bone was piercing. Zhu Ming screamed. Ami hand. What are you standing there for? Kill him. He shrieked at his bodyguards. The two bodyguards drew their swords to advance, but were stopped cold by Gu Linger's icy command. I'd like to see who dares draw a blade in the Gu residence. The authority of the Gu family's daughter intimidated them more than the magistrate's son, and their blades froze midair before they quietly sheathed them. Li Kai casually pushed, and Zhu Ming tumbled to the ground in a cloud of dust. Linger, you're actually siding with an outsider over me? Zhu Ming clutched his broken wrist and questioned through gritted teeth. You're the outsider. Gu Linger's voice grew even colder. Zhu Ming, I'm not interested in you. Stop bothering me from now on. Can you see clearly now? What I like are strong, powerful men like him. Zhu Ming stared blankly at Li Kai's imposing physique and managed to choke out. Crude brute. Crude brute. Linger, this guy is nothing but a big, crude brute. Apart from his brute strength, what use is he? I, Zhu Ming, am a man of great learning and talent. How am I inferior to this vulgar warrior? In the courtyard, voices suddenly rose. Zhu Ming pointed at Li Kai in the distance, his chest heaving violently, his oversized silk robe trembling slightly from agitation. He lifted his chin, desperately trying to maintain his so-called scholarly demeanor in front of Gu Linger. The poem I composed for you, to Gu Linger, is now displayed in the most prominent position at the Poetry Tower. Why don't you like me instead of him? Zhu Ming's face was full of indignation. The Poetry Tower was the favorite haunt of scholars in Qingshan County. The three-story wooden building had rows of bamboo racks filled with calligraphy and paintings. If a poem gained public recognition, it would be hung there with honor. Zhu Ming's To Gu Linger was currently hanging by the window, the pale yellow rice paper swaying gently in the breeze. Huh? Zhu Ming, did you really write that poem? Gu Linger raised an eyebrow slightly, her voice dripping with undisguised mockery. Zhu Ming usually relied on his status as the county magistrate's son to bully the locals and live a life of debauchery. Though he appeared somewhat scholarly on the surface, his heart was truly corrupt. As for writing poetry, he always hired ghostwriters. Of course I wrote it, Zhu Ming declared without shame, raising his voice for emphasis. My poem ranks 38th at the Poetry Tower. Besides his brute strength, does that boy understand poetry? Does he know what scholarly integrity means? Hearing this, Li Kai's lips curved into a disdainful smile. The Poetry Tower? Huh. If I, Li Kai, wanted to, I could reach the top in no time. Zhu Ming was stunned for a moment, then threw back his head and laughed loudly. You? Ha. Ridiculous. The top poem is the masterpiece of a champion scholar from 5 years ago. How dare a crude warrior who can barely read a few characters speak so arrogantly? Gu Linger looked at Li Kai with curiosity. She had witnessed Li Kai's skills in defeating several government soldiers, but had never heard of him writing poetry. Could Li Kai really write poetry? Actually, no. But don't forge the had transmigrated here with countless masterpieces from poetry immortals and saints stored in his mind. Don't believe me? How about we make a wager? Li Kai's tone was calm. Fine. What's the bet? Zhu Ming gritted his teeth, his right wrist still bandaged from their earlier conflict, the pain making his expression even more menacing. Within 7 days, if my poem cannot reach the top of the Poetry Tower, I'm at your mercy. But if it does reach the top, you, young Master Zhu, will strip naked and run through the county town. Do you dare? Li Kai's gaze was steely. Naked run? Zhu Ming's heart tightened, but thinking that reaching the top was harder than ascending to heaven, he was confident of victory and sneered coldly. It's a bet. If you can't do it in 7 days, I'll make your life worse than death. Li Kai nodded and turned, raising his hand. Bring paper and brush. With a wave from Gu Linger, servants immediately brought a square table, an ink stone, and snow-white rice paper. The courtyard fell silent except for the subtle sound of grinding ink. Li Kai took the wolf hair brush and lowered his eyes in contemplation for a moment. From his modern memories, that magnificent Man Jiang Hong instantly surfaced. He took a deep breath and began writing like a dragon dancing. Hair bristling with rage, I lean against the railing as the drizzling rain ceases. Looking up, I gaze into the distance, roaring toward the sky, my heart filled with passionate fervor. 30 years of fame are but dust and dirt. 8,000 li of roads under clouds and moon. Do not idle away your time when your hair turns white. You'll grieve in vain. The shame of Jinkong has not yet been avenged. When will this subject's hatred be extinguished? I shall drive my chariot and break through the Helan Mountain Pass. My ambition is to feast on the flesh of barbarian invaders. Laughing, I'll drink the blood of the Xiongnu. When I return victorious to restore our rivers and mountains, I'll pay homage at the imperial court. His calligraphy was bold and powerful, with sharp edges. Each stroke seemed to carve knife marks into the paper, and even before the ink dried, it radiated magnificent killing intent. After finishing, he tapped the brush lightly against the edge of the inkstone. With the crisp sound, he flicked his long sleeve, sending ink droplets flying through the air. Li Kai threw down the brush and looked at Zhu Ming with piercing eyes. Zhu Ming stepped forward and gazed at the poem on the paper, his heart suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable shock. Gu Linger was also frozen in place within just a few short lines. A magnificent and tragic atmosphere seemed to unfold instantly. The anguish of a shattered homeland, bone-deep hatred for enemies, and perfect resonance with the current turbulent situation of the Great Tian Dynasty all leaped vividly from the page. What an excellent poem, Gu Linger murmured to herself, casting an amazed glance toward Li Kai. Since ancient times, it had been rare for someone to excel in both literature and martial arts. Yet Li Kai could not only fight 10 men single-handedly, but also compose timeless masterpieces. Such a perfect and young man was someone she had encountered only once in her lifetime. Though Zhu Ming was semi-literate, he could still see that his own doggerel was worlds apart from this man Jiang Hong. His face instantly turned ashen, his lips trembling for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Li Kai set down his brush and spoke calmly. Miss Gu, please help me submit this poem to the famous poetry tower. I'd like to see if it can reach the top. Gu Linger cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Ming. Young Master Zhu, don't say I didn't warn you. Didn't even think about any underhanded manipulation. The Gu family will have people watching the famous poetry tower daily to ensure fair judgment. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Ming's face turned deathly pale. He had originally hoped to use backdoor connections to suppress Li Kai's poem, but the Gu family's influence in this area far exceeded that of the Zhu family who would dare to interfere. Now not only was his wrist broken, but he might also have to streak naked according to their wager. His pride was torn to shreds. Li Kai handed the poem scroll to Gu Linger, stepped onto his donkey cart, and looked at Zhu Ming with a half-smile. Miss Gu, farewell. With that, he departed grandly under everyone's gaze. At the courtyard gate, Zhu Ming clenched his fists, his heart burning like fire. Investigate. Find out who this brat is. Find a way to throw him into the county jail. As the county magistrate's son, he had always been second only to one and above 10,000 others. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? If Li Kai died, he could renege on their wager. As for Gu Linger, once he married her in the future, he would reclaim every bit of today's humiliation. He jumped onto his carriage and left the Gu residence with towering rage. Meanwhile, Wang Dali and Wang Xiaodian waited by the door. As soon as they saw Li Kai emerge, they approached. Young master, how did it go? Everything went smoothly. Li Kai answered briefly. Shall we return to Niu village now? Wang Dali asked. First, let's go buy Samino, make gunpowder. Gunpowder? Young master, are you ill? What kind of medicine? Wang Xiaodian frowned with concern. Li Kai patted his forehead and smiled wryly. I forgot that gunpowder doesn't exist in this area yet. No matter, we'll make it ourselves. Come, let's first buy charcoal. He calculated rapidly in his mind. Gunpowder only required charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter ground and mixed together. Making guns would be difficult and require master craftsmen. However, creating some explosives first to deal with ordinary troubles shouldn't be too problematic. Li Kai then led the two companions on an extensive tour around the county town, searching for raw materials needed to manufacture gunpowder. Charcoal and sulfur were readily available at various shops, but saltpeter was nowhere to be found in Qingshan County, not because it was rare, but because the market was too small for anyone to bother mining it. With no other choice, he had to pack up and return to Niu village, while asking Gu Linger to help search for leads on saltpeter sources. As dusk approached and Li Kai stepped into the village entrance, Zhao Tianhu hurried over to greet him. The big man carried a heavy bundle, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. Big brother, I've brought back the saddle and stirrups you wanted. Let's take a look, Li Kai gestured. As the bundle was unwrapped, supple thick cowhide released its distinctive fresh aroma. A newly crafted saddle and stirrups appeared before everyone, their design nearly identical to Li Kai's drawings and indistinguishable from equipment commonly used in later eras. Zhao Tianhu caught his breath and added, time was tight, so we only managed to complete this one set. The craftsman guarantees the remaining 14 sets will be delivered within 3 days. Li Kai nodded with satisfaction. Bring a horse over, let's mount it, and give it a try. Soon, a tall, magnificent horse was led into the clearing. Li Kai personally placed the saddle on its back, securing it tightly with leather straps, then adjusted the stirrups on both sides to the proper height. When finished, he turned to face the village militia and began his explanation in a raised voice. Pay attention. The saddle's grip provides you with a stable point of support, and the cowhide surface offers greater friction. You won't slip like you would on a bare horse's back. Most importantly, these stirrups, since mounted, slip your feet into them. Don't think of yourself as sitting on the horse's back, but standing on it. You'll have much better balance and control. Who wants to go first? I'll go first. Zhao Tianhu rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to the horse. He gripped the reins with his left hand, grasped the saddle with his right, planted his left foot firmly in the stirrup, and with a powerful push, mounted the horse's back as steady as a rock. Once seated, he slipped both feet completely into the stirrups and gripped the saddle handles with both hands, his face beaming with delight. Li Kai smiled. How does it feel, Huzi? Steady. Before, sitting bare against the horse's back made me nervous, but now with these stirrups, it feels just like standing on solid ground. Zhao Tianhu nodded enthusiastically. Good, now try moving around. Gently pull the reins to change direction, and lightly tap the horse's flanks to move forward. Li Kai continued his instruction. Zhao Tianhu followed the guidance, and the horse slowly turned, then began walking forward at the gentle nudge. Initially his back was somewhat stiff, but he soon relaxed, breathing naturally in rhythm with the horse's gait, his smile spreading irrepressibly across his face. The militia watching from the sidelines grew envious, their chatter rising and falling. Digua couldn't help but shout, "Big brother, let me try too." Li Kai nodded. Zhao Tianhu pulled the reins to turn around, circled the area once, then dismounted steadily, yielding the position to Digua. Digua eagerly mounted the horse, mimicking Zhao Tianhu's earlier movements to adjust his posture and slip his feet into the stirrups. Within moments, he had mastered the most basic riding techniques, cheering as he spurred the magnificent horse to accelerate around the clearing, riding joyfully across the open space. With the help of saddles and stirrups, the village militia learned to ride much faster. What used to take months to master in basic horsemanship, they now picked up in just half a day. Listen up, everyone. Li Kai surveyed the group, his voice commanding and resolute. We only have this one set of saddles and stirrups for now, so you'll take turns practicing. You must all learn to ride within 3 days. Qing Feng's stronghold's revenge will come soon. Digua, he pointed at another man. Arrange for sentries to take shifts at the village entrance. Keep a sharp watch. If bandits attack, report back immediately. Yes, boss. Digua responded and accepted the order. After assigning tasks, Li Kai left the training ground and headed straight home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. The table was set with his favorites, scrambled eggs, braised beef brisket, and a whole roasted chicken, golden and glistening. Suyu wore an apron, her fair cheeks dusted with flour as she rolled dumpling wrappers with her head down. Husband, you're back. Please sit and eat first. The dumplings will be ready soon, she said, looking up with a gentle tone. Looking at the feast before him, Li Kai couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Wife, you're truly amazing. You can grace the parlor and manage the kitchen. Marrying you is my greatest fortune. Suyu smiled sweetly. As long as my husband is satisfied. You've given me food and shelter, keeping me from hunger and cold. If I were still lazy and gluttonous, I'd only be a burden to you. I'm afraid that if I become lazy, you won't want me anymore. Hearing this, Li Kai walked behind her and gently embraced her. Silly wife, what nonsense are you talking? I'll never abandon you. Even when you're old or bedridden, you'll still be my wife. When I have money, I'll get us a grand mansion and hire 10 maids to serve you. Though she knew he was trying to comfort her, Suyu's heart still felt as sweet as honey. I don't ask for wealth, husband. I only wish for your safety. Even if we have to eat coarse grain and vegetables, I'd be content. She turned to look at him with earnest eyes. Meeting her clear gaze, Li Kai leaned down and kissed her. Suyu let out a soft gasp and pulled away. Husband, I'm cooking. But Li Kai swept her up and placed her on the table. What cooking? You are my meal. With that, his hand slipped inside her clothes. After their intimate moment, they finished dinner together. Li Kai went to inspect the training again, and they retired early that night. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, he was awakened by commotion in the village. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up, he called toward the door. Wife, why is it so noisy outside? Suyu was standing under the eaves, looking around. Seeing him awake, she quickly closed the door. Husband, people from several neighboring villages have come to cause trouble for our Nyo village. I think it's better if you don't get involved. Cause trouble? In Qingshan County, someone dares to cause trouble for our Nyo village. Li Kai frowned and got out of bed. Stay home. I'm going out to see what's happening. At that moment, dozens of villagers had gathered in Nyo village's square. People from 7 or 8 villages, Lu village, Zhang village, Hexia village, Xinzhai village, and others arrived one after another. Each village sent 7 or 8 representatives, totaling 70 to 80 people. Leading the group were the village chiefs of Hexia village and Xinzhai village. Old Lu, who walked with a cane, and Zhang Dajiang, a burly man with broad shoulders. Hexia and Xinzhai were the wealthiest among the villages at the foot of the mountain, not because of better terrain or soil, but because most of the Qingfeng stronghold bandits came from these 2 villages and went easier on their own people. Compared to Nyo village, which had been robbed dozens of times, these 2 villages looked like wealthy households. 7 or 8 village chiefs formed a circle, talking over each other as they cornered Su Damao, the village chief of Nyo village, in the center. Sudamao, you're being too selfish. Qingfeng's stronghold has threatened to massacre all the villages at the foot of the mountain, and it's all because your Niu village formed a militia. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Disband immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for joining forces against you. Old Lu and Zhang Dajiang spat as they spoke, while the other village chiefs and villagers joined in the commotion. Sudamao, getting sprayed with saliva, waved his hands desperately. Our Niu village forming a militia is our own business. What does it have to do with you? It has everything to do with us. Old Lu stepped forward with his cane, his voice hoarse but fierce. The third chief of Qingfeng's stronghold was killed in your Niu village, and the stronghold is furious. They want to wipe out all the surrounding villages. You brought this upon yourselves. Disband the militia and hand over the murderer. That child is from Niu village. Why should we hand him over? Su Damao's face darkened. An elder from Xinzhai village stepped forward, hands on her hips, her voice louder than any man's. Your child is just a child. But what about ours from Xinzhai? If we can't handle Qingfeng's stronghold, our entire village might be wiped out. If Niu village doesn't hand over the person today, we'll set fire to your village. The crowd tightened their circle, the noise escalating to a frenzy that sent chickens and dogs scattering in the square. Su Damao knew he was in the right, but had no way to explain. It's impossible to reason with unreasonable people. Amid the chaos, a cold, deep voice cut through the noise. It was I who killed the third chief of Qingfeng's stronghold. If there's anything to discuss, come at me. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes turning toward the speaker. The speaker was Li Kai, standing at 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighing 220 pounds. He looked like a wall. Su Damao quickly introduced him. This is our militia leader from Niu village, Li Kai. The crowd's eyes brightened instantly. So it was he who had killed the third chief. Capture him and hand him over to Qingfeng's stronghold. Then they won't massacre our village. That's right. He's the root of all our troubles. Get rid of the troublemaker, and we'll all be safe. Su Damao, are you going to act or not? If you won't do it, we'll do it ourselves. Old Lu and Zhang Dajiang led 7 or 8 villagers, mostly elderly, weak, women and children, crowding into the grain-drying yard of Niu village like a dark mass. Their eyes were bloodshot, eager to rush forward and tie up Li Kai immediately. In these chaotic times, they had long been numbed by bandit oppression, and morality and justice had given way to the instinct for survival. Li Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching this crowd with cold eyes, his voice cutting like a blade against iron. Huh? You want to capture me, Li Kai? Just with you people? The bandits are so arrogant because you're weak. Retreating again and again only makes them push further. Now, instead of fighting the bandits, you want to deliver the one who killed them right to their doorstep? Have your consciences been devoured by dogs? His words hit like stones on water, and shame crept across many villagers' faces, but for self-preservation, they still gritted their teeth. Stop your deceptive talk, someone roared from the crowd. The bandits have swords and horses. What can we defenseless common folk fight them with? If you hadn't killed the third chief, why would Qingfeng's stronghold massacre our village? If it's not your fault, whose is it? Clap, clap, clap. Li Kai raised his hands and applauded 3 times, revealing a mocking smile. Fine, let's say it's my fault. But I, Li Kai, refuse to admit it. I didn't just kill the third chief, I am going to kill their second chief and first chief too. That's my attitude. As for what you frogs in the well think, I don't care. Go back where you came from. Niu village doesn't welcome you. Next time you dare set foot in Niu village, you'll be greeted by our blades. As his words fell, Old Lu struck the ground heavily with his walking stick, veins bulging. Who are you trying to scare? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Think a few harsh words will frighten us away. No chance. With so many people from 7 or 8 villages, we can't take down just one of you? People of Niu village, listen up. Whoever dares block us from taking this man is our enemy. Attack. Li Kai's smile grew broader. You think only you have numbers? Clap, clap. He raised his hands and clapped. Dust flew from the direction of the training ground as Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianlong led 10 strong young men charging into the yard. Each carried a gleaming long blade, their cold light dazzling as they stood in formation behind Li Kai, their gazes burning with fearless determination. Digua stepped forward, shouldering his large blade, his voice booming like thunder. Listen up, all of you. I'm a militiaman of Niu village. The man standing before you is our militia captain. Anyone who dares touch our captain is making an enemy of Niu village's militia. Who wants to be first? Let's see if I won't cut you down. 10 large blades gleamed, radiating cold menace that chilled Old Lu and the others to their bones. They had thought they were just coming to capture one person and wouldn't need weapons, so they came empty-handed without even bothering to bring farm tools. But facing them now were 10 burly young men, while their own group consisted mostly of bent-backed elderly, weak, women and children. Most critically, the other side had blades. Whoever held those weapons held the truth. The Great Heavenly Dynasty maintained extremely strict control over bladed weapons. Even kitchen knives were subject to size restrictions. let alone the gleaming long blade in Digua's hands. Ordinary families could never possess such a weapon. Facing 10 well-trained militiamen, all armed with sabers, the people brought by Xinzhai and Hexiao villages, no matter how numerous, were like vegetables waiting to be chopped. Old Lu and Zhang Dajiang exchanged glances, their expressions equally grim. In just a few short days, Niu village had somehow assembled a militia unit equipped with proper sabers. This was completely beyond their expectations. The imperial court forbade the sale of blades in the marketplace. Not only ordinary villages, but even legitimate militias elsewhere mostly wielded hoes and sickles as weapons. Where on earth had these 10 gleaming long blades come from? Seeing negotiations had failed, old Lu could only point his finger and press Su Damao with stern authority. Su Damao, if you don't hand over the man today, you'll be making enemies of Xinzhai, Hexiao, and 8 other villages. Before he finished speaking, Su Damao, who had endured enough, roared, "Go to hell. This is Niu village. Li Kai is like half a son-in-law to me. Whoever dares touch him will have to answer to me first." With that, he stomped hard on the ground. Bolts clanged, and the previously sealed courtyard gates swung wide open. Shovels, kitchen knives, host farming tools were raised high as over 100 villagers from Niu village poured in from all directions, instantly surrounding Old Lu and his men. The crowd's anger was unstoppable. "Old Lu, if you want to capture our militia captain, you'll have to step over Lu Tsuetsue's dead body first." A woman in her 40s brandished a kitchen knife and shouted fiercely. "That's right." An old man bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Li Kai killed the 3rd leader of Qingfeng's stronghold just days ago. He saved us all. Whoever dares touch him will have to fight me to the death. So what if 10 villages have joined forces? If you're not satisfied, let's settle this." Niu village's momentum soared to the heavens. Precisely because bandits ran rampant and the authorities were incompetent, Li Kai's appearance had given them their first glimpse of hope for survival. If the bandit menace could truly be eliminated, only then could they live in peace. Therefore, until that day came, no one would allow outsiders to take Li Kai away. Blades gleamed cold, voices boiled over. Old Lu was so frightened by this display that his lips trembled, yet he strained his voice to maintain his bluster. "Fine. So you won't disband the militia or hand over the man. When the bandits come down from the mountains, they'll slaughter Niu village first. We're leaving." With a sharp shout, he was about to lead his men away when an icy voice pinned him in place. "Stop." Under everyone's gaze, Li Kai stepped forward. Old Lu stiffly turned back, stammering, "W. You want to kill me too?" Li Kai sneered coldly. "Kill you? You're not worth it, but you barged directly into our Niu village and dared to threaten our village chief. As the village militia captain, I have a duty to protect the people of Niu village." Li Kai's voice boomed at the village entrance as he gripped his saber, his blazing eyes sweeping over Old Lu and his group. "To teach you all a lesson, Digua. Go give each of them 10 hard slaps. If anyone dares resist, chop off their hands." Digua stepped forward without hesitation. The stocky man shouldered a broad-backed cleaver, his footsteps thundering like drumbeats as he charged into the crowd within a few strides. Su Damao watched from the side, his scalp tingling as he instinctively grabbed Li Kai's sleeve. "Xiao Kai, isn't this going too far?" Li Kai looked down, his gaze ice-cold. "Uncle Su, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. If we don't beat them until they hurt and submit, they'll never respect Niu village." Before he finished speaking, Digua was already standing before Old Lu. Before the old man could react, he saw that thick arm swing high. Smack! A crisp sound exploded like muffled thunder beside their ears. Half of Old Lu's face instantly swelled up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Ah!" he cried out in pain, yet didn't dare raise his hand. Digua's eyes held only the command as he swung again. Smack! Smack! Left and right. Old Lu's head swayed like a rattle drum. Digua counted as he slapped. 1, 2, 3. Each blow carried the sound of flesh. The wind from his palm mixed with the sweet metallic scent of blood. The bystanders fell silent as cicadas, not daring to breathe, only able to watch helplessly as Old Lu's face changed from deathly pale to dark purple. Soon, 10 slaps were complete. Digua wiped his sweat and turned to deliver the same courtesy to Old Lu's accomplices. When the last slap fell, Old Lu's entire group had swollen cheeks and blood at the corners of their mouths, their legs trembling, not daring to look Li Kai in the eye. Finally, they slunk away supporting each other, fleeing from Niu village. The moment Old Lu's group disappeared from sight, the villagers' emotions ignited like kindling. "Well done. Damn satisfying. That Old Lu and Zhang Dajiang always bullied others, relying on their bigger village." "Exactly. Thank goodness we have Captain Li Kai, or we'd be bullied again today. Li Kai, I absolutely support you. Anyone who dares touch him will have to deal with me." Amid the cheers, Li Kai raised his hand. "Everyone disperse, back to the training ground." The militia immediately rushed to the dirt field, training sounds rising one after another. Li Kai followed closely, walking to the center. With the assistance of that energy, his one day's progress equaled others' dozen days. In the center of the field lay custom-made dumbbells, 12 black iron blocks, each weighing 50 kilograms. Li Kai squatted down, gripped the rough handles with both hands, and took a deep breath through his nose. His arms tensed, veins bulging like hemp rope. Then he exerted force. Suddenly both dumbbells were lifted to his sides simultaneously, suspended in midair. His body was planted like a nail in the ground, steady as a rock. After finishing the first set, he took only a second to adjust before starting the second set. His arms flew, the dumbbells carving heavy arcs through the air, the whooshing wind slicing through the atmosphere. With each descent, his toes lightly shook the ground, stirring up thin layers of dust. The watching militiamen stared wide-eyed. 50 kilograms in each hand, and he could still do 15 consecutive flies. With such arm strength, beating someone would be like disciplining a child. The setting sun painted the field golden red before Li Kai finally stopped training, sweat dripping from his chin in streams. He shook his arms, turned to go home and wash up, and night soon swallowed the village. The next day at dawn, he stood on the crude scale, 225 pounds, having gained a bit more. Just as he was pondering how much power this strong physique could unleash, hurried footsteps sounded outside the courtyard, and a militiaman rushed to report. At this moment, another piece of good news arrived. Big brother, the saddles and stirrups are all finished and ready for your inspection. Li Kai nodded upon hearing this and strode into the training ground. The sun blazed overhead, yet the center of the field radiated an aura of deadly intent. 15 warhorses stood in 2 rows, their brand new saddles and stirrups gleaming with cold light. Digua led the other 9 brothers, each mounted on a magnificent steed, back straight and radiating killing intent. Originally there had been more than 15 warhorses, but the remaining ones had mixed bloodlines and couldn't meet the standards for cavalry charges. So Li Kai simply distributed them to the villagers for raising. Can you all ride now? Li Kai surveyed the group. Yes, boss. Digua nodded excitedly. With the saddles for support, riding is much more stable. Li Kai grunted with satisfaction. Now that the saddles and stirrups are complete, from this moment on, focus exclusively on horsemanship. Set aside the Black Dragon 18 techniques and brute force blade work for now only practice riding. Yes, boss. The 10 village soldiers responded in unison as the warhorses neighed and dust swirled. Li Kai looked up at the blazing sun, estimating the time. Just then, urgent footsteps came from the village entrance. Su Damao rushed into the training ground, drenched in sweat. Shao Kai, trouble. The bandits have come down from the mountain. Come down? Where? Li Kai's eyes lit up with excitement rather than alarm. Several villages at the foot of the mountain have already been ransacked. Su Damao gasped for breath. This time it's the second-in-command of Qingfeng's stronghold leading the group, over 80 men. They've been killing their way from Zhang village, cutting down anyone they see. The death toll is 10 times worse than last time. They're sweeping through villages in order, and they'll reach our Niu village before nightfall. Li Kai clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. We won't wait for them to come to us, we'll strike first. Digua, everyone armor up and mount your horses. Follow me. Meanwhile, over 80 bandits from Qingfeng's stronghold were streaming out of a village that had been ransacked and stained with blood. More than 30 mounted men rode in front, while a dozen others drove wooden carts loaded with grain, jewels, and silver behind them. Iron hooves pounded the ground, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. At the very front of the group rode Jiang Dongfeng, the second-in-command of Qingfeng's stronghold. Standing 5 feet 10 inches tall, he carried an 80-pound broadsword on his shoulder while raising a wine flask with his other hand, tilting his head back to gulp down the strong liquor. Jiang Dongfeng had once been a centurion in the border army, serving over 10 years in military campaigns and earning countless battle honors. Later, while drunk, he had defied his superior officer and in a fit of rage struck him down with his blade. Pursued by military law, he had no choice but to flee to Qingfeng's stronghold and become an outlaw. That useless third brother. I always told him to practice sword work with me, but he preferred to slack off. Now Luke's become someone else's ghost. Jiang Dongfeng sneered, reeking of alcohol. Beside him rode his trusted lieutenant, Ho Jun. Jiang Dongfeng continued with a cold snort. If it weren't for the chief's childhood friendship with him, how could that waste have risen to third-in-command? Trash like that deserved to die. However, we lost over 20 brothers last time, supposedly to some newly formed village militia from Niu village. The broadsword spun lightly in his palm as Jiang Dongfeng's killing intent became palpable. We can spare the other villages, but Niu village must be completely slaughtered. Let them know the consequences of provoking Qingfeng's stronghold. If every village starts forming militias like Niu village, what the hell will we have left to plunder? Upon hearing this, Ho Jun felt somewhat troubled. Second leader, last time third leader took over 20 men and they all died there, along with more than 20 warhorses. Since the militia of Niu village was able to kill third leader, they must have some real strength. Shouldn't we be more cautious and ask first leader to come down? Upon hearing this, Jiang Dongfeng waved his hand dismissively with a look of disdain. They're just a few militiamen. Do we really need to trouble big brother? I, Jiang Dongfeng, can slaughter them all by myself. Ho Jun remained uneasy. But they've captured our warhorses. If they've formed cavalry. Jiang Dongfeng threw back his head and laughed. Haha, let me ask you, how long did it take you from first touching a horse to learning how to ride? A little over a month, Ho Jun replied after thinking. And that was considered fast. Jiang Dongfeng snorted coldly. You think they can learn in just a few days of handling horses? Give me a break. Put your mind at ease. Ho Jun suddenly understood and scratched his head with a foolish grin. Second leader is so thoughtful. I hadn't considered that. Jiang Dongfeng narrowed his eyes, his tone turning sinister. When we get there, spare no one in Niu village, men, women, old and young. Capture the militiamen and execute them all by slow slicing. Kill one to warn 100. Make an example of them. At dusk, outside the entrance to Niu village, all was quiet in a dense grove of trees. 11 warhorses stood silently, their riders clad in black armor with hands on sword hilts, only cold eyes visible through their helmets. Digua and the others held their breath, excitement and tension intertwined. Li Kai sat astride his horse, lowering his voice. Remember, we'll catch them completely off guard. Once we strike, retreat immediately back to the village. Understood? Yes, everyone responded in unison. The memory of his parents' brutal death remained seared in his mind along with his body, hatred burning like fire. Unfortunately, that heavy iron staff wasn't suitable for mounted combat, too heavy for the horse to carry, and it would hinder mobility, so he had to use a sword for now. As darkness deepened, dust rose in the distance. Over 80 bandits were approaching in force. Boss, they're coming. Digua whispered urgently. Li Kai nodded slightly, his 5 fingers gripping the sword hilt tightly. At this moment, Jiang Dongfeng and Ho Jun were completely unaware. With Niu village close at hand, Ho Jun raised his hand to point the way. Second leader, that's Niu village. Speed up the advance, charge in, spare no one. Jiang Dongfeng snapped the reins. Hiya. The force was arranged in 3 columns. Over 30 cavalry charging in front, over 30 sword-wielding infantry following, with the supply carts bringing up the rear. Battle cries pierced the wind as they approached. Just as they were about to storm through the village entrance, snap. A thick rope suddenly sprang up from beneath the dirt road, instantly pulled taut. The front row of warhorses couldn't rein in time and were tripped in unison, crashing down heavily. Screams of men and horses tumbling filled the air. Jiang Dongfeng reacted fastest, spurring his horse to leap over. But 7 or 8 warhorses behind him all fell dead. Ambush, he roared. Before his words faded, 11 riders exploded from the roadside forest like a black whirlwind. Kill them all. Li Kai led the charge, his blade sweeping down to strike viciously between a bandit's shoulder and neck. The tremendous force split half his body open, blood spraying everywhere. Li Kai seized the momentum and drew his blade in one fluid motion, striking at another bandit nearby with seamless precision. The steel gleamed coldly in the morning light as he flicked his wrist, driving the blade accurately into his opponent's ribs and sending up a spray of blood. Close behind him, Digua clamped his legs tight against his horse's flanks, and the warhorse charged into the cluster of bandits with a fierce neigh. He raised his long blade high and brought it down with devastating force, cleaving one bandit from shoulder to waist in a single stroke. The man screamed as he tumbled from his mount. The other village militia spurred their horses into the enemy formation, thrusting left and right. One seized an opening and drew his blade across a bandit's throat, blood spurting in hot waves. The opposing bandits were instantly stunned by this ferocious cavalry charge. Before their eyes was an elite mounted force in full armor, wielding newly forged sabers, their armor plates glinting coldly in the sunlight. Such equipment was clearly the exclusive domain of regular troops. The outlaws, instinctively fearful of government soldiers, were shaken to their core. Jiang Dongfeng was the first to recover, roaring, "There are only a dozen of them. Pull yourselves together. Fight back." His voice thundered like a storm, and his men hastily raised their weapons to attack Li Kai's group of 11. However, when their steel blades struck the militia's armor, they only produced showers of sparks. The iron plates were impenetrable to blade and spear, leaving the bandits helpless. Zhao Tianhu and his companions unleashed the brute saber techniques they had practiced so diligently, their warhorses moving like the wind as cold steel rose and fell, spattering blood everywhere. Zhao Tianbao laughed wildly. Huh? Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. In just one exchange, over a dozen bandits lay dead. Seeing that their initial assault had achieved its objective, Li Kai immediately shouted, "Withdraw." He wheeled his horse around to break through, with Zhao Tianhu and the others close behind, their shouts of "Hiya" and thundering hoofbeats merging into a rushing wind. The group came and went like lightning, leaving behind a field of corpses and stunned bandits. Before departing, Li Kai turned back and made a throat-slitting gesture at Jiang Dongfeng, a cold smile playing at his lips. Jiang Dongfeng watched them ride away triumphantly, the rage in his chest nearly exploding. In all his years as an outlaw, he had never suffered such a devastating loss. Just then, Ho Jun ran up to his horse in panic. Second chief. We've lost over a dozen brothers. Could those men be government troops? Maybe we should flee. Flee my ass. Jiang Dongfeng roared. We have eyes and ears in the government. If they were really making a move, we'd have been warned in advance so we could retreat. Besides, their armor bears no insignia clearly homemade. And their numbers are small. Those men are the village militia from Yo village. Village militia? Upon hearing these words, all the bandits were stunned. Ho Jun hesitated. Village militia can ride horses? Weren't those 20-odd horses just seized by them a few days ago? Jiang Dongfeng ground his teeth. That's what I want to know. Regardless, this debt must be paid. Storm the village. Kill them. Reclaim the war horses. And those dozen sets of armor will be ours. Follow me. At Ho Jun's command, over 60 bandits reformed their ranks and charged toward Nyo village. By this time, Li Kai's group had returned to the village entrance and hidden all their war horses. Digua stayed close to the militia leader, asking with confusion. Militia leader, we were fighting so well out there, why did we come back to fight in the village? Li Kai said calmly, we just caught them off guard. Once they regroup, it'll be 80 against 10. Do you think you can handle that? We must force them into the village, make them dismount, and use our guerrilla tactics to defeat them one by one. Oh, Digua nodded with half understanding. Li Kai swept his gaze across everyone, his voice extremely low. Everyone hide in the alleys and fight, as I taught you. Fire one shot and change positions. Don't get caught up in prolonged fighting. With the order given, the 10 militiamen immediately scattered along the walls, their figures disappearing into the darkness. At this moment, Jiang Dongfeng led the bandits charging to the village entrance. The dilapidated wooden gate stood wide open, but the village was deathly silent. Every household was tightly shut, the streets empty, and as the setting sun had sunk, the growing darkness intensified the oppressive atmosphere. Where is everyone? Where are they hiding? Jiang Dongfeng frowned. Ho Jun, take one team. Wang Wu, take another. Split up and search. The 60-plus bandits immediately divided into 3 groups. Cavalry in front, axe wielders following. They entered different alleyways with the scattered sound of hoofbeats. Ho Jun's group had just turned into a narrow alley when the front horses' hooves suddenly found empty air. The entire ground collapsed. Several horses along with their riders screamed as they plunged into the deep pit, the sound of breaking bones mixing with neighing echoing around. The cavalry behind yanked their reins frantically, horses rearing and whinnying in chaos. Their formation instantly scattered. Watch out. There are traps. Ho Jun roared, but it was too late. With dull thuds, sharpened wooden spears emerged from the left and right walls like bamboo spikes, stabbing straight at the panicked bandits. Those who couldn't dodge in time were impaled through chest and abdomen, screaming as they fell. On the other side, Wang Wu's team had just stepped into the alley entrance when the ground similarly cracked open. Several war horses were tripped, and riders tumbled down. Before they could get up, stones were hurled from behind the roof tiles, causing complete chaos. Outside the alley entrance, Jiang Dongfeng witnessed both teams' setbacks, his face turning iron blue with rage as he roared, "Dismount! Everyone dismount! Search on foot! Drag those bastards out!" The remaining 50-plus men had no choice but to abandon their horses, advancing cautiously with swords and shields over the chaotic hoofprints. Ho Jun led his team to the Li family's doorway when suddenly Zhao Tianhu appeared with 4 militiamen blocking the alley. His armor reflecting cold light, Zhao Tianhu gripped his steel blade, eyes ice cold. Kill! Without any feints, the 5 men suddenly charged into the bandit formation. The alley was narrow, restricting the bandits' sword movements, while Zhao Tianhu and his men had iron armor for protection. Steel blades struck down with flying sparks, and 3 bandits died instantly. It's just 4 men, what's to fear? Fight back, Ho Jun shouted. But the bandits' long swords only produced sparks when striking the armor plates, unable to break through the defense. Zhao Tianhu's group pressed forward step by step, forcing Ho Jun and his men to retreat while defending. Before they could retreat to the alley entrance, their escape route was blocked. Zhao Tianbao, Digua, and 3 other militiamen had quietly appeared, raising their blades to seal off the exit. Zhao Tianbao coldly announced. The militia captain said, 1 tael of silver reward for killing 1 bandit. First come, first served. As soon as the local militia heard they'd be rewarded with silver for killing bandits, they became as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Normally, working as laborers for a month barely earned them a tael of silver, but now they could make a full tael just by taking down 1 bandit. It was like money falling from the sky. They roared with thunderous voices. Charge! Zhao Tianbao and Digua brandished their sabers and were the first to rush into the bandit ranks. Ho Jun's already demoralized troops, caught between 2 forces, instantly fell into chaos, wailing and crying out in distress. Amid the clashing of weapons, flashing blades and flowing blood painted the night crimson. Meanwhile, Jiang Dongfeng and Wang Wu in the distance caught wind of the commotion. Assemble! Support Ho Jun! Jiang Dongfeng bellowed. The 2 groups quickly merged, and over 40 bandits dragged their weapons forward, surging toward the battlefield like a dark tide. In the narrow, pitch-black alley, Wang Wu led his men at the front while Jiang Dongfeng brought up the rear. Moonlight was squeezed into thin slivers by the walls, and footsteps and heavy breathing echoed through the narrow passage. Suddenly, a massive dark figure appeared ahead. The man was as imposing as a mountain, carrying a black iron staff on his shoulder. Its 88-kilogram weight made the stone pavement creak and groan. In the moonlight, he looked like an armored beast. Wang Wu and his men immediately froze, raising their sabers and looking around nervously, sweat beading on their palms. "Who goes there?" Someone finally mustered the courage to shout. Li Kai slowly raised his head, his gaze cold behind his face guard. He struck his iron staff against the ground, clang, sending sparks flying. "Had enough of looking? I'm here to collect you." His voice rumbled like distant thunder. Before the words had finished echoing, he spun and swung his staff, smashing it toward the bandit at the front. Crack! The saber snapped in two instantly, and the man's head exploded like an overripe watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Li Kai, weighing 225 pounds, clad in bladderized armor, and wielding the 88-kilogram iron staff, was a moving killing machine in that narrow alley. He was like a black whirlwind, his staff cutting through the air with a chilling whistle, sweeping towards the second bandit. The man, terrified, tried to dodge, but there was nowhere to escape in the narrow passage. Crack! His ribs shattered, and he was crushed against the wall, sliding down to the ground, his life hanging by a thread. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, and the bandits turned pale, their legs trembling, but Jiang Dongfeng's fierce shouts pushed them forward. Li Kai's gaze locked onto a third enemy. He lunged forward, shaking the ground beneath him. He raised his iron staff high and brought it down with all his might. The saber was smashed to powder, and the bandit's arms were instantly broken, pinned to the ground, as the stone pavement caved in, creating a pit. Next, he moved left and right. Wherever his staff went, bones shattered and flesh split. The screams echoed endlessly, severed arms, mangled limbs, and broken weapons mixed with blood covered the alley. Li Kai charged through the 40-plus bandits, turning them into a chaotic mess, rendering them unable to fight back. In just half a stick of incense's time, over 20 of them had already fallen under Li Kai's blows. The remaining 20-odd bandits trembled all over, too terrified to attack. With each step Li Kai took forward, his foot tapping against the rubble, the group of bandits instinctively retreated, their shoes scraping against the ground with harsh, grating sounds. Useless! A furious roar exploded from behind the crowd. Jiang Dongfeng shoved aside his subordinates blocking his path and strode forward boldly, dust flying from beneath his feet. He gripped his blade with one hand, the steel gleaming with cold white arcs of light as his fierce gaze locked onto Li Kai. "No wonder third brother died in this backwater village. Turns out it's hiding a tough bastard like you. But I, Jiang Dongfeng, have fought on the frontier for years, and I'm no pushover either. Shall we test each other?" Li Kai's lips curved slightly. "Fine by me." The moment the words fell, Jiang Dongfeng roared and swung his blade with explosive force, his bulging arm muscles making the sword whistle through the air as he aimed the first strike directly at Li Kai's neck. Li Kai couldn't be bothered to dodge, simply raising his iron staff, clang. Metal met metal with sparks flying. The heavy iron staff didn't budge an inch, while the battle-tested blade was chipped, steel fragments scattering everywhere. Such incredible strength. Jiang Dongfeng's heart trembled. Li Kai glanced at the notch in the blade and sneered. The second-in-command of Qingfeng's stronghold only has this much skill? How disappointing. Provoked to fury, Jiang Dongfeng roared. I haven't even shown my real abilities yet." He stomped hard and shifted sideways, his blade flashing like a violent storm. The cloak blade technique, renowned for its speed, ruthlessness, and precision, now created a web of intersecting blade shadows, the cold gleam nearly sealing off every escape route for Li Kai. However, Li Kai merely turned his wrist or lifted his elbow occasionally, casually blocking with his iron staff. Amid the dense sounds of clashing metal, he retreated at most half a step, still maintaining his composure. When the occasional blade strike slipped through to hit his armor, it only produced a few sparks. Moments later, Jiang Dongfeng's blade work grew chaotic, his heavy breathing like a broken bellows. Sweat trickled down Jiang Dongfeng's temples as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're wearing armor, that's not fair. Do you dare remove your armor and fight again?" Li Kai coldly retorted. "Did you consider fairness when you slaughtered villages and pillaged? You've struck me so many times I'll only return one blow with my staff. If you can block it, I'll let you all go." With that, he gripped one end of the iron staff with both hands, his shoulder muscles tensing into smooth curves as he swung it in a wide arc, whoosh. A fierce wind stirred up dust as the iron staff descended with thunderous force from above. Jiang Dongfeng's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily raised his damaged blade horizontally across his chest. Crack! With a crisp, desperate sound, the blade shattered inch by inch. The iron staff's momentum continued unabated, striking heavily between his shoulder and chest. Snap! The sound of breaking bones was sharp and piercing. Jiang Dongfeng was smashed flat to the ground, his chest immediately caving in and deforming as blood mixed with shattered organs gushed forth instantly. He didn't even have time to groan before his breath ceased, and he died on the spot, his body like a piece of pulverized meat sprawled in the dust. Deathly silence instantly enveloped the entire alley, as if all the air had been sucked away. The bandits stared at Li Kai holding his iron staff like a giant, their faces drained of color as they knelt rigidly on the ground, not daring to breathe. Even the sound of tiny dust particles hitting the ground could be heard clearly. Was this still human? Their minds went blank. That iron staff crippled with a touch and killed with a blow. One man facing off against more than 40 brothers without losing ground, it defied all reason. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the alley entrance. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao led their men after finishing off Ho Jun's 20-plus men and rushed to provide support. The two groups surged in from front and back, only to be struck speechless by the scene before them. The ground was littered with severed limbs, blood mixed with mud like an open slaughterhouse. Li Kai simply rested his iron staff casually on his shoulder, his gaze indifferent. The 20-plus surviving bandits knelt with trembling knees, lacking even the courage to flee. Zhao Tianhu swallowed hard and muttered quietly, "Good heavens! Is Big Brother even human? Even the fiercest generals of the Great Tian Dynasty aren't as fierce as Big Brother. How did things go on your end?" Li Kai glanced up at Zhao Tianhu, his voice as cold as blood dripping from a blade's edge. "All taken care of. Not one left alive." Zhao Tianhu immediately straightened his back, answering decisively. Li Kai nodded, his gaze still fixed on the other man's face. "What about our brothers? Any casualties?" "A few got hurt, just flesh wounds, nothing serious." Zhao Tianhu gestured towards several brothers nearby who were bandaging their wounds, his tone carrying unmistakable relief. Not bad. Today's battle was a complete victory. 11 lives against over 80. More than 60 lay dead in pools of blood, over 20 captured, and not a single one of their own brothers had died. Besides the militia wearing simple armor, wielding steel blades, and having the advantage of saddles and stirrups, the crucial factor was that those bandits had never received proper training. They were just a rabble wielding knives. Put down their weapons, and they were no different from farmers in the fields. But if they ever faced regular troops, Li Kai's 10 subordinates would fare no better. "Clean up the battlefield," he commanded. Zhao Tianbao glanced at the 20-odd prisoners being held to one side and asked quietly, "Big Brother, what do we do with these men?" "Tie them all up. Tomorrow we'll take them outside Xinzhai village and Hexiao village and execute them." Li Kai's lips curved upward, his words ice cold. With those words, the 10 militiamen couldn't help but shudder ruthless. This was making an example of them. Half the bandits from Qingfeng stronghold came from those two wealthy villages, Xinzhai and Hexiao. Taking the bandits' heads to be chopped off at their doorstep was both killing and psychological warfare. This was Li Kai's revenge. Soon, the 20-odd men were bound tight, the hemp rope cutting into their wrists until they turned purple. Meanwhile, the spoils of war were being tallied. Digua hurried over and reported with cupped fists, "Militia captain, we killed 63 bandits in total. We captured 51 long knives, 13 sets of bows and arrows, 2 spears, and 3 long swords, 40 warhorses, and 15 carts. We found 560 taels of silver on the bodies, plus another 400 taels in the carts. 10 carts are loaded with grain, and there are some gold and silver ornaments as well." Li Kai listened and gave a satisfied grunt. "All grain goes to storage. Gold, silver, and jewels go to my house. Keep the warhorses and outfit them all with saddles and stirrups." Everyone understood without words Li Kai was pocketing the silver, but no one dared object. Might made right. Only then did the courtyard gates of Neo village begin to open one by one. Villagers peeked out cautiously, and seeing that all the bodies scattered about were bandits, they felt both shocked and delighted. "Everyone come out. The militia killed all the bandits." Several loud shouts echoed at the village entrance. More and more people gathered. Looking at the corpses everywhere and Li Kai and his men still stained with blood, the villagers' faces first showed fear, then an irrepressible wild joy. Whether this militia force was right or wrong, they hadn't been sure before, but now the answer was written in blood. The bitter suffering they had swallowed for so long could finally be spat out. Surrounded by the crowd, village chief Su Damao arrived at the scene. The old man stared at the field of corpses for 2 heartbeats, then nodded excitedly, his voice trembling. "Good. Very good. Worthy of the militia captain I chose." Everyone looked closely over 60 bandits. "With Li Kai here, let's see which mountain stronghold dares come cause trouble in our Neo village again." The villagers wept with joy. Year after year, they had been robbed of grain and livestock by bandits, fearing for their lives with every step. Now, they finally didn't have to endure that humiliation anymore. Young Li Kai has really made something of himself. In the open space of Neo village, beside the earthen walls, the bonfire crackled and popped as villagers held their rough ceramic bowls and chatted loudly. "How did I never notice how capable he was before? With Captain Li and his militia here, We can finally sleep soundly at night without fearing the bandits. Absolutely. We must throw a grand feast to celebrate today. Praise poured forth from all directions, and Li Kai had truly become a hero in everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away in Qingshan County, deep within the Gu family estate, lotus leaves gently lapped against the water's surface. Gu Linger sat on a stone bench by the pond, scattering fish food into the water as koi stirred up tiny splashes. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and a guard rushed forward, dropping to one knee. "Miss, we have news from Yo village." Gu Linger's eyes lit up as she immediately stood. "Speak quickly. Did that boy Li Kai lose?" The guard shook his head. "No, he won." Gu Linger's brow furrowed, disappointment creeping into her voice. If Li Kai had lost, she might have gained an interesting companion. He won? A narrow victory? Qingfeng's stronghold sent over 80 men this time, didn't they? I heard their second-in-command was quite skilled. It wasn't a narrow victory, it was a complete victory, the guard said solemnly. Jiang Dongfeng was killed on the spot. Gu Linger froze. Complete victory? Jiang Dongfeng is dead too. Didn't they only have 11 men? That's correct. Only 11 men. The guard continued his report. But all 11 wore full armor and could ride horses with exceptional skill. Before Jiang Dongfeng entered the village, they set up an ambush and caught the bandits completely off guard with their initial assault. Then they laid traps within the village, forcing the bandits to dismount. Finally, these 11 armored militiamen attacked from both front and rear, routing the bandits completely. Li Kai was the most fierce. He killed over 20 men with an iron staff and captured more than 20 others. Jiang Dongfeng was also killed by his staff on the spot. Our informant said that iron staff weighs a full 88 kilograms. The guard glanced up to observe his young mistress's expression, secretly amazed. Gu Linger had always been extremely particular, with very few people catching her attention, yet Li Kai had earned such praise from her. "Miss, this man is proud and likely unwilling to live under another's roof." Gu Linger casually brushed her hair aside. "No matter. Such a person can only be a friend, never an enemy. While his wings haven't fully grown, we should offer assistance in his time of need rather than merely add flowers to his brocade." She paused. "Have those 10 blacksmiths been recruited?" "Yes, miss, they have been recruited." "A bet is a bet. Send them all to Nyo village. All their food, drink, and expenses will be covered by the Gu family." "Yes." The guard bowed and withdrew. As night fell, the other end of Qingshan County was brightly lit. Red lanterns hung from the sandalwood railings of the 3rd floor of Mingshi Tower, while the fragrance of tea mingled with the sound of silk and bamboo instruments. This place gathered the county's most conceited scholars and literary talents, all of whom took pride in being able to afford the high prices here, viewing it as their stepping stone into high society. In a private room, people sat around a table sipping tea, whispering about the fresh ink on the wall. This poem, Manjiang Hong, is truly a masterpiece. Inside the Mingshi Tower, the fragrance of tea drifted through the air. Several pots of freshly brewed Biluakun tea steamed gently, their delicate aroma wafting between the ornately carved beams and pillars. In the main hall, elegantly dressed young nobles and scholarly gentlemen sat around tables, sipping tea while reciting poetry aloud. Bamboo scrolls and jade writing implements lay scattered across the tables, while the walls displayed an orderly arrangement of masterpieces from both past dynasties and contemporary masters. Not every poem could earn a place on these walls, only those approved by the tower's owner were eligible for the voting board. The higher the votes, the more prominent the position, making it a coveted honor that drew literati like moths to flame. Within just a few days, a poem titled Manjiang Hong had emerged as a dark horse, rapidly climbing the rankings to secure the top position. Many visitors stood before the wall, reciting it repeatedly, feeling their hearts stirred to burning passion. The bold calligraphy on the paper read, "Hair bristling with rage beneath my cap, I lean against the railing as the gentle rain ceases. Looking up, I gaze toward heaven and roar, my heroic spirit fierce and strong. 30 years of fame and glory are but dust and earth, 8,000 li of roads under clouds and moon. Do not idle away your time when your youthful head turns white, you'll grieve in vain." Under the golden lanterns, a middle-aged man in yellow robes gazed intently at the poem, his eyes filled with excitement. After a moment, he gently touched the table and proclaimed loudly, "Excellent poem, truly excellent. Who is the author? I would pay 100 taels of gold to meet them." Everyone present shook their heads. Someone replied, "The author's name is unknown. We only know this poem came from the Gu residence." The man in yellow robes raised his eyebrows. "The Gu residence? I've long heard that Miss Gu possesses both talent and beauty. This truly lives up to her reputation." At this very moment, the poem's fame had already spread beyond the streets and alleys of Qingshan County, traveling along the post roads toward the capital. But the true author, Li Kai, neither knew nor cared about this. He was currently lying on his warm wooden bed at home, holding his wife Su Yu in his arms, silver ingots jingling in his embrace as he grinned from ear to ear. The low table beside the bed was piled high with gleaming silver ingots. Just the cash alone amounted to 2,000 taels, enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. However, Li Kai had no intention of stopping there. Gripping the silver ingots, his eyes gleamed with ambition. This is just startup capital. A real man must accomplish something truly magnificent. How can I settle for such small gains? Su Yu lay against his chest, her fingertips gently tracing the silver pieces, her expression dreamy. Half a month ago, she had been a pitiful woman sold to a brothel. Now she not only had a home and a husband, but could fall asleep embracing thousands of taels of silver. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes blissfully and whispered softly, "My dear husband, being with you is wonderful. Su Yu is truly so happy." Li Kai held her tighter, laughing with confident swagger. "My dear wife, stay with me and just wait to enjoy the good life. Come, let's do some pearl diving exercises." Su Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she said coquettishly, "My dear husband, you're too vigorous for me to handle. Perhaps you should take a concubine? It would give Su Yu some rest." Li Kai scratched his head. What woman arranges concubines for her own husband? But Su Yu nodded seriously. "Husband, you're so outstanding. If you don't have concubines, others will think Su Yu is petty. Which capable man nowadays doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Su Yu has a close friend who's 5 feet 7 inches tall with an excellent figure. Perhaps." Before she could finish, Li Kai's heart began racing, but accustomed to monogamy, he couldn't bring himself to agree. "Let's discuss this later. For now, let's focus on living our good life." As he spoke, he patted Su Yu's slender waist. "My dear wife, turn around and face away from me." Su Yu hesitated briefly, then obediently turned around. Subsequently, Su Yu welcomed him with open arms. An hour and a half later, the battle came to an end. Both were left breathless and exhausted. At that moment, Su Yu lay sprawled across Li Kai's chest and began to cry. Tears as large as soybeans fell onto Li Kai's chest. Li Kai was startled and quickly embraced Su Yu. "My dear wife, what's wrong? Was I too rough just now?" "No, my husband, Su Yu just misses home." Indeed, Su Yu, a delicate woman, had been married into Nyo village for half a month now, and by all rights, he should meet his mother-in-law. Li Kai had no idea that Su Yu had been sold to a brothel, but was intercepted by him along the way. Su Yu hadn't dared tell Li Kai this, fearing he would abandon her. "You're right, it's been so long, and I haven't met my father-in-law and mother-in-law. When I find the time, I'll go back with you for a visit." At this moment, Su Yu fidgeted with the corner of her clothes, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. "Husband, Su Yu has been hiding something from you, but now." Before she could finish, Su Yu slipped naked out of the covers and dropped to her knees before Li Kai with a thud. Li Kai quickly helped Su Yu to her feet. "My dear wife, what are you doing?" "Husband, the truth is Su Yu was sold to a brothel, but Su Yu didn't dare go to such a place. So before reaching the brothel, she ran to Nyo village and sought refuge with Uncle Su. I was afraid that if I told the truth, you wouldn't want Su Yu anymore, so I didn't dare speak up. It's all Su Yu's fault." Su Yu admits her wrongdoing. After saying this, Su Yu was about to slap herself across the face. Li Kai quickly grabbed Su Yu's wrist. "My dear wife, I thought it was something serious. I don't care about that." "Really?" Su Yu raised her head, her watery eyes looking directly at Li Kai. "I truly don't care. But your family sold you to a brothel, and you still miss home." A trace of pain flashed in Su Yu's eyes. "My family was also forced into desperation. The household truly couldn't make ends meet, and my younger brother was seriously ill, so they had to." Li Kai nodded. "Say no more, I understand everything. I was the one being inconsiderate, not visiting my father-in-law's house for so long. We'll go tomorrow." "Yes." The next day, in Hexiao village, village chief Lu and the villagers were rebuilding their homes. After the bandits came down from the mountains yesterday, the first village they visited was Hexiao village. Although Hexiao village had quite a few able-bodied young men serving as bandits in Qingfeng's stronghold, after all, they didn't own the stronghold, so they had no say in which villages to raid. However, compared to other villages, Hexiao village's damage was much lighter. Almost no one died. They only had some grain and money stolen. Village chief Lu looked at the devastated village and said venomously, "It's all the fault of those ignorant village militia from Nyo village. If not for them, our village wouldn't have been destroyed so badly." Upon hearing this, a nearby villager sneered. "Humph, at least no one died in our village." As for Nyo village, yesterday over 80 bandits went to Nyo village. By now, everyone in that village is probably dead. Just as he finished speaking, a villager came running over in haste. "Village chief, people from Nyo village are here." Upon hearing this, village chief Lu's eyes lit up. "Are they here to ask for our help?" "Humph. Those useless fools, I told them long ago to disband their militia, but they wouldn't listen. Now that their village has been slaughtered, they come to us for help. Drive them away." "Drive them away? We can't drive them away. They came armed with weapons." "Came with knives? What do you mean?" Old Lu was stunned. "Village chief, You need to see what's happening at the village entrance." Several panicked villagers, almost sobbing, dragged him outside. Old Lu immediately felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Forgetting his walking stick, he hurried toward the village entrance. The dirt road leading to Hexiao village was packed with people. The morning mist had just cleared, revealing 10 soldiers from Nyo village standing at the entrance like a black iron wall. Clad in dark armor and gripping gleaming sabers, they cast a menacing presence. The cold light reflecting off their blades was so blinding that people dared not look up. Behind the soldiers, over 20 bandits knelt in 2 rows with their hands bound, their faces ashen and their pants soaked with urine from fear. Zhao Tianhu stood at the front, his toe tapping the dust as his voice carried over the crowd. "Fellow villagers of Hexiao village. Yesterday, bandits from Qingfeng stronghold came down from the mountains, raiding village after village before finally attacking our Nyo village." He pointed to his comrades behind him. But Nyo village is the only village in the foothills with its own militia. Under the leadership of Captain Li Kai, we killed or wounded more than half of the 80+ bandits, executing over 60 on the spot. The rest, he slapped the backs of the kneeling bandits with his blade, were all captured. Zhao Tianhu's tone turned cold. "These murderers and thieves have committed countless atrocities. Captain Li has ordered their public execution right here at Hexiao village entrance." Execution? The kneeling bandits immediately broke down. Snot and tears streamed down their faces as they soiled themselves. Several young men from Hexiao village, whose parents were in the crowd, screamed desperately, "Father! Mother! Save me! I don't want to die! Village chief, help me! When I joined the bandits, didn't I take good care of you?" Old Lu felt his scalp crawl as cold sweat poured down his back. 80+ bandits defeated by just 10 militia from Nyo village. Were these really just local soldiers? Even elite government troops might not have fought so decisively. Yet the men kneeling before him were indeed bandits who deserved their fate. He wanted to plead for them, but couldn't squeeze out a single word, understanding clearly that this public execution was Li Kai's warning. "We're executing your villagers at your village entrance. You can watch, but don't even think about interfering." The villagers grew agitated as families of the condemned rushed forward crying. A scar-faced soldier nicknamed Sweet Potato stepped forward with his blade, coldly shouting, "Captain's orders: anyone who dares interfere with the execution will be considered a bandit accomplice and killed on the spot." He pointed his blade tip at the ground, and everyone immediately fell silent. The armored soldiers radiated killing intent. If just a few knife-wielding bandits could devastate an entire village, who would dare take another step forward against this force that rivaled government troops? Seeing that he had sufficiently intimidated the crowd, Zhao Tianhu drew his saber and raised it high. "All soldiers, listen up, raise your blades." 10 sabers rose in unison, flashing coldly. "Strike!" The blades fell with a series of thuds as 10 bloody heads rolled away neatly. The sweet, metallic smell of blood instantly filled the air as Hexiao village erupted into wailing. Many women and children collapsed on the spot, and children burst into tears at the horrific sight. Zhao Tianhu sheathed his blade and said calmly, "Take the rest away and execute them at Xinzhai village." The soldiers responded and dragged away the remaining dozen or so bandits, who were crying and pleading desperately. Meanwhile, in Nyo village, as daylight broke, Li Kai lazily got out of bed and stretched. Outside his door, Uncle Fu knocked gently. "Young master, there's someone named Zhou Bo here to see you." Zhou Bo. Li Kai carefully recalled that this man was Gu Ling'er's personal bodyguard. When he first arrived at the Gu residence, the two had sparred, and he knew well that his opponent possessed extraordinary martial skills. He grabbed his clothes, dressed hastily, and hurried to the Li family courtyard. There he saw Zhou Bo leaning expressionlessly against the doorway, holding a gleaming long blade in one hand, looking as if someone owed him 200 taels of silver. "Looking for me?" Li Kai called out. "The people and goods are outside. Go check them," Zhou Bo replied flatly. Li Kai was stunned and peered outside. On the dirt road beyond the courtyard, 10 horse-drawn carts were lined up in perfect formation, their bodies tightly wrapped in oilcloth. Beside the carts stood 10 dark-skinned, burly men, each with broad shoulders and thick builds, their right arms noticeably more muscular than average. Blacksmiths. Li Kai's eyes immediately lit up. From years of swinging hammers and forging iron, he was all too familiar with that distinctive right arm development. At that moment, he understood that Gu Ling'er had kept her promise. She had sent all 10 blacksmiths along with their equipment. The black oilcloth was pulled back, revealing iron crucibles, hand hammers, bellows, charcoal, and other tools needed for armor making. Zhou Bo added indifferently, "Everything on the carts is for ironwork. Find a place to set them up. Also, Miss has instructed that the food, clothing, and living expenses for these 10 blacksmiths will all be covered by the Gu household." Li Kai's heart soared with joy. His greatest worry had been being unable to support these craftsmen, but unexpectedly, Gu Ling'er had included after-sale service as well. "Haha, brother, go back and thank your young miss for me." Li Kai quietly pulled out a small silver ingot, trying to slip it into Zhou Bo's palm. Zhou shifted slightly, his sleeves sweeping to easily avoid it. No need. That pittance means nothing to me. The silver hung awkwardly in the air as Li Kai sheepishly tucked it back into his sleeve. The people and goods have been delivered. I'm leaving. Zhou finished speaking, turned, and mounted his horse. Li Kai hurried after him a few steps. Hey, don't you want the carts back? They're yours. With those words, the horse reared up and Zhou rode away. Looking at the 10 clean, brand new carts, Li Kai was both shocked and delighted. Hey, 10 free carts. He then invited Su Damao, the village chief of Niu village, to help arrange housing. Since Li Kai was now the village's benefactor, no one would refuse to lend a few empty rooms. Soon, several households diagonally across from the Li family voluntarily gave up their houses for the blacksmiths to live in. The area directly opposite the courtyard had already been converted into a training ground for the village militia, while the diagonal area was now transformed into a blacksmith workshop. After everything was settled, the lead craftsman approached Li Kai and clasped his fists to his chest. Greetings, militia captain. I'm Li Daniu, the leader of these 10 blacksmiths. Just give us your orders for any work you need done. Excellent. Li Kai immediately commanded. Armor as much as possible. Li Daniu, however, held out his open palm. Li Kai was puzzled. What? Money? How can we make armor without money? The young mist does indeed cover our food, clothing, and living expenses, but to forge armor we need to buy iron. We don't need to calculate wages for profit, but someone has to pay for the raw materials. The cost for one set of armor is about 20 taels of silver. At this point, Li Daniu's eyes gleamed. Militia captain, how many sets do you want made? 20 taels? What a bargain. Li Kai knew that having a set of armor made at the blacksmith shop in the county town would cost a full 100 taels of silver, but now they were only charging the cost price of 20 taels. How could he pass up such an incredible deal? Make me 100 sets of armor first. Li Kai couldn't suppress his delight as he made the decision on the spot. Captain, 100 sets would cost 2,000 taels of silver. Do you have that much cash on hand? The blacksmiths exchanged glances before Li Daniu spoke up as their representative. I do. Just wait. Li Kai went back and brought out his entire fortune. 1,000 taels saved from selling fine salt, plus another 1,000 taels seized from the bandits, making exactly 2,000 taels in silver ingots, which he piled in the center of the blacksmith shop. In an era when the average monthly wage was 501, 2,000 taels was an astronomical sum that ordinary people could never touch in their lifetime. Yet Li Kai threw down the silver, without hesitation. A man who doesn't aspire to be a warlord isn't a real man. With armor, recruiting soldiers would be just around the corner. Faced with the gleaming silver, Li Daniu readily agreed. Deal? With all 10 of us working together, we'll have all 100 sets of armor ready for you within 7 days. Li Kai added while he was at it. And make me 100 good swords too. Making swords won't require much material. The scraps left over from the armor will be enough. Li Daniu laughed heartily. If it were an outsider, they would surely charge Li Kai extra, but he was honest with his own people. After settling the matter of armor and weapons, Li Kai went home and took Su Yu's hand. Wife, come on, let's visit your family. Su Yu had dressed up specially for today. She wore the fine cloth outfit Li Kai had brought back from the county town. A light pink cross-collar jacket that fit perfectly, with delicate white flowers adorning the collar and cuffs, and a light blue pleated skirt that swayed with each step. Her dark hair fell over her shoulders, adorned with a jade hairpin topped with a pearl that trembled slightly, making her cheeks appear as white and tender as jade. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her nose was elegantly shaped, and her cherry lips held a smile. When she first came to the Li family, she had been somewhat thin, but now Li Kai had lovingly nurtured her until she was plump and fire, a perfect example of gentle beauty. Li Kai had specially prepared a luxurious carriage with a rosewood cabin that only wealthy families could afford in those days, and his household had a full 10 of them. The carriage was packed with gifts: 10 bags of white flour, 10 bags of rice, half a side of pork, plus 10 taels of loose silver. In that era of scarce resources, these were luxuries that ordinary families might not see even during New Year celebrations. With everything ready, the couple left Niu village by carriage. Su Yu's family lived in Jingtian village, 100 li away. The village had only about 100 households and was located in a remote area with barren land. It was already poor to begin with, practically the poorest of poor villages. Most of the young people in the village had left home, either to work in the county town or to serve in the military. Only the elderly, weak, women, and children remained in the village. Su Yu's family lived in a corner of Jingtian village, where 2 dilapidated tile-roofed rooms leaned against an old locust tree. The walls were peeling, and the beams sagged. Inside, the phrase "bare walls with nothing else" was no exaggeration even by the stove. Only a few pieces of nearly burnt firewood remained. Su's mother was blind and could only fumble around the courtyard, stumbling as she went. Su had suffered from tuberculosis since childhood, coughing like a broken bellows, barely able to lean against the door frame to catch his breath. His father, Su Shangqiang, was the family's only able worker, yet at over 50, he still hunched over weaving straw sandals. The house was filled with piles of straw sandals, but taxes grew heavier each year, and Suwu needed medicine monthly to stay alive. A single cough remedy could cost anywhere from a few coins to a tael of silver. Su Shangxiang simply couldn't support 3 people no matter how hard he tried. In desperation, he clutched a sweat-stained contract and hastily arranged his daughter Su Yu's marriage in exchange for 10 taels of silver. Little did he know the man was a trafficker who sold Su Yu to a brothel as soon as he got the money. The contract was signed. Su Shangxiang was illiterate and had no recourse for legal action, and the 10 taels had already been drained by taxes and medicine costs. He could only swallow this bitter pill. Su's mother sat on the doorstep daily, running her hands over the uneven wooden cracks, asking eagerly whenever she heard footsteps, "Is little Yu coming home?" But day after day, only the sound of wind passed by the door. When villagers passed by, they inevitably whispered among themselves, "Su Shangxiang's family is truly pitiful, a blind wife, a son with tuberculosis, and their daughter sold to a brothel. Sigh, his straw sandals are quite sturdy, but who wears straw sandals these days? Everyone buys cloth shoes now. Business gets worse every day." Someone suddenly raised their hand and pointed. "Hey, isn't that Granny Wang from next door to the Su family? She actually bought a donkey cart. Must be thanks to her good son-in-law. I heard he's a butcher in the county town who can earn several taels of silver a month." Before the gossip died down, a horse cart slowly stopped at the Su family's gate, stirring up dust with its wheels. Before the cart had even stopped, Granny Wang lifted her coarse cloth skirt and jumped down from the donkey cart with a swagger. She glanced sideways at Su's mother sitting on the doorstep, her lips curling into a smirk. "Old lady Su, stop pining for that daughter of yours who's selling her body in a brothel." Her voice was shrill, each word stabbing at the heart. "Your daughter is busy pleasuring men and has no mind to care about you." Granny Wang had always been venomous, as the 2 families had an old grudge. Years ago, the families had been close, and Su Yu had even been betrothed to Granny Wang's son as children. But that wastrel spent his days in debauchery and contracted a venereal disease. When the Su family learned of this, they immediately broke off the engagement. Since then, Granny Wang harbored resentment and seized every opportunity to mock them. Su's mother was struck at her most painful spot and trembled all over, raising her hand toward the source of the voice. "You venomous woman, don't you dare speak of my little Yu that way." "Oh, getting angry? Well, suffer through it." Granny Wang put her hands on her hips, surveying the dilapidated courtyard with a loud, cold laugh. "One with tuberculosis, one half-dead old Minyar family has no able men, so you deserve to be bullied. Unlike me, with my good son-in-law. In all of Jingtian village, who dares to provoke me?" With that, she turned and patted the cart. "Good son-in-law, we're home. Get down." As soon as she finished speaking, a burly fat man jumped down from the donkey cart. He was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a face full of greasy flesh and dense pockmarks that made one's scalp crawl. Ugly as he was, no one dared to underestimate him. Ran a butcher shop in the county town, earning 2 to 3 taels of silver monthly, which was why Granny Wang was willing to marry her beautiful daughter to him. Butcher Lu swaggered down from the cart and glanced at Lady Su sitting on the doorstep, frowning as he said, "Who's this? First thing I see getting off the cart is some blind old hag crying here. What terrible luck." Wang Ganyang followed behind him, adding her sarcastic jab, "It's all karma. Some people break their promises, causing their own sons to get consumption and themselves to go blind." Lady Su trembled with rage and struggled to stand up, gripping the doorframe. "Wang Ganyang, you've gone too far. Gone too far." Wang Ganyang put her hands on her hips and sneered. "Can't handle a few harsh words? I'm not just going to scold you, I'm going to hit you too." She stepped forward and slapped Lady Su hard across the face. Smack! A crisp sound of the slap rang out, and half of Lady Su's face instantly turned red. She covered her cheek and swayed as she tried to retaliate, but her arms flailed uselessly in the air, unable to locate Wang Ganyang's position. Seeing this, Wang Ganyang became even more pleased with herself, laughing hysterically. "Ha! Blind woman, you can't even find where I am. I'm standing right in front of you, come on, hit me back." The surrounding villagers exchanged glances, none daring to speak up. Wang Ganyang had a powerful son-in-law they couldn't afford to cross. Butcher Lu also snorted coldly from the side. "Blind old hag, when my mother hits you, you take it. If you want to cry, go somewhere where no one can see you and stop being an eyesore. Mother, let's go inside." The mother and son strutted away without even bothering to look back. The courtyard gate slammed shut with a bang, leaving only Lady Su leaning against the doorframe, sobbing quietly. Just then, a young man inside the house heard the commotion and ran out. His cloth clothes were washed until they were nearly white and covered with patches. He was so thin his collarbones were clearly visible, and running made him cough so hard his chest shook violently. The young man was named Su Wu, Lady Su's son. The family was poor, so he couldn't afford books or private tutoring. He could only borrow books, and after reading them, he would pick up tree branches to practice writing on the ground. Lady Su felt for her son's hand and forced a smile. No one hit Mother. Mother just fell down herself. Son, go back inside and read your books. She knew the Su family couldn't compete with the Wang family, and if her son really charged over there, he would only be knocked down with one punch from Butcher Lu. But Su Wu clenched his fists, his face flushed red. Mother, you don't need to say anything. I know it was the Wang family, wasn't it? The Wang family. He coughed even more violently. The Wang family has really gone too far. Before he finished speaking, the Wang family's gate next door creaked open. Wang Ganyang came out carrying a basin of murky yellow foot-washing water and suddenly dumped it over Su Wu's head. Splash! Water scattered everywhere, and Su Wu instantly became a drowned rat, with wet cloth clinging to his skeletal chest, dripping water. Wang Ganyang tucked the empty wooden basin under her arm and put on a surprised expression. Oops, sorry about that. Didn't see you there. With that, she turned and closed the door, leaving her mocking laughter outside. Scattered laughter immediately erupted from the crowd at the entrance. The villagers whispered among themselves. How humiliating getting slapped and not daring to fight back. Pathetic. This family is pitiful, but Wang Ganyang has a good son-in-law. Who dares interfere? The Su family's son is useless, and their daughter was tricked into a brothel. Sigh, the Su family is destined never to hold their heads up again. The thing is, someone once advised Mrs. Su to marry her daughter off to a wealthy family as a concubine, but Mrs. Su wouldn't listen, insisting that her daughter couldn't become a concubine. Now look what happened. She was sent to a brothel, where she doesn't even qualify to be a concubine. The mockery from the village entrance pierced Su Wu's heart like sharp needles. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. His face flushed crimson. What utter humiliation. He wished he could grab a knife and storm into the Wang family compound, chopping them all to pieces and feeding them to the dogs. But reason immediately doused him with cold water. He was nothing but a consumptive wretch who couldn't even walk 2 steps without coughing so hard he couldn't straighten his back. What could he possibly fight with? His fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly as he struggled between enduring the humiliation or risking everything in a desperate fight, but fighting would only bring deeper shame and a severe beating. Son, don't be rash. Their family is powerful and wealthy. We can't afford to provoke them. Wait until you grow stronger and pass the imperial examinations to become the top scholar. Then you can seek revenge. Mrs. Su grasped her son's hand, her voice trembling yet trying to comfort him. Su Wu felt bitter inside. Even the travel expenses for the imperial examinations were beyond their means, let alone the fact that he had never even attended a private school. Becoming the top scholar was nothing but a pipe dream for him. Mother, it's your son's fault for being useless and letting you suffer such humiliation. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and tightly grasped his mother's frail hand. My son has done nothing wrong. It's this cruel world that's at fault. Come, let's go home, Mrs. Su whispered. Just as the mother and son turned to leave, sudden exclamations erupted around them. Oh my, whose carriage is that? These days you rarely see even donkey carts. But here comes a horse-drawn carriage with a sedan chair. That carriage must be expensive, right? Definitely expensive. The horse and carriage together must cost at least 30 or 40 taels of silver. Only high officials from the city can afford to ride in such luxury. The villagers chattered excitedly, their eyes burning with curiosity. In those times, a laborer earned only 500 won per month, about 6 taels of silver per year. Without eating or drinking for 6 or 7 years, one could barely afford such a carriage. Moreover, mules were rarely seen in the countryside, let alone horse-drawn carriages. The entire street was captivated by it, with villagers spreading the word from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, craning their necks to see who owned the carriage. Even the haughty Mrs. Wang stood shoulder to shoulder with Butcher Lu at their doorway, staring at the magnificent carriage. Son, how many taels of silver must that carriage cost? It's so much more impressive than our donkey cart. Why don't we sell our donkey cart and buy a horse carriage too? She saw the envious looks from everyone and felt jealous to the core. Butcher Lu wiped his sweat. Only wealthy families can afford such carriages. Even if we could buy one, we couldn't maintain it. Horses need fine feed, and the carriage requires upkeep. Without earning over 100 taels of silver a year, who could afford to ride in one? Mrs. Wang knew their family's financial situation and could only boast verbally, muttering quietly. I wonder whose carriage that is. We'll need to curry favor with them in the future. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the carriage drove straight to the Su family's door and stopped. Su Wu stared blankly at the luxurious carriage parked in front of his home, completely stunned. Though Mrs. Su couldn't see, she could hear the commotion. Son, who's here? Is it an official from the county coming to collect taxes? Su Wu also gazed mysteriously at the carriage. Even the tax-collecting officials in the county couldn't afford such a luxurious carriage, and his family had no wealthy relatives or distant connections with money. Why would this carriage stop at the Su family's door? Could it just be passing by? The curtain lifted gently, and a man and woman stepped down from the carriage one after another. The man stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his muscles bulging throughout his body. Standing at the courtyard entrance, he looked like a small mountain cast from black iron. The woman wore an exquisite cotton jacket on top and a flowing long skirt below, her skin so fair it seemed translucent, her delicate face glowing with a rosy complexion. Su Wu looked more carefully, and his heart suddenly tightened. Was that his elder sister Su Yu, who had married far away without any news? His emotions surged, and he immediately began coughing until his face turned pale. Cough, 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 cough. Hearing the coughing, Su Yu rushed to her brother in 2 quick steps, bent down, and asked urgently, "Brother, are you all right? Brother?" Mrs. Su, who hurried out from the house, heard that voice she had longed for in her dreams and froze completely. "Xiao Yu? Is that you, Xiao Yu?" "It's me, mother. I'm back." Su Yu grasped her mother's rough hands, tears streaming down her face. The mother and daughter, reunited after a long separation, embraced and wept bitterly, their shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The villagers who had gathered outside the courtyard watched in stunned silence, staring at the carriage painted entirely in red with gleaming copper decorations, while whispering among themselves. Is that really Su Yu from the Su family? Wasn't she sold to a brothel? Exactly. How could she come back in such an expensive carriage? Look at that man beside her, broad-backed and bear-like. He could probably eat our month's worth of food in one meal. He doesn't look like someone a poor family could afford to keep. Could she have caught the fancy of some wealthy master and become his concubine? That's possible. Look at her complexion, much fairer and more delicate than when she was in the village. She's definitely been living well. Neighbor Wang's wife peered from behind the crowd. She had thought Su Yu would be trapped in a brothel for life, which was why she dared to bully Mrs. Su. Now that the woman had not only returned but arrived in such style with a carriage, she couldn't swallow this turn of events, her shock mixed with burning resentment. Just then, Su Shanqiang returned from the village entrance, carrying a shoulder pole for selling straw sandals. The pole held several pairs of sandals along with bamboo knives and hemp rope for making shoes. Seeing the large carriage at his door from afar, he froze, and when he recognized his own daughter, his hands loosened and the pole clattered to the ground. "Daughter, is it really you who's come back?" "Daughter." Su Yu nodded with reddened eyes and stepped forward to support him. "Father, I'm back." Su Shanxiang grasped his daughter's hands, tears streaming down his aged face, his expression full of regret. "It was all father's fault back then. I was deceived by villains and foolishly signed your indenture contract for a mere 10 taels of silver. Father wronged you." He raised his hand to slap his own face. Su Yu quickly stopped him. "Father, that wasn't your fault. You just wanted to marry your daughter to a good family, but were deceived. Besides, it was a blessing in disguise. I now met a good family, and am living very well." She then pulled the tall man over to her parents and brother. "Father, mother, Xiao Wu, this is my man, the head of my household, Li Kai." Li Kai nodded slightly and said, "Father, mother, from now on you are my parents, and I will honor and care for you." After speaking, he beckoned to Su Yu. Su Wu walked forward respectfully, and Li Kai felt around his chest, pulling out a pouch of silver fragments from his inner pocket. After counting them out, he pressed them into Su Wu's palm, a full 2 taels. "This is our first meeting, and I don't have anything special to give you. So take these 2 taels of silver to spend." Su Wu looked down at the heavy silver pieces in his hand, completely stunned. This was more money than he had seen in most of his lifetime. The Su family made their living weaving straw shoes, earning at most 300 to 500 won per month. Now Li Kai had casually handed him half a year's income as a greeting gift. "Son, we can't accept this, it's too valuable." Su Shanxiang quickly waved his hands. Li Kai waved dismissively, his tone firm. "Father, mother, I didn't bring much with me this time, but this money is just pocket change to me. Please don't be polite. There are more gifts in the cart, let me carry them inside for you." He turned and jumped down from the horse cart. To bring honor to his wife, he deliberately didn't move everything into the courtyard at once, but instead unloaded the items one by one at the door, like putting on an exhibition. 10 bags of white flour, 10 bags of rice, half a side of pork, seemingly ordinary items. Yet in this era of scarcity, they represented fine grains and meat that a family wouldn't dare dream of having even during New Year celebrations. The entire Su family stared at those bags of white flour and rice, their breathing nearly stopping. Fine grains were something they could only taste a few times during the first lunar month each year. As for meat, Su Wu hadn't touched any in several years. The commotion was quite significant, and neighbors began poking their heads out to look. The Su family son-in-law is really something. Absolutely. The Wang family's butcher son-in-law only brings half a bag of rice and flour each visit, but this young man just dropped off 20 bags plus half a side of pork. Looks like the Su family is about to rise in the world. We'd better curry favor with them and not offend them. Granny Wang peered through her door crack, her heart turning sour with jealousy. On one hand, she envied the Su family for gaining such a capable son-in-law. On the other, she felt fearful if this son-in-law sought revenge, her own butcher might not be able to handle him. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became, so she slammed her door shut. Li Kai felt he had shown off enough and finally carried all the grain inside. The Su family's house was so dilapidated that it didn't even have a decent table or chair, only an old wooden bed in the room. However, the courtyard was kept neat and tidy, with vegetable plots and grain seedlings arranged in orderly rows, and the ground swept clean of dust. Although Su Yu had married out, they still kept a clean small room for her in the house. The family didn't even have tea leaves, so they could only find an old ceramic bowl and ladle some plain water for Li Kai. Li Kai cheerfully picked it up and drank it down in one gulp. At this point, Su Shanxiang finally found a moment to quietly ask his daughter what had really happened, why she hadn't gone to the brothel, but had suddenly married Li Kai instead. Su Yu told her parents the whole story of how Li Kai had rescued her at the county yamen gate. After hearing this, Su Shanxiang suddenly understood. So that's how it happened. Dad, since I didn't go to the brothel, no one has come looking for trouble, have they? Su Yu was still worried. Su Shanxiang shook his head. No one has come. 10 taels of silver is a fortune to us, but to a brothel that earns buckets of gold daily, it's nothing. Maybe they're too lazy to bother, or perhaps they haven't discovered you didn't show up yet. Just as he finished speaking, there was a thud. Li Kai placed a heavy silver ingot on the tablia, full 10 taels. Father, mother, here are 10 taels of silver. If they come asking for money, return it to them. If they come looking for a person, come find me in Nio village, and I'll handle it. Li Kai's words put the elderly couple's minds at ease, and they both wept tears of joy. With our son-in-law's promise, we can finally rest assured. Lady Su patted Li Kai's hand, her voice filled with relief. At that moment, the lamplight illuminated Lady Su's face, revealing a faint red, swollen handprint. Li Kai frowned and leaned closer, asking, Mom, how did you get that injury on your face? Lady Su instinctively lowered her gaze, covering half her face with the back of her hand. It's nothing, I just accidentally fell. She chose to hide the truth, afraid of causing trouble for her new son-in-law. But Su Wu had been holding back his anger for too long. He suddenly stood up and slammed the table. Mom's injury wasn't from a fall at all. Brother-in-law, you have to stand up for Mom. It was that old hag Wang from next door who hit her. Xiao Wu. Lady Su tried to stop him, but Su Wu stood his ground stubbornly. Mom, before, our family had no one successful, so we could only endure being bullied by the Wang family. Now that my brother-in-law is so capable, why should we still fear the Wangs? Li Kai coughed lightly, his expression darkening. If his mother-in-law had been beaten, he as her son-in-law had to intervene. He said in a deep voice, Xiao Wu, tell your brother-in-law exactly what happened. Su Wu then revealed everything. How the Wang family had used trivial disputes as an excuse to come to their door, cause trouble, and slap Lady Su, as well as the old grudges between the two families. After hearing the whole story, Li Kai slammed his hand on the table and stood up. This is outrageous. Come on, your brother-in-law will get justice for you. With that, he strode purposefully straight toward the neighboring Wang household. At the Wang house at that moment, in the main hall, the aroma of braised pork belly filled the air, but old lady Wang held her chopsticks suspended in midair, her heart uneasy. The Su family now has a successful son-in-law. Will they come for revenge? Her son Wang Haozhe leaned back in his chair, completely unconcerned. What's there to fear? So what if the Su family son-in-law is capable? Isn't my brother-in-law Lu the butcher just as formidable? With him here, would they dare come? Before he finished speaking, bang, bang, bang. The front door was pounded with earth-shaking force. Open this door. Li Kai's deep roar came from outside. Old lady Wang's hand trembled, her chopsticks clattered to the floor, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her temples. Oh my heavens, they really came. Don't make a sound. Pretend we're not home. Lu the butcher, who had been so arrogant moments before, also fell silent. He knew clearly that anyone who could afford to ride in a carriage must be from a wealthy family, not someone a pig slaughterer like him could afford to provoke. Staying quiet now was the way to survive. The pounding outside continued for a long while with no response, and the courtyard finally fell silent. The Wang family had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when, crash, the thick wooden door was kicked clean off its hinges. The arm-thick door bar snapped instantly, and the door crashed flat to the ground. Before the dust settled, Li Kai, 6'4" and mountain-like, burst into the courtyard. Old lady Wang's face turned ashen, and Lu the butcher retreated to a corner, not daring to breathe. Without a word, Li Kai grabbed old lady Wang by the collar. You're the one who hit my mother, aren't you? Old lady Wang was so frightened her lips trembled, and she looked to Lu the butcher for help. Li Kai snorted coldly and raised his hand, delivering 2 sharp slaps, smack, smack. Instantly, old lady Wang's face swelled red, and 2 of her teeth were knocked out. Li Kai casually tossed Wang Ganyang to the ground and roared angrily. My name is Li Kai, and I'm the Su family son-in-law. These 2 slaps today are just a small lesson for you. If you're not satisfied, come find me, Li Kai, at Nio village in the future. If you dare bully my father-in-law's family again, I'll beat you until your skin splits and flesh tears. Wang Ganyang was thrown down so hard that dust flew everywhere, and she lay paralyzed on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, not daring even to groan. Wang Haozha felt intimidated but still tremblingly tugged at the burly Lu the butcher beside him. Brother-in-law, say something. Our mother got beaten, and you're just going to pretend you didn't see it. Lu the butcher was skilled at slaughtering pigs, but he never expected to have to steel himself against a living demon. He took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and smiled apologetically. Brother, starting with violence right away isn't quite appropriate. Everything should be handled with proper etiquette. Before he could finish speaking, smack, came a thunderous sound. Li Kai backhanded Lu the butcher across the face. The tremendous force lifted the butcher off the ground, and his hefty body crashed hard onto a wooden table, which shattered on impact with wood chips flying everywhere. Now does this slap make sense? Li Kai sneered coldly, looking down at Lu the butcher sprawled on the ground. The latter covered half his face, not daring to breathe heavily, and silently rolled to one side. Li Kai's gaze fell on Wang Haozha, his voice low and menacing. Huh, looks like you're quite defiant. Now that your brother-in-law can't protect you either, do you have anything else to say? No, nothing to say. Wang Haozha's legs trembled uncontrollably, only having the courage left to shake his head. It's best you have nothing to say. For the sake of fairness, since those two got hit, you need to take a slap too. Another crisp sound rang out as Wang Haozha was sent flying backward, crashing into the doorframe, with half his face swelling up rapidly. After dealing with the three men, Li Kai looked towards Su Wu and Su Yu behind him and waved. Let's go. The three departed with swagger. The commotion had been so loud that it attracted half the village to watch. Li Kai had deliberately made a big show when knocking on the door, and now he let everyone see clearly. Anyone who dared bully the Su family would end up like the Wang family. Back in the Su family courtyard, Su Wu was so excited his eyes gleamed and his chest heaved. This grievance that I've held in for so many years has finally been released today. I'll never have to keep my head down again. Su Yu gently patted her brother's shoulder, her face full of smiles. Sister is also grateful to have married your brother-in-law. Otherwise the Wang family would still be trampling all over us. As she spoke, she gazed at Li Kai with tender affection, her admiration evident. The three stayed until afternoon, and only when evening approached and the sky darkened did Su Yu reluctantly leave the Su family home with Li Kai. By the time they returned to their own courtyard, the moon was already above the treetops. Su Yu efficiently started a fire to heat water, and soon steam was rising. The two shared a large wooden tub, with water rippling and candlelight flickering. Across from him, Su Yu's skin was so delicate it seemed water could be squeezed from it. Li Kai's heart itched with desire as he pulled her slender hand to his burning chest. Su Yu's cheeks flushed red, but she still gathered courage to say softly, Husband, about taking a concubine that I mentioned last time, how have you been considering it? We left in such a hurry today that I didn't get to introduce you to my close friend. She's extremely beautiful with a stunning figure, and would surely satisfy you, husband. Li Kai pulled her into his embrace, letting her boneless, soft body press tightly against him, and smiled faintly. Your husband doesn't want any concubine. Having you alone is enough. You might be satisfied, but Su Yu sometimes can't handle it. Su Yu murmured softly, her fingertip gently tracing across the water's surface. Li Kai looked down at his own dimensions and sighed somewhat helplessly. Indeed, I can't blame you for that. But would your close friend really agree to this? As his words fell, the sound of water lapped against the tub walls, and candlelight illuminated their embracing silhouettes. How dare she refuse? If she doesn't agree, I'll just hold her down for you, husband. Li Kai was both amused and exasperated, shaking his head at his wife's innocent enthusiasm. Never mind her for now. First, I'm going to hold you down. As soon as the words left his mouth, his palms were already firmly pressed against Su Yu's head, pushing her down. The night passed without further words. The next morning, urgent knocking echoed at the courtyard gate. Brotherly, come out quickly. Zhao Tianhu's voice was muffled through the door, but his urgency was unmistakable. There are so many people in the village. Li Kai groggily sat up in bed. So many? Are they here to cause trouble? No. You'll understand once you come out. He hastily threw on his clothes and followed Zhao Tianhu at a quick pace to the village entrance. Through the morning mist, a dark mass of 300 to 400 people had gathered, almost all men, both young and old. Digua approached with visible relief and pointed at Li Kai. Tell our militia captain whatever you need to say. This is him. Li Kai surveyed the sea of faces, his brow furrowed. What are so many people doing gathered here? Looking for trouble? The crowd immediately stirred with excitement. Captain Li, we're not here to cause trouble, Wavy. We come to join you. We heard your unit isn't afraid of bandits and can actually kill them. Everyone gets armor and weapons, better treatment than regular soldiers. Let us follow you and earn our keep too. Throughout the Great Tian Dynasty's history, the highest armor coverage rate never exceeded 70%, while the current dynasty only achieved 20%, meaning 8 out of 10 soldiers still wore cloth uniforms. Yet Li Kai's militia had achieved full armor coverage for every member. For these farmers who simply wanted to eat well, survive, and ideally gain wealth and status, This path seemed far more reliable and comfortable than regular military service. So 300 to 400 men had flocked to Nyo village, hoping to join the militia. Li Kai had been worrying about expansion, and now manpower had delivered itself to his doorstep. His eyes lit up, though he still needed to be selective. My resources are limited. I am only recruiting 100 men. First, anyone under 5 feet 9 inches tall will not be accepted. Second, anyone under 16 or over 30 years old will not be accepted. Third, anyone disabled or with hidden ailments will not be accepted. Fourth, anyone from Hushao village or Xinzhai village will not be accepted. These few statements immediately eliminated half the crowd. What? Being a militiaman has so many requirements. Under 5 feet 9 and you're rejected? Where are we supposed to find so many tall men these days? In this era of widespread malnutrition, men over 5 feet 9 were already rare. Someone like Li Kai, who had grown to 6 feet 2, required not only good genes, but also a well-off family background. Such height was extraordinarily uncommon. Let me finish what I'm saying. Serve as local militia under me, and you'll receive military pay 500 coins every month. Li Kai's voice rang out with authority, instantly cutting through the noisy crowd. After a brief silence, the 300 to 400 villagers who had gathered upon hearing the news erupted like boiling water doused with oil. Military pay? And that much? Regular soldiers only get 300 coins, but local militia gets 500. When did Nyo village become so wealthy? I want to join. I meet all the requirements, choose me. Li Kai raised his hand to signal for quiet and sweetened the deal further. Everyone will be equipped with armor. Food is included, and you'll eat your fill. As his words landed, the shouting resumed. 500 coins plus room and board. Such treatment couldn't be found anywhere else in the entire Great Tian Dynasty. He raised his voice again. If anyone dies in battle, the compensation will be 5 taels of silver per person. The crowd erupted once more. In the Great Tian Dynasty, when soldiers died, they simply died, and even their unpaid wages weren't distributed. 5 taels of silver represented 2 years of hard labor wages, and was a fortune many wouldn't dare dream of. No wonder the requirements are so high. It's worth it. If I could become local militia in Nyo village, I'd have job security for life. Riding this wave of enthusiasm, Li Kai made his final statement. I have only 2 requirements: endure hardship and absolute obedience. Those who want to enlist, line up now for registration. Those who meet the criteria will be accepted on the spot. Digua, go get the roster. Without computers, all personnel had to be registered by hand. Digua came running with a thick ledger, and then 300 to 400 people of all ages formed a long line, even those uncertain of their qualifications wanting to take their chances. After an entire afternoon of screening, Li Kai ultimately selected only 100 people. He knew clearly that currently his only source of income was smuggling fine salt, and he couldn't afford to support more people. With recruitment complete, he noticed Digua and 9 others staring at him with resentful eyes. These 10 had followed him through life and death, but received neither military pay nor compensation benefits. Li Kai smiled slightly. Don't look at me like that. From now on, you're nominally local militia, but actually my private army. You're all promoted to squad leaders, each commanding 10 men. Military pay is 1 tael of silver per month, with 10 taels compensation for death in battle. Before he finished speaking, Digua was the first to jump up. My heavens, I'm an officer too? 1 tael of silver every month. The other 9 also clapped and cheered. Long live the militia commander. Watching them dance with joy, Li Kai shook his head with amusement. Now he finally possessed a force of over 100 men. Though small in number, he firmly believed that with his scientific training methods, this army would become elite troops capable of drawing swords and challenging enemies even when facing 10 times their number. After arranging lodging and meals, Steward Fu hurried over and lowered his voice near Li Kai's ear. Young master, we've stockpiled quite a bit of fine salt. When should we transport it into the county seat? Li Kai said. No rush, we'll wait until there are more to send together. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu stood up and left. Over the next 7 days, he devoted all his attention to training the troops. Since Zhao Tianhu and the others were leading new recruits for the first time and were themselves only veterans with superficial knowledge, Li Kai decided to demonstrate personally, teaching them hand-in-hand how to become qualified instructors. The training ground was filled with flashing blades and thunderous battle cries as all the new recruits mastered the brute force blade technique and Black Dragon 18 hands to perfection. Meanwhile, the blacksmith shop worked day and night, completing all 100 sets of armor as promised. When the 7 days were up, exactly 110 soldiers stood at attention on the parade ground, clad in black armor and wielding steel blades, emanating an aura of deadly intent. Looking at this force that truly belonged to him, Li Kai suddenly realized he now possessed a private army. During his spare time from training, he never neglected his own development. Every day he consumed meat and fish to supplement his protein intake, followed by intense strength training like a raging storm. The heavier his weight became, the slower his progress, and in these 7 days he had only gained 5 pounds. bringing his current weight to 230 pounds. Though the increase seemed slow on the surface, with the assistance of that wisp of qi, he continuously broke through his physical limits. His muscles were constantly compressed, his bone density steadily increased, and his strength grew tremendously, allowing him to crack bluestone with a casual punch. The cost of such intensive military training was equally enormous. The grain seized from Qingfeng's stronghold was completely consumed by this force of over 100 men. What should have lasted a month under normal frugal conditions was depleted in just 7 days due to his promise of eat your fill. Fortunately, the results were immediate and visible. Those soldiers who had previously been malnourished and thin now had expanded chests and muscular arms, visibly stronger. As the morning bugle call ended, Li Kai clasped his hands behind his back and announced, "It's time to make a trip to the county seat." This journey had two purposes. First, to make money. Second, to find carpenters. The army now had armor and blades for everyone, but lacked bows and arrows. He had no interest in ordinary bows and arrows. She had designed blueprints for composite bows, which only skilled carpenters could craft according to his specifications. Such craftsmen were highly paid talents who could only be recruited through the Gu family's connections. The 10-horse carts gifted by Gu Linger now came in handy. Each cart was loaded with refined salt, 300 pounds per cart, 10 carts in total, amounting to 3,000 pounds. At the going rate of 1 tael of silver per pound of refined salt, this could fetch at least 3,000 taels, while the cost was less than 200 taels, revealing the enormous profit margin. Since Li Kai had developed refined salt, it had sold extremely well in Qingshan County. Gu Linger had quickly opened the local market using her connections and methods, earning substantial profits. Moreover, Gu Linger had also expanded the refined salt sales to counties beyond Qingshan County. For every pound of fine salt, Li Kai charged Gu Linger 1 tael of silver, and she would turn around and sell it for 3 taels. Her profit margin was even higher than Li Kai's, but he wasn't envious. She had the connections, and those 2 extra taels were what Gu Linger rightfully earned. For this trip, Li Kai didn't bring his private army, only Wang Xiaodian, Wang Dali, and 7 villagers to drive the carts. Coarse hemp sacks filled with fine salt hung from the cart shafts. When they reached the county gate, Li Kai presented the Gu family token. The guards immediately let them pass upon seeing the token, though one of them recognized Li Kai and scurried off into the depths of the city like his feet were greased. The convoy stopped at the main entrance of the Gu mansion, where several servants came forward to help unload and weigh the goods. Bags of fine salt were carried into the courtyard, white as freshly fallen frost. The 3,000 pounds were exactly on target. Just as the scale beams settled, light footsteps approached from the distance. "Oh my, young Masterly, it's been so long. Have you missed me?" Gu Linger glided over gracefully. She wore a crimson gauze dress, thin as cicada wings, that clung to her figure and swayed with each step. As the breeze stirred, her skin showed through the fabric like frost and snow, outlining her soft curves. A faint floral fragrance accompanied her approach, as if one deep breath could steal away a man's soul. Ahem. Li Kai cleared his throat and looked away from that flash of red. "Miss Gu, please don't joke around. I'm just a crude warrior. I wouldn't dare reach so high. Is it that you wouldn't dare, or that you don't want to?" Gu Linger's voice was soft and sweet, with a teasing lilt. "Or am I not attractive enough?" As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, her eyes captivating, as if she could see right through Li Kai. Li Kai sighed inwardly. Gu Linger was getting bolder each time. If not for his self-control, he would have fallen into her trap long ago. His mother had always said that the more beautiful a woman was, the better she was at deceiving men, and that one should know their place. He was just a villager who knew how to make salt at best, a small merchant, while the Gu family was wealthy beyond measure with hundreds of guards, and Miss Gu was beautiful as a flower. How could such a woman truly fancy him? She was merely toying with him, or had some ulterior motive. He collected his thoughts and spoke calmly. 3,000 pounds of fine salt in total. "Miss Gu, let's settle the payment." Seeing that Li Kai wouldn't take the bait, Gu Linger rolled her eyes at him. "How boring. Give him the money." Guards brought over a heavy chest. When the lid opened, silver gleamed blindingly, a full 300 silver ingots. Each ingot weighed 10 taels, making 300 ingots worth 3,000 taels, all arranged in neat rows. Money is the best thing. Li Kai's eyes lit up like stars in the night as he hugged the chest and headed for the cart. Thank you. He just wanted to get away from this bewitching woman as quickly as possible. But suddenly, Gu Linger's playful voice came from behind. "Didn't you ask me to find carpenters for you? You're leaving without even asking? I guess the carpenters aren't important to you. Someone, send those carpenters away." At these words, Li Kai's eyes suddenly brightened, and he spun around. "You found carpenters?" Gu Linger said lazily. "Finding a carpenter might be difficult for you, but for me, it's just a matter of saying a word." Li Kai's army was fierce in close combat, but weak at long range. He had drawn blueprints for composite bows long ago, but couldn't find skilled craftsmen to make them. During his last visit here, he had asked Gu Linger to help him find carpenters, and he hadn't expected news so soon. At that moment, Gu Linger's gaze was fixed directly on Li Kai's broad chest. Li Kai steeled himself and thought, what if I offer myself in return? Huh, you certainly think highly of yourself. Gu Linger rolled her eyes at him, then smiled seductively with narrowed eyes. I'm afraid you have the desire but lack the courage. Li Kai's face turned bright red. Her words hit the mark perfectly. He indeed had the desire but lacked the courage. Steadying his emotions, he said in a deep voice, I don't like owing people favors. I'll consider the carpenters as a purchase. Whatever the price, I'll pay it. Really? Gu Linger raised an eyebrow playfully. Then it's 100 taels each. Li Kai estimated his banknotes expensive, but manageable if he gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll take them all. No, I think you misunderstood. Gu Linger raised a slender finger and wagged it. It's 100 taels of gold each. Li Kai's eyes widened instantly. 100 taels of gold? That's a full 1,000 taels of silver. He only had 3,000 taels of silver in his account, which would only buy 3 carpenters at that price. Too expensive? Gu Linger leaned against the doorframe, her voice as lazy as a cat's. You could always find carpenters yourself, though I doubt you'll succeed. Li Kai fell silent. He indeed had no other options. Having found Li Kai's weakness, Gu Linger smiled even more smugly. Actually, I could give you all these carpenters for free. Whenever you need more, I'll provide them. She paused. However, I have one condition. What condition? Come inside with me, and you'll find out soon enough. With that, Gu Linger gave him an alluring smile and gracefully walked toward the inner chamber. Li Kai felt his heart race and, as if possessed, followed her inside. Gu Linger's bedroom was decorated warmly and elegantly, with purple as the dominant color throughout the bed curtains, cushions, and silk bedding. Sandalwood incense wafted through the air, mixed with a faint milky fragrance, her unique natural scent. It's my first time doing something like this, so I'm a bit nervous, she said with her back to Li Kai, her shoulders trembling slightly, appearing both shy and excited. Li Kai's heart skipped a beat. Was she really asking him to offer himself in return? Gu Linger was beautiful with an exquisite figure, and his gaze couldn't help but wander over the curves of her waist and hips. He coughed to bolster his courage. Your first time? You're just giving it to me so carelessly. Gu Linger turned around, her eyes sparkling with amusement. What? Are you unwilling? Li Kai's heart pounded. Would get the carpenters, and the beauty was taking the initiative. He was getting the best of both worlds. If a young lady like you is willing, what reason would I, Li Kai, have to refuse? Good that you're willing. Gu Linger nodded gently. But this is your first time too, right? You probably don't have much experience. Don't rush, I'll give you time, and we can take it slowly. Her bold and direct words made Li Kai shudder. I always thought you ancient people were very conservative, but you're surprisingly open. Gu Linger blinked her large eyes, but her tone was serious. The first time doing something like this, there will be blood, and it will be very painful. Aren't you afraid? Li Kai swallowed hard. Well, Gu Linger giggled and stepped closer, whispering in his ear, why should I be afraid? Shouldn't you be the one who's afraid? Li Kai immediately gasped in shock. From Gu Linger's tone, she clearly had considerable confidence in her abilities. This was bound to be a tough battle. He grinned, though his blood was already boiling with excitement. Huh? If a woman like you isn't afraid, what do I, a grown man, have to fear? Just wait and see how I'll conquer you in 8 beats. Gu Linger covered her mouth and laughed softly, her eyes curving into crescents. I'll be waiting. You go sit on the bed first. I need to get something. With that, she lifted her skirt and walked out of the boudoir, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. The moment the door closed, Li Kai's rationality was overwhelmed by his imagination. He clenched his fists tightly, nearly jumping up on the spot. His mind was filled with images of himself about to have that kind of relationship with Gu Linger, his heart pounding wildly. In no time, he swiftly stripped naked, even kicking off his shoes and socks beside the bed, then rolled into the soft silk quilt. The warm bedding was filled with Gu Linger's body fragrance, mixed with the distinctive sandalwood scent of a maiden's chamber, making his heart race with desire. So fragrant. Before long, Gu Linger returned carrying a rolled-up portrait. As she pushed the door open, the first thing she saw was the bulging quilt gently rising and falling, and she froze in place. What are you doing? Li Kai poked his head out, completely confident. Before doing this kind of thing, I always like to warm up first. Gu Linger blinked her bright, watery eyes with a confused expression. But I never said we'd do it now. Get up first. Not now? Then when? Li Kai scratched his head, even more puzzled. How about you go out first? Why would I go out? Can't you just get up? Gu Linger's face was full of question marks. Seeing that even this delicate woman was so open-minded, Li Kai threw caution to the wind and stood up, throwing off the quilt. Under the warm candlelight, a muscular body was completely exposed before the young woman, with defined lines and rippling abs, not an ounce of excess fat, radiating pure masculine energy. Gu Linger was first stunned speechless, then came to her senses and let out a scream that nearly lifted the roof. Ah, what are you doing? The scream alerted the Gu mansion guards, and chaotic footsteps immediately sounded outside. Miss, are you in danger? Gu Ling'er covered her burning cheeks and quickly responded. It's nothing. Just saw a cockroach. Everyone withdraw. If people really saw a naked man in her boudoir, what would become of her reputation? Inside the room, Li Kai felt uncomfortable under Gu Ling'er's sharp gaze. Why are you screaming? Didn't you say we'd do it together? Gu Ling'er angrily raised the portrait in her hand and smacked it hard against his chest. Who said I wanted to do that with you? I meant for you to help me do someone in. Do someone in? Li Kai hastily unrolled the scroll, revealing a painting of a bearded, rough-featured barbarian man who clearly wasn't from the Great Heavenly Dynasty. So, Gu Ling'er wanted him to kill someone. Realizing the misunderstanding, his face turned completely red as he frantically picked up his clothes and put them on. Oh no, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Kill someone, right? Okay. I'll go kill him after I finish eating. As he spoke, he buttoned his clothes while backing toward the door, as embarrassed as a caught little beast. Gu Ling'er couldn't help but giggle at his comical appearance. But don't be disappointed. She suppressed her smile, though her eyes were serious. If you perform well, what you want to do might not be unable to do it together in the future. The man in the portrait is a barbarian with high status in the barbarian army. I'm not asking you to kill him now, but when you become powerful in the future, help me kill him. The barbarians are neighbors of the Great Tian Dynasty, living to the north as nomadic tribes. For generations, they have followed water and grass across the steppes, and every child learns to draw a bow and shoot arrows while riding at full gallop. Their fierce reputation spreads far and wide. However, arable land is scarce on the vast grasslands, forcing them to rely almost entirely on herding for survival, leaving them perpetually short of grain, iron tools, and other necessities. When they lack something, they simply take it by force. This has become the barbarian way. The Great Tian Dynasty, as their neighbor, has become their most convenient target for plunder year after year. Whenever the grass is at its greenest or most withered, barbarian cavalry sweeps south like a fierce wind, sometimes raiding more than 10 times in a single year. Livestock, granaries, and iron goods are swept away completely. Many women of Great Tian are captured, and corpses litter the roads in their wake. To defend against these raids, Great Tian built the Great Wall along its northern border, with beacon fires burning day and night. But the barbarian riders either scale mountains to bypass the fortifications or assault the walls directly, continuing to drive deep into the territory. The current decline of Great Tian's national power is largely due to these endless invasions. Do you have some personal grudge against this barbarian? Li Kai stared at the portrait on the scroll, raising an eyebrow. Gu Ling'er nodded slightly, her voice low but cold. Yes, a blood feud. What, are you afraid? Li Kai scoffed and flicked his sleeve. Nothing in this world can frighten me. The barbarian tribes are mortal enemies of our Great Tian people anyway. Killing them would be effortless. His tone was calm, yet carried a sharp edge. Gu Ling'er was momentarily stunned. These days, the people of Great Tian turn pale at the mere mention of barbarians. Forget about fighting them, many would turn and flee at the sight of barbarian tribes. Yet from Li Kai's lips, those sword-wielding, horse-riding raiders seemed no more than ants. Good, you said it yourself. Gu Ling'er bit her lip. If you really help me kill him, then I'll agree to do that kind of thing with you, ahem. As soon as the words left her mouth, her face flushed crimson. Li Kai also felt awkward, coughing lightly as his gaze wandered everywhere, wanting nothing more than to escape this boudoir. 10 carpenters are waiting outside and ready to leave with you, Gu Ling'er said, rescuing him from the awkward moment. Farewell. Li Kai clasped his fists, turned, and strode quickly from the hall. Outside in the courtyard, 10 carpenters stood in neat formation with their toolboxes at their feet. Li Kai glanced over Thema complete crew. Quite satisfied, he called to Wang Dali and Wang Xiaodian to depart. However, the moment he stepped through the main gate of the Gu residence clang, 2 gleaming blades suddenly crossed at Li Kai's throat, their cold light menacing. Immediately after, more than 10 constables dropped down from both sides of the wall, their long sabers pointing directly at Li Kai's group, surrounding them completely. Another crisp sound rang out as a black-boned folding fan snapped open. A figure in white robes, Zhu Ming, slowly descended from an ornate carriage, his lips curved in a cold smile and his gaze venomous. A few days earlier, Gu Ling'er had deliberately spread word throughout the city about his poetry contest with Li Kai. Li Kai had climbed to the top of the famous poetry tower with a single poem, Man Jiang Hong, while Zhu Ming suffered complete defeat. According to their wager, he should have stripped naked and run through the streets, making him the laughingstock of every tea house and tavern in Qingshan County. But as the county magistrate's son, how could Zhu Ming endure such humiliation? His refusal to honor the bet only earned him whispered mockery for being untrustworthy. With his reputation in ruins and his wounds still unhealed, how could he swallow this insult? Learning that Li Kai had returned to Qingshan County, he immediately gathered his men and waited outside the Gu residence. Well, Li Kai? How dare you traffic in illegal salt? That's a capital offense. Zhu Ming held up a bag of contraband salt and walked toward Li Kai with a sinister smile. Li Kai showed no fear whatsoever and asked, "What contraband salt? I have no idea what you're talking about." Still pretending? Zhu Ming snorted coldly. "When you entered the city gate, my men had already secretly removed a bag of contraband salt from your cart. Do you still want to argue?" As he finished speaking, he lifted his hand and tore open the bag, causing white fine salt to spill onto the ground with a rustling sound. "Caught red-handed with the evidence, what do you have to say now?" Zhu Ming's face was full of cold sneers, his eyes gleaming with malicious satisfaction. He knew very well who the real smuggler was and understood who was supplying from behind the scenes Gulinger. But he couldn't afford to offend that young lady, so he could only take it out on Li Kai. While Gulinger protected Li Kai and Zhu Ming didn't dare go too far, bringing him back to the county office for some rough treatment was completely within his power. Just as the standoff continued, the gates of the Gu residence creaked open, and Gulinger strode out with her guards. Standing on the steps, her gaze was sharp and commanding. "Young Master Zhu, arresting people at my Gu family's doorstep, aren't you showing a bit too little respect for me?" Zhu Ming cupped his hands slightly, his tone still firm. "Miss Gu, I'm merely carrying out my official duties. This Li Kai has been trafficking salt, and we have both the person and the evidence. Surely you wouldn't obstruct official business." With crowds gathering to watch, Gulinger couldn't force the issue and lowered her voice somewhat. She leaned down and whispered in Li Kai's ear, "Go with him for now. At worst, you'll suffer some physical punishment, but I'll find a way to get you out." Li Kai was now her cash cow, and she would never let him go. Zhu Ming raised his eyebrows triumphantly. "Shall we?" Li Kai sneered coldly. "Young Master Zhu, last time we made a wager about whether my river all red could reach the top of the famous poetry tower. I won, yet you still haven't honored your bet. Why is that?" Having his failure exposed publicly, Zhu Ming's face flushed red, but he stubbornly replied, "That was just a jokey, it doesn't count." "Doesn't count?" Li Kai scoffed. "So the words of people from the county office are all jokes? Then I have no trust whatsoever in this county office. When even the county magistrate's son goes back on his word, I refuse to acknowledge such an office." "You." Zhu Ming trembled with rage, pointing at Li Kai and shouting, "If you won't come with me, that's resisting arrest. I can kill you right now." Li Kai glanced disdainfully at the nearby officers. "With these small fries you brought? They might be fine for bullying common folk, but to kill Methiri, not qualified." Hearing this, Gulinger signaled her guards to step back slightly and looked coolly at Zhu Ming. "I advise young Master Zhu to withdraw. You've seen his skills before. Last time I was short-handed." Zhu Ming's voice rose. "Today I brought 18 constables, all armed with blades. I refuse to believe we can't take down Li Kai. If I can't capture you today, I'll write my surname backwards." Attack. 18 constables pounced like wolves and tigers, their blades flashing coldly. Li Kai's lips curved into a cold sneer as he stood immovable. At 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighing 230 pounds, he stood there like a bronze wall. In an instant, the muscles on his arms suddenly bulged, veins coiling like writhing dragons. The first constable rushed forward, raising his blade to strike down viciously at Li Kai's head. Li Kai roared and shot out his right hand, actually grasping the sharp blade with his bare hand. The constable yanked hard on his blade, only to find it clamped as if by iron pincers, completely immobile, while Li Kai's palm bore not even the slightest scratch. Li Kai seized the opportunity and pulled, sending the constable stumbling forward. His left fist shot out like a 1,000-pound sledgehammer, smashing straight into the man's face. Bang! The opponent flew backward like a kite with its string cut, blood gushing from his nose and mouth as he hit the ground unconscious. The remaining constables were horrified, raising their blades with angry shouts as they surrounded him from all directions. Instead of retreating, he advanced, spinning like a raging bull charging through their formation. Each punch carried the sound of muffled thunder tearing through the air, striking heavily against armor and bone. Amid the thunderous impacts, screams erupted everywhere. When one constable tried to attack from behind, Li Kai caught sight of him from the corner of his eye, whirled around with a sweeping kick that sent the man flying several meters to crash against a brick wall, shaking dust loose. Immediately after, he grabbed 2 men by their collars with both hands, lifted them high, and hurled them out like cannonballs into the pile of their comrades, instantly bowling over a group. In just a few minutes, all 18 constables lay scattered on the ground, groaning incessantly. Li Kai merely breathed slightly heavily as he brushed the dust from his sleeves. Zhu Ming stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded. 18 armed constables had been completely powerless to fight back. Behind Gulinger, Zhou Bo narrowed his eyes and drew a sharp breath. Though Li Kai had barely won their recent battle, he was now so formidable that Zhou Bo estimated his own chances of victory at less than 20%. What a fierce warrior this man is. Gulinger's heart trembled with shock. Her father commanded countless brave generals, yet none possessed Li Kai's savage prowess. If she could recruit him, wouldn't he be invincible on the battlefield? Zhu Ming was even more stunned. Over a dozen armed constables had been like 3-year-old children before Li Kai, defeated in a single move. Was this even human? Li Kai cast a cold glance his way, his tone mocking. Is this the rabble the county office keeps? No wonder you can't catch thieves or eliminate bandits, a bunch of useless trash. The overwhelming presence made Zhu Ming's legs go weak as he trembled and backed away. Don't come any closer. I'm the county magistrate's son. If you dare touch me, my father won't let you get away with it. Is that so? I'd love to see how he plans to stop me. Li Kai sneered and raised his hand slap. Zhu Ming spun in place from the blow, a bright red handprint immediately appearing on his face. Zhu Ming covered his face in humiliation, and seeing Gu Linger's mocking gaze made him even more furious with shame. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death. He lunged forward, but his body had long been hollowed out by wine and debauchery. Li Kai lifted his leg, driving his knee into the man's abdomen. Bang. Zhu Ming was sent flying, landing and rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach, screaming in agony. The tremendous noise drew passers-by who stopped to stare and whisper among themselves. Wasn't that Zhu Ming, the county magistrate's son? Someone actually dared to hit him? The crowd of onlookers at the street corner erupted in excitement, pointing and whispering about Zhu Ming lying beaten on the ground. He was the county magistrate's son, who normally terrorized the town, grabbing any pretty girl he fancied. So many people had been angry but afraid to speak out. Now, seeing him get beaten, everyone felt a surge of satisfaction in their chests. Who is that guy? I don't recognize him, but this is so satisfying. People in the crowd cheered from time to time. Zhu Ming was forced back by Li Kai's relentless punches, finally tasting fear. His face turned deathly pale as he begged repeatedly. Brother, stop hitting me. I'll give you money, just let me go. Li Kai spat, the saliva landing coldly on Zhu Ming's face. Who wants your filthy money? You owe me, and today you're paying it all back. With that, he turned and waved his hand. Dolly, shouty on, come here. Strip off his clothes, tie him to the back of the cart, and parade him through the entire county. Nanak parade? Zhu Ming immediately trembled, sweat beading and rolling down as his voice shook. Li Kai, I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I'll never dare again. Li Kai ignored him completely, urging, don't just stand there. Wang Dali and Wang Xiaodian exchanged glances, then grabbed Zhu Ming from both sides. Zhu Ming kicked and struggled desperately, cursing continuously, but the two men were incredibly strong. They quickly tore open his clothing ties, throwing his outer robe and undergarments piece by piece into the dust, exposing his pale, skinny body. Next, they brought thick hemp rope, binding him from his armpits to his waist and down to his ankles, securing him tightly to the cart's rear beam. Li Kai leaped onto the cart and cracked the reins with a snap. Horse hooves crushed the dust, wheels creaked as they turned, and Zhu Ming was dragged along, stumbling and running. When he fell, gravel scraped his skin raw, and the rope yanked him back up again, his screams rising and falling continuously. The cart slowly circled along the main street. Blacksmiths put down their hammers, vegetable vendors wiped the muddy water from their hands, and schoolchildren craned their necks to look. More and more people gathered on both sides of the street, pointing and laughing in a chorus. Serves him right. Good. Go around one more time. Zhu Ming's cheeks burned bright red, already dying of shame and rage, but Li Kai paid no attention, insisting on circling the entire county 3 full times, grinding this usually privileged young master into the dust. In front of the Gu residence, Gu Linger heard the commotion and frowned slightly, her gaze falling on Zhu Ming as she spoke indifferently. So small and pathetic. Thank goodness I didn't marry him. Miss, Zhou Bo reminded her in a low voice. Isn't Li Kai going too far with this? If the county magistrate investigates, there was a wager beforehand. Gu Linger pursed her lips. Even if he's the county magistrate, he's in the wrong. Zhou Bo worried further. What about the salt smuggling matter? The county magistrate took his share of the profits, so he won't dare to really break ties. Gu Linger sneered coldly. There's nothing more to see here. Let's go back inside. She turned and entered through the gate, which closed with a thunderous clang of the bronze ring. Only after the cart had made enough rounds did Li Kai rein in the horses and order Zhu Ming's release. Zhu Ming let out a howl, covered his private parts, and scrambled toward the county office, leaving only his pathetic retreating figure. Taking advantage of the time before the office guards could pursue him, Li Kai hurried to visit grain shops and general stores throughout the area. With 3,000 taels and silver notes in hand, he first spent 500 taels to stockpile cartloads of coarse grain, then purchased salt, hemp cloth, iron tools, and other necessities. Fine grain was too expensive for him to afford, and besides, his men weren't picky as long as they could eat their fill. After finishing his preparations, he rode out of the city in a cloud of dust. The remaining 2,500 taels of silver were hidden close to his body. This would be the foundation for maintaining his future army. At dusk, Neo village came into view in the distance, with cooking smoke hanging low. Li Kai jumped down from his horse and ordered his men to unload the grain. As night fell, despite his exhaustion from the journey, he immediately took out the carved wooden blanks, ox sinew, and fish glue he had prepared, built up a fire, and worked through the night with his hands. After returning to Neo village, Li Kai began crafting composite bows. The bows of this era were quite simple. Their main structure consisted only of a bowstring and a grip, allowing the limbs to bend and store energy with a light pull, though the farther you drew, the more effort it required. Once the string was fully drawn, archers often suffered from muscle fatigue that reduced their accuracy. After several shots, their strength would be quickly depleted. To remedy this persistent problem, the most primitive solution was to attach pulleys to both ends of the grip. Thus, the first-generation compound bow was born. While the pulleys did reduce the draw weight, they forced the draw length to increase, leaving the power output essentially unchanged. For further optimization, eccentric cams had to be introduced. Different profiles on each side controlled the cables and bowstring respectively, with the outer wheel driving the entire mechanism's rotation while the inner wheel limited the bowstring length. This way, the principle of leverage was built into the draw force curve. When the bowstring was drawn beyond 80%, the draw weight dropped dramatically, creating a let-off point. Compared to traditional bows that required maintaining full draw weight throughout, second-generation compound bows at this point could even allow children to easily achieve full draw. After understanding the principle, Li Kai immediately spread out paper and brush, sketching the blueprints for the new bow. After a full 5 hours, the blueprints were finally complete. He promptly summoned the 10 carpenters and personally handed them the plans. The eldest among the 10 was named Zhang Aimin, with over 30 years of woodworking experience and particular expertise in bowmaking. Looking at the blueprints, he truly couldn't understand why anyone would want to create such an oddly shaped bow. But Li Kai was the boss, and when given orders, the craftsman could only comply. 3 hours later, the first compound bow prototype was finished. Li Kai tested it and discovered several minor flaws, then had Zhang Aimin lead the team back to make corrections. Soon after, a true compound bow settled firmly into Li Kai's hands. Zhang Aimin stared at the bow, still puzzled. "Boss, why did you want to create this bow that looks strange, is heavy, and requires so much work? By logic, compound bows should be lighter than ordinary bows, but we lack high-strength lightweight materials and can only use heavier iron and wood. Why not give it a try?" Li Kai smiled as he handed over the bow. "But I don't know how to shoot." Zhang Aimin scratched the back of his head. "No problem, just get a feel for it." Zhang Aimin, half believing, gripped the bow and gave it a gentle pull. The eccentric cams on both sides instantly engaged the bowstring, and he drew it to full length with almost no effort. Releasing his grip, with a whoosh, the arrow shot through the air and embedded firmly in a tree over 10 meters away, the arrowhead penetrating several centimeters into the trunk. This bow is actually so effortless. Successfully achieving full draw on his first attempt at archery, he was so shocked his mouth hung open. Li Kai smiled slightly. "Now you understand why I wanted to build it, don't you?" Admiration filled Zhang Aimin's face. Anyone who could design such a bow would be considered a genius in the Great Heavenly Dynasty, and working under such a boss, the future would certainly be bright. "Master Zhang, now I need each of my soldiers equipped with a compound bow. How long would that take?" Zhang Aimin pondered for a moment before speaking. "With the experience from making the first bow, the rest will go much faster. For 111 bows, if our 10-man team works around the clock, we'll need 3 days at minimum." Upon hearing this, Li Kai's gaze turned sharp as a blade. "Fine, I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, I want to see every one of my soldiers equipped with a composite bow." Meanwhile, mountain winds howled mournfully as dim lights flickered within Qingfeng's stronghold. Chief Zhao Qingfeng sat upright in the main hall, his sword-like brows furrowed deeply. Recently, both the second and third chiefs had led raids down the mountain, only to meet their deaths at its base, leaving nothing but grim news and terror throughout the stronghold. The third chief's 20 to 30 men had been completely wiped out, while the second chief had taken nearly half the stronghold's forces with him. Yet none returned alive. Their captured comrades were beheaded for public display at village entrances. Since receiving this news, Zhao Qingfeng dared not lead his remaining forces down the mountain. However, 200 mouths still needed feeding within the stronghold, and without raids and plunder, their supplies would eventually run dry. Zhao Qingfeng raised his crude ceramic wine bowl, drained the murky liquor in one gulp, then slammed it down on the table with a bang. "Half our brothers are dead. Dozens of our warhorses seized by that Neo village. What kind of pathetic bandits have we become?" Before his words had fully settled, the scholarly Weiming stepped forward from behind him, sleeves swaying gently, wearing a composed smile. "Chief, there's no need for alarm. Since we cannot conquer them, why not have the authorities do it for us? I hear that every militiaman in Neo village wears armor and carries weapons equipment superior to regular troops. Our Qingfeng stronghold pays over 1,000 taels of silver monthly to the county office. Now that we're trapped on this mountain, unable to descend, the county magistrate should be more anxious than we are. A single letter accusing those militiamen of rebellion would suffice. The authorities will dispatch troops, throw them in prison, and execute them. Once they're all dead, those villages below will be ours again." Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng exhaled heavily, his eyes gleaming with newfound purpose. Wei speaks wisely. Someone bring paper and ink. I'll write immediately, requesting official troops to eliminate every last militiaman in Nyo village. 3 days passed in a flash, and as night fell, fires flickered across the clearing behind Nyo village where Li Kai had quietly assembled his forces. Under the firelight, 110 militiamen formed a square formation, each clad in black armor and gripping steel sabers, silent as stone. Cold wind swept through, causing armor plates to clash with low, resonant hums as a fierce, killing intent pierced the heavens. Li Kai surveyed his troops, his voice quiet, yet heavy enough to tighten hearts. During this time, you've all practiced the 18 Black Dragon techniques and Berserker Blade methods well enough, haven't you? Tonight is when we test those results. Target, Qingfeng Stronghold. We'll eliminate every last bandit. Do you have confidence? As his words ended, the militiamen exchanged glances, their expressions both excited and shocked. None had expected their first battle to be against such a formidable opponent. Qingfeng Stronghold was easily defended and difficult to attack. If it were so simple to conquer, the authorities would have already leveled the mountain. From within the formation, one militiaman raised his hand. Captain, Qingfeng Stronghold occupies treacherous terrain. Attacking uphill puts us at a disadvantage. Without 2,000 or 3,000 troops, we likely cannot take it. Li Kai nodded in acknowledgement. I know it's difficult to assault. Qingfeng Stronghold colludes with the county magistrate, yet the county office also wants this thorn removed. However, 300 to 400 men can defend the mountain pass, and without 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers, ordinary forces simply cannot break through. He paused, his gaze blazing like torches. But the county magistrate lacks such manpower, and even if he had it, he wouldn't sacrifice so much blood for a mere stronghold. We don't rely on numbers, only on training, equipment, and courage. Tonight, you'll show Qingfeng Stronghold what true militiamen can do. The militiamen gripped their steel sabers tighter, armor plates trembling slightly, emanating a chilling aura under the firelight. The county magistrate simply lacked sufficient forces, and even if he possessed them, he wouldn't invest such a heavy price for a single stronghold. I know, but since I'm going to fight, I must have complete confidence in victory. As his words fell, Li Kai raised his hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Immediately, Uncle Fu led a horse-drawn cart with his 2 sons, stopping together in front of over 100 village soldiers. When the canvas was pulled back, the cart revealed neatly arranged weapons of various shapes, causing everyone to crane their necks in curious observation. Li Kai bent down and picked up a bow from the cart, casually holding it in his palm. Do you know what this is? Digua scratched his head and said hesitantly. It looks like a bow and arrow, but somehow different. This is a bow I made myself, called a compound bow. Li Kai's gaze swept over the crowd. Who knows archery? How far can you usually shoot? According to the standards of this era, those who had never touched a bow could manage 20 to 30 paces at most. Veteran soldiers who practiced regularly could reach 50 to 80 paces. Those who could shoot beyond 100 paces were called divine archers, and those who could exceed 200 paces were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Digua grinned foolishly. I don't know how to use a bow, 30 paces at most. Li Kai thrust the compound bow into his arms. Aim at that tree ahead and shoot. Digua looked in the direction indicated. That tree was a full 100 paces away. His eyes widened immediately. That far? I can't hit it. I told you to shoot, so shoot. Li Kai's tone grew stern. Digua's body trembled, not daring to argue further. He raised the bow and drew the string. As soon as the bowstring moved, he immediately noticed something unusual. It was surprisingly light. Moreover, once the string was fully drawn, it barely trembled, and his aim remained steady as a rock. In the next breath, he released his fingers. Whoosh. The arrow cut through the air and struck precisely in the center of the tree trunk 100 paces away. Holy cow, Digua exclaimed in shock. This bow is so effortless. Even a novice like me can hit targets 100 paces away. The village soldiers swarmed forward, surrounding the compound bow with amazed chatter. Li Kai calmly explained. The compound bow effortless and highly accurate. With this, you're all divine archers. With this weapon, are we still afraid of taking down little Qingfeng Stronghold? He suddenly raised his voice. Tell Mado you have confidence. Yes, yes, yes. Over 100 village soldiers roared in unison, their voices exploding across the clearing. Years of oppression and humiliation surged up at this moment. They clenched their fists, wishing they could immediately charge up the mountain for revenge. What had originally been just a job to earn a living had now been ignited by Li Kai into heroic passion for eliminating bandits. If they could truly destroy the stronghold, they could return home with pride and honor their ancestors. Li Kai was very satisfied with the high morale before him and nodded. 1 compound bow per person. After practicing for 1/4 hour, we depart. As night fell, the force of over 100 men moved quietly. The archery practice had just ended, and everyone was already following the mountain path toward Qingfeng Stronghold. After climbing for about 2 hours, the forest gradually thinned, moonlight poured down, and the outline of Qingfeng Stronghold faintly appeared in the darkness. This stronghold was surrounded by mountains on three sides with steep cliff walls, leaving only one uphill entrance at the front. The defenders held the high ground, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Combined with the high-built stronghold gate constructed of blue stone, 300 to 400 bandits could hold this position indefinitely, and for years no one had dared to attack. Li Kai looked from afar. The main gate at the front was built very high, all constructed with blue stone. Flanking the main gate of Qingfeng's stronghold stood 4 watchtowers. The 4 archers stationed inside, who should have been taking turns on guard duty, were now all dozing off behind the battlements with their sabers in their arms. After all, the people of Qingfeng's stronghold were bandits by nature and disciplined and carefree. Years of peaceful living had made none of them take guard duty seriously. The easily defensible terrain gave them even more confidence. This tough nut was one that outsiders had never been willing to crack. Night wind swept through the valley. With torches unlit, a force had already crept to the base of the stronghold gate under cover of darkness. Li Kai raised his hand and waved, and over 100 village soldiers immediately crouched down to hide. Zhao Tianhu whispered, "Big brother, should we launch a surprise attack?" Li Kai shook his head, keeping his voice extremely low. "A surprise attack? We have enough strength to crush them outright. There's no need for that." He pointed to the side. "Digua, go up and demand their surrender." Digua was stunned for half a second, then nodded excitedly. "Yes, sir, boss." In an instant, over 100 torches blazed to life simultaneously, their orange-eared flames writhing like a fire dragon in the night. Digua, holding a tin megaphone in one hand, strode up to the stronghold gate and shouted with a voice as sharp as a hawk's cry. "Listen up, you bandits inside. This is the Nyo village militia. You're completely surrounded. Open the gate immediately and surrender." The thunderous shout awakened the 4 bandits at the gate. When they peered down, they saw torches densely packed outside the gate, their light reflecting off black armor and cold steel blades. They immediately jolted awake. "Regular troops? Quick! Report to the chief. Government soldiers have come to suppress us." Cries of alarm spread throughout the stronghold. The bandits who had been fast asleep scrambled up in panic, threw on clothes, grabbed their weapons, and rushed toward the gate with chaotic footsteps. Zhao Qingfeng and his military advisor Li Weiming were also awakened by the shouting. Both men, with their robes still unfastened, hurried to the stronghold wall. "What's the situation?" Zhao Qingfeng frowned. The gate guard pointed at the torches below. "Chief, they say they're militia from Nyo village, demanding our surrender." Zhao Qingfeng first looked stunned, then burst into laughter, the kind of laughter born from extreme anger. "Damn it! What an insult! A mere Nyo village militia dares to come to Qingfeng's stronghold and make demands." He leaned out and roared, "Listen well, you little bastards outside. I am Zhao Qingfeng, chief of Qingfeng's stronghold. If you don't want to die, drop your weapons and surrender immediately, or I'll storm into Nyo village someday and twist your heads off to use as footballs." Digua immediately raised his megaphone to shout back, "Zhao Qingfeng, what are you bragging about? Why wait for someday? We're right here waiting. If you've got the guts, open the gate and come out." Zhao Qingfeng laughed heartily. "You've got armor. I'm not stupid enough to engage you in close combat. Besides," he pointed at the stronghold wall, "running to my doorstep in the middle of the night without launching a surprise attack, but shouting first instead, giving us time to prepare for battle. Have your brains been flooded? Even 3,000 or 4,000 regular troops might not be able to take this stronghold, let alone you 100 or so people. Idiots." Just as Digua was about to continue his verbal assault, Li Kai had already snatched the megaphone away. Li Kai's voice was ice cold. "Zhao Qingfeng, is it? Taking down a tiny place like yours doesn't require a surprise attack at all. I sent someone to demand surrender to give you a way to live. Open the gate now, and I guarantee I'll spare your lives. But if I have to attack my way in, sorry, I'll slaughter the entire stronghold." Zhao Qingfeng smirked. "Anyone can brag. You think you can attack your way in with just 100 men? My stronghold has bows and arrows, rolling stones, and even piss and shit. If you don't believe me, just try attacking." Zhao Qingfeng was extremely confident in his stronghold. Several months earlier, he had reinforced the walls according to military fortification blueprints and dug 2 rings of trenches with hidden stakes around the perimeter. With these preparations, even 3,000 or 4,000 regular troops would struggle to breach the defenses quickly unless they brought siege engines. But siege engines were cutting-edge strategic weapons at the time, typically only deployed in large-scale battles between the imperial court and barbarian tribes. The entire Great Tian Dynasty possessed only a handful of them, so how could one possibly appear in this remote county? This confidence was precisely why Zhao Qingfeng dared to stand boldly atop the wall, looking down at the approaching enemy. Meanwhile, Li Kai deliberately had his men leak information early, ensuring the bandits would concentrate their forces on the walls. This wasn't mere bravado. Wanted to unleash the full power of the composite bows. The denser the enemy formation, the more devastating the arrow volleys would be, providing the perfect combat training opportunity for his newly recruited soldiers. "You said it yourself, didn't come begging for mercy when we breach your walls," Li Kai warned coldly. Haha, big words won't break your teeth. Come and take it if you can. Zhao Qingfeng planted his hands on his hips, his face full of contempt. Li Kai gestured, and his lieutenant immediately handed him a composite bow. The limbs were jet black, and the razor-sharp arrowhead gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Li Kai drew the bow to full moon, targeting a bandit who was peering over the wall. This kid wants to shoot arrows? He's at least 100 paces away. Zhao Qingfeng crossed his arms and sneered. Archers who can hit targets at 100 paces are extremely rare, must be dreaming. Before he finished speaking, accompanied by the soft sound of air being torn, an arrow streaked across the sky. Thwack! The arrowhead pierced precisely through the bandit's forehead, blood spattering against the wooden post behind him as the body toppled straight down. The wall fell instantly silent, everyone frozen in place. A headshot from 100 paces away? Such accuracy was simply unbelievable. Zhao Qingfeng stood stunned for a moment, then shouted to suppress his men's panic. Don't panic. Even if he really is a master archer, he's just one man. Hold the walls, they can't get up here. Hearing this, the bandits felt slightly reassured. After all, true master archers were extremely rare, and one person couldn't turn the tide. After loosing that arrow, Li Kai's expression remained impassive as he swiftly issued orders. 50 men for range suppression, 50 for the main gate assault. Archers provide cover for the assault team, kill as many as you can. Understood. Understood, they responded in unison. Zhao Tianhu led 50 assault troops carrying a massive log thicker than a man's waist, heads down and backs bent, charging up the mountain path in perfect formation. Zhao Tianbao commanded 50 archers arranged in 2 ranks, raising their bows and knocking arrows at Li Kai's signal, bowstrings singing in harmony. Boss, they're attacking, the stronghold's lookout screamed. Perfect. Give them a taste of our arrows. Zhao Qingfeng commanded. The bandits immediately climbed onto the parapet, drawing their bows and taking aim at the charging soldiers. But the moment they poked their heads above the wall, a series of whistling sounds rushed toward them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Volleys of arrows screamed through the air, and 7 or 8 bandits were struck down instantly, their blood flowing down the wooden gate planks. The remaining bandits were so terrified they immediately ducked back down, none daring to make another move. Only now did Zhao Qingfeng truly realize the gravity of the situation. 40 or 50 archers, each capable of precise kills at 100 paces? Even the Great Tian Dynasty's most elite imperial guards had never possessed such terrifying ranged firepower. Boss, we can't even stick our heads up. The moment we show ourselves, we're dead, the bandits cried out in despair. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianhu was rapidly approaching the stronghold's main gate with his men. Atop the fortress walls, Zhao Qingfeng's face turned ashen as he raised his hand and roared furiously. Take out their archers. Shoot their bowmen. Dozens of arrows whistled down, but the bandits' short bows had a range of only 50 to 60 paces. The arrows lost momentum halfway and fell weakly to the ground, with only a few scattered shots sticking into the dirt, nowhere near Li Kai and his men who stood 100 paces away. In contrast, Li Kai's 100-plus archers calmly drew their bows, the sound of bowstrings creating a continuous chorus. Each could easily reach beyond 100 paces, their arrows precise and deadly. The arrows fell like rain, forcing the bandits to take cover while Zhao Qingfeng ground his teeth in helpless fury. At the same time, Zhao Tianhu had reached the stronghold gate with over a dozen elite fighters. He commanded in a deep voice, "Everyone, ram down this gate." The men grabbed a log as thick as a barrel, lined up in formation, and following Zhao Tianhu's count, slammed the log against the gate. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy impacts shook the gate violently and made Zhao Qingfeng's heart race. The bandits desperately hurled rocks from the walls, but Zhao Tianhu and his men wore armor and iron helmets. The stones clattered harmlessly off their gear without causing any real damage. The gate, which should have been impregnable, was secured inside by nothing more than an ordinary wooden bar. After dozens of strikes, there came a crisp crack as the bar snapped. The gate burst wide open. Charge into the stronghold. Li Kai drew his blade and shouted. The 100-plus militia surged forward with soaring morale, rushing into the compound with unstoppable momentum. Most of the bandits were wounded remnants who stood no chance against these armored, blade-wielding elite fighters. In just one clash, 7 or 8 bandits fell in pools of blood. Zhao Tianhu and his brother Zhao Tianbao fought like 2 fierce tigers, their blades cutting wide swaths. Digua followed close behind, and wherever his blade passed, bandits fell bleeding to the ground. Witnessing this devastation, despair flooded Zhao Qingfeng's heart. This stronghold that boasted it could withstand 3,000 to 4,000 regular troops had crumbled in Li Kai's hands in mere minutes. He recalled Li Kai's earlier offer of surrender and finally understood that his enemy had indeed offered them a way out. Surrender. We surrender. He threw down his weapon and dropped to his knees with a thud. With their leader surrendering, the remaining bandits lost all will to fight, dropping their weapons and bows to kneel in submission. Taking stock of the battle, of the original 200 bandits, only 70 to 80 remained alive. Li Kai, covered in blood with his long blades still dripping, turned and shouted, Digua, report casualties. Boss, a dozen men with light wounds, not a single death. Li Kai nodded. These casualty figures were perfect. Tie up all the surrendered. Clean up the battlefield. The militia moved efficiently, binding the survivors securely. Soon, Zhao Qingfeng was brought before Li Kai. Li Kai looked at him with a smile, while Zhao Qingfeng hung his head in shame. I told you surrender would give you a chance to live. Did you really have to wait until most of your brothers were dead before you'd accept it? Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyes with a complex expression. Just who are you exactly? Why do you ask? Li Kai raised an eyebrow. My third and second brothers both died by your hand, and you broke through this fortress in 10 minutes. If you claim to be just ordinary militia, I wouldn't believe it if you killed me. Li Kai grinned. You're right, I'm not militia. I used to be Special Forces commander of the Dragon Special Operations Unit. Special Forces? Though Zhao Qingfeng didn't understand the term, he could tell it was something extraordinary. Li Kai's smile faded. All right, enough small talk. Tell me, how much supplies does this stronghold have? Speak honestly. Zhao Qingfeng sighed deeply. Do you mean grain or silver? How much do we have? Li Kai asked. Zhao Qingfeng counted on his fingers as he replied. For grain, we've got about 20,000 jin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Digua's eyes widened in shock. How much? 20,000 jin. Zhao Qingfeng had to repeat himself. Digua clicked his tongue and cursed under his breath. No wonder the common folk down the mountain are starving to death. All the grain has been stolen and brought up here. 20,000 jin. Li Kai quickly calculated in his mind. With his troops' food rations, it would last 3 months. If they were more frugal, they could stretch it to half a year. Continue, he urged. Silver. Not much, only 5,000 taels. Zhao Qingfeng forced a smile and gestured the amount. For a stronghold of 300 to 400 people, 5,000 taels was indeed meager because most of the wealth had been paid as tribute to the government offices by Zhao Qingfeng. Li Kai asked again, how many people can this stronghold accommodate? He looked around and saw cave dwellings carved into the mountain walls in an impressive continuous row. Zhao Qingfeng straightened his back proudly, as if reporting an achievement. The stronghold has 108 man-made cave dwellings. Each can house 10 people. Outside, hidden among the trees and vegetation, there are over 50 wooden houses. Each can squeeze in a dozen or so people. If we pack them in tightly, 2,000 people would be more than manageable. Li Kai nodded silently. The mountain terrain was treacherous, easy to defend and hard to attack. Combined with the gunpowder he possessed, 100 men could hold off 7,000 to 8,000 attackers. An excellent base of operations. Good location. His smile was hard to conceal. Take me to see the storehouse. Zhao Qingfeng dared not refuse and immediately led the way through a narrow stone corridor to a large wooden door. He pushed it open, and torchlight flooded in, instantly illuminating the cave dwelling. The first thing that caught the eye was rows of neatly arranged large chests. With their lids lifted, gleaming white broken silver was piled up like small mountains. This was all of Zhao Qingfeng's private wealth, and watching it made his heart bleed. Further in were grain sacks stacked to the ceiling. Deeper still was a miscellaneous collection of items. Hemp clothing, worn-out carts, tarnished bronze mirrors, all covered in dust, obviously stored for quite some time. Li Kai casually looked through the items and was about to leave when something in a bamboo basket caught his attention. He bent down, brushed aside the clutter on top, and pulled out a section of green stem that resembled a vine. Where did this come from? His tone suddenly became excited. Zhao Qingfeng thought for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Oh, a while back there was a merchant caravan with very pale skin and blue eyes passing through here, and we took it from them. Very pale skin and blue eyes. Those were white people. Li Kai blurted out. People? We killed them all. Zhao Qingfeng answered matter-of-factly. Li Kai was speechless and could only grip the stem tightly in his hand. It was unmistakably a sweet potato vine. In the original timeline, sweet potatoes were high-yield crops introduced to China in 1593 during the Wanli period of the Ming Dynasty by Churen Jinlong and his son from Chang'an, Fujian, who risked their lives to bring them from the Philippines. But in this land, they had appeared early in the Great Tian Dynasty. His heart surged with emotion. If sweet potatoes could be promoted, the famine plaguing the realm might be alleviated. And the 20,000 jin of grain, 5,000 taels of silver, and the easily defensible Qingfeng stronghold before him were crucial for establishing a foothold. After all, the grain production of the Great Tian Dynasty was very low. Crops like millet, sorghum, rice, wheat, and beans yielded very little due to primitive farming tools and backward cultivation techniques. Even the most fertile land could only produce about 1 dan per mu, roughly 100 kilograms or 200 jin. But sweet potatoes were different. A single casual planting could easily yield 4,000 to 5,000 jin per mu, an increase of dozens of times. How could Li Kai not be thrilled by such a gift from heaven? Are there more of these? He asked, pointing at the sweet potato tuber in his hand, his eyes practically blazing. Zhao Qingfeng looked puzzled and shook his head. No more. That merchant caravan had quite a few loaded in their carts, but I burned everything. Was the caravan traveling from east to west, or west to east? Li Kai pressed. If they were heading east to west, it meant they were preparing to leave the Great Xia, and the sweet potatoes might have already been taken out of the country. But if they were traveling west to east, it meant the caravan had just entered the territory before being wiped out by bandits, and the tubers hadn't been sold yet. Zhao Qingfeng thought hard and looked up. It seemed like they were going from west to east. Once the direction was confirmed, Li Kai practically rushed out of the cave clutching that piece of tuber. There were two optimal times for planting sweet potatoes each year. Spring potatoes when temperatures stabilized above 15 degrees Celsius, generally from mid-April to mid-May, and summer potatoes planted in mid-June after wheat harvest, when soil temperature and humidity were most suitable. It was now mid-June, perfect timing. He cupped the tuber in both hands, eager to witness it take root and sprout. Racing through the stronghold, he reached a relatively flat patch of ground with dark soil at the edge. Without bothering to wipe his sweat, he knelt down and used his fingers to dig through the soft earth, quickly creating a neat little hole. The tuber was gently placed at the bottom, then covered with soil and pressed down. He even patted the surface to ensure the soil made close contact with the tuber. Digua, Li Kai snapped his fingers. The young man quickly ran over. Boss, what is it? Why are you called Digua? Isn't Digua just sweet potato? Li Kai suddenly remembered this question. Digua scratched his head and answered honestly. I don't really know. My parents gave me the name. They said humble names help children survive. Li Kai rolled his eyes. Enough chatter. From now on, this little hole is your responsibility. Water it regularly every day. If anyone dares touch it, I'll have your head. Yes, sir. Though Digua didn't understand the reasoning, he didn't dare slack off for a moment. Zhao Tianhu, Li Kai shouted again. Get some brothers who know masonry and fix the stronghold gate. Starting today, this is our base. Meanwhile, in a mansion in Qingshan County, County Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang sat before a dark red sandalwood chair, his face grim. His fists were clenched tight, his voice like ice shards. What utter humiliation! What utter humiliation! As my son, Zhu Kaijiang's son, you were stripped naked and made to run through the streets. And the person who humiliated you was just a lowly village soldier. You can't even handle a village soldier, and you still have the nerve to come back. Zhu Ming was now sobbing uncontrollably, snot and tears streaming down his face as he trembled and said, Father, you can't blame your son. It was that militiaman Li Kai. He has incredible strength. The 20-some constables I had with me were no match for him. Zhu Kaijiang's knuckles turned white as he gripped the armrests of his chair, veins bulging. He suddenly shot to his feet, his furious voice echoing through the hall. This is outrageous. In all of Qingshan County, no one has ever dared to show such disrespect to the Zhu family. A mere militiaman thinks he can defy heaven itself. Father, you must avenge your son. I want to flay him alive, strip his bones bare, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Zhu Ming wailed, tears flying as his body nearly collapsed to the ground in a kowtow. Zhu Kaijiang paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, then said in a deep voice, To humiliate my son like this, even if Miss Gu protects him, I must have his life. Guards, summon the county captain. Mobilize all our forces and wipe out his militia. Before he could finish speaking, a constable stumbled into the hall and dropped to his knees. Report. Master, urgent news, Qingfeng's stronghold has been taken. What? Zhu Kaijiang's pupils contracted sharply. Who took it? Did the imperial court send troops? The constable gasped. Not government forces, it was the militia from Yo village. They now number 110 men, each equipped with brand new armor. Qingfeng's stronghold couldn't hold out even half a day before being overrun. Zhu Kaijiang understood all too well the significance of Qingfeng's stronghold changing hands. His lips turned pale as he slumped back into his chair. 110 men, all with armor. His mind raced through the calculations. Even if the county office threw everything they had at Qingfeng's stronghold, a direct assault would yield no victory. Zhu Ming still refused to give up. Li Kai is just a lowly militia captain. The authorities don't provide him grain or funding. Where would he get the silver to support over 100 men? And armor for every single one. Zhu Kaijiang looked up and stared at him coldly. Can't you see what's happening? Miss Gu is using the militia as a front to raise her own private army. What? Zhu Ming's face turned ashen. Then my revenge can never be taken. Zhu Kaijiang's brow furrowed into a tight knot. The bandits at Qingfeng's stronghold had always been his hidden asset, requiring no military pay yet available for deployment at will, while also providing him with substantial monthly tributes. By using bandit suppression as an excuse, he could also requisition funds from above. Now that Li Kai had taken Qingfeng's stronghold, this source of income was cut off. How could he not hate him? But Li Kai had troops and weapons, plus the backing of the Gu family. For the moment, he was at a loss for what to do. The kneeling constable suddenly looked up. Report. When your subordinate was investigating at Nyo village, I discovered the armor Li Kai was wearing looked somewhat familiar, like the set that belonged to Zhou the Skinflint. A gleam flashed in Zhu Kaijiang's eyes as he burst into wild laughter. Huh, heaven helps me. A bunch of ragtag soldiers dare to challenge regular troops? Go bring me the captain from the garrison. After a full day and night of moving, Li Kai had finally relocated all his possessions to Qingfeng stronghold. Not only his wife and the militiamen under his command, but the 10 blacksmiths had also followed Li Kai up the mountain. 10 horse-drawn carts and 1 donkey cart made several trips up and down the mountain before finally transporting all the necessary supplies to the top. While the convoy was making its rounds, the stronghold's main gate was also reinforced to be several times sturdier than before. The tall wooden palisades and brand new arrow towers transformed the entire settlement into a small fortress. The 45 horses captured earlier, plus the 10 cart horses, made a total of 55 fine steeds that were all led into the stronghold and housed in spacious stables, ready to transform from pack animals into war horses at any moment. The 110 village soldiers were divided among the cave dwellings. 10 cave homes lined the mountainside in a row, each capable of housing about 10 people. These dwellings were warm in winter and cool in summer, even more comfortable than the adobe houses in the village. Zhao Tianhu, Digua, and others each led a squad, helping their brothers stuff their belongings into the cave entrances while laughter echoed throughout the valley. The most spacious cave dwelling was reserved for Li Kai and his wife. The thick earthen walls blocked out the mountain winds, and the charcoal fire in the brazier warmed the interior to a cozy temperature. Suyu knelt before the wooden bed, spreading out bedding. Her fingers brushed over the freshly dried quilt cover while her eyes surveyed their new home. Husband, we were living so well down the mountain. Why did we suddenly move up here? She asked softly. Li Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the layered mountain silhouettes, and smiled. Though life down the mountain was comfortable, it wasn't as safe as here. Living in the mountains, the hunting grounds and pastures are all ours, and we can have as much game as we want. What's wrong? Don't you like it? A wife follows her husband wherever he goes. Suyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled sweetly. You make the decisions for our household, and I'll follow your lead. Li Kai felt his heart burn with desire at that charming smile. He embraced her from behind. Then shall we test whether the new bed is soft enough? Suyu's cheeks flushed red, but she looked up with shy delight. Suyu will listen to whatever you say, husband. Without another word, Li Kai swept her up in his arms. Today, your husband will show you some new moves. The next morning, battle cries thundered through the courtyard. Zhao Tianhu led everyone in training exercises. The brute blade technique whistled through chopping motions, while the black dragon 18 hands moved like flowing wind. Li Kai had transplanted all the commands, postures, and routines from military camps in his previous life, and the entire stronghold was advancing toward militarization. Sunlight fell perfectly on him, yet his brow was furrowed with worry. Suyu stood behind him, massaging his shoulders with gentle but firm pressure. Husband, why do you look so troubled? Li Kai raised his hand toward the training ground. Look, 110 mouths to feed, all depending on me alone. Right now, our only source of income is making illegal salt. It covers our current expenses, but if we want to expand our forces, it won't be enough. I need to find another major source of revenue. Suyu thought for a moment, then said softly, Husband, what about going down the mountain to collect protection fees? Li Kai turned sharply, his eyes showing surprise. Wife, how did you think of that? Collecting protection fees down the mountain would make us bandits. Suyu sat beside him and explained seriously. You misunderstand, husband. Just because you eliminated the Clear Wind stronghold doesn't mean there are no more bandit troubles down the mountain. Those villages and towns still need to pay protection fees. They just don't know who to pay them to now. Li Kai frowned slightly upon hearing this. You mean there are still others? The previous Li Kai was just a naive young man who never left home and knew nothing about the surrounding situation. Suyu nodded and looked up at the surrounding landscape. Several mountain peaks stretched endlessly before her, dotted with bandit strongholds of various sizes that clung to the verdant ridges like festering sores. Some peaks hosting a single fortress, others harboring multiple camps. Among these forces, Qingfeng's stronghold appeared particularly modest in size. At the foot of the mountains, 40 to 50 villages were scattered about, the larger ones housing 400 to 500 households, while even the smaller settlements contained around 100 families, totaling nearly 10,000 households. How could such a fertile market be left solely to the few hundred people of Qingfeng's stronghold? Husband, now that you command the local militia, why not go down the mountain to collect protection fees? We're different from common bandits. Will only charge 200 won per household, collected monthly. Those who pay will have the protection of Nyotsuan's militia to ensure their safety. If they're truly robbed, we'll help them recover their losses. Suyu's voice rang clear, her eyes sparkling with shrewd intelligence. If we expand this business, we could earn thousands of taels of silver monthly, solving our recruitment and equipment problems. Li Kai's eyes immediately lit up like lanterns. Brilliant idea. My dear wife, not only are you beautiful, but you're clever too. We'll do exactly as you suggest. He suddenly called out loudly. Digua, Digua, who had been drilling the militia, came running at his summons. Boss, what are your orders? Immediately notify the villagers of Nyotsuan to spread the word for us. Starting today, the Nyotsuan militia will collect protection fees 200 when per household, collected monthly. It's not mandatory, purely voluntary. Those who pay will have our guarantee of safety. Also, have the blacksmith forge iron tokens with serial numbers that correspond to our ledger entries. We'll issue tokens to paying customers who can show them when encountering bandits. If they're still robbed despite having tokens, they can bring the tokens up the mountain to find you. After verification, we'll immediately dispatch troops to recover their losses. After giving these instructions, Li Kai turned to Suyu. Wife, you'll handle the ledger. Record who pays, which village they're from, how much they paid, the duration of coverage, and token numbers. Keep everything clear. Additionally, we'll offer monthly, quarterly, and annual plans. Monthly passes for 201, quarterly for 501, and annual for 901. Suyu beamed with delight. Husband, you're so clever. The longer the term, the cheaper the rate. People will definitely buy annual passes directly. Once we have the silver, we can expand our forces again. Li Kai affectionately ruffled her hair. Truly worthy of being Li Kai's wife. Though Digua only half understood, he memorized every word. Yes, I'll handle it right away. Just as he was about to head down the mountain, a militiaman burst into the training ground in panic. Militia captain, a villager claiming to be from Nyotsuan requests an audience. Li Kai raised an eyebrow. Bring him in. The stronghold gates opened wide, and the villager came running up to Li Kai, gasping for breath and speaking incoherently. Disaster. The mountain, many government soldiers have come down and surrounded the village. They're specifically asking to see you, the militia captain. Government soldiers? Li Kai narrowed his eyes. Apart from Zhu Ming, no one else could mobilize government troops. Zhao Tianhu, gather 4 squads to come with me. Each person takes a composite bow. The rest of you guard the stronghold with your lives. No one gets in except us. Yes, the bandits responded in unison. With this command, Li Kai swiftly restructured the local militia organization, abolishing old titles like squad leader and centurion, replacing them with modern-sounding ranks of squad leader, platoon leader, company commander. Including himself, the entire force numbered just over 100 men, so strictly speaking, he was at most a platoon leader. Zhao Tianhu and 9 other trusted followers were directly appointed as 10 squad leaders. With arrangements complete, Li Kai immediately deployed 4 squads and rushed down the mountain. At the entrance to Nyo village, 500 regular troops formed battle lines like a wall. Armor plates scraped against each other with crisp clashing sounds, reflecting blinding white light under the sun like a steel tide. Sharp spears stood in formation, their tips gleaming coldly, all pointed toward the village entrance. Most striking were the 100 cavalry. Their warhorses were tall and powerful, muscles rippling, occasionally neighing loudly and pawing the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The cavalrymen wore long sabers at their waists, feet pressed in stirrups, expressions stern and cold. Their leader, Captain Ma Yong, rode a black stallion. His square face was sharply defined, with sword-like eyebrows framing eyes that burned like torches. His broad shoulders and powerful build radiated the iron-blooded aura of a battle-hardened veteran. Compared to the scattered energy of the bandits, his troops were truly a pack of wolves that had tasted blood. Has that Li Kai fellow come down from the mountain yet? Ma Yong asked from his elevated position, his voice low and cold. Su Damao on the ground nearly collapsed under that gaze. We've sent someone to fetch him, but the mountain path is treacherous. It'll take at least an hour for a round trip. Ma Yong snorted coldly. Humph. Zhou Huntao was my trusted aide. Now he's dead at the hands of some nobody. I won't rest until Li Kai is killed. Note, Zhou Huntao was Zhou Bapi's real name. After receiving the county magistrate's secret report, Ma Yong flew into a rage and immediately mobilized 500 elite troops to storm Nyo village. He had expected to kill Li Kai on the spot, but came up empty-handed. Li Kai had already taken 100 elite soldiers up the mountain. Qingfeng's stronghold was easy to defend, but hard to attack. Though Ma Yong was confident he could take it by force, if he lost too many men, he couldn't explain it to his superiors. These soldiers could die on battlefields, but not at the hands of local militia. Time ticked by, and Ma Yong's frown deepened. Suddenly, distant hoofbeats thundered like rolling thunder, stirring up clouds of dust as a cavalry force of over 40 riders charged toward them. Everyone strained to see. Each rider sat astride a tall, magnificent warhorse with what appeared to be a wooden board tied to the saddle as a cushion. The 40-plus militiamen rode with skilled horsemanship, matching the veterans in Ma Yong's army. They wore iron armor that gleamed coldly, though not as ornate as regular army gear. It was solid and heavy. Each carried a gleaming long saber at his waist, radiating menace. Facing 500 elite troops, this small force approached with heads held high, showing no fear. The hoofbeats suddenly stopped, and the dust gradually settled. Li Kai dismounted and looked up to meet Ma Yong's gaze. Seeing that it was actually the army that had come, he was also surprised. Though Zhu Ming was the county magistrate's son, the magistrate had no military authority. Only the Ministry of War could deploy troops. May I ask what brings the general here? Li Kai clasped his hands respectfully, his voice neither humble nor arrogant. Ma Yong didn't answer, only stared at the newly forged armor Li Kai wore, his gaze sharp enough to pierce steel. Li Kai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It seems they've come for Zhou Bapi. Li Kaisen's mind raced, though his expression remained calm. The afternoon sunlight reflected off the iron armor, casting a blinding cold gleam. Ma Yong reined in his warhorse across from him, his gaze sharp as a blade as he coldly demanded, "Where did you get that armor you're wearing?" Li Kai had expected the man to suspect him of lying and make excuses, but instead he boldly declared, "I killed Zhou Bapi and stripped this armor right off his corpse. Zhou Huntao was my trusted subordinate and an 8-year veteran." Ma Yong's eyes turned ice cold, his brows furrowing deeply. "Killing a soldier is a capital offense. I know that, and I'm the one who killed him." Li Kai faced him without flinching. "Why did you kill him?" Ma Yong pressed. "Because Zhou Bapi bullied the market and treated human lives like grass." Li Kai sneered. "Why else do you think they called him Zhou Bapi? You killed him to rid the people of a menace?" Ma Yong narrowed his eyes. "Not entirely." Li Kai patted the armor plates on his body. "The other half was because I took a fancy to this armor of his." "Huh. So in the end, you had selfish motives too." Ma Yong looked down at Li Kai from his horse, his tone icy. "Zhou Huntao was my trusted man, and I won't let him die in vain. I'll take your life to pay for his." Before he finished speaking, he raised his spear, its tip gleaming coldly as it pointed directly at Li Kai. Li Kai's gaze moved past the spear point to the dense mass of 500 elite soldiers behind Ma Yong, and he sneered. "What skill is there in using numbers to bully the few? You want my life? Have the guts to come take it yourself." Those 500 elite troops were no rabble. Each man's armor bore gaps and bloodstains left by battle. They were all hardened veterans who had seen the battlefield and spilled blood. If this force charged together, the 40 followers behind Li Kai could never withstand them and might be overwhelmed in a single clash. "Ha!" Ma Yong burst into laughter, and his soldiers joined in with roaring mirth. Mockery and contempt were written across every weather-beaten face. One soldier gripped his long blade, its tip wavering as he pointed it at Li Kai, his voice hoarse. "Boy, do you know our captain's battle record? He's slain over 100 barbarians. With that puny frame of yours, what makes you think you can fight our captain?" The barbarians roamed the great grasslands, excelling at mounted archery. Raised on meat, each possessed tremendous strength, their combat prowess often several times that of the Great Tian people. That Ma Yong could kill over 100 barbarians and earn the rank of captain through military merit showed his strength was indeed formidable. Even so, if Li Kai wanted to break through, his only path was to defeat Ma Yong Heiden. Just over 100 barbarians. His voice was calm, yet carried stubborn pride. "Put me on a battlefield, and I might not kill fewer than him." Ma Yong's lips curved into an amused arc. "Boy, that you could kill Zhou Huntao shows you have some skill. But you're no match for me. I need only 3 rounds to cut you down beneath my horse." "Oh, and if I don't fall in 3 rounds?" Li Kai countered. "Huh, if I can't take you down in 3 rounds, I'll spare your life. If you can survive 10 rounds, I'll let Zhou Huntao's matter slide. If you can last 20 rounds against me, I'll reward you with 500 taels of silver. And if you can fight me to a draw." Ma Yong raised his eyebrows, his arrogance fully displayed. "Huh, I'll become sworn brothers with you." Such a bold wager made Li Kai's blood surge. Since arriving in the Great Tian Dynasty, he had pushed his body to its limits every day, yet suffered from finding no opponent worthy of a satisfying battle. Now the opportunity lay before him. "Good. I accept." Li Kai responded loudly and dismounted. His warhorse whinnied as he reached back to grab the iron staff tied behind the saddle, a full 88 kilograms of heavy iron. Bang! The iron staff struck the ground heavily with a dull thud. Although Li Kai was an imposing figure standing 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighing 230 pounds, which was intimidating enough, Ma Yong had slaughtered countless barbarians on the battlefield, and every one of them had been just as massive. When it came to dealing with these giant bear opponents, he was a seasoned veteran. The two men faced off, their fighting spirit reaching its peak. Ma Yong struck first, his spear darting like a venomous snake straight toward Li Kai's abdomen. The spear was known as the king of all weapons, easy to learn but devastatingly fierce once mastered. When thrust forward, it left virtually no opening for defense. The staff, on the other hand, relied on the principle of overwhelming skill with brute force, but in theory was countered by the spear. However, Li Kai was also a veteran who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Seeing the spear tip approaching, he remained calm and composed, swinging his staff backhand to strike Ma Yong's wrist. The spear tip instantly withdrew, changing from thrust to parry. Bang! The dull impact made Ma Yong's palm tingle, nearly knocking the spear from his grip. So strong, he thought with surprise, but this only fueled his determination as he withdrew his spear and thrust again. This time, he gripped the spear's tail with one hand, extending the weapon to its full length, taking advantage of the principle that an inch longer means an inch stronger. He created distance, ensuring Li Kai's staff couldn't reach him. The sharp spear had cut through the air straight toward his brow, but Li Kai didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. His large hand shot out like lightning smack. Before the spear tip could touch his body, he had already grasped the shaft. Ma Yong quickly switched to a two-handed grip, roaring as he tried to push the spear forward another inch. Li Kai's left hand clamped down on the spear shaft like a vice, while his right hand swung the iron staff down in a crushing blow. With his weapon restrained, Ma Yong didn't dare take the hit head. He could only release his spear and retreat, spinning to dodge. Bang! The iron staff struck the ground, smashing a fist-sized crater into the earth. Before the staff could be withdrawn, Ma Yong stepped onto it, using the cold iron rod as a stepping stone as he took several quick steps and launched himself into the air, sweeping his leg toward Li Kai's face. To block this kick, Li Kai was forced to release both spear and staff simultaneously, crossing his arms to protect his head. Bang! The heavy kick landed on his crossed arms, but his feet didn't budge an inch. Ma Yong landed without retrieving his weapon, instead charging in for close combat, and the two immediately engaged in hand-to-hand fighting. In the span of lightning, they had already exchanged more than 3 rounds. Ma Yong laughed heartily. "Good lad. You've got some real skill. You're not bad yourself," Li Kai replied with a slight smirk. "Not bad. Let me show you how I'll take you down." Before his shout had even faded, Ma Yong's straight punch shot forward, the wind from his fist whistling as it aimed for Li Kai's face. Li Kai slightly shifted his body, his right elbow naturally driving toward Ma Yong's ribs. Ma Yong leaned back to dodge, his left leg shooting out to sweep at Li Kai's lower body. Li Kai bent his knee, steady as a mountain, caught that leg with his backhand, and hurled with tremendous force. Ma Yong was sent flying but managed to adjust his posture midair, executing a backflip and landing steadily on his feet. The moment he touched down, Ma Yong pushed off with his toes and charged at Li Kai again like a hunting leopard, unleashing a flurry of punches that created a dizzying array of fist shadows. Li Kai was not to be outdone. He moved with agile grace, dodging left and right to evade Ma Yong's fierce attacks while seeking opportunities to counterattack. When Ma Yong's punches momentarily slowed, Li Kai suddenly stepped forward, his waist coiling like a drawn bow as he channeled all his strength into his right fist, which shot out like a howling cannonball. Ma Yong hastily raised his arm to block, feeling a tremendous force surge through his bones into his shoulder. His arm went numb instantly, and he staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. The two fighters exchanged punches and kicks in a whirlwind of motion, their strikes creating gusts of wind as they completed over 100 exchanges in the blink of an eye. Around the training ground, 500 elite soldiers formed a circle, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the combat, their breathing suppressed to whispers as the air seemed to freeze. Dust kicked up by their wild punches occasionally splattered against armor with sharp tapping sounds. By now, large beads of sweat rolled down Ma Yong's temples. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and his stamina drained away like water from a broken vessel. Each strike became sluggish and delayed. In contrast, though Li Kai's sleeves were torn in several places and his skin bore bloody scratches, he remained like a taut bowstring ready to release, his movements crisp and decisive, his breathing steady as a war drum. Even more daunting was that each of his punches grew heavier than the last, as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. Ma Yong groaned inwardly. "This guy has maxed out stamina and defense stats. If I keep fighting, I'm bound to lose." In that moment of distraction, Ma Yong exposed an opening. Li Kai seized the opportunity, pushing off the ground with his toes and launching himself upward, delivering a devastating uppercut aimed straight at Ma Yong's chin. If this punch landed solidly, Ma Yong would be knocked unconscious even if he survived. In that split second, Ma Yong's heart lurched, and he simply closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. The punch's wind grazed past his nose, bringing a bone-chilling gust, but the heavy blow never came. After a hesitant moment, Ma Yong opened his eyes to see Li Kai bent over with hands on his knees, chest heaving violently as sweat dripped from his chin. "I'm done fighting. I am out of energy. If we continue, I'll lose," he declared, then flashed Ma Yong a broad smile. The tension in Ma Yong's chest instantly released as he quietly exhaled a long breath. He understood that Li Kai was saving his face. As a military leader, his undefeated reputation was crucial for troop morale. If he truly lost in front of everyone, the soldiers would inevitably be disappointed, thinking, "So even our commander can lose," which could prove fatal in the next battle. In truth, he knew he was already outmatched by Li Kai. The young man simply chose not to expose it. Gratitude flickered in Ma Yong's eyes as he raised his hand and gave Li Kai's shoulder a hearty pat. "You're quite something, kid. Let's call this match a draw." Li Kai grinned broadly and laughed heartily without saying more. Li Kai's reasons for holding back were clear. First, he bore no deep grudge against Ma Yong and saw no need for a killing blow. Second, if he actually killed Ma Yong, the 500 elite soldiers behind him would surely revolt, and having already expended most of his strength, he couldn't withstand an assault from an enraged army. Therefore, knowing when to stop was the optimal solution. Ma Yong immediately turned around and announced loudly, "According to what I said earlier, you've survived 10 rounds. So Zhou Huntao's matter is forgiven. Second, I owe you 500 taels of silver. Finally, I want to become sworn brothers with you." As his words fell, he waved his hand, and his personal guards immediately presented a rough ceramic bowl filled with clear water and a gleaming dagger. This was to seal a blood oath with Li Kai. Seeing this, Li Kai quickly raised his hand to stop him. "I'll take the silver, but let's forget about the sworn brotherhood." As soon as these words left his mouth, Ma Yong was visibly stunned. After all, he was a commander of 1,000 men, with exactly 1,000 soldiers under his command. In Qingshan County, he could walk anywhere without anyone daring to block his path. Even the county magistrate had to show him courtesy, and countless wealthy merchants tried every means to curry favor with him, though they struggled to find the right connections. Now that he had personally proposed sworn brotherhood, only to be rejected to his face by a young man, it was truly unexpected. Li Kai looked directly at Ma Yong, his tone frank. "We don't know each other well, and I don't understand what kind of person you are. Why should we become sworn brothers? I don't owe you anything, so why should I?" His words were crisp and decisive, showing no face to the commander. Ma Yong was first taken aback, then threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Huh? Brother, I love this kind of personality. Much better than those who smile while hiding daggers." He restrained his laughter and patted Li Kai's shoulder. "You're right, we're not familiar with each other, so there's no need to force a sworn brotherhood. But I'm determined to make you my friend. How about joining the military? Just give me a nod, and I'll start you off as a centurion." A centurion commanded 100 soldiers with a monthly salary of 5 taels, a position typically earned through accumulated military merit. That Ma Yong could make such a decision with a single word showed his deep roots in the military. Li Kai shook his head in refusal. "Forget it. I've always been free-spirited and can't stand all the rules and regulations of military life." Ma Yong was equally straightforward. "No matter. It's just a shame that someone with your skills won't be on the battlefield cutting down barbarians." Li Kai raised an eyebrow at him. "Who says you have to be a soldier to kill barbarians? Brother Ma, do you think the men I lead are inferior to your soldiers?" As he spoke, he gestured toward the 40-odd followers behind him. Ma Yong looked over and saw that the 40 or so men were well equipped with sharp eyes, their morale comparable to regular troops, though fewer in number. He nodded in approval. "Indeed impressive. It seems you have other plans, brother, so I won't insist." Changing the subject, Li Kai asked, "Brother Ma, since you acknowledge me as a friend, could you tell me the source of your information?" Ma Yong pondered for a moment, then spoke frankly. "There's nothing I can't tell you. The county magistrate sent someone to inform me that Zhou Huntao's armor was in your possession. I didn't come here to kill you, just to put on a show. Zhou Huntao has been running wild in the county for a long time, but he is backing, so I couldn't not come. Let me warn you, his brother-in-law has connections in the military, so you need to be careful." Li Kai cupped his fists. "Thank you for telling me, Brother Ma. In that case, come up the mountain with me, and I'll give you a gift." "Excellent." Ma Yong readily agreed, bringing only a dozen personal guards to accompany Li Kai and his 40-odd men. He showed no wariness whatsoever. If Li Kai truly wanted to kill him, he would have acted earlier rather than luring him up the mountain. Before long, the group reached the mountain stronghold. Someone peered out from the stockade walls, and seeing Li Kai's return, quickly opened the gates. Once inside, Li Kai brought out Zhao Qingfeng and 70 or 80 other captives. He smiled at Ma Yong. "Brother Ma, these were originally bandits from Qingfeng's stronghold whom I captured. Keeping them around waste grain every day, so I might as well give them all to you." Zhao Qingfeng and his group turned deathly pale upon seeing the official soldiers pour in, their legs trembling with fear. "No, we don't want to become soldiers." Why did Zhao Qingfeng and his companions take to the mountains as bandits? Starvation and crushing taxes were only part of the reason. The heavier shackle was military conscription. The Great Tian Dynasty was plagued by endless warfare, rebellious princes, barbarian invasions from the north, and smoke of war everywhere. Serving in some remote county might have been bearable, where recruits mostly guarded warehouses or manned city walls. But Qingshan County was different. New soldiers were immediately thrown onto the front lines to face barbarian cavalry heathen. Of every 10 young men who marched out, only 4 or 5 returned alive, and for a pittance in military pay. Having finally escaped to the deep mountains as bandits, no one would willingly return to the barracks now. Even worse was the rigid hierarchy within the army. First-class soldiers from wealthy families, immediately equipped with half-suits of iron armor upon arrival. Second-class soldiers, ordinary conscripts who, though clothed only in fabric, still had hope of earning armor through military merit. Third-class soldiers, criminals, mountain bandits, and forced conscripts who received no armor and no chance for advancement, shoved into the front ranks as cannon fodder the moment they reached the battlefield. For them, the battlefield meant certain death. Ma Yong was currently troubled by recruitment quotas when Li Kai delivered 70 to 80 bandits in one gun, nearly a 10% increase to his forces. Ma Yong's eyes lit up as he burst into hearty laughter. Huh? Then I owe you my thanks, brother. Men, tie them behind the horses and bring them back to camp. We've got a tough battle ahead. Let them charge first and spare a few of my veteran brothers. True to his word, he gestured for his men to bring out a small, ebony chest. When the lid opened, 50 gleaming silver ingots lay neatly arranged, a full 500 taels. Ma Yong patted the chest's edge. The bet I lost to you, brother. Li Kai accepted without ceremony. Much obliged, brother Ma. Since you're here, why not come in for a drink? Not today. Military duties press we'll drink properly next time. Ma Yong waved dismissively, mounted his horse, and thundered away with the bound bandits. Li Kai clasped his fists in farewell until the dust settled, then turned back. The silver was carried to the stronghold's treasury, bringing Li Kai's private fund to 8,000 taels. While enough to last ordinary folks several lifetimes, it remained tight for maintaining a force of over 100 men. No sooner had Ma Yong departed than a blood-soaked figure stumbled up the mountain path. The person lurched to the stronghold gates, crying hoarsely, "Sister, brother-in-law, cough cough, open up, brother-in-law." Li Kai recognized the voice and frowned, immediately climbing the ramparts. Outside the gates, a ragged, blood-covered young man had collapsed, tears and blood mixing into mud as his whitened knuckles pounded the wooden door. It was his brother-in-law, Su Wu. "Quick, open the gates." The wooden barrier thundered upward as Li Kai rushed to Su Wu's side, helping him up. "Xiao Wu, what happened?" Su Wu's chest heaved violently as he grasped Li Kai's wrist, voice trembling. "Brother-in-law, save my father. The brothel people came for us." Cough cough. Li Kai examined him closely. Su Wu bore multiple knife wounds on his chest and arms. Fresh and old whip marks crisscrossed his body, and his lung condition had been aggravated by the desperate journey, causing him to cough up blood. His clothes were thoroughly soaked with blood and sweat. From his appearance, he had nearly bled himself dry on the road here. The commotion alerted Su Yu inside, who rushed from the cave dwelling, lifting her skirts as she cried desperately. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Don't scare me like that, sis." Su Wu was extremely weak at this moment, using his last bit of strength to look at Su Yu. "Sis." Then Su Wu's head drooped, and he fell silent. Su Yu's heart felt like it was being cut by knives. She pulled her brother into her arms and cried out, her voice tearing through the silence. "Xiao Wu, wake up." Xiao Wu. Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably as tears fell on Su Wu's pale face. Li Kai bent down to check Su Wu's pulse, then leaned close to confirm his breathing before saying in a deep voice to comfort her, "Don't worry, there's still a pulse. He just fainted from exhaustion." Then he looked up and gave orders. "Digua, go down the mountain and fetch the best doctor. Zhao Tianhu, bring all the cavalry and follow me down the mountain." Su Yu grabbed him, her voice trembling. "Husband, what are you going to do?" Li Kai's gaze was sharp as a blade. "Avenge your brother." "I'm coming too." Su Yu wiped away her tears and responded hoarsely. 6 hours earlier, with Li Kai's support, the Su family's life had improved considerably. The villagers knew that the Su family had gained a capable son-in-law, so no one dared to cause trouble for them anymore. Only the neighbor Wang Ganyang felt unhappy. She used to be able to bully the Su family however she wanted, but now she had to take detours when she saw them, all because that son-in-law was truly fierce. That afternoon, a group of strangers burst into Jingtian village. 3 or 4 horse carriages stopped at the village entrance, and more than 10 burly men jumped down one after another, broad-shouldered and fierce-looking. Soon, they began asking around for the Su family's location. Learning that the visitors were thugs from Chunfeng House, Wang Ganyang's eyes lit up. She eagerly led them to the Su family's courtyard. "Gentlemen, this is the Su family. The Su Shanxiang you're looking for is inside." The leader was Chang Tianxiao, a top enforcer from Chunfeng House. He nodded with satisfaction and flicked out a copper coin. "Your reward." Wang Ganyang caught it with both hands, thanking him repeatedly. "Thank you, sir." Chang Tianxiao then waved his hand. The thugs behind him raised their feet, bang, and the Su family's wooden door flew open. In the courtyard, Mrs. Su was working on needlework. The loud crash startled her, and she trembled, the needle pricking her fingertip without her noticing. "Who's there?" Chang Tianxiao led his men filing in, his cold laughter echoing. "Old woman, what's your relationship to Su Shanxiang?" He's my husband." Mrs. Su heard the footsteps approaching and panicked. "That makes things easy." Chang Tianxiao unfolded a contract with a rustle. "Black and white on paper, your husband sold his daughter to our Chunfeng house. It's been a long time, but the person hasn't been delivered. Tell me, how should we handle this?" Mrs. Su's anger flared up. "You're fraudsters. My husband can't read. You clearly said you'd find a good family for our daughter, but instead you sold her to a brothel. How dare you come here?" Slap. Before she finished speaking, a slap landed on her face. The thug roared. "Show some respect when talking to our boss." "What fraudsters? We run a legitimate business." Just then, Su Shangqiang and Su Wu, having heard the commotion, rushed into the courtyard. The scene before him made Su Wu's eyes bloodshot. "Don't touch my mother!" He roared and charged forward in one swift motion, trying to pull away the thug standing in front of Mrs. Su. However, Su Wu had always been frail and sickly. How could he possibly match these thugs? Before he could even reach them, one of the enforcers kicked him flying. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, dust billowing up around him. Where did this weakling come from? The lead enforcer bent down and glanced at Su Wu, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Su Shangqiang recognized the man across from him, Chang Tianxiao. Back then, through an acquaintance's introduction, he had signed an indenture contract with Chang Tianxiao. Only after receiving the money did he realize he'd been swindled, but being naturally timid and knowing full well that the Spring Breeze house had deep roots in the county and murky connections with the local government, he simply couldn't afford to provoke them. Su Shangqiang steeled himself and presented the 10 taels of silver Li Kai had given him to Chang Tianxiao, his voice trembling. "Sir, I'm returning the silver to you. Could you please tear up the indenture contract?" Chang Tianxiao weighed the broken silver in his hand and snorted coldly. The indenture contract clearly states that redemption costs 1,000 taels. 10 taels? Are you trying to fool a beggar? Su Shangqiang broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. "But I can't read. You only gave me 10 taels back then. Whether you can read or not is none of my concern." Chang Tianxiao crossed his arms, his voice domineering. "Either hand over the person, or bring me 1,000 taels of silver. Your choice." At this moment, Su Wu gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his chest heaving violently. "Do you know who my brother-in-law is?" Chang Tianxiao, being a seasoned veteran, feared most running into someone with real backing. He immediately restrained himself somewhat and cupped his hands tentatively. "May I ask who your brother-in-law is?" "A village militiaman from Nyo village." Su Wu shouted himself hoarse. "Watch out, or my brother-in-law will bash your heads in." Chang Tianxiao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter along with his subordinates. "Huh? Just a village militiaman. We don't even care about government constables. Why would we fear some unofficial militia member? Is this kid an idiot?" The Spring Breeze house was established in the county seat and paid no attention to rural affairs, completely dismissing village militiamen. Hearing their mockery, Su Wu's chest heaved violently with rage. You're going too far. I'm going to tell my brother-in-law." But his words were cut short by violent coughing. Chang Tianxiao's eyes flashed coldly. "Still want to call for help? I think you need a lesson." Beat him. 7 or 8 thugs immediately surrounded him, fists and feet raining down like a storm. Bang! Bang! Heavy, dull thuds continued without pause. Su Wu, already weak, was soon beaten until blood poured from his nose and mouth. Chang Tianxiao stepped on his head and looked down. "You're nothing but a bug. I could crush you with one hand. Next time, speak to me with respect." In excruciating pain, Su Wu's eyes turned red. Suddenly, like a madman, he grabbed Chang Tianxiao's foot and bit down with all his remaining strength. "Ah, my foot!" Chang Tianxiao screamed in agony. The thugs kicked at Su Wu frantically, but couldn't shake him loose. Rage boiling over, Chang Tianxiao drew his blade. The cold steel flashed as he stabbed repeatedly into Su Wu's back. Splash, splash, splash. After several strikes, Su Wu's back was torn open, blood streaming down freely. Piercing screams filled the courtyard as bright red droplets splattered across the gray roof tiles. Lady Su and Su Shangqiang dropped to their knees before Chang Tianxiao, kowtowing desperately with hands and feet. "Sir, please stop beating my son. Have mercy on him. If you're angry, take it out on me instead. He's our only son." Lady Su wept uncontrollably, her voice hoarse with tears streaming down her face. Su Wu collapsed on the blood-soaked ground, his chest barely rising and falling, his breathing almost inaudible. Chang Tianxiao casually wiped his cleaver and leaned against the doorframe as if he'd just returned from a market stroll. "Either pay up or hand over someone your choice." Su Shangqiang's face turned ashen. 1,000 taels is simply too much. We can't possibly come up with that amount. Can't come up with it. Chang Tianxiao sneered coldly, pointing his blade at Su Wu. "Then I'll take his life today. Not everyone can afford to spend money at Spring Breeze house." Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out from the courtyard entrance. "I'll pay their debt." Everyone froze as a woman in coarse hemp clothing entered the courtyard. Though her clothes were patched, they were spotlessly clean. Standing only about 5 feet 3 inches tall, she possessed striking curves. Her jet black hair was casually tied back, with a few loose strands framing her fair cheeks, making her delicate features appear even more vivid. Chang Tianxiao's eyes lit up, a smirk playing at his lips. "Who are you?" "I'm Huang Yuling, Su Yu's close friend and the Su family's neighbor." Huang Yuling helped Lady Su to her feet, whispering softly, "Don't be afraid, Auntie. I'm here." Then she looked directly at Chang Tianxiao. "You just want someone, right? Su Yu won't go, but I, Huang Yuling, will take her place." Chang Tianxiao's gaze swept over her appraisingly higher petite frame, and gentle eyes suggested she could easily become a top courtesan. Excellent. Since you're volunteering, I'll grant your wish. Yuling. No. This is our family's burden. How can we let you? Lady Su choked back tears. Huang Yuling whispered in her ear, don't worry, auntie. I know what I'm doing. Then she turned back to Chang Tianxiao. But first, let me say goodbye to my family and pack my belongings. Fine. However, until you arrive at Spring Breeze House, Chang Tianxiao pointed at Su Shangqiang, gets tied up. No one releases him. His men immediately bound Su Shangqiang tightly, leaving only the blind Lady Su and the barely conscious Su Wu in the courtyard. Huang Yuling led the way as Chang Tianxiao, and his men followed closely behind toward her home. Lady Su collapsed to the ground, tears flowing like rain. How can we let Yuling take little Yu's place? My conscience can't bear this. Su Wu gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet, blood dripping down his spine. Mother, Sister Yuling is buying us time. He staggered a few steps, nearly collapsing again, but forced himself to grip the doorframe and steady himself. I'm going to Ox Village to find brother-in-law. Mother, don't wander off. Cough, cough. Lady Su could hear how severely injured her son was and anxiously felt her way toward him. Little Wu, see a doctor first. Let mother go. Mother, you can't see, it would be dark by the time you felt your way to Ox Village. I'm fine. I'm the one going. With that, he pushed through the door and stumbled out, his steps unsteady but determined. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wu staggered out the door and ran frantically toward Ox Village. More than 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Chang Tianxiao and his dozen or so men were already growing restless. Huang Yuling was being ridiculously slow. First, she went to bid farewell to her parents, then returned to her room to pack her belongings, followed by a trip to the village doctor to get some medicine, and even saying goodbye to the family dog took half an hour. As darkness began to fall, Chang Tianxiao finally lost his patience, stormed into the Huang family's main hall, and grabbed Huang Yuling by the collar. Damn it! Are you ever going to be done? Grab your shabby luggage right now, and come with me. Huang Yuling, barely 5 feet 3 inches tall, could only touch the ground with her toes when he lifted her up, yet she still forced a smile. Big brother, just wait a little longer. I've raised that little rabbit for 7 or 8 years. Let me just say goodbye to it, and I'll go, okay? Do you take me for a fool? Chang Tianxiao roared angrily. Stop stalling. No one can save you. Come back to the Spring Breeze house with me right now. Seeing she couldn't delay any longer, Huang Yuling simply threw up her hands and shrugged, her tone shifting. Fine. Actually, I never intended to go with you from the beginning. You're lying to me? Chang Tianxiao narrowed his eyes. So what if I am? We never signed a contract. If this goes to court, I'm in the right. Huang Yuling crossed her arms, her voice sharp. I'm warning you. Let go of me right now, or I'll report you for harassing a respectable woman. Chang Tianxiao burst into laughter. Huh? In Qingshan County, no one dares oppose the Spring Breeze house. Report to the authorities? Our boss and the county magistrate are old friends. Go ahead and try. His expression darkened. You dare to play me? I'm very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Brothers, close the door and have your way with her. The dozen thugs responded with wild laughter, leering at Huang Yuling from head to toe. She had a stunning figure with an ample chest. They had been lusting after her for a long time. If not for the fact that a virgin could fetch a good price, they would have acted already. Now that she wasn't cooperating, according to their rules, they could take her by force. The door slammed shut with a bang. Huang Yuling's heart sank, but she put on a brave front. What are you trying to do? I know martial arts. Chang Tianxiao removed his coarse cloth jacket and tossed it aside with a cold laugh. What a coincidence. He also practiced something. I've mastered the 18 gropes. What have you practiced? Crude laughter erupted in the room as Chang Tianxiao advanced step by step, cornering Huang Yuling against the wall. Just as he was about to reach out, bang! A thunderous crash echoed as someone punched the door clean off its hinges. Wood splinters flew everywhere as a tall man in coarse cloth clothing stepped inside. He stood 6 feet 2 inches tall with broad shoulders and a wide back, looking like an iron wall as he stood there, his gaze ice-cold. Huang Yuling. To save time, he hadn't worn armor and had ridden ahead to Jingtian village alone. Huang Yuling was stunned for a moment. Though they had never met, she had heard descriptions of the Su family's son-in-law and immediately cried out for help. Brother-in-law, save me. Brother-in-law? So this guy is the Su family's son-in-law who works as a village guard in Yo village. Chang Tianxiao hurriedly put his jacket back on and sized up the newcomer. Li Kai's imposing physique was startling, making Chang Tianxiao's heart sink even though he had over a dozen men on his side. His voice now lacked confidence. Brother, we're from the Chunfeng house. Do us a favor and stay out of this. Li Kai leaned against the doorframe, his cold laughter laced with mockery. Chunfeng house? What kind of face do you think you have in front of me? Let them go. Chang Tianxiao had been standing with his arms crossed against the wall, but his expression instantly darkened upon hearing this. I was being polite calling you brother, but you really think I'm afraid of you? You're just a village militiaman from Yo village. You can't even get a proper military position, so what are you acting tough for? Li Kai grinned. Huh? What's wrong with being a militiaman? Aren't militiamen still soldiers? Chang Tianxiao exchanged glances with his men and burst into laughter. Huh? Militiamen dare call themselves soldiers? Do you have swords? Do you have armor? Do you have war horses? You have nothing. Carrying hoes and shovels, and daring to call yourselves soldiers? What a rabble. This is private business between us and the Su family, none of your concern. Be smart and get lost, or I'll chop off your head. He waved dismissively, and immediately one of his thugs stepped in front of Li Kai, his voice rough. Our boss told you to scram. Are you deaf? Before he finished speaking, Li Kai glanced down at him and lightning fast grabbed the man's throat. The burly thug, weighing at least 160 pounds, was lifted like a chicken in Li Kai's grip, then slammed against the wall with a loud thud. The old earthen wall shook down a shower of dust, and even the roof beams trembled. The thug spat blood and collapsed, his life or death uncertain. Li Kai released his grip, and the body slumped powerlessly to the ground. After a brief silence, Chang Tianxiao snapped back to reality, furious. You're asking for death. He drew his long blade with a clang, and over a dozen thugs in the room also brandished their weapons, forming a crescent formation that trapped Li Kai in the narrow center of the room. The flashing steel gave Chang Tianxiao some confidence. No matter how freakish this guy was, if one blade couldn't kill him, a dozen could chop him into mincemeat. Li Kai surveyed his surroundings. The room was cramped. He wore no armor and carried no long weapons. A direct confrontation would surely result in injury. After all, he wasn't made of copper and iron, and he knew this well. Chang Tianxiao pointed his blade forward, his arrogance growing. You dare touch someone from Chunfeng House? Are you tired of living? Do you know who our boss is? Get on your knees. Li Kai's voice was low and cold. I advise you to put down your weapons, or I'll get very angry. You'll get angry? Chang Tianxiao sneered. We're the ones holding the blades. I can chop you into mincemeat whenever I want. Li Kai shrugged, his tone playful. Relying on superior numbers and more weapons to bully me? So what if you are? So what indeed? Chang Tianxiao snorted back. Li Kai counted on his fingers, calculating the time, then smirked. Well, sorry to say I have more men than you, and my blades are sharper than yours. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside. When Chang Tianxiao and the others heard the thundering hoofbeats, panic immediately set in. The ground trembled slightly, causing even the wine on the table to ripple. Such commotion meant there were definitely more than just one or two horses outside. Who could it be? Government arrest squads, or perhaps a military unit passing through? Chang Tianxiao caught sight of Li Kai's calm and confident expression, and his heart sank. Could these be reinforcements for this kid? Impossible. The man was merely a lowly village militia leader, commanding nothing but impoverished peasants who could barely afford food, let alone horses. However, the urgent hoofbeats stopped right at the courtyard gate, followed by the clanging of metal against metal. Chang Tianxiao knew that sound all too well years ago, when the imperial elite forces had passed through Qingshan County. It was exactly this sound of armor clashing together. Village militia wearing armor? Preposterous. The door burst open, and dozens of burly men clad in dark iron armor filed in. The room was already cramped and couldn't accommodate so many people, with another dozen or so towering figures blocking the doorway. Each carried a uniquely crafted longbow on his back, quivers stuffed full of arrows at their waists, and gleaming sabers at their sides. Every one of them was imposing in stature, standing at least 5 feet 9 inches tall. Though no one spoke, the fierce, intimidating presence made Chang Tianxiao break out in cold sweat. These could never be ordinary village militia. He had witnessed the imperial elite forces before, and even they hadn't possessed such formidable bearing. Honored military gentlemen, I am Chang Tianxiao of the Spring Breeze Tower. Dare I ask if you've come to the village on official business? Chang Tianxiao forced a smile, trying to fish for information. However, the armored men didn't even spare him a glance, instead striding directly to Li Kai and dropping to one knee in unison. Boss, how many times have I told you don't need to kneel when you see me in the future? Li Kai seemed somewhat helpless. The leader, Zhao Tianhu, kept his spine ramrod straight. You've given us food and clothing, how could we not kneel when we see you? Li Kai could only nod. Rise. With a collective clatter of armor, dozens of men stood simultaneously, their cold gazes turning toward Chang Tianxiao and his group. Chang Tianxiao's mind went blank. These men actually called Li Kai their boss? So they were all members of Neo Village's militia? But village militia had neither military pay nor official status. Where would they get the silver to recruit so many men, each equipped with a full set of armor? It was well known that the Great Tian Dynasty's army had less than 30% armor coverage, with at least 7 out of 10 soldiers wearing cloth. Yet this force before him had 100% armor coverage. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. In the corner, Huang Yuling stared at Li Kai in a daze. It was women's nature to admire the strong, and coming from a remote mountain village, the most respectable man she had ever encountered was merely a country gentleman who conducted small business in the county town and could afford to ride a donkey cart home. The Li Kai before her faced more than 10 thugs without batting an eye. casually killing one with a mere gesture. Behind him, dozens of armored warriors showed him the respect due to a commander. This aura of strength made Huang Yuling's heart pound like a drum. This was Sister Suyu's man? He was incredibly powerful. Just then, Suyu, who had taken the carriage, finally arrived. She rushed into the house in a panic, immediately searching for someone upon entering. Sister Yuling, are you alright? Suyu's voice trembled as her eyes darted around the room. The dim interior was lit only by a few oil lamps, their light flickering. Huang Yuling crouched in the corner, and upon hearing the call, she suddenly looked up with eyes that instantly brightened. The two women rushed into each other's arms. Sister Suyu, I'm fine. I was so terrified just now, I was really scared. Huang Yuling buried her face in Suyu's embrace, her exaggerated curves rising and falling with her breath, momentarily blocking even the lamplight. Confirming that Huang Yuling was completely unharmed, Suyu let out a long sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally settling. Meanwhile, Chang Tianxiao struggled to compose himself, straightened his robes, and cupped his hands toward Li Kai. Brother, may I ask what position you hold in the military? He still couldn't believe that the well-equipped, disciplined troops outside were merely neo-village militia. With his experienced eye, Li Kai was at least a seasoned elite, if not a centurion. The Spring Breeze Tower couldn't afford to provoke such people, nor was there any need to. After all, battle-hardened soldiers feared death the least. Li Kai replied indifferently, Neo-village militia. Militia? Chang Tianxiao's expression instantly froze. How could militia possess such scale and equipment? He was momentarily speechless. Huang Yuling seized the opportunity to interject smugly. Ignorant, aren't you? The Neo-village militia is incredibly formidable. Have you heard of the bandits from Qingfeng Stronghold? My brother-in-law wiped them all out. She puffed out her chest proudly, as if she had personally wielded every blade and spear. Chang Tianxiao's heart shook again. He certainly knew the fearsome reputation of the Qingfeng Stronghold bandits, yet they had been completely eliminated by this militia force. Looking at the sharp edge of Li Kai's soldiers, it was indeed believable. This man must have significant backing. With this realization, he quickly retrieved a contract from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. Brother, I was quite offensive earlier. Here's the indenture contract back, and you needn't repay the silver. Consider it making a friend. What do you say? Li Kai took the paper and twisted it between his fingers. With a crisp rip, the indenture contract became shreds. He looked up with a cold smile. What are you to deserve my friendship? That sharp gaze made Chang Tianxiao break out in a cold sweat. He wiped his brow and lowered his voice. How about this? I'll have Spring Breeze Tower compensate 100 taels of silver. This is our maximum concession. 100 taels? Li Kai snorted coldly. Not happening. When the soft approach failed, Chang Tianxiao steeled himself and gritted his teeth. Sir, even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Take this money and let's be friends. If you truly wish to oppose Spring Breeze Tower, our backers are not to be trifled with. Slap. Before he could finish, a heavy blow struck Chang Tianxiao's face with a crisp sound, instantly silencing the room. Li Kai shook his hand. Sorry, but my palm isn't to be trifled with either. When you tricked my father-in-law into signing that indenture contract, were you in the right? When you came demanding 1,000 taels of silver, were you in the right? When you beat my brother-in-law and father-in-law half to death, were you in the right? And now you think a mere 100 taels can settle this? Your tactics don't work on me. The murderous intent made Chang Tianxiao's spine run cold, sweat streaming down his temples. Then, how do you think this should be resolved? Should we report to the authorities? He calculated inwardly. Once in the Yamen, Spring Breeze Tower could spend some silver to grease palms, and ensure Li Kai couldn't escape. But Li Kai understood these machinations perfectly and sneered. In this world, officials protect each other like rats in the same nest. If reporting to authorities actually worked, would you dare act so brazenly? The solution is simple. You beat my brother-in-law and father-in-law, didn't you? He turned his head, his voice cold as steel. Zhao Tianhu, sever the hand and foot tendons of every last one of them. Zhao Tianhu accepted the order, his eyes instantly turning cold as frost. He drew the long blade from his waist, the steel gleaming with an icy, menacing light. Behind him, the village militia simultaneously unsheathed their weapons, the sound of cold iron leaving scabbards ringing out in perfect unison. A murderous aura suddenly filled the room, and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Chang Tianxiao and his gang were terrified by this display, their faces turning deathly pale, legs trembling uncontrollably. They wanted to flee but discovered the doors and windows had already been blocked, leaving them cowering in place and crying out in desperation. Spare us. We were wrong. Zhao Tianhu turned a deaf ear to their pleas and strode forward menacingly. The first to be caught was one of Chang Tianxiao's thugs, standing nearby. The man struggled desperately, but Zhao Tianhu pressed him down with one hand, his knee pinning the man's back so firmly that he couldn't move an inch. The blade flashed with cold light as its tip precisely sliced across the ankle, severing the Achilles tendon with a sharp hiss. The thug's agonized screams were heart-wrenching as his body writhed and rolled on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead, his face contorted into a mask of agony. Next, Zhao Tianhu grabbed the second man and used the same technique. With swift precision, he severed the man's hand tendons. Blood instantly stained the floor red as the injured man's hands hung limp and useless, his screams as piercing as a slaughtered pig. Chang Tianxiao's legs gave out completely, collapsing like jelly, his pants soaked with fear-induced wetness. His lips trembled as he begged for mercy. "Please spare me. I'll never dare again." But Zhao Tianhu's steps never faltered, and the cold blade was already at his face. Chang Tianxiao squeezed his eyes shut in terror, his whole body shaking like a leaf. The blade fell again, severing his Achilles tendon, and his agonized screams echoed endlessly throughout the room. Then, with another swift stroke, Zhao Tianhu cut his hand tendons. Chang Tianxiao collapsed completely, barely breathing. In mere moments, the dozen or so thugs Chang Tianxiao had brought were all crippled, their hand and foot tendons severed without exception. They lay scattered across the floor, groaning and wailing in a chorus of misery, creating a horrific scene. Zhao Tianhu pointed his blade toward the door and spoke coldly. "Go back and tell your master that this was done by Li Kai of Niu village. If he's not satisfied, he can come find me in Niu village anytime. Throw them out." The militia dragged Chang Tianxiao and his men away, tossing them outside the village entrance like garbage. Huang Yuling, standing nearby, witnessed everything clearly. Li Kai was tall and imposing, with handsome features and decisive, ruthless actions that made her heart pound like a drum. Suyu noticed her friend's expression and quietly tugged at her sleeve, teasing softly. "Yuling, what do you think of my husband?" Huang Yuling lowered her head slightly, her eyes showing a hint of shyness. "He's absolutely wonderful handsome and gives such a sense of security." "Sister Suyu, you really married the right man." Suyu smiled proudly. "Of course. Let me tell you, in Niu village I get to eat meat with every meal, and I only eat fine grains. My husband is incredibly capable." Huang Yuling's eyes were full of envy. In these times, being able to eat coarse grains regularly was already fortunate. Yet Suyu not only ate fine grains, but had meat with every meal treatment that even the county magistrate might not enjoy. Seeing Suyu's current happiness, Huang Yuling felt genuinely happy for her friend, her face radiating sincere joy. At that moment, Suyu grabbed Huang Yuling's hand with a serious expression. "Yuling, would you like to become my husband's concubine?" Huang Yuling froze, her pretty face flushing red. "Sister Suyu, what are you saying? How could I compete with you for a man? Your husband is excellent, but he already has you." Suyu gently patted her soft hand, her smile tinged with helplessness. "Silly girl, which capable man nowadays doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? It's perfectly normal. Your brother-in-law is too skilled in that regard, I can't handle him alone. Besides, your family. I'd feel most at ease if you became his concubine. When he takes other concubines in the future, we sisters can join forces so no one can bully us, right?" With just a few words from Suyu, Huang Yuling's modest reservations began to waver. Though the thought of sharing a husband with her sister made her too embarrassed to lift her head, Li Kai's excellence was truly irresistible. She whispered, "Sister, you make sense. I'll listen to you." Seeing her nod, Suyu finally showed a satisfied smile. "That's right. Come, let me take you to meet our man." The two walked hand in hand to Li Kai. At first, Li Kai thought they were just having a private chat, but when he saw both faces turn red as they looked up at him, he realized Suyu had actually been finding him a concubine. "Husband, this is the good friend I mentioned before. We've discussed it, and she's willing to become your concubine." Li Kai nearly spat out his water. He had always thought Suyu was joking, never expecting it to become reality. He looked down at Huang Yuling, petite in stature, with a pair of full peaks supporting her clothing like ripe fruit hanging from delicate branches. Her baby face made her eyes appear even more lively. She was truly a legal loli. Sharing a bed with her would certainly be delightful. However, as a man, he still needed to maintain some restraint. "Ahem, Suyu, isn't taking a concubine too hasty? We've only been married a few days." "Not hasty at all." Suyu's eyes gleamed mischievously. "Are you looking down on my Yuling? Don't let her young age fool you, she's quite developed. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself." She actually reached for Li Kai's hand. Li Kai quickly pulled back. "Ahem, stop fooling around. I have no plans to take a concubine right now." Seeing this, Suyu became anxious. "No way. You must marry Yuling today. Otherwise, I'm going back to my parents' house and never coming back." Unable to pacify Suyu, Li Kai had no choice but to nod helplessly. "Fine, fine, I'll do as you say." Yet inwardly he was already delighted. One gentle and lovely, one a legal lowly. Wouldn't sleeping with both every night be wonderful? Then let's first ask if Yuling's parents agree. Huang Yuling's parents were both native country folk who had long heard that the Su family's son-in-law was extraordinarily capable. Seeing Li Kai arrive with soldiers and witnessing him drive away the Spring Breeze House thugs with their own eyes, they naturally approved. They had no objections to the marriage alliance. Li Kai immediately took out 10 taels of silver and handed it over as bride price. After settling Su Yu's family matters, to avoid delaying their return to tend to Su Wu's injuries, the group headed directly back to Qingfeng's stronghold. After arriving at the stronghold, the doctor said Su Wu had regained consciousness. Although he had several knife wounds on his body, fortunately they weren't deep and would heal with just a few days of rest. Li Kai decided to keep Su Wu at the mountain fortress, where the food and lodging were excellent, allowing Su Wu to recover peacefully. That evening, Su Yu prepared a lavish feast. 2 red candles were lit in the cave dwelling, and Huang Yuling had changed into new clothes and sat at the table. Come, Yuling, from today forward, I'm the elder sister and you're the younger. From now on, we're both Li Kai's women. Raise your cup and toast our leader first. Huang Yuling and Su Yu simultaneously raised their wine cups and drained them in one gulp. The harsh taste immediately caused both women's expressions to become quite animated. Huang Yuling's doll-like face turned as red as a ripe apple, making her look extremely adorable. Sister, now that we've finished the wine, let's eat. Today is your wedding day. I may not be able to promise much else, but as your elder sister, I'll make sure you eat your fill. Su Yu proactively handed Huang Yuling a pair of chopsticks. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, Huang Yuling was practically drooling. There was roasted chicken, braised beef, and pork knuckle-8 dishes, and 1 soup in total. Although Huang Yuling's family wasn't particularly poor, they weren't wealthy either. Usually, they could only afford meat during holidays and festivals, and even then just a few slices added to stir-fries or porridge. Eating meat as the main course like this was completely new to Huang Yuling. With Su Yu beside her, Huang Yuling felt at ease and began eating heartily with her chopsticks. Before long, Huang Yuling patted her slightly bulging stomach and let out a satisfied burp. Sister, I'm full. At this moment, Su Yu revealed a meaningful smile. Since you're full, shouldn't you digest a bit? Digest? How do I digest? Huang Yuling blinked her innocent big eyes. Helping with digestion is our man's specialty. Why don't you ask him? Su Yu looked toward Li Kai, and Huang Yuling also looked at Li Kai with a half-understanding expression. Li Kai coughed twice, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, Su Yu, don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Sister, now that you've eaten and drunk your fill, what should we do? Su Yu stood up, glancing toward the bed. On the bed were new red bedding that Su Yu had laid out. Very festive indeed. Huang Yuling's eyes lit up as she immediately said, I know. It's the wedding night. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Yuling suddenly showed a pitiful expression. Sister Su Yu, I'm a little scared. Could you stay with me? Silly sister, of course I'll stay with you. Don't worry. With me here, I won't let you be afraid. Under Su Yu's comfort, Huang Yuling was coaxed onto the bed. At this moment, Li Kai felt overwhelmingly wicked inside. Why did he feel like a pervert coaxing a child into bed? Soon, both women undressed and slipped under the covers together. Su Yu poked her little head out from under the blanket and looked at Li Kai. Leader, come in quickly. Li Kai was also aroused by this scene, quickly stripped off his clothes, lifted the covers, and crawled in. Here I come. That night, Li Kai was extremely comfortable. Previously, Li Kai's prowess had been too fierce for Su Yu to handle alone. Now with another sister, she felt it was just right. She had time to catch her breath, while still being able to enjoy herself thoroughly. As for Huang Yuling's impression on Li Kai, there was only one word to describe it. Ample. Huang Yuling was quite shy and introverted at first, but as the battle dragged on, her astonishing and somewhat terrifying talent gradually erupted, transforming from initial passive defense to active dominance. Fortunately, Li Kai was a seasoned veteran with far more experience than her, which allowed him to win this fierce battle at the critical moment. In the deep of night, the 3 exhausted fighters quickly fell into deep sleep and didn't wake until dawn broke. The next morning, Li Kai hastily finished his steaming bowl of mixed grain porridge and pickled vegetables before heading straight to the training ground. Ever since he had personally improved the composite bow design, his soldiers not only practiced the brute force blade technique and Black Dragon 18 moves daily, but also had to practice archery at the targets every day. However, within just a few days, he noticed a troublesome problem: the soldiers' swords were too brittle. The blades were neither sharp enough nor durable, often chipping during combat. The root of the problem lay in smelting. In this era, most impurities couldn't be removed from iron ore, so the so-called steel blades were actually iron blades with extremely low carbon content. To forge real steel, the furnace temperature had to be raised much higher, but the current technology of the Great Tian Dynasty simply couldn't achieve this. Li Kai had an idea. To get steel, he needed to change the fuel first. He decided to use coke instead of charcoal to raise the furnace temperature to around 1,700 degrees. Moreover, coke had low sulfur content, which would ensure the quality of the blade blanks. To produce coke, he first needed to dig a large earthen kiln at Qingfeng's stronghold. The scale would be considerable and the project complex, but he showed no fear and immediately called upon craftsmen and laborers to survey the land and mark the boundaries, preparing to begin construction. Meanwhile, in a high-walled compound north of Qingshan County, the atmosphere was chillingly cold. On the brick-paved ground of the courtyard, Chang Tianxiao and over 20 of his subordinates lay scattered in a row, all with broken bones and barely breathing. Jiang Luolan, the owner of Spring Breeze, a man whose appearance and demeanor were indistinguishable from a woman, stood at the courtyard entrance holding a sandalwood fan, his face dark with anger. He delicately pinched his fingers together and covered his nose in disgust. Who injured you so severely? Didn't you mention the name of our Spring Breeze tower? Chang Tianxiao whimpered, tears and snot streaming down his face. Boss, we did. But that man didn't care at all. He's a local militiaman from Neo Village, but he has 40 or 50 capable men under his command, all armored and armed with blades. We were no match for them at all. Boss, you must seek justice for us. Neo Village, local militia? Jiang Luolan repeated softly, his brow furrowing deeper. With his network of informants, he naturally knew about recent events in Neo Village and understood who was behind those militiamen, the private soldiers of Miss Gu. The Gu family was not to be crossed lightly. The Gu family? Upon hearing these two words, Chang Tianxiao plunged from despair into an abyss. The Gu family was a powerful force in Qingshan County. Though they had arrived recently, their background was formidable, and even the county magistrate dared not provoke them. Boss, does that mean we took this beating for nothing? Chang Tianxiao sobbed. Jiang Luolan methodically took out a silk handkerchief and wiped his slender, pale fingers clean. With the Gu family's protection, I can't act directly. But injuring you is tantamount to damaging Spring Breeze Tower's reputation. If everyone learns from them to sign contracts and then renege, which family's daughters will be willing to come perform at my Spring Breeze Tower in the future? He put away the handkerchief, his gaze sharp and cold. I'll make a trip to the county office. I hear the county magistrate is also troubled by this matter. Perhaps I should go offer him some advice. At the county office, Zhu Kaijiang sat in the pavilion of the back courtyard, where a gentle breeze swept across the lotus pond. He held a purple clay teapot, sipping fresh tea, though the rising steam couldn't hide the frustration etched between his brows. Across from him, Zhu Ming stood by a pillar with clenched fists turned white, his head lowered, his face full of resentment and grievance. Father, are we just going to let this humiliation slide? Zhu Ming had held back for too long and finally couldn't contain himself, lifting his head to shout these words. At the mention of this matter, anger flared in Zhu Kaijiang's chest. Had previously schemed to use Ma Yang's weapons to kill with a borrowed knife. But who would have thought that after Ma Yang's battle with Li Kai, they would develop mutual respect and become sworn brothers? With his plan foiled, he could only suppress his rage between teacups. Son, it's not that your father doesn't want to stand up for you. He set down his teacup and shook his head with a bitter smile. That Li Kai has the Gu family backing him, and now he's sworn brotherhood with Ma Yang. With just these few constables at my disposal, I can't touch him. Zhu Kaijiang knew in his heart that Li Kai now controlled Qingfeng's stronghold, a position that was easy to defend but hard to attack. Even if he deployed all the county office's manpower, it would be difficult to shake that natural fortress. Thinking of the bitter pill he had to swallow, he could only sigh. Just then, a constable came running into the courtyard, cupping his hands and reporting loudly. Sir, Jiang Luolan from the Spring Breeze House requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang's eyes lit up. The Spring Breeze House was the largest brothel in Qingshan County, and without constant underhanded dealings, it couldn't have reached its current prominence. The county office turned a blind eye precisely because they had received countless bribes from Jiang Luolan. Her arrival usually meant one thing, money. Show her in quickly. Soon, the constable led an elegant woman into the courtyard. Jiang Luolan, with painted red lips and delicate gestures, her robes fragrant, curtsied toward the pavilion with a smile. The county magistrate certainly has refined tastes. Zhu Kaijiang quickly rose, returning the courtesy with a smile. Not at all, just stealing a moment of leisure from busy affairs. It's rare for Madame Jiang to grace my humble abode. I never visit without purpose. Jiang Luolan sat down in the pavilion, seemingly casually brushing her sleeves. I heard the county magistrate has been troubled lately by a militia leader named Li Kai. The shameful incident of Zhu Ming being forced to run naked had already spread throughout Qingshan County, though no one dared mention it in front of Zhu Kaijiang. Now that Jiang Luolan brought it up, his expression immediately darkened, though he still nodded in acknowledgement. Exactly. This man is crude and despicable, relying on his backing to act recklessly. The county magistrate wants to eliminate him, but lacks sufficient forces at the county office, correct? Jiang Luolan continued softly. Precisely. Zhu Kaijiang frowned, his tone revealing helplessness. Actually, why trouble the county office's forces? Jiang Luolan leaned closer, cunning flashing in her eyes. Though the court permits citizens to form militia voluntarily, the prerequisite is rampant bandits. While Li Kai's militia is legal, the bandits at Qingfeng's stronghold have been wiped out by him. Is there still need for this force in Neo Village? She paused slightly, lowering her voice further. The county magistrate could issue an order commanding Li Kai to immediately disband his militia. If he complies, he falls into your hands, and you can manipulate him however you please. If he refuses, you can charge him with rebellion and treason, petition the prefecture, and request a large army for suppression. Either way, he cannot escape death. In just a few sentences, Zhu Kaijiang felt suddenly enlightened. He slapped the table with a resounding crack and burst into laughter. Huh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. How did I not think of such a perfect plan? Boss Jiang, you've really done me a huge favor. Zhu Ming, don't you want revenge? I'm giving you this task. Remember, you're only delivering my message. You didn't get into any armed conflicts with them. Hearing his father's orders, Zhu Ming's blood boiled with excitement. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and he nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, father. I know what I'm doing. Before he finished speaking, he rushed out the door, picked several skilled constables, jumped onto a carriage, and sped toward Niu village with wheels kicking up dust clouds. At that moment, Su Yu had become the busiest person in Qingfeng stronghold. Li Kai had entrusted her with all the stronghold's finances, and every daily expense had to go through her approval first. Ever since Li Kai started collecting protection fees, villagers from surrounding areas had been coming to them voluntarily. He had turned the payment system into a membership card model. The longer the term, the better the deal. 1. Monthly card, 201. 2. Quarterly card, 501. 3. Annual card, 901. These so-called cards were actually iron tokens that Li Kai had commissioned from a blacksmith. Each token bore a unique serial number, which was also recorded in Su Yu's personal ledger. If a token's number couldn't be found in her book, it was considered counterfeit and wouldn't pass inspection by Niu village's militia. The business was surprisingly successful due to its low prices and quick profits. For ordinary farming families, spending just 200 won per month could buy safety for the entire household, much more cost-effective than being robbed by bandits. Moreover, Li Kai's impressive record of destroying Qingfeng stronghold and publicly displaying the bandits' severed heads at the village entrance had earned the villagers complete respect for Niu village's militia. In the afternoon, sunlight blazed in the courtyard. Li Kai sat on a stone stool cracking sunflower seeds, with shells piling up in a small mound at his feet. He asked casually, "Wife, how many tokens have we sold? How much protection money have we collected in total?" Without looking up, Su Yu made a mark in her ledger with a bamboo pen and replied offhandedly, "We've already made 2,000 taels." "How much?" Li Kai nearly dropped his sunflower seeds. "We've only been selling for a few days and already made 2,000 taels. At 200 won per household, this meant a full 10,000 families had voluntarily paid up." Su Yu provided more detailed figures. "We've sold 7 to 8,000 tokens, with many people buying quarterly and annual cards directly. The surrounding villagers have been terrified by bandits, and with our recent string of victories in Niu village, more and more people are coming to buy tokens." Only then did Li Kai nod, quickly calculating in his mind. Combined with his existing savings, he now controlled nearly 10,000 taels, an astronomical sum for ordinary people. "Now that we have money, we need to expand our forces." He slapped the table and ordered, "Go tell Li Daniu to forge another 200 sets of armor and 200 swords, and have Zhang Imin craft 200 composite bows." The cost breakdown: 200 sets of armor 4,000 taels. 200 composite bows 2,000 taels. 200 swords 1,000 taels. 7,000 taels vanished in an instant. Tell Digua to spread the word that the Niuzuan militia is recruiting. The requirements remain the same. No one under 5 feet 9 inches tall. No one under 16 or over 30 years old. No disabled or chronically ill applicants. And finally, no one from Hexiao village or Xinzhai village. Each recruit gets 500 coins per month, with 5 taels of silver compensation for those killed in battle. The Niuzuan militia never lacks recruits because the benefits are excellent. Once you pass the interview, you receive armor on your first day. With armor, your chances of being killed on the battlefield drop significantly. Just as Li Kai finished rattling off the recruitment standards, the sentry at the gate suddenly blew a sharp whistle. "Militia captain, officials from the Yamen are here." Li Kai's brows furrowed. The Yamen? Could they be planning to move against Qingfeng stronghold? How many? Just 2 carriages. Shouldn't be many people. 2 carriages? Li Kai quickly climbed up the stronghold wall. Through the rolling dust, 2 light carriages slowly approached the gate. The vehicles stopped with a clatter, and 4 sword-bearing constables jumped down from the rear carriage with crisp, efficient movements. Then the curtain of the front carriage lifted, revealing Zhu Ming in white robes, standing with a smile. Snap! His folding fan opened as Zhu Ming struck an elegant pose. "Li Kai, long time no see." Seeing who it was, Li Kai's lips curved slightly. "Well, if it isn't young Master Zhu, what brings you to Qingfeng stronghold?" "Missing the feeling of me beating you up." Hitting right where it hurt, Zhu Ming's mouth twitched violently. "Huh, Li Kai, don't get cocky. Soon you won't be laughing." With that, he raised his hand in signal, and a constable carrying paste walked to the gate, quickly applied the adhesive, and firmly posted a notice right in the center of the wooden door. "In case you can't see it, let me read it to you." Zhu Ming announced loudly. Now that the bandit troubles around Yotsuan have been cleared and the mountain bandits of Qingfeng's stronghold have suffered heavy casualties, this notice hereby orders disband the Yotsuan militia. His gaze was triumphant. Did you hear that? This is an official order. Within 3 days, the militia must be disbanded. Zhu Ming stared at Li Kai with malicious glee. You've just been relying on someone backing you financially, putting up a false front militia in name, but a private army in reality, right? Now the notice is posted here. Let's see how arrogant you can be. If you don't disband, my father will report to the prefecture and request troops to suppress you. At that point, you won't be militia anymore, but rebels plotting treason. Li Kai fell silent, his frown deepening. The Great Tian Dynasty had zero tolerance for rebellion in these dark times. The emperor was deeply suspicious, and wherever uprisings emerged, he would rather kill innocents than let anyone escape. If they didn't disband, once the imperial army arrived, how could his 100 men withstand hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of troops? But if they truly disbanded, Qingfeng's stronghold would instantly become a toothless tiger, at everyone's mercy. Zhu Ming pressed on. Li Kai, why aren't you speaking? Don't tell me you're scared. Zhu Ming was feeling extremely pleased with himself at this moment, looking down at Li Kai with an air of superiority. I'm actually quite magnanimous, he said. He crossed his arms over his chest, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As long as you kneel down right now and call me Master Zhu, then crawl between my legs, I can let bygones be bygones. How about it? Li Kai looked up, his expression calm yet tinged with a hint of amusement. Huh, I think you're asking for a beating. Men, charge out there and give him a good thrashing. Yes, sir. Digua immediately led several of his men to pull open the stronghold gates and rushed aggressively toward Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming's face turned pale as he hastily retreated, shouting loudly. You wouldn't dare. I'm from the county office. Digua stopped in his tracks, struck his blade against the ground, and looked him over coldly. Then may I ask what official position you hold at the county office? That one question left Zhu Ming speechless, his face flushing red. He held no official position at the county office. He merely relied on his father being the county magistrate. No official position? Then you're just like USA common citizen. Digua smiled mockingly, resting the flat of his blade against his shoulder. So what if I'm a commoner? You still have no right to touch me. There are constables watching. Zhu Ming pointed to the 4 constables who had accompanied him. Digua raised his blade, its cold steel gleaming. Is that so? You 4 did you see me hit anyone? The men behind him also drew their sabers, while dozens of archers on the stronghold walls knocked their arrows. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The 4 constables were thoroughly shaken, forcing themselves to look toward the sky and ground anywhere but at Zhu Ming. Since no one saw anything, then beat the hell out of him. As soon as the words fell, 4 or 5 burly men rushed forward with fists and feet flying. Zhu Ming screamed in agony as his nose was knocked askew. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and several front teeth flew out with bloody spittle. After just a few minutes, he was thrown outside the stronghold gates, bruised and swollen beyond recognition. Even his own mother would have trouble identifying him. Li Kai raised his hand. Let's go back. Digua led his men back into the stronghold as the iron gates slammed shut with a thunderous clang. Zhu Ming leaned against a tree trunk, his face covered in bruises, hatred blazing in his eyes as he pointed at Li Kai on the stronghold wall and roared through swollen lips. Li Kai, you just wait. Your good days are numbered. Let's go. With that, he fled in disgrace, the 4 constables following in panic. After Zhu Ming's group had gone far, Zhao Tianhu frowned. Big brother, are we really going to disband the militia? Li Kai chuckled softly. Why would we disband? If we don't disband, what if the court really sends troops to suppress us? Zhao Tianhu was deeply worried. Li Kai stood with his hands behind his back, gazing toward the distant mountains. They want us to disband because there are no more bandits in these mountains. Without bandits, the militia is naturally unnecessary. But what if there are still bandits in these mountains? Zhao Tianhu scratched the back of his head. Didn't we kill all the bandits? Where would there be any bandits left? As soon as he finished speaking, enlightenment dawned on him. Oh, I understand now. Li Kai's lips curved upward as he looked in the direction Zhu Ming had departed. If you want to fight me, you're still too green. Night falls. In the open space within the stronghold, torches blazed brightly as 20 men stood in perfect formation before Li Kai. These 20 men were led by Digua and 9 other squad leaders, with the remaining 10 being exceptional fighters chosen from hundreds. All wore tight-fitting black clothing, revealing only their calm, steady eyes, each carrying an empty pack on their back. Li Kai clenched his fist, his gaze intense. Remember, once you enter the city, don't kill innocent civilians or rob common merchants. Only target wealthy households. Rob online and take lives. Time is limited, so strike fast and hard. After half an hour, regardless of how much you've stolen, you must withdraw from Qingshan County. Is that clear? 21 men mounted 21 swift horses and departed Qingfeng's stronghold under cover of darkness. In the early hours before dawn, Qingshan County lay in deathly silence. its streets and alleys black as if painted with ink. The city gates were tightly shut, with only 4 or 5 guards on the walls dozing against their spears. This place was neither a front line nor plagued by rebellion, so security was as lax as that of ordinary neighborhood guards locking up on schedule, opening on schedule, purely routine. However, the 26-foot city wall still blocked most who wished to break into the city at night. For Li Kai, a battle-hardened special forces soldier, it was merely a standard obstacle. After the team reached the base of the wall, he pulled a thick hemp rope with an iron grappling hook from his pack and swung his arm in a wide arc. The iron claw flew through the air and caught onto the parapet with a sharp clang. After testing the rope's stability with a gentle tug, Li Kai climbed up first, his movements swift and decisive, scaling to the top in mere seconds. There were no patrol sentries on the wall, only the cold gleam of blue bricks under the moonlight. Li Kai crouched down to assist, pulling up the remaining 20 men one by one. Then he signaled the entire team to move stealthily along the wall toward the gatehouse. The 4 soldiers guarding the gate still sat against the wall, their heads nodding drowsily, faint snoring audible. Cold steel flashed 20 long blades simultaneously pressed against their necks, the icy touch jolting all 4 awake, their eyes filled with terror. Not a sound. Make one peep and you're dead. Li Kai hissed through his mask, his gaze fierce. The 4 guards froze in fear, allowing themselves to be bound hand and foot, their mouths stuffed with rags. Li Kai did this to prevent them from raising an alarm if awakened by commotion in the city later, which could lead to the gates being barred against them. After securing the guards, Li Kai leaped down from the wall and pulled open the heavy city gates. Hoofbeats echoed rhythmically as they entered the city. He left 2 men to guard the gates while the remaining 18 followed him on horseback, heading straight for the Zhu residence. The Zhu residence was the private home of County Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang and his son Zhu Ming, separate from the government offices. Since no one typically dared assassinate a county magistrate, the mansion had few guards. Li Kai intended to make an example of this father and son. In the dead of night, the front gate of the Zhu residence stood silent and unlit. Li Kai kicked open the wooden door with one foot, the dull crash echoing through the empty courtyard. Behind him, 18 black-clad men each carried burning torches, the firelight making their masked faces appear menacing. Remember, don't kill unless necessary. If they resist fiercely, break their hands and feet. If they draw weapons and fight back, kill them on the spots. How no mercy. Li Kai commanded in a low voice. The 18 men nodded in silent understanding. At Li Kai's signal, all 18 charged into the Zhu residence like hungry wolves pouncing on prey. They held torches high, illuminating the courtyard as bright as daylight. The flames flickered, casting shadows of over a dozen menacing figures. One of them kicked the main hall door with such force that it burst open, the wooden panels crashing against the walls with a thunderous bang that made the roof beams tremble. Several servants inside the hall were startled awake, stumbling out from the side rooms in confusion. Before they could make sense of the situation, 2 burly men had already closed in on them, pressing cold blades against their necks. Stay quiet if you want to live. The icy steel made the servants' faces turn ashen, their knees buckled in fear as they quickly raised their hands. Even their breathing became cautious and shallow. Li Kai strode purposefully through the corridors and burst into the inner courtyard. Along the way, he kicked down every door he encountered, sending wooden panels crashing against the walls. The maids and servants in each room screamed in terror at the thunderous commotion. Li Kai's voice boomed like a bell. Shut up, all of you. Anyone who makes noise will taste my blade. Everyone quickly covered their mouths and cowered in corners, their eyes filled with terror. Suddenly, a guard emerged from the shadows, swinging a club in attack. One of Li Kai's men stepped forward with a cold snort, and in a flash of steel, his blade severed the club in 2. The guard stood stunned for barely half a breath before a kick to his abdomen sent him flying backward. He hit the ground writhing in pain, completely unable to fight back. Meanwhile, a brave servant grabbed a candlestick from a table and hurled it at one of the men who was ransacking the room. The burly man dodged to the side, then in one swift motion grabbed the servant's wrist and twisted hard crack. The finger bones dislocated and the candlestick clattered to the floor. Before the servant's scream had ended, a punch to his face sent blood gushing from his nose and mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Amid the chaos, Li Kai led his men into Zhu Kaijiang's study. He swept ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones off the desk with a casual motion, while entire rows of books were torn from the shelves and scattered across the floor. They searched every drawer and hidden compartment, stuffing anything that looked valuable into their cloth bags. The Zhu family's wealth was considerable. Li Kai found several hundred taels of loose silver alone, plus piles of precious jewelry. Zhu Kaijiang had married several concubines, and each of their chambers contained hidden treasures: golden hairpins, jade bracelets, pearl pendants. Li Kai took everything, packing it all away. The men who had come with him were originally farmers from the countryside. Now, seeing the magistrate's concubines trembling before them, lustful flames began to flicker in their eyes. Before departing, Li Kai had issued a stern warning. Anyone who dared to rape a woman would be beheaded on the spot. They didn't dare go that far, but taking advantage of the chaos to grope and fondle some still reached out with wandering hands. Li Kai noticed, but pretended not to see. These were hot-blooded men who had been deprived too long, and it wasn't worth making a fuss over a little touching. Countless cries, curses, and sounds of overturning objects filled the air. The entire Zhu mansion was in complete chaos, with flickering lamplight dancing everywhere. Such commotion naturally awakened Zhu Kaijiang and Zhu Ming in their bedchamber. Before he could even throw off his covers, Zhu Kaijiang was already shouting in panic. "Who's out there? Guards! Guards!" Zhu Ming shouted in panic, frantically fumbling to put on his clothes. The candlelight flickered in the deep night, yet the courtyard remained eerily silent. No servants came despite his desperate cries. Just as dread crept into his heart, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open, and three masked men in black squeezed into the room. Moonlight gleamed off their razor-sharp sabers, the cold steel seeming to freeze the very air. Zhu Ming's knees buckled in terror, losing control of his bladder as he collapsed to the ground. "Gentlemen, I have savings under my bed. Take it all, just spare my life." Li Kai waved his hand, and Digua crawled under the bed, dragging out a heavy wooden chest with a loud clatter. When the lid opened, 10 gold ingots blazed brilliantly in the candlelight. Li Kai's eyes lit up as he calculated coldly. 1 gold ingot equals 100 silver ingots. 1 silver ingot is 10 taels, 10 gold ingots. That's a full 1,000 taels of silver. His gaze shifted between the gold and Zhu Ming. "A mere county magistrate's son has secretly hoarded 1,000 taels. Just how much has your Zhu family embezzled?" Though the voice sounded familiar, Zhu Ming was too frightened to think clearly, nodding and bowing with a fawning smile. "Isn't corruption the whole point of being an official? Why else would anyone take office? Don't you agree, sir?" Li Kai's smile turned ice cold as he suddenly stomped on Zhu Ming's chest, sending him sprawling. "The people of Qingshan County live in misery because of corrupt officials like you. If this silver had been used to suppress bandits, the mountain strongholds would have been wiped out long ago." His tone shifted as he lowered his voice. "Zhu Ming, remember this. Li Kai, will have your head sooner or later." With that, he crouched down and pulled off his mask. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhu Ming exploded in rage. "Li Kai, how dare you break into the Zhu residence? Bandit, I'll send troops to exterminate you all." Li Kai exchanged glances with Digua behind him and burst into laughter. "That's right. We are bandits, remnants of Qingfeng Mountain. Weren't you just declaring yesterday at Qingfeng Stronghold that there were no bandits left on Qingfeng Mountain, demanding the dissolution of Niu Village's militia? Sorry to disappoint, but we are the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain. Tomorrow, all of Qingshan County will know that Qingfeng Mountain's remnants still exist, and you'll have no grounds to disband the militia." Zhu Ming's chest heaved with fury. "Nonsense. There are no bandits left on Qingfeng Mountain. You're just imposters." Li Kai shrugged. "The truth? Who cares? The people only know that Niu Village's militia fought bloody battles against bandits, protecting countless villages. If we say there are still bandits in the mountains, the authorities must acknowledge there are still bandits in the mountains." These words struck Zhu Ming like a hammer blow, and he finally understood this was an open conspiracy, impossible to expose even when knowing it was false. Li Kai had brazenly led his men into the Zhu mansion, and everyone would see them as Qingfeng Mountain bandits, not militia members. Li Kai patted his face mockingly. "Boy, you were pretty arrogant yesterday at Qingfeng Stronghold. Didn't you boast about bringing troops to destroy us? Well, here I am standing right in front of you to destroy me." Zhu Ming kept his head down, remaining silent. "You should be grateful that real bandits didn't come today." Li Kai stood before him, his voice cold as ice. "If they had been real bandits, they would have slaughtered everyone in this entire mansion." As he spoke, he raised the cloth bundle in his hand. "To help you remember this lesson, I've prepared a little gift for you." At these words, Zhu Ming jerked his head up and saw the row of gleaming tattoo needles in Li Kai's hand. His pupils contracted sharply, and his voice trembled. "What? What do you want to do? Don't the authorities love tattooing criminals' faces?" Li Kai rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, and laid out his tools one by one on the small table. "Today, I'll leave young Master Zhu a memento too, so the whole world will remember you." "No, please don't." Zhu Ming screamed and shrank backward. He knew all too well that in the Great Tian Dynasty, those who received facial tattoo punishment were ranked alongside exiled criminals, never able to hold their heads high again. But he was the only son of Qingshan County's magistrate, destined for an official career and glory. If those characters were truly branded on his face, his career would be ruined, and he would never see the light of day again. Abandoning all dignity, Zhu Ming dropped to his knees with a thud, grasping Li Kai's boot tips with both hands, snot and tears streaming down his face. "Li Kai, I beg you. I'll give you all the silver in the mansion. I'll kowtow to you, just don't put needles to my face." Li Kai's expression remained iron hard, showing no trace of emotion. With just a glance, Digua and Zhao Tianbao stepped forward, pinning Zhu Ming down on the floor from left and right. The floor shook with a dull thud. Li Kai picked up his needle, dipped it in ink, and leaned down to begin. The sharp needle pierced through skin and flesh with a soft TSS that mixed with Zhu Ming's agonized screams, echoing throughout the room. Struggling, kicking, screaming. In just a few moments, fresh blood mingled with black ink as Li Kai crudely carved the characters corrupt and official on his left and right cheeks. The thick black strokes were streaked with blood, crimson mixed with mockery. As the needle completed the final stroke, Zhu Ming collapsed backward, his face ashen, pupils dilated, letting drops of blood drip from his chin. Don't you love being a corrupt official? Li Kai put away his needle and casually brushed his sleeves. Then let the world know you're destined to be a corrupt official. Oh, my apologies. With those characters there, you probably won't even be able to become an official at all. With these words, he let out a mocking laugh and turned to leave the room. In the corridor, lamplight flickered as Digua followed closely behind, asking quietly, "Boss, wouldn't it have been better to just kill him? Quick and clean." Li Kai shot him a look. Stealing some wealth counts as robbery, which Qingshan County's office can handle themselves. But if we killed the magistrate's son, that would be tantamount to rebellion, and they'd send troops to suppress us. Our Qingfeng Mountain doesn't want that kind of reputation. Digua scratched his head and nodded with half understanding. Li Kai asked again, "Did you find that old bastard Zhu Kaijiang?" Digua shook his head with a bitter smile. "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. His bedroom had a secret tunnel leading directly outside the mansion. By the time we charged in, he had already fled. No matter, we weren't really after him anyway." Li Kai waved his hand. "Did you write what I asked you to write outside the Zhu mansion?" "All done. Boss, come take a look." The group came to the outer wall of the Zhu mansion, where the night wind carried the scent of blood. By torchlight, a row of blood-red characters on the wall was shocking to behold. The great king of Qingfeng Mountain was here. Li Kai led his 18 men in raiding the Zhu residence, then proceeded to plunder several other wealthy households in the vicinity. He had always followed his own code, leaving honest merchants untouched while targeting corrupt bullies and ill-gotten wealth. That night, he selected 3 or 4 households, ransacking them thoroughly and making off with all their gold, silver, and valuables. Under cover of darkness, the men laid out their spoils in a neat row. After Li Kai finished counting and confirmed everything was accounted for, he raised his hand and commanded, "Retreat." The group immediately mounted their horses, hoofbeats shattering the night like rapid rainfall. Before leaving the city, he turned back toward Qingshan County's most prestigious brothel, the Spring Breeze House. In the next moment, torches flew through the air, window frames shattered with sharp cracks, and roaring flames engulfed the 3-story building, instantly illuminating half the night sky. Before the smoke had cleared, 21 riders mounted their horses and, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the fire, squeezed through the city gates and headed straight for Mount Qingfeng. The next morning, news of the raids on the Zhu residence and several other wealthy households spread throughout the streets and alleys. Outside each ransacked mansion, 6 large characters written in blood, "The King of Mount Qingfeng was here," glowed crimson in the morning light. Townspeople gathered at the gates, pointing and whispering. These bandits are incredibly bold, daring to raid right in the city. In previous years they only robbed villages, but now they've even hit the county magistrate's residence. I find it rather satisfying. Those families that were robbed have been bullying people for years. It's about time someone taught them a lesson. Before the discussions had died down, County Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang was half dragged, half carried back to his residence by 2 bailiffs. Upon hearing his maid's screams the previous night, he had immediately crawled into a secret passage beneath his bed, groped his way out of the mansion in the dark, and abandoning his wife and children curled up in a garbage heap until dawn. He now appeared disheveled and reeking, his hair wild like a drowned rat. Learning that the bandits claimed to be from Mount Qingfeng, Zhu Kaijiang flew into a rage. "Bastards! Zhao Qingfeng is long dead. Where could bandits on Mount Qingfeng come from? It must be those village militia from Niu village. Mobilize the troops and wipe out Niu village. I'll have them torn to pieces." He pounded the table and roared, spittle flying, while his secretary looked troubled, uncertain whether the magistrate truly intended to wage war or was simply speaking in anger. Suddenly, a lazy yet clear voice came from outside. "County Magistrate, please calm yourself. Deploying troops now would mean losing the advantages of timing, terrain, and popular support. Not only would you fail to win, but you'd likely lose your official position as well." The speaker was Jiang Luolan, dressed in pristine white robes without a speck of dust, a fragrant sachet hanging from his waist that nearly overpowered the heavy stench of blood and mustiness in the room. He held an ivory folding fan, raising it slightly to his nose, clearly finding Zhu Kaijiang's odor offensive. Seeing it was Jiang Luolan, Zhu Kaijiang's fury subsided somewhat. "Boss Jiang, you're not here to mock this official, are you?" Jiang Luolan chuckled coldly. "Mock? I was caught up in their rampage too. The Spring Breeze house was burned to ruins though no one was hurt. I've lost at least several thousand taels. I hate them even more than you do. Hearing that his visitor had also suffered losses, Zhu Kaijiang felt somewhat relieved and softened his tone. What wisdom does Boss Jiang have to offer? Jiang Luolan tapped his palm lightly with his folding fan, a smile playing at his lips. County magistrate, why not let them turn on each other? Turn on each other? What do you mean? Zhu Kaijiang asked with genuine interest. As you well know, County Magistrate, there are many mountains outside our county: Qingfeng Mountain, Heifeng Mountain, and Huangding Mountain. These hills, large and small, harbor countless bandits. In the main hall, candlelight flickered as an 8 immortals table separated the two men. The visitor spoke respectfully, yet his words carried clear implications. These bandits wouldn't dare openly oppose the government. Without your protection, County Magistrate, they probably wouldn't survive long. Zhu Kaijiang held his cup, took a sip of tea, and remained silent, his quiet acceptance speaking volumes. Of course, he didn't want bandits roaming throughout Qingshan County's territory, but there were too many mountain strongholds to eliminate them all. To truly act, he'd need to catch them all in one sweep. If he couldn't root them out completely, those desperate outlaws might very well rise in rebellion. Several thousand men could easily overwhelm a small county office. Losing his head was simply not worth it. Instead of that, it would be better to turn a blind eye, accept some tributes, and let them stay quietly in their mountains. The visitor was Jiang Luolan, who weighed his folding fan thoughtfully and said with a smile, the county magistrate could notify the leaders of several nearby mountain strongholds, promising them some benefits. They could then lead their men to Niu village and force the local militia from Qingfeng stronghold to come down. Once they're at each other's throats, you could bring the constables in for a grand surprise attack. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? You could eliminate the bandits and, in the chaos, deal with the militia of Niu village, satisfying your personal vendetta. The candlelight reflected in Zhu Kaijiang's narrowed eyes as he tapped the table and asked quietly, but how can you be sure they will end up mutually damaging each other? Jiang Luolan lightly tapped the back of his hand with his fan, confident. The militia of Niu village does not defeat Qingfeng stronghold simply because they are numerous. It is because each of them wears a new set of armor and possesses formidable combat strength. But they are only about 100 men. The nearby strongholds have at least a few thousand in total, yet the leaders are reluctant to send all their forces up the mountain, only daring to send dozens or hundreds at a time, totaling perhaps 1,000 or 2,000. With such numerical pressure, the militia of Niu village will surely be defeated. Even if the bandits win, they will be severely weakened. By the time they are exhausted, the county magistrate can seize the opportunity to wipe them out swift and sure. Zhu Kaijiang nodded repeatedly at these words, a smile creasing the corners of his eyes. Very good. If you can pull off this grand affair, I will certainly remember your contribution, and we shall celebrate with drinks another day. Ha ha. Thinking that this operation against the bandits might lead to a promotion from a 7th rank to a proper 7th rank official, or even from a 6th rank, Zhu Kaijiang felt a surge of excitement. His earlier gloom from having his residence robbed vanished, and he hummed a little tune as he headed straight for his concubine's quarters. In the depths of the night at Qingfeng stronghold, the bonfire cast a red glow against the mountain wall. Li Kai stood with his men gathered around the open ground at the mountain gate, a thick carpet spread on the ground, glittering with gold and silver. How much did we steal in total? Li Kai asked, hands behind his back, excitement barely contained in his voice. Di Gua knelt beside the carpet, still clutching 2 strands of pearls and jewels. We have 2,000 taels of silver. As for the various ornaments and treasures, if we convert them to silver, it must be over 10,000. The more than 100 bandits surrounding them collectively gasped in awe. Li Kai's gaze fell upon the pile of gold, silver, and jewels, bright enough to make one's eyes water. We've struck it rich. However, he quickly regained his composure. All of this was stolen goods. If sold at market price, no one would dare buy it. Yet, if sold at a low price, it would surely fly off the shelves. But all of this was stolen property, and if sold at full price, it would probably be unsellable. However, if dumped at a low price, it should move quickly. Li Kai naturally understood this principle and nodded. That's right, Zhao Tianhu. You're responsible for taking these items to the neighboring county to sell them. The faster the better. Zhao Tianhu wasted no time, efficiently stuffing the bundles of gold, silver, and jewels from the table into burlap sacks. He selected 2 reliable brothers to accompany him and strode out through the stronghold gates. Li Kai felt confident in trusting this dirty money to him because he had personally helped Zhao Tianhu avenge his parents' deaths years ago. Ever since, Zhao had remained utterly loyal to his leader and would never harbor any crooked thoughts about the silver. Including the 2,000 taels stolen this time, Li Kai's accounts now totaled 5,000 taels. Though it seemed substantial, it had to support over 100 men in the stronghold. Plus the recent recruitment and equipment purchases meant the money would flow out like water and wouldn't last long. As he pondered these financial concerns, a shout came from outside. Boss, the cellar you wanted dug is finished. Come take a look. It was Sweet Potato reporting. Not long ago, Li Kai had planned to smelt steel, with building an earthen kiln as the first step. He had Sweet Potato lead several men to handle this task. With many hands making light work, they completed it in just a few days. Li Kai hurried to the kiln opening and saw a square pit about 3 meters deep at his feet. The walls were carefully built up with stone blocks, making it very sturdy. He nodded with satisfaction with stone walls for support. This earthen kiln wouldn't collapse after just 1 or 2 firings. Pour the charcoal in, light it, then seal the kiln, leaving only air vents. Keep it burning for 5 days, Li Kai instructed. His subordinates followed orders, bringing several cartloads of charcoal to dump into the kiln bottom. When the torch dropped, flames shot up, then thick mud sealed the opening, leaving only a few holes puffing smoke. All this elaborate effort was because Li Kai needed coke. Ordinary charcoal didn't reach high enough temperatures, while porous coke increased heat output by 50% and reduced sulfur compound pollution. It was crucial for steel smelting. After solving the fuel problem, Li Kai spread out paper and brush, quickly sketching the structure of a new iron smelting furnace. Once the blueprint was complete, he called over Li Daniu, who was responsible for crafting weapons. Build me several furnaces according to this diagram. Can you do it? Li Daniu bent his head to study it, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. I can build it, but this furnace has such a strange shape. What's it actually for? Iron smelted with this will have toughness several times stronger than current ironware, Li Kai said with certainty. Several times stronger? Li Daniu's eyes widened. If that were true, when 2 soldiers clashed on the battlefield, the enemy's blade would shatter while their own weapon remained intact. The resulting situation would be a complete one-sided slaughter. He caught his breath and asked again, Boss, will this really work? It will work. Li Kai pointed to the key features on the blueprint. First, use clay mixed with quartz sand for the inner lining. Increase the furnace height to 3 or 4 meters. Expand the furnace belly to enlarge the combustion area. Then add another bellows for continuous airflow to raise the temperature. This is a simplified prototype of the Bessemer converter. He added an explanation. This technology won't be invented until 200 years after the Qing dynasty's founding, during the Second Opium War. Though what I'm making is a simplified version, and the forged steel blades will still fall short of modern alloys. Compared to the current iron smelting level of the Great Heavenly Dynasty, it's already a qualitative improvement. Once the blast furnace is built, I'll teach you how to smelt iron, Li Kai said calmly. Hearing this, Li Daniu's nostrils flared slightly. His gaze seeming to bore a hole through. Li Kai had been a blacksmith for most of his life, and now some young upstart who had never even touched a hammer was claiming he would teach him ironworking? If this weren't his boss, he would have lost his temper long ago. With this in mind, Li Daniu nodded grudgingly. Yes, boss. He then took the blueprints and led the craftsmen to construct the new blast furnace. The following days passed peacefully at Qingfeng's stronghold. Li Kai's recruitment notices were posted throughout the surrounding villages, attracting many able-bodied young men eager to enlist. On selection day, over 1,000 people crowded into Niu village, blocking the stronghold entrance completely. The selection process was still overseen by Zhao Tianbao, with the same standards. Better to have fewer quality recruits than many poor ones. Zhao Tianbao moved through the crowd like a wolf selecting sheep, weeding out the unqualified. In the end, he brought back only 200 carefully chosen strong men. Without exception, these men stood over 5 feet 9 inches tall, towering figures in an era of widespread malnutrition, equivalent to 6-footers in modern times. Their ages ranged from 18 to 30, all in their prime. Li Kai had already instructed Li Daniu to mass-produce armor, so as soon as the new recruits arrived at the stronghold gates, suits of armor from wooden crates were distributed directly to each man. Following this, each received a composite bow. As for warblades, Li Kai had separate upgrade plans and withheld distribution for now. Including these 200 men, his forces expanded from the original 100 to 300, plus 10 trusted lieutenants, totaling 310 men. The organization remained unchanged, still 10 squads, but each squad expanded from 10 to 30 men, with the same 10 veteran soldiers serving as squad leaders. Alongside recruitment, Li Kai spent nearly every day at the training grounds, pushing his body to break through its limits repeatedly. After days of intense training, his weight increased from 232.5 pounds to 235 pounds. At this moment, he stood before a bronze mirror examining himself. Broad, solid shoulders like supporting beams, arms thick as tree trunks, clearly defined pectoral muscles, and 8 distinct abdominal muscles arranged as if carved by a blade. His waist, though powerful, remained flexible, providing stable support for movement. His legs stood like stone pillars, thigh muscles bulging prominently, calves taut and powerful. Looking at this physique he had forged at 18 or 19, he grinned. It was precisely this build that made the new recruits both respect and fear him. In this world where might makes right, the strong naturally commanded authority. Several days passed in a flash, and the coke production was also completed successfully. Li Kai ordered the black coke to be broken into walnut-sized pieces and stored in jars. Meanwhile, The new blast furnace was completed. Li Daniu had made repeated modifications according to Li Kai's requirements, adjusting every unsatisfactory detail to perfection: furnace chamber height, slag outlet position, all meticulously crafted. Now the blast furnace stood tall in the center of the site, coke piled like a small mountain, everything ready except for the final step: steel smelting. Li Daniu looked up at the furnace, then at Li Kai standing before him, still harboring resentment. Li Kai had boasted that his ironwork would be several times superior to Li Daniu's own. How could Li Daniu, with decades of blacksmithing experience, easily accept this? Today he would see exactly how Li Kai smelted iron. First, use a stone mill to crush the ore to the size of soybeans. Then sift through a bamboo screen to remove the powder. Spread the ore on ceramic plates, cover with firewood, and burn to remove sulfur. Upon hearing this, Li Daniu showed no hesitation and immediately followed Li Kai's instructions. He pushed the heavy stone mill until it creaked and groaned, crushing the ore into soybean-sized fragments, then wielded the bamboo sieve back and forth to filter out all the fine powder. Next, he evenly spread the processed ore on ceramic plates, covered it layer by layer with dry firewood, and lit it to burn away the sulfur at high temperature. Once the flames stabilized, Li Kai added, "Mix in 10% limestone." Li Daniu promptly poured the prepared limestone chunks into the ore and stirred it several times with an iron shovel. Then the two men alternately loaded layers of charcoal and the iron or limestone mixture into the smelting furnace until it was packed to the brim. Light the fire and maintain the bellows. Keep it burning continuously for 12 to 24 hours, Li Kai instructed finally. All right, that's your task for today. Got it, boss. Li Daniu wiped his sweat and replied in a deep voice. Li Kai gave additional details about bellows frequency and furnace sealing before departing. No sooner had he left than a blacksmith approached curiously and whispered, "Brother Daniu, will the boss's method actually work? I've never heard of anyone forging iron this way." Li Daniu snorted dismissively. "We do whatever the boss tells us to do. Young people need to take a few falls before they grow up, right? Anyway, I've been a blacksmith for most of my life, and I've never heard of smelting iron like this. He's never even touched a furnace. This method is probably something he cooked up himself. Without practical experience, it's bound to fail." Meanwhile, Li Kai was alone in a corner of the courtyard, lifting a stone weight of over 100 pounds up and down to build strength, his muscles taut as steel wire. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air from the watchtower at the stronghold gate. The sentries would never sound an alarm unless there was urgent enemy activity. Could it be government troops coming to suppress us? His heart tensed. The village militia who had been practicing boxing and sword techniques responded to the whistle, swiftly grabbing their composite bows and sabers before rushing toward the gate. Li Kai also seized his long blade and strode up to the stronghold wall. Outside the gate, 12 burly men on tall horses were arranged in a fan formation, looking down at the mountain stronghold from their elevated position. Each carried either a broad-backed saber on his back or gripped a gleaming spear, dressed in a mix of coarse cloth and animal hides. They looked nothing like soldiers, more like desperate mountain bandits. Li Kai called out loudly, "Who goes there?" The leader was a giant nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his body a mass of muscle and thick flesh weighing at least 300 pounds like a walking land tank. He pointed at Li Kai on the wall, his voice booming like thunder. "Listen up, you whelps of Qingfeng Stronghold. I am the first general of Haifeng Mountain Black Whirlwind. The 11 men behind me are representatives from 11 different mountain peaks. Today, 12 mountain strongholds have joined forces to destroy your Qingfeng Stronghold. If you're smart, open the gates and surrender. You might still keep your lives. But if you resist stubbornly, once we break through, we'll make sure corpses litter this place." Li Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. 12 mountain strongholds joining forces? Quite an impressive show of force. Li Kai absolutely refused to believe there wasn't someone pulling strings behind the scenes. However, Li Kai showed no fear at all, saying with amusement, "Do you know that this Qingfeng stronghold is easy to defend but hard to attack?" The mountain wind howled fiercely, banners fluttered on the stronghold walls, and Li Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a hint of mockery. Outside the stronghold gates, Black Whirlwind sat astride his blackmaned horse, grinning menacingly as he shouted back, "Of course we know, but aren't you the militia of Nio village? If you don't come out of your stronghold, we'll slaughter the entire village." The word slaughter hit the militia like a hammer blow to the chest. Among the 300 or so men, most were sons of Nio village, and their faces turned pale in unison upon hearing this. Some gripped their long sabers tighter, others' eyes reddened, and all turned to look at Li Kai. "Captain, we can't let them slaughter the village." "That's right, Captain. We're the Nio village militia. Protecting Nio village is our duty." Li Kai raised his hand, steadily quieting the voices, his gaze falling on Black Whirlwind as he said calmly, "Trouble shouldn't involve innocent families. Our Qingfeng stronghold has no grudge against you. There's no need to go for the kill right from the start, is there?" Black Whirlwind snorted coldly, pointing his riding whip skyward. "Humph. Blame yourselves for being too arrogant and offending people you shouldn't have. If you want to protect the people of Neo Village, fine in 3 days, at the clearing north of Qingfeng Mountain. We'll settle this once and for all. Don't show up, and don't blame us for being ruthless. Brothers, let's go. Horse hooves kicked up dust as the bandits vanished at the end of the mountain path in the blink of an eye. On the stronghold walls, Digua sweated anxiously. Captain, what do we do? They won't really slaughter Neo Village, will they? Li Kai remained standing with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. No, they won't. Their target is us. If they really slaughtered Neo Village, it would only force us to defend the stronghold to the death, making it harder for them to attack. They're just using Neo Village to force us down the mountain. Zhao Tianhu frowned as he calculated. 12 mountain strongholds joining forces, 200 men per stronghold, that's 2,400 men. We only have 300. Can we really hold them off? Li Kai's lips curved into a slight smile. You have too little confidence in yourselves. The question should be, can they hold us off? Compound bows, gleaming armor, and steel sabers about to be completed. All the stronghold's finest equipment was in the hands of these 300 men, not to mention the reckless saber technique and Black Dragon 18 moves that Li Kai had personally taught them. Li Kai knew clearly in his heart that the combat power this force could unleash would be enough to send the bandits running with their tails between their legs. Gather everyone together, I'm going to drill the troops, he commanded in a deep voice. Digua responded and left, soon gathering all 310 militia members of the stronghold in the clearing. The men formed into square formations, swords and spears standing upright, their expressions solemn. To be Li Kai's soldier, formations had to be perfectly straight, and silence was required during assembly. This was his iron rule. Li Kai surveyed the ranks and spoke. You all heard what just happened. Bandits from 12 strongholds have joined forces against us, the Neo Village militia. I ask you, are you afraid? The 310 militia members roared in unison like a bursting mountain flood. Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. Li Kai nodded, his voice low but powerful. I don't know if you're truly unafraid or just pretending, but I appreciate your attitude. Remember, we are soldiers, they are bandits. The ones who should be afraid are them, since when do soldiers fear bandits? He raised his hand, pointing toward the direction down the mountain. Now, you can eat your fill at every meal and receive silver every month. Someone wants to steal our food and our money. Tell me, what should we do? Kill, kill, kill. 310 village soldiers roared in unison, their blood boiling and eyes blazing like fire. They needed more than empty slogans, they needed a reason worth dying for. And Li Kai understood this perfectly. His voice thundered like lightning, each word striking their hearts. Remember, you're not dying for me. Li Kai, you're protecting your own fields and your own lives. In life, be heroes among men. In death, be heroes among ghosts. Fight for me. Fight with everything you've got. Fight to show our spirit. Fight to make our name known. Fight until everyone fears us. Fight until no one dares to come to our door with a challenge like those fools today. Even if we die in battle, we'll die gloriously, die with honor. He swept his gaze across the crowd, his tone shifting to calm determination. Of course, with me here, I won't let you march to your deaths. Now, those who don't want to die, listen carefully. I'm going to teach you a formation that will keep you alive. The triangle formation. The triangle formation came from the Japanese squad tactics of World War II. Li Kai wasn't whitewashing those invaders, but his analysis was coldly rational. The Japanese were despicable, but their combat effectiveness was terrifying. Back then, our Great Xia forces often needed 10 soldiers to take down 1 Japanese soldier, a 10-to-1 casualty ratio. Besides equipment, the triangle formation played a crucial role. 3-man teams, 1 forward and 2 back, forming triangular mutual support with no blind spots and no exposed backs. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Kai had the village soldiers form teams of 3 on the spot, bonding with fixed teammates. He then personally corrected every position and firing angle until darkness fell, with commands and marching steps still echoing across the training ground. Early the next morning, heat waves rolled beside the iron furnace as fresh molten iron flowed down. Li Kai stood by the blazing furnace mouth, his sleeves billowing in the hot wind, continuing to guide Li Daniu in smelting. Now, pour in the pottery shards and stir them in. He demonstrated step by step. As the shards entered the furnace, sparks flew from the molten iron. Li Daniu stirred vigorously, then, following Li Kai's instructions, poured the molten iron into molds to shape it, allowing it to cool before quenching, forging, and polishing. Moments later, a brand new steel knife lay in his palm, its blade shining like a mirror, glinting with a watery cold light. This was true medium carbon steel, worthy of the title Divine Weapon in this era. This knife is as beautiful as a mirror, Li Daniu exclaimed in admiration. Li Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to signal. Now, take the old knife and strike it. Li Daniu grabbed an old knife, his strength surging as he swung down hard at the new knife. Crack! The sharp sound rang out, and the old knife broke in 2 right away, while the new knife remained unscathed, not even a nick on it. The half-blade trembled in Li Daniu's hand, but he stood there, stunned. The hardness of this knife is incredible, and it's so resilient. He imagined the battlefield scene. In a clash, if the opponent's weapon broke in an instant, the result would be a one-sided massacre. With that thought, he was filled with excitement, shouting repeatedly, "A divine weapon! Truly a divine weapon! I never expected the master to possess such iron-smelting skills. Impressive, truly impressive." Li Daniu was trembling with excitement. He had initially thought Li Kai was just acting on a whim, but now he truly realized that what Li Kai possessed could completely revolutionize the ironworking techniques of the Great Tian Dynasty. Thud! Accompanied by the crackling echoes of the furnace fire, Li Daniu's knees hit the ground heavily as he knelt directly on the floor tiles covered with iron filings and ash. "Master!" His voice quavered, his weathered face flushed red from both the heat and excitement. "You've taught me such crucial techniques. What tremendous trust this shows. With this knowledge, I could become a master craftsman anywhere I go. You've given me a golden rice bowl." Li Kai reached out to pull him up, patting his shoulder with a steady yet resolute tone. "We're family here. I trust you, which is why I'm sharing everything I know. But remember, for the next 10 years, you're not allowed to forge this type of blade for anyone else." "Master, you have my word. I understand the rules." Li Daniu nodded repeatedly, his thick hand wiping the sweat from his forehead, his every movement showing reverent caution. Li Kai looked toward the neatly arranged steel crucibles nearby. "Next, I need you to forge 310 blades like this. How long will it take?" Li Daniu quickly calculated in his head, then looked up and replied, "With our 10 men working day and night, we can definitely ensure every brother has one before we go after the bandits." "Excellent. Thank you for your hard work." Li Kai's eyes blazed with determination as he nodded approvingly. Through the light and shadows cast by the furnace fire, his face appeared especially resolute. Meanwhile, outside Qingshan County, dust filled the air as a 3,000-strong iron-armored army formed ranks and established camp. Their silver-gray armor reflected cold light under the sun. 500 cavalry, 500 archers, and 2,000 infantry, all 100% armored, arranged as orderly as an iron torrent carved by a giant axe. Under the military banner, a large character, Gu, fluttered in the wind. The camp gates opened wide, and a single rider on a white horse slowly emerged. The man on the white horse was about 30 years old, broad-shouldered and powerfully built, with hawk-like eyes and a chiseled face that appeared even more stern beneath his armor. This was the eldest son of the Gu family, and Gu Linger's elder brother, Gu Nan. At the city gates, Gu Linger had been waiting anxiously. When she spotted that familiar white figure in the distance, she immediately broke into a run toward him. Gu Nan dismounted and had barely steadied himself when Gu Linger threw herself into his arms, her voice choked with tears. "Brother, it's been 2 years, and you've gotten thinner." Gu Nan wrapped his arms around his sister, gently stroking the top of her head with tender affection. "Linger, after 2 years, you've grown so much taller that I almost didn't recognize you." What Gu Nan commanded was precisely the 3,000 personal troops that Father Gu trusted most. This force had fought dozens of hard battles, was battle-tested, and remained utterly loyal to the Gu family. They were the family's trump card and a private army that others dared not underestimate. "Brother, now that you're back, will you leave again?" Gu Linger looked up, her eyes full of hope. Gu Nan smiled bitterly and nodded with a light sigh. "I must leave. I'm under orders to rush to the frontier to intercept the barbarians moving south. I can only stay home for a few days." Disappointment immediately filled Gu Linger's eyes. Gu Nan held the reins with one hand and his sister's hand with the other as they walked slowly toward the city. "Father's position at court is still unstable. If I don't earn more military achievements, how can I help ease his burden?" When they reached the street corner, Gu Linger suddenly slowed her pace, showing slight hesitation. "Brother, actually there's a favor I'd like to ask of you." Gu Nan stopped and turned to look at her. "You're my sister. Between us, what's this talk of favors? Just tell me." Gu Linger took a deep breath. "In 3 days, bandits from several nearby mountain strongholds will gather together. I want you to take those 3,000 troops and wipe them all out." Gu Nan's brow furrowed slightly. "Eliminate bandits? What?" "Well, of course it's because those bandits kill innocent people indiscriminately. They deserve to die." Gu Linger blinked, speaking rapidly. "If we eliminate the bandits, the local people will surely support the Gu family." "Yes, that's exactly it." Gu Linger's eyes showed a moment of panic, but she quickly recovered her composure. Gu Nan looked at his mischievous sister before him and shook his head helplessly. In the hall, candlelight flickered as Gu Linger sat on a low stool holding her teacup, swinging her little legs back and forth with her eyes curved in laughter. Gu Nan sighed, his tone both indulgent and exasperated. "Linger, I've watched you grow up, and I know your character well. You only care about your own little circle, not the greater good those you care about. Even the emperor cannot touch. As for strangers, even if they died right in front of you, you wouldn't bat an eye. Caring for the common people? That's hardly your style." Her lie exposed so easily. Gu Ling didn't even blush at the tips of her ears. She simply giggled and tugged at the hem of Gunan's robe, coaxing him sweetly. Big brother knows me best. To tell you the truth, I've been running a little business in the county recently. Those bandits have set their sights on my business partner. If something happens to him, my little treasury will disappear too. So I need Big Brother's help. Gunan ruffled her soft hair, his voice full of indulgence. I thought it was something serious. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you. Getting his promise, Gulinger immediately bounced up, her eyes and brows curved like crescents. Thank you, Big Brother. His name is Li Kai, and he's a village guard from Nyo village. Big Brother must protect his life. Before she finished speaking, she skipped out of the hall like a little deer. The moment his sister left, Gunan's smile vanished completely. He raised his hand in a gesture, and his deputy came running from the military camp, kneeling on one knee. General, select 10 personal guards and come with me to Nyo village. The deputy was puzzled. Nyo village, that poor hamlet at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. He couldn't fathom why the general would personally make such a trip. Gunan gazed in the direction his sister had disappeared, thinking to himself, Linger, oh Linger, you might as well have lovesick written across your face. As your brother, I'm curious to see just what kind of man could make you mobilize troops on his behalf. The next morning, Gunan donned his armor and mounted his horse, leading his deputy and 10 personal guards toward Nyo village. Over a dozen warhorses kicked up dust as their iron hooves echoed through the mountain paths. Nyo village nestled against the Qingfeng mountain range, with a weathered wooden sign at the village entrance bearing 3 black characters nearly eroded by wind and rain. About 100 households were scattered among dry fields and thorny bushes, with cock crows and dog barks mixing with the smoke from morning cooking fires. To Gunan, who had grown up in the splendid pavilions of the capital, this place was truly the middle of nowhere. Moments after entering the village, the dust kicked up by their horses obscured the villagers' vision. Seeing the cold gleam of the soldiers' armor, the villagers young and old alike immediately hid behind walls, fearing trouble had come to their door. In these times, bandits and government soldiers were equally terrifying in the eyes of common folk. Gunan scanned the cowering figures and gave his deputy a meaningful look. Quick to act, the deputy grabbed a passing young man, whose face turned deathly pale as his legs trembled. Spare me, sir. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Where's Li Kai's house? Take us there, the deputy said coldly. Not daring to delay, the young man nodded repeatedly and led the way. After winding through several narrow dirt alleys, a low-walled courtyard finally came into view. The gate stood half open, its hinges creaking, and the interior was empty and desolate, with cobwebs and withered grass indicating the owner had been gone for quite some time. Gunan reined in his horse at the entrance. His gaze heavy. Li Kai's home had long been abandoned. Although Li Kai's house was the finest in the village after all, when his parents were alive, they were considered well-to-do in Gunan's eyes. This modest brick courtyard was barely more spacious than an outhouse. Sunlight still filtered through gaps in the roof tiles, hardly what one would call impressive. He strode through the courtyard gate and casually grabbed an old wooden chair in the center of the main hall, sending dust scattering in all directions. As Gunan settled into his seat, his armor plates clinked against the chair back with a low metallic sound. Soon, village chief Su Damao came rushing over, having heard the commotion. The old man stepped through the doorway and was immediately stunned by the cold gleam filling the room. Over a dozen armored soldiers stood at attention on both sides, their sword hilts uniformly gripped in their hands. Cold sweat trickled down Su Damao's temples. Honored officers, are you looking for Li Kai for some matter? His voice trembled. Gunan spoke flatly. Whether there's a matter or not is none of your concern. Within 10 minutes, I want to see Li Kai. Before he finished speaking, Wush's lieutenant suddenly drew his blade, the cold steel edge pressing against Su Damao's throat. Can't you understand when our general speaks? Get lost, the lieutenant barked. General? Su Damao's knees nearly buckled, almost collapsing to the ground. What kind of high-ranking official must this be? He nodded frantically, not daring to say another word, and stumbled out of the Li family courtyard, heading straight for the mountain. Following the rocky mountain path, he didn't dare stop, his back soon soaked with sweat. Moments later, he reached Qingfeng's stronghold. The local militia at the gate recognized him and didn't block his way. Inside the stronghold, Li Kai was shirtless, lifting 2 stone dumbbells, veins bulging as sweat streamed down his muscled frame. Seeing Su Damao burst in panting like an ox, he set down the weights and curiously wiped his sweat. Uncle Su, what brings you up the mountain? Xiao Kai, big trouble, Su Damao said urgently while wiping his sweat. A general has come to the village, specifically asking to see you. Quick, pack your things and run. A general? Wants to see me? Li Kai became interested, casually grabbing a gray cloth shirt and draping it over his shoulders. Run for what? I haven't broken any laws. If they really wanted to kill me, they'd just surround Qingfeng's stronghold directly. Why bother coming down the mountain to make a detour? Come on, accompany me to take a look. Su Damao thought about it and agreed, so he followed him back down the mountain. In less than a quarter hour, The two men stepped through the Li family gate. Inside the house, Gunan was lightly tapping the table with 2 fingers, clearly showing impatience. Looking up to see Li Kai, he was slightly taken aback, had assumed that anyone who could win his sister's favor must be an elegant, refined scholar. Who would have thought the man before him stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighed over 200 pounds, yet was as solid as iron. As a general, Gunan appreciated this type of physique in a soldier, but he absolutely didn't want it to become his sister's support. He knew well that big muscles didn't equal brains. Those who accomplished great things were usually the strategic masterminds. Just like emperors throughout history. Who had ever heard of an emperor spending his days working out to build muscle? You're Li Kai? Gunan asked. Li Kai plopped down across from him without ceremony, the wooden chair creaking loudly. That's right. And who might you be? The lieutenant suddenly flared up, stepping forward menacingly. How dare you? Who gave you permission to sit as an equal with the general? Li Kai merely glanced at him. This is my house. Why shouldn't I be able to sit? The lieutenant's hand moved to his sword hilt, but Gunan raised his hand to signal him to stop, then spoke coldly. To be honest, seeing you disappoints me greatly. Dressed in patched cloth, crude and unrefined in speech. I truly don't understand how Linger could have taken a liking to you. His tone was casual, yet cutting. Name your price. How much silver would it take for you to disappear from my family's Linger forever? Linger. Only then did Li Kai realize so this person before him was a member of Gu Linger's family. Humph. Forget about silver for no. What's wrong with plain clothes? What's wrong with patches? My clothes may be worn, but they're clean. I earned them myself. Li Kai lifted his chin and shot Gunan a cold glance, his voice dripping with mockery. Literary talent? Don't give me that useless nonsense. You want literary talent? Fine, I'll give you a couple of lines. Without hesitation, he recited in a clear voice. Drunk, I light the lamp to examine my sword, dreaming of camps where horns sound at dawn. 800 li of roasted meat shared among my troops, 50 strings playing frontier melodies. Autumn muster on the battlefield. Horses swift as Dilu, bowstrings thundering like lightning. To settle the realm's affairs for my lord, to win fame in life and death. Alas, white hair grows. The moment Li Kai finished, Gunan froze like he'd been struck by lightning. In the next instant, he shot to his feet, his teacup slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor with a sharp clatter. Tea splashed across the blue bricks as porcelain shards scattered, but he seemed oblivious, staring fixedly at Li Kai with eyes full of shock. The stirring verses echoed through the room and thundered in Gunan's ears like charging cavalry. Drunk, I light the lamp to examine my sword. He remembered late nights in his tent, candlelight flickering as he polished his blood-stained blade again and again. 800 li of roasted meat shared among my troops. 50 strings playing frontier melodies. Fierce winds swept across the wilderness as he shared roasted meat with his brothers in arms, while military music soared and war drums thundered. Horses swift as Dilu, bowstrings thundering like lightning. War horses neighing, he charged into battle formations, bowstrings snapping as arrows pierced the air. And when to settle the realm's affairs for my lord, to win fame in life and death. Alas, white hair grows, concluded. It was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, instantly sobering his surging blood. After years of campaigns north and south, wasn't he too fighting to pacify the realm and achieve glory? Yet even now, his ambitions hung suspended, and the helplessness and desolation in the poem echoed his heart's most secret sighs. Clap, clap, clap. Gunan finally snapped back to reality and applauded. Excellent poem. Excellent poem. Li Kai fell silent, his expression calm. Gunan had to admit that this rough man before him truly had talent. But talent couldn't overcome birth. From the day he'd arrived at the village, he'd had Li Kai thoroughly investigated. Parents dead, no relatives, just an unranked village militiaman from Yo village. His comfortable life at Qingfeng stronghold was entirely thanks to his sister Gu Linger's protection. In his view, this was living off a woman. Such a person was worthless to the Gu family. The Gu family needed marriage alliances that brought vast resources from powerful clans. Though he personally despised arranged marriages, he still believed this was his sister's destiny. He took a deep breath, his tone turning cold. The poem is good, and I do admire you, but you and Linger are not suitable. Gunan expected Li Kai to argue, but instead saw him shrug and readily agree. Yeah, we're really not suitable. She's a precious young lady, and I'm just a crude warrior from different worlds. Since you understand this, why do you keep pestering my sister Linger? Gunan asked curiously. Li Kai leaned back in his chair with an indifferent expression. When have I ever pestered her? We're just business partners. Gunan raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying this explanation. Not pestering her? Of course not. Li Kai replied with certainty. Gunan's gaze turned sharp, his voice slightly deeper. Then how do you explain raising a force of 300 men in just 1 month and defeating the bandits of Qingfeng stronghold? Could you have done it without the financial support of my Gu family? Li Kai felt his chest tighten at these words. I did spend the Gu family's money, but I earned it through my own abilities. Are you treating me like some pretty boy living off your family? Gunan smiled with amusement and shook his head gently. Some people are like that. They eat food provided by women, yet pretend to be self-made men in public. Inwardly, he compared. Even with all his battle experience, if he had to start from scratch with just a bowl, he wouldn't dare guarantee gathering 300 men in a month, let alone sweeping away mountain bandits. If he couldn't do it himself, what made Li Kai capable of such feats? Originally, out of respect for Gu Linger, Gunan had planned to send troops to help, but now it seemed the other party might not need it. He stood up and swept his cloak. In that case, I won't overstay my welcome. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned toward the door. This was clearly a threat. With over 2,000 bandits approaching and Li Kai having only 300 village soldiers, if Gunan withdrew, the outcome would be almost certain. Most people would bow their heads and beg for help at this moment. Yet Li Kai simply watched quietly. Gunan reached the doorway and turned back to confirm. I'm leaving. Go ahead, Li Kai replied casually. Interest flashed in Gunan's eyes. If I really leave, what will you use to deal with those bandits? As you said, they're just bandits. Though we're village soldiers, we're still soldiers. Dealing with them will be easy. You really only have 300 men? That's right. Gunan suddenly burst into hearty laughter. 300 village soldiers dare to face over 2,000 bandits hidden? Even I wouldn't boast about such odds with 300 armored troops. If you can truly win, how about I betroth my sister to you? With those words, he stopped lingering and pushed through the door with his entourage. Outside the courtyard, war horses neighed as he mounted and led his men galloping away from the village. Amid the sound of hoofbeats, his deputy asked quietly, General, are we really not going to help them? Gunan replied coldly. That boy is arrogant and proud. Let him show his hand. With over 2,000 bandits, victory would only be possible through surprise attacks or using terrain for encirclement, yet they've agreed to face each other on open plains. 1 against 7 or 8 would be nearly impossible even for me. Yet he claims it's easy. I want to see what gives him the confidence to win. Meanwhile, Li Kai stepped out of the Li family gate into the blinding sunlight. In the distance, Su Damao came running over. Shao Kai, what did that general want with you? Li Kai casually grabbed the cucumber from his hand and took a crunching bite. He's crazy, wanted to betroth his sister to me, but I didn't agree. Su Damao stared in shock. You fool. Such a good opportunity, why didn't you agree? Soon, the day appointed for the decisive battle with the bandits arrived. Dust swirled across the barren clearing on the north side of Qingfeng Mountain, where forces from 12 strongholds had assembled. 2,500 men in total, their presence menacing and fierce. About 2,000 were foot soldiers, while the remaining 500 were skilled in mounted archery, leading restless horses that paced back and forth. Their weapons were a motley collection: gleaming sabers, black-lacquered spears, and some even carried rust-stained tridents. As for armor, not a single proper suit could be found. At most, some had draped animal hides over their shoulders as makeshift chest protection. At the center of the slope, the leaders of the 12 strongholds formed a circle, headed by Black Whirlwind, the foremost warrior of Black Wind Mountain. Today, none of the bandit kings had come down personally, sending only their trusted lieutenants instead, as someone had to guard their lairs against opportunistic attacks. Gazing at the sea of 2,500 men before him, Black Whirlwind's chest burned with excitement. To think he would command such a vast army in his lifetime. If this battle went well, the name Black Whirlwind would echo throughout the Great Tian Dynasty, and should the court offer generous terms for surrender, he might even rise to the rank of general. At this thought, he couldn't help but throw back his head and roar with laughter. Before his laughter faded, several lieutenants rushed to flatter him. A bald, burly man stepped forward, clasping his fists with a fawning grin. When you're rich and noble, don't forget us. You'll have to look after your brothers then. This man went by the nickname Mole. His skills were ordinary, but his flattery rang loud and clear. Black Whirlwind waved dismissively with a hearty laugh. Of course, of course. Right now, the most important thing is to fight this battle clean and decisive, to satisfy the county magistrate. His lordship has promised that if we win, we'll be exempt from taxes for 3 years. Even bandits had to pay taxes, and the amounts were substantial. If they fell behind, and the authorities decided to launch a serious campaign, even the most fierce would face the blade. It was precisely for this reason that the 12 strongholds had united against Neo Village's militia for that 3-year tax exemption. Mole squinted and chuckled. Don't worry, big brother. Neo Village has only 300 militiamen. How can they match our 2,500 heroes? We could drown them with our piss alone. They'll probably be on their knees begging for mercy before we even make a move, huh? The other bandits echoed his words, laughing uproariously. Even so, Black Whirlwind maintained his commander's dignity. That may be so, but we must still proceed carefully and aim for 0 casualties. Only if all our brothers return alive can we properly account to the various kings. Just as he spoke, another force suddenly appeared on the distant mountainside. About 1,000 men, 300 clad in iron armor, 700 in common cloth. Yet they moved in complete, disciplined silence, using the forest shade for concealment. their movements perfectly coordinated. Leading them was Zhu Kaijiang, with his eldest son and Jiang Luolan, the proprietress of Spring Breeze Tower, at his side. To completely annihilate Li Kai's militia in one stroke, Zhu Kaijiang had used the pretext of bandit suppression to deploy a full 1,000 elite troops from the army, positioning them in ambush beforehand. Jiang Luolan held a perfumed handkerchief over her nose and mouth, her brow slightly furrowed, clearly unable to tolerate the sweaty stench of these military men. County magistrate, we just need to wait and see what happens. If those 2,500 bandits down the mountain can easily wipe out Niu village's militia, then we'll hold our position. Jiang Luolan reported to Zhu Kaijiang in a low voice, her expression confident. Zhu Kaijiang nodded slightly, but then frowned. What if Niu village's militia defeats these bandits instead? As soon as he asked the question, he smiled bitterly and slapped his mouth. That's impossible. That militia was only formed a month ago with just 300 men total. How could they possibly survive against those fierce bandits? I'm overthinking this. Jiang Luolan smiled and nodded. The county magistrate is wise. Nearby, Zhu Ming's face twisted with malice as he sneered quietly. Li Kai. Oh Li Kai. Today you're as good as dead. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, an elite cavalry force was quietly approaching. 500 riders, all armored with excellent equipment, advanced in formation so silently that their armor barely clinked, yet from a distance they radiated a suffocating killing intent. This was the Gu family's private army, commanded by the young General Gu Nan. Beside Gu Nan, Gu Linger rode alongside him, her eyes bright with excitement. Gu Nan glanced at her and rubbed his temples helplessly. Linger, you're a young lady. Must you really come to the battlefield? People will mock you if word gets out. Gu Linger pouted. Who dares mock me, Gu Linger? I just want to see my brother's heroic and invincible performance. Gu Nan chuckled, then suddenly changed his tone. You're afraid I won't send troops and let your sweetheart die, aren't you? Gu Linger's cheeks instantly flushed red as she hastily protested. What sweetheart? It's just ordinary business dealings. Gu Nan remained unconvinced, his gaze piercing. Li Kai, right? I've investigated him. The man has some ability, but his background is too humble. This time I can save him for your sake. But afterward you must cut all ties with him. Can you do that? Brother, you've misunderstood me. Gu Linger grew more agitated but still wouldn't give in. Gu Nan raised his hand to stop her. Let's not jump to conclusions. Once the battle begins, you can tell me your decision anytime. Time flew by until noon. Under the blazing sun, the bandits at the foot of the mountain had grown restless from waiting. He Xianfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed. Damn it. Those bastards aren't too scared to come, are they? Yanshu shook his head. They shouldn't be, unless they don't care about the lives of Niu village's people. Just as he finished speaking, a bandit shouted loudly. Niu village's militia is coming. The bandits looked in the direction of the shout and saw dust rising in the distance as a force of fewer than 300 men slowly approached. There were 270 men in total, arranged in neat formation with synchronized steps, radiating killing intent like a tide. Each soldier wore heavy black armor with iron plates covering every joint of their limbs, helmets concealing their faces, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes. They carried uniquely designed large bows on their backs, quivers hanging at their waists, with gleaming long sabers suspended on the other side. It must be said that in terms of equipment, the militia of Niu village had completely outclassed these bandits. Sunlight gleamed off their pristine armor, casting brilliant blue steel reflections that filled the air with a metallic chill. Black Whirlwind surveyed the 200 Saviniman squad across the open field and couldn't help but gasp. With gear like that, even the Imperial Guard would be hard-pressed to match them. Mole stood beside him, smiling coldly. Fine equipment indeed, but they're only 300 strong. Kill them, and that armor becomes ours. His words struck like lightning, and the leaders of all 12 strongholds' eyes lit up in unison. They could already envision hauling this armor back to their lairs and watching their power soar. Their gazes burned with greed, their minds consumed with thoughts of dividing the spoils. Meanwhile, Gu Nan led his personal guard closer to the battlefield. The two climbed atop a jutting rocky slope, yellow dust swirling beneath their feet as they took in the distant scene. The bandits formed a dark mass like a swarm of ants, while the Niu village militia appeared as mere specks on the ground below. After squinting to gauge the situation, Gu Nan shook his head. The disparity in numbers was too great. In a heated clash, even if he personally led troops in a battle, victory would be far from certain, let alone for a mere village militia. Gu Linger felt equally uncertain if she truly had confidence in victory. She wouldn't have come begging her brother for reinforcements. Brother, there's really nothing between him and me. Please help him. Linger, I've told you. Promise to sever all ties with that boy, and I'll immediately send troops to save his life. Gu Nan raised his eyes indifferently. Gu Linger bit her lip, her heart rebelling fiercely though she couldn't say why. She lowered her head in anguish for a moment, then remained silent. Gu Nan snorted. Actually, whether you agree or not makes no difference. Li Kai will die on that battlefield regardless. Agree, and he lives. Refuse, and his head rolls. After several moments of silence, Gulinger suddenly lifted her head, her eyes bright and clear. I refuse. Gunan raised an eyebrow. Why? If I agree, I'll never see him again for the rest of my life. What difference is that from death? If I refuse, at least he has hope of survival. Should he truly return alive to see me, you'd have no grounds to stop him. She delivered her reasoning in one breath, her tone resolute as steel. Gunan found this amusing and shook his head with a laugh. Linger, oh Linger, you're still the same, always following your own path. With that, he said no more, simply ordering his guard to wait and watch. On the main battlefield, Li Kai stood at the front of the formation. Clad in steel armor with a composite bow across his back, he gripped an 88-kilogram black iron staff that gleamed with cold light. Brothers, tell me, are you afraid? No. 270 men's voices shook the valley as war blades struck against armed guards with ringing, clang sounds. Good. Win today, and we'll return to drink wine and feast on meat. But if we lose, Li Kai smiled, his gaze blazing like torches. We cannot lose. He knew morale was the line between victory and death, so even at this critical moment, he stood at the most dangerous front, telling everyone, your leader is here, what do you have to fear? On the other side, Black Whirlwind had long since lost patience. This leader cowered at the rear of his own forces, his voice booming. Charge! As his words fell, over 2,000 bandits roared and surged forward, mountain winds stirring up dust as their footsteps shook the earth. Li Kai squinted to estimate the distance, then sharply raised his hand. Bows ready. At Li Kai's command, the Neo village militia uniformly drew the composite bows from their backs in perfect unison. They held their bows in their left hands and swiftly drew arrows with their right, knocking them to the strings. The bowstrings hummed with a deep, resonant tone as they were drawn back. Release! Li Kai's roar thundered across the valley like a clap of lightning. The humming ceased abruptly as 270 arrows transformed into dark meteors, whistling down from above and carving an impenetrable curtain of death. The black rain of arrows crashed down, instantly tearing through the bandits' charging formation. These compound bows were crafted with modern techniques, boasting exceptional energy storage efficiency. When drawn to full capacity, the cam wheels snapped back, giving the arrows far greater initial velocity and range than traditional bows could achieve. Though still at a distance, the bandits realized with horror that their own arrows couldn't match their opponents' reach. Those whistling black dots closed in rapidly, faster than any arrows they'd encountered in their raids. Some frantically raised shields, others swung their blades wildly in defense. But their crude wooden shields, thin leather armor, and tattered cloth offered no more protection than paper against such tremendous kinetic force. The moment the arrowheads made contact, leather was torn apart, wooden planks were pierced through, and screams erupted everywhere. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bandits lay sprawled in pools of blood. Shoot back! Counterattack! Black Whirlwind screamed at the top of his lungs. However, as the word counterattack left his lips, most bandits suddenly remembered a harsh reality. They made their living by the blade, with archery being merely an auxiliary skill for a select few. Of their 300 men, only 200 to 300 carried bows, and among those, barely half could draw them steadily. In their desperation, these men still managed to loose their arrows. But the shafts flew like withered leaves drifting after rain, falling powerlessly to the ground after barely 10 paces. The occasional arrow that flew farther was deflected by the militia's superior armor, striking sparks as the arrowheads bounced harmlessly away. The Neo village militia advanced with the rhythm they had drilled countless times. 3 volleys: knock, draw, aim, release. Their movements meshed like clockwork, neither rushed nor hesitant. With each rain of arrows that fell, another swath of bandits disappeared. What had begun as fierce battle cries devolved into chaotic screams as the charging formation rapidly disintegrated under the precise long-range assault, their morale utterly shattered. Li Kai stood at the front of his formation, wielding his own compound bow. His arm strength already far exceeded that of ordinary men, and combined with his intimate familiarity with the weapon, he loosed nearly 2 arrows per second. With each sharp twang of the string, his arrows found their marks with deadly precision, dropping bandits as if they were being harvested by an invisible scythe. Before the two forces could even engage in close combat, bandit corpses had already paved a gruesome path, their blood spreading through the dust in dark crimson stains. Halfway up the mountainside, Gunan sat astride his horse, watching the battlefield at the valley's mouth with amazement. Fascinating, truly fascinating. He had initially assumed that this militia, having trained for barely a month, wouldn't know archery and would merely put on a show. Yet the range and density of fire he witnessed rivaled that of his own elite archers. From such a distance, he couldn't discern the difference between those compound bows and his own longbows, mistakenly believing that every militiaman in Neo village was a master archer. Seeing this, Gulinger raised an eyebrow, unable to hide her smugness. I knew Li Kai had a talent for commanding troops, why else would I have chosen to support him? Upon hearing this, Gunin shook his head slightly and said, Linger, don't celebrate too early. Their arrows are indeed well shot. But don't forget these bandits still have 500 cavalry. Having experienced countless battles, he immediately grasped the key point. Cavalry moves extremely fast, making it difficult for archers to pose a lethal threat. Once they close in, the militia's bows will be nothing more than kindling. On the other side, He Xianfeng also realized that infantry alone would hardly be enough to take Niu village, so he roared, 500 cavalry, charge! Break their formation! With the command given, 500 bandits mounted on tall warhorses brandished their sabers and shouted as they charged. Dust clouds rose thunderously as they galloped toward the Niu village defenders. Arrows whistled past them, but the speed difference made accurate hits nearly impossible, and the distance between the two forces visibly shortened. Watching the cavalry surge forward like a tide, Li Kai remained calm and even smiled, his lips curling slightly. Finally took the bait. This cavalry unit was indeed the real threat to Niu village. To break this situation, he had pondered long and hard before devising a strategy: scatter caltrops. Earlier, he had Li Niu work through the night to forge thousands of three-pronged caltrops. These devices featured the classic tetrahedral four-spike design, ensuring that no matter how they landed, one spike would always point upward, similar to what unscrupulous merchants in modern times scatter on roads to puncture tires. Simple in construction and easy to forge, Li Kai had equipped each militiaman with dozens of them. If a horse stepped on one, at best both horse and rider would tumble, at worst, both would perish. Scatter the caltrops. Retreat. Li Kai growled. The 270 militiamen immediately dispersed, withdrawing in orderly fashion while hurling the three-pronged caltrops onto the ground, their cold gleam flickering in the dust and debris. The 500 cavalry thundered forward like lightning, their hoofbeats drumming like thunder, dust blotting out the sun. Confident that their speed could tear through the militia's defensive line, they were completely unaware that death had already bared its fangs. The first few warhorses to charge in suddenly stepped on the caltrops. The spikes pierced through their horseshoes, and agonized neighing tore through the air as the horses reared up on their hind legs, their massive bodies losing balance and crashing heavily to the ground. The bandits riding these horses had no time to react before being thrown off. Some suffered broken bones and were left half-conscious from the fall, while others were crushed directly under their horses' bodies and died instantly. The cavalry behind them were shocked and tried desperately to rein in their mounts, but the tremendous momentum carried them forward. There was no stopping now. One warhorse after another stepped on the caltrops, screams rising one after another, and their formation instantly fell into chaos. Some riders were knocked down by their comrades, others were thrown by their own mounts, and the gleaming caltrops pierced through the hands and feet of those who had fallen in the melee. Screams, hoarse neighing, and the clash of weapons intertwined, creating a scene of utter devastation. The cavalry who managed to avoid falling were terrified by the carnage before them. Their horses, spooked and panicked, scattered in all directions, colliding with one another as their once orderly formation completely collapsed. The caltrops sent blood spraying from the horses' hooves as magnificent steeds whinnied and toppled over, throwing their riders to the ground where they rolled and wailed among the scattered weapons and corpses of their comrades. Li Kai caught sight of this scene, his eyes flashing coldly as he swung his arm down sharply. Archers, ready. The 270 militiamen immediately stopped retreating, planted their feet firmly, and turned in unison. They drew their bows, knocked their arrows, and pulled back the strings until the bowstrings were taut to their limit, arrow fletching trembling at their fingertips. Release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second volley of arrows whistled through the air like a fierce storm, striking precisely into the chests, shoulders, and faces of the bandits caught in the melee. Screams mingled with hoarse cries as blood and sweat splattered across the caltrop-strewn ground, instantly staining the clearing a hellish crimson. Dismounted cavalry were no longer cavalry. Li Kai raised his blade and pointed, "Beat these dogs while they're down." He led the charge as his militiamen wielded swords and spears, instantly trampling the 500 cavalrymen underfoot in a brutal assault. Not far away, Black Whirlwind's eyes bulged as the thick veins in his neck stood out. How is this possible? What did they scatter on the ground to make our 500 cavalry unable to advance a single step? Mole narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "If we drag this out any longer, we'll just be shot full of arrows like porcupines. We outnumber them several times over. Let's charge them all at once. Even if we take heavy losses, we can crush them with sheer numbers." Black Whirlwind hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. He could see clearly that the militiamen across from them were no ragtag mob. Their arrows had twice the range of his own archers. If they delayed further, his men would panic and morale would plummet, eventually leading to mutiny. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Listen up, all of you. Attack those troublemakers. 10 taels of silver for every kill." The promise of reward was like oil on fire. The remaining bandits' eyes gleamed with greed as they howled and charged toward Li Kai's forces like madmen, brandishing their weapons. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, Gu Nan and Gu Linger watched the battle with narrowed eyes. Since the cavalry had failed to defeat Li Kai, Gu Linger spoke with some satisfaction. "Brother, those cavalry weren't as formidable as you said. They suffered heavy casualties in just one encounter." Though Gu Nan appeared calm on the surface, there was surprise in his eyes. They were too far from the battlefield to see the details clearly, and he couldn't figure out what methods Li Kai had employed. He reminded her gently, "Linger, look how the bandits have suddenly picked up speed theory, clearly preparing for a desperate final assault. There are still 18 or 1900 of them. If they charge without fear of death, can Li Kai's archers hold them off?" Gu Linger looked in that direction and indeed saw the 18 or 1900 bandits forming a massive encirclement, closing in on Li Kai's militiamen. Her heart immediately tightened as she silently worried for Li Kai. On another side, in the forest closest to the battlefield, 1,000 government troops had been lying in ambush for some time. County Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang peered through the gaps in the trees, his forehead covered in fine sweat. The battle had raged for so long, yet the militiamen remained unharmed while the bandits had lost several hundred men. Were the bandits too weak, or were the militiamen too strong? Though he and his son Zhu Ming desperately wanted Li Kai dead, the combat prowess displayed by the militiamen left him feeling uneasy. Indeed, nearly 1,800 bandits charged desperately toward Li Kai's 270 militiamen. Facing an almost 7-to disadvantage in numbers, Li Kai remained unperturbed with the enemy closing in. Composite bows could no longer provide their advantage. "Form up as I taught you. Don't disgrace me," he barked. The Nyo village militiamen immediately shouldered their bows and drew gleaming sabers. In groups of 3, gripping their blades with both hands, they instantly spread into a dense triangular formation. The bandits were merely farmers wielding makeshift weapons, disorganized and untrained. Li Kai's men, however, had all learned the Black Dragon 18 and Berserker blade techniques. The equipment disparity was stark. Bandits wore cloth garments while militiamen donned black armor. Bandits clutched brittle iron cleavers, while militiamen wielded steel sabers forged by Li Kai using modern metallurgy, several times harder than their opponent's weapons. The two forces clashed in close combat. A bandit roared as he lunged forward with his blade raised. A flash of steel, a sharp crack, his weapon shattered on impact. The militiaman swept horizontally, his blade cutting through cloth and carving a bone-deep gash across the bandit's abdomen, blood spraying forth. The steel sabers cut through iron like butter, shattering enemy weapons at the slightest contact. The black armor turned the bandits' strikes into dull thuds, barely scratching the surface. Every swing from the militiamen sent arcs of blood through the air. The triangular formations rotated and advanced back to back, leaving no one's rear exposed. Bandits fell in swaths like wheat before a scythe. Battlefield had become a one-sided slaughter. Yet the enemy's sheer numbers still pressed the militiamen hard. At that moment, dust clouds rose in the distance. 40 cavalry thundered toward them. The horsemen wore armor and wielded steel sabers, their mounts equipped with saddles and stirrups, rider and horse moving as one. Their superior equipment made them mobile killing machines. With thunderous hooves, the cavalry smashed into the bandit ranks, completely shattering their already chaotic formation. Their purpose wasn't merely to kill, but to scatter the enemy. Once the bandits couldn't mass together, Li Kai's infantry could pick them off one by one. Now Li Kai himself joined the carnage. Standing 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighing 235 pounds, he wielded an 88-kilogram iron staff that whistled through the air with each swing. He claimed another bandit's life. Li Kai let out a thunderous roar as his iron staff swept across with whistling force. Before the spear could fully block the strike, the bandit's weapon snapped instantly under the tremendous power, sending the man flying backward like a broken kite. He crashed into several companions, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Li Kai advanced with heavy steps, his iron staff whipping up howling winds that sent bandits scrambling backward wherever it passed. A burly man from the side mustered his courage for a sneak attack, but just as his blade grazed Li Kai's shoulder, Li Kai had already dodged and struck back with his staff aimed at the man's skull. Bang! The dull impact sent brain matter and blood splattering everywhere, instantly covering a nearby bandit's face in crimson. The bandit's knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground. Li Kai stepped forward and brought his iron staff crashing down, smashing the man completely into the muddy earth, leaving only half his legs twitching violently above ground. 3 bandits then rushed him from front, back, and sides. Li Kai raised his iron staff high and used the downward momentum to crush the frontal attacker's skull to pieces. He then swept horizontally, striking the right side bandit's waist with a sickening crack of bones. The man screamed as he was sent flying several yards away. Before the left side attacker could react, Li Kai had already closed in, grabbed his collar, and lifted him off the ground. With his other hand, he viciously struck the man's knees with the iron staff. Crack, crack, both kneecaps shattered. Li Kai casually tossed the man aside, who writhed and howled in agony upon hitting the ground. Blood and flesh splattered across Li Kai's armor, yet he fought with increasing ferocity, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Each strike of his staff carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. The remaining bandits, terrified by this demon-like figure, turned and fled for their lives. Li Kai pursued relentlessly, his iron staff falling again and again. Screams echoed continuously as blood quickly stained the yellow earth beneath his feet. Bodies piled up like a scene from hell. Soon, a clear zone formed around him. No bandit dared approach within striking distance. Watching from afar, Black Whirlwind's heart pounded with terror. His force of 2,500 men had lost more than half in the blink of an eye, with barely 1,000 struggling to hold on, while the Nyo village militia had suffered virtually no casualties. As the situation turned dire, he mounted his horse and attempted to flee. However, 40 militiamen from Nyo village had already flanked around and surrounded Black Whirlwind and his 12 remaining men. Facing the cold steel blades, Black Whirlwind's face turned ashen. He clasped his hands and kowtowed. "Spare my life, sir. We surrender." With their leader's surrender, the routed army lost all will to fight. "We surrender. We give up. Heroes, spare our lives. Heroes, spare our lives." Cries rang out as bandits dropped to their knees, throwing down their weapons with clattering sounds across the ground. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. The Nyo village militia's armor was caked with thick, dried blood. Li Kai especially looked as though he had emerged straight from hell itself, covered head to toe in fresh blood and torn flesh. Of the 2,500 bandits, 1,500 were killed in battle and 1,000 surrendered. When the last tattered white flag was raised, the militia of Nyo village froze for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. 300 gleaming weapons were thrust high into the air as they jumped, embraced, and beat their shields, their voices filled with incredulous excitement. They had won. They had won their very first battle. Most of these new recruits had faced their first real battlefield today, expecting the bloody brutality to consume them, yet they had defeated an enemy several times their number with virtually no losses. Standing amid the swirling dust and gunpowder smoke, Li Kai watched his men with eyes red from excitement, unable to suppress his grin. This victory would serve as a shot in the arm for everyone, proving that war was not unwinnable. "Digwa, what are our casualties?" Li Kai asked, his smile fading as he turned to inquire. Digwa jogged over, dried blood still streaking his face. "One seriously wounded, a dozen with minor injuries, and no deaths." Over 1,000 bandit corpses littered the slope, while the Nyo village militia had only a dozen wounded, a casualty ratio so absurd it seemed impossible. Li Kai nodded with satisfaction and raised his hand to order. "Have the men clean up the battlefield." Halfway up the mountain, Qingshan County Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang, his son Zhu Ming, and their companion Jiang Luolan all stared wide-eyed. The mountain wind swept past, but couldn't blow away the shock on their faces. What just happened? 2,500 against 300, and they still lost catastrophically. Jiang Luolan murmured. Zhu Kaijiang had intended to watch the tigers fight from the mountain, planning to lead his troops down to pick up the pieces after both sides were bloodied. But now, with the fierce bandits from 12 strongholds either dead or surrendered, Li Kai's militia remained virtually unscathed. Such fighting capability rivaled even elite regular troops. Zhu Ming clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, hatred nearly bursting from his throat. He had hoped to avenge his humiliation today, never expecting to hand Li Kai such a triumph. Not only had Li Kai gained massive spoils of war, but the Nyo village militia had become famous in a single battle. 300 men standing firm against 2,500 and achieving complete victory. Who would dare defy them now? Zhu Ming rasped. He then looked up. "Father, do we still attack?" Zhu Kaijiang's face was ashen as he forced out. "Attack what? The bandits have surrendered. What justification do we have? Attack the militia directly? Tomorrow your father's head would roll." He had planned to use bandit suppression as cover to destroy the Nyo village militia, and even if questioned by superiors, he could claim it was friendly fire. But now the excuse was gone, and worse, they couldn't win anyway. If 2,500 bandits had been defeated so thoroughly, his mere 1,000 men would be torn apart in an instant. At this thought, he sighed and waved his hand. "Withdraw. Return to Qingshan County." On another slope farther away, Gunan watched with his scalp tingling. He had been certain Li Kai would be defeated, but now could only stare in stunned disbelief. He had been convinced that Li Kai would surely lose this battle, but never imagined that Li Kai would actually win. In a direct confrontation against 2,500 bandits, he slaughtered most and captured the rest. Such an achievement would be hard to surpass, even if Gu Nin had personally led the charge. After all, Gu Nan was a battle-hardened veteran with elite troops and superior equipment, while Li Kai commanded merely 300 farmers armed with wooden spearsmen, without military pay or official rank yet. He had won this battle decisively. At this moment, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Gu Nan's eyes. Back in Nyo village, he had mistaken Li Kai's arrogance for mere conceit, But now he understood that this pride was backed by genuine skill. Gu Linger burst into laughter. Yes. Brother, do you see? This is the man I've chosen. Without your assistance, he still won. Gu Nan remained silent for a moment, his pride shaken and his curiosity piqued. How exactly had Li Kai achieved victory? He raised his hand. Linger, come with me to survey the battlefield. Before he finished speaking, he was already leading 500 elite cavalry in a swift charge. At the other end of the battlefield, the Neo village militia was busy clearing corpses. Suddenly, Di Gua cried out, "Boss! More enemies!" In the distance, dust clouds rose as a 500-strong cavalry force rapidly approached. Li Kai raised his hand, signaling his men to lower their weapons. Don't panic. They're not enemies. When he first stepped onto the battlefield, the qi, flowing through his meridians, had enhanced his vision far beyond normal human limits. The Gu family troops observing from distant hilltops, and Zhu Kaijiang's men lurking in the shadows all were clearly visible to him. He knew these people had originally come to watch him fail, perhaps even to kick him while he was down, but now that victory was decided, all such concerns had vanished like smoke. In moments, Gu Nan and his men arrived. Before them lay a scene of bloody mud and grass, corpses strewn everywhere, the air thick with the metallic stench of blood. No words were needed to prove the battle's brutality. Gu Nan dismounted and knelt beside a pile of bodies, reaching out to push aside torn armor until his fingers touched a black iron triangular object. He picked it up for closer examination. Palmsed, three-pronged, with wickedly sharp points. What an ingenious invention, he murmured, looking around to see the ground littered with these triangular caltrops. Simple in design, yet capable of instantly crippling enemy cavalry. Just scatter a field of these, and half the enemy's mounted forces would be finished. His lieutenant approached, equally stunned. General, these things are cheap to make. If we could mass-produce them, we could effectively counter the barbarian cavalry. Gu Nin nodded slightly, his mind already made up. Upon returning, he would ensure large-scale deployment of these weapons. The sound of armor cutting through wind grew closer as Li Kai approached, iron staff in hand, his steps steady and confident. Gu Nin looked up, their gazes meeting. General Gu, we meet again. After seeing Li Kai, the contempt in Gu Nan's eyes completely vanished. In its place was genuine respect from the bottom of his heart. He bowed with cupped fists and asked directly, "Brother, what is this hidden weapon called? Who invented it?" Li Kai glanced at the gleaming iron spike in Gu Nan's palm and replied in a calm tone, "This is called a triangular caltrop. It's my creation." Triangular caltrop? What an excellent weapon. Gu Nan's eyes lit up as he bowed again. "May I ask if I could equip my army with your caltrops? This weapon would be extremely effective against the barbarians." Li Kai's lips curved slightly upward. "Of course you can." The triangular caltrop had a simple structure, and Li Kai understood that even if he wanted to keep it secret, he couldn't. Any expert who took one look could replicate it. He might as well be generous and earn a good reputation. Gu Nin had originally prepared to invoke national righteousness to negotiate, but Li Kai's ready agreement filled him with admiration. He bowed respectfully. "On behalf of the people of the Great Tian Dynasty, I thank you." Li Kai waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. I too am a citizen of Great Tian. When the nation's fate hangs in the balance, every citizen bears responsibility. When the nation's fate hangs in the balance, every citizen bears responsibility." These 8 words rang with conviction, and Gu Nan's heart trembled. This simple sentence seemed to place the weight of responsibility on every citizen's shoulders, and his admiration for Li Kai's wisdom grew even deeper. After a moment, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Brother Li Kai, I'm curious, why do you have so many expert archers under your command? As far as I know, your militia are just farmers who recently joined the army, yet they use bows and arrows with divine skill." Li Kai smiled and raised his hand. An attendant immediately presented a bow painted black. Li Kai handed the bow to Gu Nan. "It's all thanks to this." As Gu Nan's fingers touched the smooth, unfamiliar curved surface, the first thing that caught his eye were the gleaming pulleys at both ends and the interwoven bowstrings. When he tried to draw it slightly, he could pull it halfway back with just one hand. Ordinary strong bows required dozens of pounds of force, yet this bow's resistance didn't increase dramatically as the draw distance increased. What kind of construction is this? He turned the bow over, examining how the pulleys, levers, and limbs fit together seamlessly. Even before shooting, he could sense a violent stored energy locked in the string. His deputy reached out to touch a pulley, and the serrated edge cut his fingertip, causing him to quickly withdraw his hand. "General, this iron wheel can redirect the force. No wonder even militia can shoot powerful arrows." Gu Nan remained silent in concentration, his mind already envisioning soldiers in formation, arrows raining down like a blanket, and barbarian armies routed completely. Li Kai stood with his hands behind his back, calmly explaining, "This is called a compound bow. With it, even green recruits can become marksmen who hit their target every time." Before he finished speaking, Gu Nin could barely contain his excitement and stepped forward, gripping the bow. "Brother, Could this compound bow be? No, it cannot. Li Kai knew what Gunan wanted to say, and before he could finish, Li Kai flatly refused. The composite bow was the exclusive patent of his Neo village militia. The triangular caltrops had a simple structure that could be easily copied, but this composite bow was intricate and complex. It couldn't be replicated overnight. Until his own army truly grew strong, Li Kai would never fully reveal the manufacturing secrets of the composite bow. Disappointment flashed in Gu Nan's eyes upon hearing this. Yet he still nodded in understanding. If all armies were equipped with such weapons, the invincible legend of Neo village militia would lose its edge. After a brief silence, he raised another question. There's one more thing. Why are all the Neo village militiamen expert cavalry? For ordinary soldiers to control horses skillfully on the battlefield, they'd need at least 1 or 2 years of training. Li Kai gestured, and a militiaman beside him led over a tall, magnificent horse. Gu Nan's gaze fell on the horse's back, and he immediately understood the saddle and stirrups were completely different from what he had seen before. Thick, soft padding wrapped around the horse's spine, with slightly upturned protective wings on both sides, and a pair of iron rings hanging steadily at foot level. Gu Nan ran his hand over the saddle pad, feeling the supple leather and solid stuffing. He stepped into the stirrup and with a push, mounted the horse effortlessly. The strenuous movements of the past, requiring arm strength and jumping, were now accomplished with ease. Gripping the horse's belly with his legs and pressing close to the horse's back, he gently pulled the reins as the warhorse walked slowly. The saddle dispersed the jolting, no longer causing pain to his hip bones. He suddenly yanked the reins, and as his mount reared and neighed, the stirrups firmly secured his feet, keeping him steady as a rock. Quick, bring my horse, he called loudly to his lieutenant. Moments later, his familiar mount was brought before him. The old-style stirrupless saddle made him experience the contrast once again. Mounting required assistance from his personal guards, and while riding, his legs hung in the air with nowhere to find support. Looking again at the pair of iron rings before him, he stepped into the stirrups and mounted with fluid grace. As the warhorse galloped wildly with wind howling past, he leaned forward to charge, made sharp stops and turns, and even freed one hand to simulate slashing. The most balance challenging, turning to shoot arrows while mounted, gave him the urge to attempt it for the first time. Gu Nan reined in his horse, his voice trembling with excitement. This simply brings cavalry back from the dead. New recruit training could be shortened by at least 70%. Halfway through his words, he caught Li Kai's half-smiling expression and remembered his earlier request for the composite bow had been politely declined, so he could only smile bitterly and fall silent. Calming down, he turned his attention to the sabers in the militiamen's hands. During the earlier battle, the bandits' weapons had either dulled or broken, while the Neo village militiamen's blades remained bright as new. Curious, Gu Nan stopped a militiaman and asked, "Brother, might I borrow your saber for a look?" The militiaman clutched his saber protectively, not giving it to Gu Nan, but instead looked toward Li Kai. Only after seeing Li Kai nod did the village soldier dare to lend his blade to Gu Nan. As the steel sword settled into his grip, Gu Nan felt his wrist pulled down by its substantial weight. Cold light slid inch by inch along the blade's spine, almost reflecting his face. After testing its heft, he grabbed his own ordinary military sword and struck it hard against the steel blade. Clang! With a crisp sound, his sword snapped in half, the break jagged and rough, while the village soldier's steel blade didn't even show the smallest nick. Gu Nan stared in shock, his mind filled with only one thought: a divine weapon. No wonder the Neo village militia fought like tigers on the battlefield. He had previously assumed it was due to their armor, but now he realized their true confidence came from these steel blades. "Brother, why is this blade so resilient?" Gu Nan couldn't help but ask. Li Kai smiled. "My family has a blacksmith, and I've loved tinkering with iron since childhood, so I experimented and improved the smelting techniques." Though just a brief sentence, it made Gu Nan's scalp tingle. Saddles, stirrups, composite bows, all these new battlefield innovations came from this young man's hands, and now he had revolutionized ironworking as well. Previous intelligence had described Li Kai as a spoiled, foolish young master born with a silver spoon, yet this fool seemed to excel at everything. Gu Nan grew more excited as he thought. If every soldier of the Great Tian Dynasty wielded such steel blades, their combat effectiveness would increase by at least 30%, saving the lives of their own brothers while claiming more enemy heads. Li Kai suddenly became a precious treasure in his eyes. His eyes gleaming, he cheerfully wrapped his arm around Li Kai's shoulder. "Haha, brother." "No." Li Kai refused directly before he could finish speaking. Gu Nan waved his hand. "Brother, what kind of person do you take me for? I simply admire your skill in eliminating bandits for the villagers, and since you're also acquainted with my sister, why not visit the Gu residence tonight for a few drinks?" Li Kai was about to refuse again when his gaze suddenly fell on the mount behind Gu Nan. It was a jet-black stallion with a coat that gleamed like satin, its mane flowing gently in the wind, and clearly defined muscle lines along its forelegs. It stood proudly with its head held high, obsidian-like eyes radiating alertness and majesty. The silver bridle gleamed in the sunlight, complementing the dark coat in a display of regal magnificence, like a king descended to earth. Brother Gu, that's a fine horse. Li Kai's eyes lit up. Gunan nodded proudly. Naturally, this horse was a reward from His Majesty. When I distinguished myself in quelling a rebellion years ago, His Majesty bestowed it upon me. Its name is Yin Yun, and though spirited by nature, it can carry 500 kilograms as if walking on level ground. Hearing this, Li Kai's eyes blazed even brighter. Himself now weighed 235 jin. Adding his weapons, that was already over 300 jin. Ordinary horses carrying Li Kai would severely hamper mobility. But this jet-black stallion before him had remarkable load-bearing capacity. The more Li Kai looked, the more satisfied he became. His palm stroked along the mane inch by inch as he exclaimed repeatedly, "What a magnificent horse!" As he spoke, he kept shooting meaningful glances at Gu Nan. The message couldn't be clearer. "Give me this horse, and I'll join you for drinks." Gu Nan deliberately played dumb, just smiling without any intention of gifting the horse. How could he not understand? This warhorse was his precious treasure. Not just Li Kai. Even if the emperor himself demanded it, he wouldn't bear to part with it. First, the horse had been through life and death with him. Second, its combat prowess was truly formidable. How could Gu Nan possibly hand it over? After a moment of standoff, Gu Nan cheerfully spoke up. "Brother Li Kai, why not come to my residence for a few drinks?" Li Kai spread his hands and shook his head. "Brother Gu, it's not that I'm declining, but I really lack a proper mount. The journey to and from Qingshan County isn't short without a horse. It's quite inconvenient." "No problem, I'll arrange a carriage for you. But my backside is delicate. Carriages are too hard and bumpy." "Then I'll have soldiers carry you," Gu Nan said with complete seriousness. After repeated refusals yielded nothing, Li Kai fell silent and could only wave his hand. "I'm not going." He could see that Gu Nan was determined not to give up. The horse going would be pointless. Just as the atmosphere was about to turn cold, Gu Linger suddenly poked her head out and said, "Li Kai, just go. Once you get my brother drunk and happy, what won't he give you?" This casual hint made Li Kai's eyes instantly brighten. Yes, if he could get Gu Nan thoroughly drunk, maybe even his sister would, ahem. He deliberately coughed twice and said with cupped hands and a smile, "Since Brother Gu's invitation is so gracious, if I continue refusing, I'd be disrespecting you. So then shall we go? Let's go." Gu Nan waved his hand grandly. "Please." Li Kai cupped his hands. "Just a moment." He turned and called over Digua. "How goes the battlefield cleanup?" Digua's eyes gleamed as he couldn't suppress his excitement. "Big brother, we've struck it rich. 1,200 bandits alive, about 1,300 dead or severely wounded. We found 3,000 taels of silver and countless weapons. Most valuable are the warhorse, those 500 cavalry mounts. Though many stepped on the triangular caltrops and were severely injured or killed, most were just tripped by fallen horses in front. Nearly 300 survived. 300 warhorses." A gleam flashed in Li Kai's eyes. This would be enough to mount all his brothers. He immediately ordered, "Excellent. Bury the dead and mortally wounded bandits on the spot. Escort all living ones back to the stronghold. Drag the dead horses back to cook as meat for the brothers. Lead all living ones home for proper care. Every iron weapon, leave not one behind. Send them all to Li Dinyo to reforge into armor and new weapons. Personally, deliver the silver to your sister-in-law." "Understood," Digua responded. Though horse meat was gamey and sour, in these times, having any meat was a heavenly blessing. Even serving as village militia in Nyo village, they usually only had coarse grains to fill their bellies. Now having horse meat was already luxurious. Being able to eat meat was already cause for great thanksgiving. After making all the necessary arrangements, Li Kai followed Gu Nan and his men back to Qingshan County. The journey was bumpy, and though the bloodstains on his body had long since dried, the metallic smell had become increasingly pungent. Upon arriving at the Gu residence, Gu Nan's first order was for the servants to prepare hot water, lest this lifesaver enter the main hall covered in blood and gore, drawing unwanted stares from the family. In a side courtyard of the Gu residence, an empty bathhouse contained 3 wooden tubs filled with steaming hot water. Beside the tubs stood 3 prettily dressed maidservants holding clean white towels and scented soap, who bowed respectfully upon seeing someone enter. As they moved forward to help Li Kai undress, he stepped back in alarm. "What are you doing?" Li Kai raised an eyebrow. "We're here to assist you with undressing and bathing, sir," the lead maidservant replied softly. "If you wish, we can also scrub your back. Is there anything unsatisfactory?" 3 pairs of clear eyes gazed at him, and Li Kai suddenly remembered, this was feudal times. Servant girls were no different from livestock, their lives and deaths decided by a single word from their master. Whether their master was bathing or engaging in intimate activities, they were expected to attend nearby, just as a modern person wouldn't think twice about a cat watching them bathe. However, coming from modern times, he couldn't adapt to this blatant, object-like servitude and wave them away. "You may go. I can bathe myself." "Yes, sir." The 3 maidservants curtsied gracefully and quietly closed the door behind them. At that moment, The main hall of the Gu residence was brightly lit. Gu Nan, Gu Linger, and 3 burly deputy generals sat around a low table, discussing matters in hushed tones. Midway through their conversation, the 3 maidservants hurried in. Gu Nan frowned. "Why have you come out? Weren't you told to attend to Brother Li's bath?" The lead maidservant knelt and replied, "Sir, Master Li said he could bathe alone and asked us to withdraw." Gu Nan shook his head helplessly. "A child from humble origins, it's natural, he's not accustomed to this. You may go." After the maidservants left, Gu Nan fixed his piercing gaze on his sister. "Linger, for the sake of that boy's ironworking techniques, I'm afraid you'll have to make a sacrifice. When the banquet begins, the 3 deputy generals and I will take turns toasting him until he's completely drunk. Once he passes out, you'll share his bed. When he wakes tomorrow morning and finds he's become your husband, he'll obediently hand over the ironworking techniques. This technology is extremely valuable for the Great Tian Dynasty's military development. Sister, it all depends on you." Gu Linger pouted, clearly displeased. "What? You'd sacrifice your own sister's body for ironworking techniques?" Gu Nan smiled bitterly. "Silly sister, I'm not actually asking you to sacrifice yourself. When he's dead drunk, you just need to lie beside him. Come morning, he won't remember last night clearly, and you just insist that he took you. He won't dare deny it then." Gu Linger tilted her head thoughtfully. "If rumors spread about me and some country boy, those spoiled young masters won't dare pester me anymore. That's not so bad." Gu Nan slapped his forehead. "No, this must be kept secret. Your reputation is too important to the Gu family." "What? This won't work, that won't work. I won't do it." While the siblings were talking, Li Kai strode into the hall wearing fresh, clean clothes. The moon-white outfit clung to his imposing 6-foot frame, his broad shoulders stretching the fabric taut across his muscular build. His well-defined muscles rippled beneath the clothing in the lamplight. His rugged face was sharply chiseled, with bright, piercing dark eyes beneath thick brows, a prominent nose, and thin lips curved in an unruly smile. His wheat-colored skin still glistened with moisture from washing. Each step he took was steady and powerful, his commanding presence making Gu Linger's cheeks flush pink and causing Gu Nan to think to himself, "If I could win this man over, he would be a tremendous asset." Seeing Li Kai enter, Gu Nan rose cheerfully. "Huh? Brother Li Kai, we've been waiting for you. Servants, bring wine and food." The servants brought in a square table, and everyone sat cross-legged on the floor. Several small dishes were quickly arranged, followed by wine. Gu Nan shot his sister a meaningful look, signaling that she must follow the plan. Though Gu Linger was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately obeyed her brother. Gu Nan raised his cup first. "Brother Li Kai, this marks our formal acquaintance. I toast to you, I'll drink first." With that, he tilted his head back and drained the cup in one gulp, then fixed his burning gaze on Li Kai. The message was crystal clear. "I've finished mine, so you can hardly leave yours untouched." Li Kai glanced down at the wine in his cup, brought it close to smell, and discovered the aroma was light with low alcohol content. The brewing methods of this era were crude, making the wine no stronger than modern beer. After taking a sip to confirm, he raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. "I'm finished too." Fong Datong, the deputy general beside Gu Nan, quickly raised his cup upon seeing this. "Lord Li, I'm called Fong Datong, General Gu Nan's deputy. I toast to you." Without waiting for Li Kai's response, he too drained his cup. After several cups, Li Kai could see they were trying to get him drunk. But this low-proof alcohol meant nothing to him. The true qi flowing within his body could rapidly break down the alcohol, making him confident he could drink 1,000 cups without falling. Gu Nan was now beaming with satisfaction. Years of military campaigns had given him extensive experience in drinking contests, and with 4 people working together to overwhelm one man today, he refused to believe they couldn't handle a mere Li Kai. But Li Kai suddenly set his cup back on the table, his lips curving in amusement. "Since you brothers are so generous, these small cups are no fun, why don't we switch to bowls?" Gu Nan was stunned for a moment, then threw back his head in hearty laughter. "Ha! Brother, you're straightforward. Let's switch to bowls." Large ceramic bowls were quickly placed before everyone. Li Kai was first to raise his bowl. Meeting for the first time fills Li Kai with great joy. "I'll drink 3 bowls first, and you 4 elder brothers can drink as you please." With that, he poured 3 bowls in succession and, before everyone's eyes, tilted his head back, pressed the bowl to his lips, and let the wine flow down his throat, draining each bowl with audible gulps. His feat of draining 3 bowls consecutively shocked Gu Nan, though he refused to show weakness. He had never lost a drinking contest and wouldn't be intimidated by some country bumpkin. In his view, rural areas barely had enough grain, let alone frequent access to alcohol. This fellow was treating strong wine like water and would soon show his true colors. With this thought, Gu Nan raised his bowl and drank heartily, sneering inwardly. "You'll soon discover just how potent this wine is." So Gu Nan and his 3 lieutenants rose to the challenge, grabbing their bowls and downing 3 in succession. As the fiery liquor burned down their throats, Li Kai threw back his sleeves, tilted his head skyward, and roared, "Magnificent! The alcohol hitting his system, he immediately strode before Gu Nan, raising his bowl and declaring loudly, I, Li Kai, have always respected heroes. Brother Gu, you've fought barbarians on the battlefield. You're a man I truly admire. This bowl is for you. With that, he threw back his head and drained it completely. Gu Nan was momentarily stunned, not expecting Li Kai to take the offensive first, though secretly he was pleased. He had planned for his group to take turns overwhelming Li Kai with drinks. But here the man was walking right into their trap. Unwilling to show weakness, he raised his bowl and downed it in one gulp. Li Kai turned and approached the three lieutenants, clinking bowls with each. I feel like old friends with you all. This cup is for you. The three lieutenants each downed a bowl, while Li Kai had already consumed 3 more. By now, 7 bowls churned in his belly. Even if it were plain water, it would be uncomfortable, yet he didn't even breathe hard, smiling as he approached Gu Nan again. Brother Gu, your sister has always treated me well. This cup is for you, and for your siblings. He drained it again. Gu Nan had now finished his 4th bowl, and though not yet drunk, his stomach was painfully bloated, yet he forced himself to keep drinking. Immediately after, Li Kai returned to the 3 lieutenants, once again offering toasts to each in turn. Round after round, he varied his speeches praising the Gu family's protection of the people, military brotherhood, defending the homeland. After more than 10 rounds, he hadn't repeated a single toast. By now, Gu Nan and his 3 men had consumed over 20 bowls each, all of them dizzy and swaying in their seats. Fong Datong's face was flushed red, his hands trembling as he gripped his bowl, gasping for air after each drink. Zhang Meng's eyes were unfocused, mumbling, good wine. While spilling half his bowl on his boots, the 3rd lieutenant struggled to sit straight, his shoulders visibly shaking. But Li Kai had no intention of stopping. He slammed his bowl on the table with a bang, the splashing wine making the candlelight flicker. General Gu and brothers have come from afar. How could I be discourteous? Second round. I'll start again. With that, he downed 3 bowls in succession, his Adam's apple bobbing as he emptied each one. Gu Nan was now overwhelmed by the alcohol, unable to clearly hear what Li Kai was saying, only feeling as if his own home had somehow become someone else's territory. Veins throbbing on his forehead, he forced a smile while secretly slowing his swallowing. Fong Datong staggered and gripped the table after finishing 1 bowl. Zhang Meng mumbled good wine while spilling half again. Li Kai wiped the wine from his lips, glanced at the 4 men, and filled his bowl again. We've been drinking without properly toasting your military achievements. This bowl is for your service in killing enemies and defending the nation. Before the others could react, he had already turned his bowl upside down. Gu Nan gritted his teeth and clinked bowls with him, the sour burn shooting down his throat, while he could only watch Li Kai remain completely composed as he poured fresh wine. Come, come. Li Kai lifted the jar, filling each of the 4 men's bowls in turn. I heard General Gu rode alone to slay an enemy commander during the rebellion. Such prowess deserves 3 consecutive toasts from me. After finishing his words, Li Kai downed 3 more bowls of wine, yet his face showed not the slightest flush. Gu Nan's knuckles had turned white as he gripped his bowl, and everything before him began to blur. The 2 deputy generals had collapsed to the ground, while Fong Datong was sprawled over the table, retching violently. Gu Linger stood to the side, utterly dumbfounded. Li Kai had single-handedly emptied several jars of wine, yet not even his earlobes had turned red. Even if it were plain water, such an enormous quantity would be enough to turn anyone's stomach inside out. Yet he remained completely composed. Could this Li Kai truly be the god of wine himself? She knew her brother's drinking capacity better than anyone. Though Gu Nan couldn't claim to hold 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he had never been defeated by drink before. Yet now, with 4 people joining forces, they had all been drunk under the table by Li Kai alone, and their scheme was about to fail. Gu Linger hurriedly pushed her brother. Brother, don't drink too much. Li Kai isn't satisfied yet. With drunkenness clouding his mind, Gu Nan swayed as he stood up and threw his arm around Li Kai's shoulder. Right? My brotherly hasn't had his fill yet. Let's keep going. Li Kai half supported him, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the rim of his wine bowl, yet his gaze kept drifting toward the magnificent horse standing quietly in the courtyard. Yin. Under the moonlight, its silver-gray mane swayed gently. Brother Gu, hearing you mention earlier that Yin can carry 500 kilograms truly fills me with longing. Li Kai sighed softly, his tone full of regret. Unlike my own mount, which pants after just a few steps whenever there's urgent business, I always wish I could grow wings. He refilled Gu Nan's bowl while only taking a small sip himself. With Yin help, when we brothers transport grain and patrol the stronghold in the future, we could accomplish twice as much with half the effort. Brother, this precious steed of yours is rare in this world. Following you into battle, who knows how many merits it has earned. At this point, he paused, his gaze growing increasingly fervent as it lingered on the horse. If I could obtain such a fine steed, even if it cost me 10 years of my life, I, Li Kai, would gladly accept it. Gu Nan's eyes were glazed with drink, seeming to hear, yet not hear. Li Kai leaned closer and lowered his voice. What a pity such a divine horse. I fear in this lifetime I'll never. His words trailed off as he shook his head with a sigh and heavily set his wine bowl on the table with a loud clang. Following his gaze, Gunan saw Yinyun rear its head and neigh, its mane rising in the night wind. He heavily patted Li Kai's shoulder, his tongue thick with drink. Brother, don't sigh. It's just a horse. Brother, that's a horse bestowed by His Majesty. Gu Linger frantically tugged at Gunan's sleeve in alarm. Gunan shook off his sister, staggered as he untied the riding whip from his waist, and pressed it into Li Kai's hands. Take it. Today we drink as brothers. Following you, Yinyun might achieve even greater merits. Li Kai was overjoyed inside but pretended to refuse. I couldn't possibly. This is a precious steed bestowed by His Majesty. How could I take what you treasure? Gunan waved his hand dismissively. Enough nonsense. Delay any longer, and I might change my mind. Only then did Li Kai accept the whip with a smile, a flash of triumph quickly passing through his eyes. Gu Linger was both anxious and angry, stamping her foot in fury. Li Kai, you're taking advantage of my brother's drunkenness to deceive him. Li Kai gave her a sly smile. Miss Gu, this was freely given by Brother Gu, certainly didn't force him. Gunan had already collapsed to the ground, snoring like thunder. Li Kai stepped into the courtyard, stroking Yinyun's mane, and whispered, Don't worry, I'll treat you well. The drunken Gunan would never know that his momentary intoxication had caused his beloved steed to change masters. Looking at the magnificent steed before him, Li Kai felt immensely pleased. You think you can get me drunk? Still too green behind the ears. He smugly thought to himself. The true qi flowing within his body allowed him to metabolize alcohol at an astonishing rate. The strong liquor turned to water the moment it touched his lips, making it no different from plain water to him. Taking on 4 men in a drinking contest? Li Kai wasn't worried in the slightest. Hurried footsteps echoed from the courtyard gate as Gu Linger rushed in. She had originally planned to get Li Kai drunk to extract the iron's melting techniques from him, but instead ended up knocking out her own brother Gunan. Now the precious steed, Yinyun, a gift from His Majesty, was about to be ridden away by Li Kai. How could she bear it? Li Kai, you're not allowed to leave. Gu Linger shouted urgently and fiercely. Li Kai had already mounted Yinyun with a swift leap. He patted the horse's glossy black neck and smiled mischievously. Why can't I leave? Brother Gu was drunk, but those were his own words about the reward. My brother's drunken words don't count. You can't take Yinyun. Gu Linger bit her lower lip tightly. Li Kai threw back his head and laughed heartily. Huh? If I had gotten drunk and promised to give you the iron's melting techniques, would you have dismissed it as drunken rambling? This single sentence exposed the Gu family scheme, leaving Gu Linger speechless. He had known Gu Nan was setting a trap, yet still attended the banquet, relying entirely on his abnormal confidence in his alcohol tolerance. Moreover, if he had truly gotten drunk and woken up the next day in some woman's bed, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away the scandal. Don't you think so, Miss Gu? Li Kai narrowed his eyes with a mischievous and teasing gaze. Under that stare, Gu Linger's cheeks flushed red as she turned away. You. The words reached her lips, but she couldn't continue. With a flick of the reins, Yinyun neighed loudly. Li Kai cupped his fists in salute. Miss Gu, please thank Brother Gu for gifting me this fine steed. Li Kai takes his leave. Before his words finished echoing, he spurred his horse and charged out of the Gu residence. The county streets were narrow and crowded with people, yet Yinyun moved with light, nimble steps, weaving left and right without brushing against a single pedestrian. Li Kai faced the wind and laughed wildly. Huh? Exhilarating. The hoofbeats drummed like thunder, and in less than half the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they had already burst out of Qingshan County, galloping madly toward Niu Village. Though the true qi had neutralized the alcohol, a belly full of water still needed to be expelled. Li Kai reined in his mount under a scholar tree beside the official road, loosened his front garment, and relieved himself for a full 3 minutes. The grass was instantly soaked through, and he shivered with comfort throughout his entire body. Just as he finished fastening his belt, the faint sound of cart wheels grinding against the ground came from the distance. Looking back, he saw an extremely exquisite carriage swaying toward him. 2 magnificent horses trotted side by side in front. The carriage body was crafted from premium golden silk Nanmu wood, and the curtains were made of fine, luxurious silk. Behind the carriage, 4 burly guards rode tall warhorses, fully alert and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Li Kai had never seen such grandeur even at the Gu residence, let alone on this poor road leading to a mountain village. Whose important personage could this be? He wondered silently. The guards had obviously noticed him too. The leader raised his blade tip toward Li Kai and shouted, Hey, what place is this? The arrogant tone made Li Kai's brow furrow. What he despised most was this condescending attitude, and his voice instantly turned cold. I don't know. With that, Li Kai mounted his horse and prepared to leave. He patted his steed Yinyun beneath him and was about to spur the horse forward when the guard, left standing aside, instantly darkened his expression and lifted his foot to block their path. At that moment, a clear voice like silver bells rang out from the carriage. "How dare you be so rude?" With those words, the guard immediately restrained his hostility, stepped back with lowered hands, and bowed respectfully toward the carriage. "Yes, miss." As the curtain was lifted and moonlight slanted down, Li Kai was immediately captivated by that breathtakingly beautiful face. The woman had features like a painting beneath her delicate brows. A pair of almond-shaped eyes shimmered like rippling water, their corners tinged with a soft blush in the moonlight. Her small, elegant nose and pale pink lips were slightly pursed, as if holding back a gentle smile. Her jade-like skin glowed softly, with a few strands of dark hair brushing against her cheeks, making her appear like a begonia blooming in the night. Li Kai sat frozen on his horse, momentarily speechless. The woman raised her hand and offered a tintal silver ingot, her voice gentle. "Excuse me, could you tell me where this is? And where does the road ahead lead?" Li Kai glanced at the silver, but didn't reach for it. Offering 10 taels just to ask for directions, you must be a young lady from a wealthy family. He gathered his reins and replied. Further ahead lie several mountains, Qingfeng Mountain, Heifeng Mountain, and others. That area is desolate, inhabited only by bandits and scattered villagers. If you turn back, you'll reach Qingshan County. But it's already late, and though your carriage is luxurious, it's not fast. You'd likely reach Qingshan County well past midnight. The guard bowed to the woman. "Miss, I believe we should continue forward and seek lodging with the villagers, then resume our journey tomorrow." Li Kai shook his head. "I'd advise you to turn back. This mountain road is crawling with bandits. At night you won't be able to handle them." The guard scoffed. "Ridiculous. If you dare travel this road alone at night, why should we fear bandits?" He clearly dismissed Li Kai's warning. Li Kai rolled his eyes. "Believe it or not, suit yourself." With that, he mounted his horse and ambled forward leisurely. The woman pondered for a moment before nodding. "Then we'll do as you suggest and seek lodging in the village ahead for the night." Upon receiving orders, the 4 riders escorted the carriage and whipped their horses forward, quickly overtaking Li Kai. As they passed, the guard shot him vicious glares. Li Kai rolled his eyes again and pretended not to notice. Though Yan Yun was swift-footed, Li Kai had drunk too much water, and riding fast would only worsen his need to relieve himself, so he deliberately slowed his pace. About half an hour later, commotion suddenly erupted from the road ahead. Li Kai reined in his horse and saw that the ornate carriage had been stopped. The 4 guards had drawn their swords in formation, facing a gang of about 30 bandits. Cold steel glinted as each bandit wore a fierce expression. Their scarred leader had menacing eyes that gleamed with greed as he appraised the luxurious carriage. We thought we'd rob a few merchants, but we've stumbled upon such a prize. This carriage alone is worth at least 100 taels." His words were met with raucous laughter from the bandits behind him. A guard shouted angrily. "Insolent! Do you know who sits in this carriage? How dare you block our path?" The scarred leader slowly brandished his blade, his tone mocking. "Boy, those tricks you use to frighten common folk won't work on me. I'm a bandit. I don't care about your status. Besides," he raised his blade with a cold smile. "Even if we kill you all, who would know it was us?" "Ha ha ha." Scarface looked at the 4 guards with contempt, brandishing his large blade. "Drop your weapons." The 4 guards exchanged glances, and their leader raised his voice defiantly. "Never." Before he could finish speaking, Scarface swung his palm viciously. Crack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the mountain pass as the lead guard's head snapped to one side, blood immediately trickling from the corner of his mouth. Rage surged through the guard as his hand moved toward his sword hilt. Almost instantly, 7 or 8 bandits behind Scarface drew their bows to full draw, their arrowheads gleaming menacingly. "Don't move. One twitch, and we'll turn you into pincushions." The 4 guards were seasoned veterans, but they faced over 40 men. Even if they fought to the death and took a few down with them, they wouldn't escape alive. Gripping their sword hilts with veins bulging on the backs of their hands, they had no choice but to weigh their chances of survival. At that moment, the carriage curtain was gently pulled aside, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. The woman's voice was soft yet steady. "Gentlemen, I have 100 taels of silver here. Consider it a toll for safe passage. Will you let us go?" She held out a heavy pouch of silver. The bandits' eyes lit up instantly. Highway robbery in these mountains usually netted them farmers and merchants at best. Encountering a woman was rare enough, let alone one of such breathtaking beauty. A real beauty. What a stunner. Never seen such a gorgeous woman. Just one touch would be heavenly. Crude comments flew back and forth as Scarface rubbed his hands together with a sinister grin, his gaze roving over the woman's figure. Sensing danger, the woman in the carriage tried to retreat, but she was already locked in their sights. "Don't touch our mistress," the guards roared. "We've given you the silver. What more do you want?" Scarface stared at them like they were idiots. "Kill you all, and the silver's ours anyway. Get out of my way." The 4 guards gripped their sword hilts tighter as murderous intent thickened the air. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, The clear sound of hoofbeats approached from the distance. A magnificent horse ambled forward, its mane gleaming and its gait steady. Li Kai lay sprawled lazily across the horse's back, a blade of grass between his teeth, squinting at the sky and completely ignoring the dozens of bandits blocking the road. I told you there were bandits, but you wouldn't listen, he muttered, smacking his lips. Don't listen to your elders, and you'll pay the price. The 4 guards were seething with anger but could do nothing about him, only glaring daggers in his direction. Seeing the fine horse, Scarface's eyes gleamed with even greater greed as he pointed his blade at Li Kai. You? Get down. That's a fine horse. Leave the horse and get lost. The guards were stunned, and one of them sneered. I thought you were so capable, daring to travel alone at night. Turns out you're just as scared of bandits as anyone else. Li Kai couldn't be bothered to respond. He looked up at Scarface with an indifferent voice. Kid, which mountain are you from? Scarface sized him up carefully. The horse was clearly a military mount, and Li Kai himself was broad-shouldered with a sturdy build, his features carrying a hint of killing intent. He definitely didn't look like an ordinary traveling merchant. They weren't afraid of officials or wealthy merchants, but running into military personnel was a different story entirely. If this man turned out to be a military officer, killing him would absolutely cause an uproar. By then, bandits from several surrounding mountain strongholds might end up buried alongside them. We're from Black Wind Mountain. Who are you? The scarred bandit brandished his blade and demanded. Li Kai's lips curled into a smirk. So you're from Black Wind Mountain. Before his words had fully settled, he flicked his finger, sending a bronze token flying through the air in a clear arc, landing squarely in the scarred man's palm. Recognize this? The bronze plaque was small but polished to a brilliant shine, clearly engraved with 6 characters. Qingfeng's stronghold Li Kai. Just last night, it had been merely a protective charm Li Kai peddled to country folk, but now it had become a symbol that struck fear into bandits' hearts. The scarred man's pupils contracted instantly, his expression shifting from defiance to deathly pale. This very morning, Li Kai, the militia captain of Nio village, had led 300 local soldiers in slaughtering 2,500 Black Wind Mountain bandits, leaving corpses scattered everywhere over half dead, the rest captured. This brutal battle had made Qingfeng Stronghold's protection tokens incredibly sought after overnight. No mountain gang dared touch token holders anymore, and demand so exceeded supply that Li Kai was forced to raise prices. The scarred man swallowed hard, respectfully returning the token with both hands. You're from Qingfeng Stronghold? Li Kai shot him a sideways glance. Damn it, couldn't you tell? Slap yourself. The scarred man immediately raised his hand and struck himself twice, smack smack, the crisp sounds echoing through the forest, then grinned apologetically. This lowly one was blind. Deserved the beating. Deserved it. Li Kai nodded with satisfaction. You carry on with your business. I'm leaving. He had no intention of playing the righteous hero. One person's strength couldn't change this chaotic world. Saving a few today wouldn't prevent others from being robbed elsewhere tomorrow. Besides, he was inherently selfish. Mind your own business. Look out for yourself. Personal interests came first. Seeing Li Kai about to leave, the woman in the carriage panicked, hastily lifting the curtain and leaning out, calling softly. Good sir, could you help me out of this predicament? This humble woman is willing to offer 100 taels of silver. The box she held contained exactly 100 taels of gleaming silver. Just a few words could earn him this fortune. Li Kai's heart stirred slightly as he reached out and pocketed the silver. I'm protecting this woman. The woman sighed with relief, finally safe from being violated by bandits. Though the scarred man and his crew seethed inwardly, they dared not speak after all. Li Kai was a militia captain from Nio village. The carriage continued forward at Li Kai's gesture, with 4 personal guards following alongside. But after just a few steps, Li Kai suddenly spoke casually. Stop. I said I'd protect the woman, but I never said anything about protecting those 4. The woman froze, quickly saying, But good sir, you've already taken the silver. Li Kai's lips curved upward. You only paid 100 taels for me to protect you. You never mentioned getting them out of trouble. You pay for what you get. I am a man of principles. The woman was speechless. Miss. The 4 guards' faces turned ashen. They knew clearly that once they lost the woman's protection, falling into the bandits' hands meant certain death. Thus, their last hope for survival rested entirely on this woman. Upon hearing this, the woman didn't hesitate for a moment. You speak wisely, hero. Let's leave them be then. She knew her purse was nearly empty. The travel funds had been mostly spent along the way, and the 100 taels she'd just given Li Kai was practically her last bit of money. Had she possessed more funds, she might have rescued all 4 guards as well, but weighing the situation, she could only choose to abandon them. Though these 4 men weren't slaves, in her eyes they were no different from servants, mere guards whose deaths meant little compared to her own safety. Li Kai sighed softly, thinking to himself, these wealthy young ladies truly don't value their servants' lives at all. With that, he mounted his horse, patted Yin Yun's mane, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the 4 guards immediately panicked. If Li Kai truly abandoned them, Scarface and his bandits would certainly leave no survivors. Hero, please wait. Li Kai turned back, his gaze indifferent. What? Want to plead? Save your breath. I only deal in profit if you can offer something that moves me. I'll protect you. The four men looked at each other helplessly. They had little silver left, with only one valuable item among them. One guard gritted his teeth and pulled out a piece of mutton fat jade from his chest, hurrying to Li Kai's horse. This jade pendant is priceless. Please spare our lives, hero. The once proud guard now appeared humble and submissive, nearly ready to kneel. Li Kai took the pendant and gently rubbed it with his fingertips, his eyes suddenly narrowing. Carved on the front was a five-clawed dragon. 5 claws marked the true dragon pattern, reserved exclusively for imperial use. For such an item to find its way into civilian hands revealed that this woman and her 4 guards had extraordinary backgrounds. The guard holding the pendant was drenched in cold sweat. This jade had been a reward from his master for meritorious service protecting the imperial carriage, kept close to his body ever since. Now he could only hope Li Kai recognized its value and would spare their lives. Fine jade. Li Kai estimated its weight, thinking to himself, worth at least 2,000 taels. He tucked the pendant into his chest. You're protected. Hearing these words, the 4 guards felt immense relief and bowed repeatedly. The bandits, including Scarface, listened without daring to breathe. They had experienced the fighting power of Neo Village's militia, and even if Li Kai took their goods and customers right before their eyes, they could only bow their heads in defeat. Li Kai paid them no more attention and set off with the woman and her guards. Everyone, Neo Village lies ahead. It's already dark, and there are black bears in the mountains and bandits outside. It's best to wait until dawn before returning to Qingshan County. You can stay in the village tonight. My family compound is empty, and considering the silver and jade, you can stay one night free of charge. Since moving to Qingfeng Stronghold, his old residence had remained vacant. With no objections from the group, they followed him through the forest path into Neo Village's dim lamplight. The courtyard gate creaked open as Li Kai led them inside, briefly arranging for the horses and carriage. Only then did the woman lift the curtain and slowly step down from the carriage, her graceful figure moving with natural elegance. Even in this desolate wilderness, she adjusted her skirts with unhurried grace, her fingertips delicately holding a silk handkerchief as if she were strolling through her own garden. The gentle fragrance of powder and rouge carried a hint of sandalwood, making her appear all the more refined against the dusty mountain path. The woman was named Zhao Yupei, sharing the same surname as the current emperor, and one could tell at a glance that she was a carefully cultivated lady of noble birth. The carriage stopped at the Li family's gate, dust from the wooden wheels still settling. Zhao Yupei stepped down, covering her lips with slender fingers, her brow furrowing slightly. Isn't there somewhere with better conditions? This place is far too crude. Li Kai rolled his eyes and gestured toward the low but clean courtyard walls around them. To tell you the truth, my family has the best conditions in Neo Village. Zhao Yupei could only nod helplessly. Very well then. A mountain breeze made Li Kai shiver. The alcohol churning in his stomach, his face flushed red as he struggled. Sorry, I need to use the privy first. Find yourselves rooms to rest. With that, he hurried toward the back of the courtyard. The moment Li Kai left, 4 guards knelt in unison before Zhao Yupei, asking in chorus, Princess, how shall we deal with this man? Zhao Yupei's eyes turned cold as ice. Those bandits showed him great respect and called him one of Qingfeng Stronghold's people. Qingfeng Stronghold? That doesn't sound like any decent place. If he can make bandits fear him, there must be an even greater threat behind him. Seize this man and escort him to the county office tomorrow. If he dares resist, kill him on the spot. In the privy, Li Kai was relieving himself, completely unaware that the woman he had kindly rescued now wanted him dead. The guards who had been abandoned earlier remained utterly loyal. In their eyes, Zhao Yupei was a goddess, the supreme princess, and they would die for her with just one word. Zhao Yupei surveyed the dilapidated courtyard and sighed. A noble princess, reduced to such circumstances. If not for the barbarian pursuers closing in, how could she have become lost in the wilderness of Qingfeng Mountain? The emperor's most beloved daughter, sent to marry into the barbarian nation for political alliance. Unwilling to accept this fate, she had fled secretly with 4 loyal warriors, hiding her identity along the way, only to lose her way and end up in such a sorry state. Under the cool moonlight behind the courtyard, Li Kai emerged from the privy, but before he could take 2 steps, cold steel pressed against his throat. Don't move, or we'll take your life. The 4 guards held their blades to his neck, their earlier servility transformed into sharp killing intent, their eyes gleaming with cold mockery. Pressed against the earthen wall, Li Kai looked up at Zhao Yupei, his voice turning icy. Miss, what is the meaning of this? I saved your life, yet you repay kindness with betrayal. Zhao Yupei lifted her chin haughtily. Why did those bandits fear you? Because you're a bandit yourself, a bigger one than them. Since you're a bandit, what's wrong with me capturing you? Li Kai scoffed, huh? Go ahead and call all the villagers around here to see if anyone dares call me. Li Kai, a bandit. I'm not a bandit, I am a soldier. His face radiated righteousness. Zhao Yupei sneered dismissively. The common people have grown accustomed to your oppression and naturally dare not speak out. Whether you're a bandit or not, I can tell at a glance. As long as you don't resist, I'll spare your life and deliver you to the county office tomorrow, letting the laws of the Great Tian Dynasty decide your fate. At that moment, the four guards wore cold sneers on their faces. Boy, return our jade pendant. What makes you think you're worthy of such a precious item? And what if I refuse? Li Kai raised his chin with an amused expression. The blade was ice cold as one guard pressed his weapon against Li Kai's throat, roaring angrily. If you don't return it, I'll chop off your head. Is that so? Well then, let's see whose head gets chopped off. Before his words had even finished, Li Kai suddenly lunged forward, his neck grazing the blade so closely it nearly sparked. His muscular arm clamped around the guard's wrist like an iron vice crack. The crisp, piercing sound of breaking wrist bones rang out as the sword clattered to the ground. The remaining three simultaneously drew their weapons and charged. Instead of retreating, Li Kai advanced, sweeping his right leg in a devastating kick that struck the left guard's temple. The guard collapsed without even managing a scream. The right guard's sword nearly reached Li Kai's face, but he ducked low and drove his shoulder hard into his opponent's chest. His 200-pound frame carried the force of thunder, sending the guard flying through the air, blood spraying from his mouth, before he crashed heavily into the courtyard wall. The last guard seized the opportunity to attack from behind. Li Kai spun around, grabbed the man's arm, and twisted violently. Accompanied by an agonizing wail, the arm instantly contorted at a grotesque angle. Before the guard could even fall, Li Kai's iron fist descended like a falling meteor, smashing squarely into the man's face as the sound of shattering nasal bones mixed with spurting blood. In the blink of an eye, all four guards lay scattered across the ground, their fate unknown. Li Kai dusted off his hands and fixed his gaze on the pale-faced Zhao Yupei, his voice calm, yet commanding. You thought they could capture me? Zhao Yupei was forced to retreat step by step, her voice trembling. Who? Who are you exactly? As I said, I'm Li Kai, village militia captain of Niu village. Li Kai smiled faintly. He casually tore down a length of coarse rope from the courtyard wall and approached Zhao Yupei. What do you want? What do I want? To tie you up, of course. With those words, he had already grasped her delicate wrist, pressed her against the carriage, and bound her securely in just a few moves. The rope tightened, leaving Zhao Yupei unable to struggle, and she finally threatened through tears. Don't kill me. I'm warning you. Release me immediately. Otherwise, you won't meet a good end. Li Kai looked at her as if viewing a naive child, saying calmly, And you think I'd meet a good end if I released you? Zhao Yupei fell silent. She knew her own nature well. If she escaped, she would immediately rush to the nearest government office, reveal her identity, and send troops to capture this man. Li Kai, having lived 2 lives, understood that once a young lady from such a prominent family held a grudge, she would pursue it relentlessly. Since they had already become enemies, he had to either kill or imprison her. Absolutely couldn't let her go free. However, he still didn't know Zhao Yupei's background or how many people knew of her whereabouts. Killing her rashly might create even bigger problems, so it was better to imprison her temporarily. Once he confirmed no one was searching for her, he could decide how to deal with her later. Having finished his thoughts, Li Kai bent down to pick up the sword from the ground. A cold gleam flashed, and before Zhao Yupei could react, he brought the blade down viciously, directly severing the guard's head. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Yupei's face turned deathly pale with terror, and she couldn't help but scream, "Ah, you demon!" Though she had always treated human lives as worthless as grass, that was merely empty talk. She had never witnessed such bloody carnage with her own eyes. Now, with 4 fresh heads rolling on the ground and the stench of blood hitting her face, she could no longer hold herself together. She retched violently, curling up into a trembling ball. Li Kai glanced at her coldly and said with an indifferent voice, "What's with the act? When you abandoned these 4 people, you didn't even blink. To you, they were nothing more than 4 ants, weren't they?" Before his words had finished, he turned his blade and severed the remaining 3 heads one by one. Blood splattered in the night, quickly staining the ground dark black. Having finished this grisly task, he grabbed a shovel and strode to the center of the courtyard in quick steps. With tremendous strength, the shovel flew through the air, and in mere moments, a pit large enough to hold 4 bodies took shape. Li Kai dragged the corpses over, tossing them in with successive thuds as dirt churned and blood seeped into the earth. Then his gaze fell upon Zhao Yupei. Zhao Yupei instinctively backed away, her knees giving out as she collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded with a trembling voice, Don't kill me. Please. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything you say." Li Kai crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Anything? The proud princess of a nation now resembled a groveling dog, frantically nodding her head. "Very well," he smirked, "start by calling me daddy." Zhao Yupei clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white, inwardly wishing she could tear Li Kai apart. But with her life hanging by a thread, She had no choice. Duh, daddy. Her voice was barely a whisper. Louder. I can't hear you. Zhao Yupei gritted her teeth and cried out, Daddy. Yes. Li Kai responded with satisfaction, then waved his hand dismissively. But calling me daddy makes me sound too old. From now on, call me master. As long as you don't kill me, I'll call you master. Zhao Yupei agreed, trembling. Li Kai raised his hand and gently patted her delicate, porcelain-like cheek twice. Remember, you have no right to bargain with me. Moss. Master. Zhao Yupei's eyes immediately filled with tears. With that, he picked up the shovel again, filled in the grave, and covered it with dry grass to hide the bloodstains. After tidying everything up, he grabbed Zhao Yupei and tossed her into the carriage like a bundle of goods. He tied the 4 warhorses behind the cart, climbed onto the driver's seat, and drove away from Nyo village. The night wind howled as the carriage rumbled along, soon disappearing into the pitch-black fields. Li Kai sat at the front of the cart, the Black Knight posing no obstacle to him. The energy within his body gave him vision as clear as daylight. Inside the carriage, Zhao Yupei was nearly suffocating with anxiety. She lifted the curtain to peer out, but could see nothing in the complete darkness. Not knowing where she was being taken, she could only pray that Li Kai wouldn't decide to kill her. Before long, a row of lights appeared on a distant hillside. They had reached Qingfeng's stronghold. Torches flickered outside the fortress walls, tearing a gap in the darkness. The carriage gradually came to a stop before the stronghold gates. The village soldiers on the walls yawned but still gripped their spears tightly, calling out, Who goes there? The night was too deep for them to immediately recognize the driver. It's me, Li Kai replied flatly. Only upon hearing Li Kai's voice did the soldiers on the walls hurry down to open the gates for him. When Li Kai led the carriage and war horses into the stronghold, he saw Huang Yuling and Su Yu hurrying toward him. Both women clearly looked drowsy but hadn't gone to sleep yet. Wife, why are you still awake so late? Li Kai embraced both women, one in each arm. Su Yu looked at Li Kai with worry. We heard that a general from the county town summoned you away. My sister and I were terribly worried about you. How could we sleep when you hadn't returned? Hearing this, Li Kai felt sweetness fill his heart. My wives are so good to me. Little wife, did you miss me? The petite but well-endowed Huang Yuling nodded shyly. Li Kai was in excellent spirits and burst into laughter. Huh? Come, let's go inside. Oh, and bring that woman from the carriage in with us. Su Yu and Huang Yuling then went to the carriage. Lifting the curtain and peering inside, they saw a woman lying there, bound tightly with ropes. Upon seeing this woman, Su Yu and Huang Yuling were immediately stunned by her beauty and bearing. Though Su Yu and Huang Yuling were quite beautiful themselves, they were ultimately country girls. But Zhao Yupei in the carriage seemed completely out of place compared to them. Her clothing was exquisite and refined, and the jewelry on her wrists and ears sparkled brilliantly. Having never done farm work since childhood, every inch of Zhao Yupei's skin was as smooth and tender as a newborn baby's. Husband, who is she? Li Kai smiled meaningfully and proceeded to tell them the whole story about Zhao Yupei. After learning the full details, Su Yu said viciously, What ingratitude! Husband, what do you plan to do with her? Li Kai replied, Until I figure out her true identity, I won't kill her. You two take her to our room to stay. Don't let her leave the stronghold. Qingfeng's stronghold was easily defended and difficult to attack, with only one entrance and exit. As long as Li Kai gave the order, Zhao Yupei would never escape the stronghold in her lifetime. Having Zhao Yupei stay in Li Kai's room was because there were too many men in the stronghold. If she lived alone, some of the soldiers might not be able to resist temptation and take advantage of her. But staying in Li Kai's room was different. Not a single soldier in the entire stronghold would dare enter Li Kai's room without permission. Zhao Yupei was then brought down from the carriage and her bonds were loosened. Su Yu and Huang Yuling looked her up and down, both women clearly wanting to establish their dominance over Zhao Yupei. Follow us inside. From now on, you'll obey the two of us, or we'll beat you. Huang Yuling tried to sound fierce, raising her small fists. But her threat obviously lacked any real menace. Zhao Yupei then followed them into Li Kai's room. The cave dwelling was lit by oil lamps and stayed cool in summer and warm in winter, with clean bedding spread on the bed. Looking at her surroundings, Zhao Yupei couldn't help but frown slightly. Where will I sleep? Li Kai smiled slightly, casually pulling a blanket from the bed and tossing it on the ground. You'll sleep on the floor, of course. Did you think you'd be sleeping in the bed? Though Zhao Yupei felt humiliated, she had no choice but to endure the current circumstances. At this moment, Li Kai spread his arms wide, and Huang Yuling and Su Yu automatically began removing his clothes until he was completely naked. Zhao Yupei immediately blushed crimson and quickly turned her head away. What? What are you doing? What am I doing? Does a dog like you have the right to know what your master is doing? Li Kai responded with utter disdain as he walked directly toward Zhao Yupei. Zhao Yupei trembled with fear, but Li Kai paid her no mind, brushing past her and stepping into the bathtub. Though Zhao Yupei felt embarrassed, this was her first time observing a man's body at such close range. Li Kai was muscular without an ounce of excess flesh, his skin a healthy wheat tone, and that particular part of him was so. Su Yu and Huang Yuling attended to Li Kai's bath, washing his body. Li Kai knew that young ladies from wealthy families never considered servants as human beings. Today, he would let these ladies experience what it felt like to be treated as livestock. Li Kai didn't regard Zhao Yupei as human either. After finishing his bath, Li Kai stood up naked from the tub. Su Yu and Huang Yuling took towels and dried the water from his body. Then Li Kai strode toward the bed. On the bed, Li Kai embraced both his wives, one in each arm. First wife, second wife, time waits for no one. Shall we begin our exercise? With Zhao Yupei present, Su Yu felt uncomfortable all over. Huang Yuling was her sister, so she could overlook that. But Zhao Yupei was a stranger after all. Husband, there's an outsider here. Hearing this, Li Kai feigned anger. I must criticize you for this. Is she human? From now on, don't treat her as a person. She's no different from a cat or dog. Would you care if cats and dogs were watching you? Both Huang Yuling and Su Yu shook their heads upon hearing this. No. Exactly. She's just a dog we're keeping. Zhao Yupei sat silently on the floor beside the bed, not making a sound. In her heart, she felt deep regret. She regretted attacking Li Kai, which had led to her current life worse than that of animals. But simultaneously, she harbored strange feelings deep within. From childhood, no one had dared defy her. Everyone who met her had to respectfully address her as princess. She was accustomed to the people's kowtowing and servants' flattery. Even her emperor father doted on her endlessly. But with Li Kai, he had never once looked at her properly from beginning to end. Though she felt angry and unwilling, she also experienced an inexplicable thrill. This made Zhao Yupei question herself, was she ill? Soon after, sounds that made one blush filled the cave dwelling. These sounds drew Zhao Yupei to peak, and what she saw next held her gaze transfixed. Even her body began to react. Damn it! How could she have feelings for such a savage? Zhao Yupei forced herself to close her eyes, but the intense sounds from Su Yu and Huang Yuling continued to entice her. That night, Zhao Yupei didn't sleep. The next day, Li Kai rose early and stretched. On the floor, Zhao Yupei slept soundly, though there were some dried stains on her bedding. Li Kai paid no attention, stepping over Zhao Yupei and heading to the stronghold. At that moment, Zhao Tianhu came running over. Big brother, all the war horses are now kept in the mountain stronghold, and those 1,200 prisoners of war are confined in cave dwellings. But with so many people, their food, drink, and daily needs represent considerable expense. How does Big Brother decide to deal with them? Li Kai smiled slightly and said, I remember the county office once issued a notice offering 10 taels of silver for each bandit captured alive, right? Zhao Tianhu's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Exactly. So these 1,200 bandits are worth 12,000 taels of silver. We're rich. Li Kai stood up, dusted off his robes, and instructed Zhao Tianhu. Pick 50 of our best fighters and escort these 1,200 bandits to the county office to claim the reward. However, Zhao Tianhu looked puzzled. Big brother, bringing so many people, what if they escape along the way? Wouldn't it be better to just escort those 12 leaders? It would be more low-key and easier to manage. Li Kai shook his head. No, I want this to be high profile. Do as I say. Also, send someone to the military camp to invite Commander Ma over. Tell him I have a great gift for him. Yes. The next morning, a mighty procession set out from Qingfeng stronghold, heading straight for Qingshan County. At the front, the bandits had their hands bound behind their backs with thick hemp rope, then connected to each other with long ropes. All 1,200 men formed an endless dragon-like line. The Nyotsuan militia scattered along both sides of the procession, all in plain clothes with gleaming steel sabers hanging from their waists, with one guard stationed every few dozen meters. Though the bandits outnumbered the militia several times over, none dared think of escaping. First, their hands were tightly bound and they were connected to each other, making it impossible to move freely. Second, the militia held sabers while they were barehanded, leaving no chance for resistance. If they all fought desperately together, they might have had a chance to escape, but among the 1,200 men, not one was willing to be the first to act. Their courage had long been shattered by the Nyotsuan militia. This fear was just like during the Great Xia's resistance against Japan, when 3 or 4 Japanese soldiers could control over 100 puppet troops. It wasn't just about force, but psychological intimidation. Now, the Nyotsuan militia had become the Japanese soldiers in these bandits' minds. At the very front of the procession, Li Kai rode his Darkman warhorse, Yanyun, at an extremely slow pace, looking completely at ease. Along the way, people gathered on the streets to watch. When some heard that those being escorted were bandits, they immediately flew into rage. Curses, rotten eggs, and spoiled vegetables rained down on the procession like hailstones, while the bandits hung their heads and hunched their shoulders, not daring to make a sound. Li Kai deliberately slowed the pace even more, allowing more people to clearly see this bandit snake formation. Meanwhile, in Qingshan County, at the Gu residence, when Gunan woke up with a splitting headache, he found himself lying in bed rather than at yesterday's drinking table. What happened yesterday? How did I drink so much? He clutched his forehead and winced. unable to remember anything from the previous night. Staggering out of his room, he leaned against the wall and shouted, "Someone! Someone!" Hearing his call, 3 deputy generals came running and knelt before him, not daring to raise their heads. Gunan frowned. "What happened yesterday? Why can't I remember anything?" Gunan's frown deepened. He only remembered that yesterday he had planned to get Li Kai drunk, then have his sister share a bed with Li Kai, and finally frame Li Kai for defiling his sister, thereby trapping Li Kai in the Gu family. But he had no recollection whatsoever of what happened after the drinking session. In the morning tent, 3 deputy generals looked at each other awkwardly, shuffling their feet on the ground, none daring to speak first. "General, yesterday you had too much to drink," one of them said reluctantly. "I had too much to drink." Gunan frowned. Having always been confident in his drinking capacity, 1 jar wouldn't make him drunk, 2 would barely affect him, and it would take 3 or 4 jars to make him lose composure. "Yes, General. You opened 5 jars in a row last night and passed out completely drunk on the spot," the deputy general replied with cupped hands, speaking carefully. After hearing this, Gunan's gaze fell on the 3 men. "What about you?" The 3 exchanged glances and confessed honestly. "The 3 of us together only drank 8 jars, and we all collapsed too." Gunan's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and he wiped away the smile from the corner of his mouth. Having drunk so much, the plan must have been foolproof. That boy Li Kai must be lying in bed unable to even crawl up. "Come, take me to his room." Before he finished speaking, the 3 deputy generals quickly blocked the doorway, their faces full of difficulty. "General, actually, what's wrong? Stop stammering like that." One deputy general gritted his teeth and went all out. "Li Kai isn't here. He left last night." "What?" Gunan was stunned. With himself drinking 5 jars and his subordinates 8, Li Kai should have been drinking himself into oblivion too. Could that boy not have gotten drunk? The deputy general nodded repeatedly. "General, Li Kai wasn't drunk at all. He drank 8 jars by himself without even his face turning red. And he just casually mentioned liking Yan Yun, and you gave Yan Yun to him." Gunan's pupils contracted, and he rushed toward the stable. The stable was empty, with only dry grass left in the feed trough. "Damn it, my Yan Yun. That was a precious horse bestowed by His Majesty." He clutched the empty wooden railing, nearly having a heart attack. Last night he had set a trap to ensnare Li Kai, but ended up being the one caught in it. Thud Gunan collapsed to the ground, his head buzzing. 8 jars of wine. Drinking 8 jars alone and still riding away. What kind of monster exists in this world? Meanwhile, Li Kai was driving the 1,200 captured bandits and had reached the gates of Qingshan County. Dust flew in the open space outside the city as he herded the bandits into a group, then sent his subordinates into the city to report to the county office while he waited with his hands behind his back. Over 1,000 people knelt in a dark mass on the ground, visible to anyone passing by. When the common people learned these were the bandits who had caused them so much suffering, they gathered around, and sounds of spitting, cursing, and punching arose one after another, finally venting their anger. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, making the city gate almost impassable. Before long, the Yamen constables came marching in formation. The county magistrate arrives. 40 constables escorted a sedan chair, carried by 4 bearers. The sedan chair was set down steadily, and county magistrate Zhu Kaijiang lifted the curtain and stepped out. The moment Zhu Kaijiang appeared, the bustling scene fell silent in an instant. At the street entrance, the common people who had been packed like sardines all dropped to their knees in unison, shouting greetings to the county magistrate. Dust was kicked up by the force of their foreheads hitting the ground, but it earned not an ounce of mercy from Zhu Kaijiang. His gaze was fixed on Li Kai like nails, boring into him. The hatred in those eyes was almost overflowing. Li Kai had made his precious son lose face throughout the county, then disguised himself as a bandit to ransack the Zhu mansion, even molesting his newly taken concubine. Each of these incidents was like a slap across Zhu Kaijiang's face, leaving his cheeks burning with humiliation. Upon learning that Li Kai had brought bandits to the county office to claim a reward, he couldn't wait to crush this venomous snake that was such an eyesore. So he rushed here with his constables at breakneck speed, his robes still dusty from the journey. Today, he was determined to make Li Kai pay dearly. Zhu Kaijiang strode toward Li Kai, his gaze sweeping over the 50 village soldiers behind him. The row of gleaming steel blades was chilling to behold, yet all the village soldiers wore only cloth garments, not one was armored. Zhu Kaijiang felt slightly relieved. If these men were truly clad in armor, they wouldn't be so easily dealt with. "Insolent commoners, why do you not kneel before this official?" he barked coldly, his voice echoing through the empty street. In the Great Tian Dynasty, all commoners must kowtow when meeting a county magistrate, unless they were scholars, held noble rank, or were registered soldiers in the military. Zhu Kaijiang was determined that on the charge of not kneeling alone, he could throw Li Kai and all these village soldiers into prison. Once in prison, their life and death would rest entirely on his word. But Li Kai smiled and patted the scabbard at his waist. "We are all military men. Soldiers need not kneel before a county magistrate." "Ridiculous. Zhu Kaijiang made no effort to hide his contempt. Village soldiers count as soldiers? You have neither official organization nor military payuri, just ordinary civilians. What military status do you claim? Li Kai raised an eyebrow, his voice sharper than a blade. Oh, since we don't count as soldiers, why does the law clearly state that village soldiers may legally carry weapons and enjoy the same treatment as regular troops? If we follow the magistrate's logic that we're merely civilians, then everyone carrying a blade would be guilty of illegally possessing weapons. In that case, please order immediately that all village soldiers in Qingshan County be arrested and beheaded according to law. These words struck like a volley of arrows, causing Zhu Kaijiang's face to turn alternately green and purple as he found himself momentarily speechless. Li Kai pressed his advantage. The magistrate's words have truly broken the hearts of us who protect our homes and villages. The Nyo village soldiers take no military pay and seek no official organization. We buy our own weapons and train at our own expense, all to protect the people. Not only did we eliminate the bandits of Qingfeng stronghold, we've brought the survivors here for judgment. Yet in the magistrate's eyes, village soldiers aren't real soldiers. We must either kneel or lose our heads. Alas, at this point, he actually raised his hand to wipe away tears that didn't exist, letting out a long sigh. As his words settled, the crowd erupted. An elderly man with white hair hobbled forward on his walking stick, tears streaming down his face. County Magistrate, Li Kai and his men are our saviors. If the Nyo village soldiers hadn't eliminated Qingfeng stronghold, we would have been killed by those bandits long ago. How could we be living peacefully now? Exactly, Aunt Wong, the tofu seller, clutched her clothes, her face red with anger. The Nyo village soldiers' bandit killing is witnessed by all. If they're not soldiers, then are those who collect taxes but do nothing the real ones. Amidst the rising waves of voices, more and more common folk surged forward. Some held up land deeds burned by bandits. Others tore open their shirts to reveal scars left when the militia had rescued them. The magistrate must not wrongfully accuse good people. The crowd instantly erupted, a sea of people dropping to their knees in unison, surging toward the county office gates like a tide. Please, magistrate, investigate clearly. Clear Captain Li's name. In the deafening cries, Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang's face turned the color of pig's liver. He involuntarily stepped back, his spine clanging against the spear held by a bailiff behind him. Li Kai's lips curved slightly upward, secretly pleased he had deliberately brought his men to the city gates with great fanfare today, precisely for this popular support. With the people backing him, Zhu Kaijiang wouldn't dare act rashly. Zhu Kaijiang took a deep breath and raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Everyone, calm down. This county magistrate sees all clearly and will never wrongfully accuse a good person. He glanced at the full line of Nyo village militia behind Li Kai. Militia are soldiers, no need to kneel. Once the scene settled slightly, he snorted coldly. Captain Li, you've brought so many people to block the city gates. What are your intentions? Could it be rebellion? At the word rebellion, Li Kai nearly laughed aloud, though his expression remained respectful. Please investigate clearly, magistrate. I have absolutely no rebellious intentions. The county office posted a notice. 10 taels of silver reward for capturing each bandit. I, Li Kai, have come to claim that reward. Oh, Zhu Kaijiang raised an eyebrow, pointing toward the 1,200 prisoners tied together in strings behind the crowd. You claim they're all bandits? Exactly. Please honor the reward, magistrate. Li Kai calculated matter-of-factly. 10 taels per bandit, 1,200 bandits makes 12,000 taels. 12,000 taels? Zhu Kaijiang's heart clenched. The books might show that much, but he had secretly diverted that silver for personal use. Actually paying it out would be like cutting his own flesh. How could he agree? Zhu Kaijiang sneered. You determine they're bandits with just your word? Where's the evidence? Li Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. Before he could speak, Digua stepped forward from behind him. Magistrate, yesterday's great battle below Qingfeng Mountain killed over 1,000 bandits and captured over 1,000 more. All of Qingshan County is talking about it. You can ask anyone. Ridiculous. Zhu Kaijiang stood with hands clasped behind his back. This county only recognizes evidence in its cases. How can we rely on groundless rumors? If you can't produce real proof, not only must these people be released, but your militia must accompany me to prison. I suspect you of abusing authority, kidnapping innocent people, and passing them off as bandits to fraudulently claim rewards. As his words fell, the bailiffs drew their blades with a metallic ring, forming a wall of cold steel between the groups. Li Kai only smiled easily. Evidence. The word bandit is practically carved on their foreheads, yet the magistrate asks me for evidence. I'll randomly question one to see if he admits it. Zhu Kaijiang scanned the group of prisoners, his gaze locking onto Mole. This man had once delivered bribes to him on behalf of the bandit chief. I ask you, are you a bandit? Mole shook his head frantically like a rattle drum, crawling and rolling to kneel on the ground, sobbing. In response to the magistrate, I am not a bandit. I am a law-abiding citizen. I was originally farming in the fields when, for some unknown reason, these Neo village militia forcibly captured me. tortured me with cruel punishments, and forced me to admit I was a bandit. Fellow villagers, don't you all agree? The mole raised his voice, speaking with such earnest conviction that he seemed to be carrying out heaven's will. Yet any observer could see right through his lies. Not only was he lying himself, but he also used his eyes to signal the row of men behind him to step forward. Those bandits, who had originally resigned themselves to death, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope and immediately began spinning tales along with the mole's lead. That's right, we're all law-abiding citizens. I'm just a laborer. The militia from Nyo village seized me, without reason, and forced me to confess to being a bandit. They said they'd kill me if I didn't admit it, i.e. been framed. Yes, and me too. They burst into my home with knives and threatened my elderly parents, saying they'd kill the old folks if I didn't confess to being a bandit. I was forced to admit it. In just a few moments, all 1,200 bandits spoke in unison, claiming to be innocent civilians, each face written with grievance. Anyone unaware of the truth standing there would likely mistake them for victimized common folk. The people at the city gates stared in bewilderment. Were these men bandits or civilians? Yesterday, when the bandits came down from the mountain, they had covered their faces, so no one had seen their true appearance. Now that they claimed to be civilians, the people truly couldn't tell the difference. Just then, Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang triumphantly raised his voice, cutting sharply through the murmur of the crowd. Audacious troublemakers. As militia members, you dare force innocent people to confess to banditry just to deceive the yamen for rewards. You deserve death. Men, seize him. Anyone who dares resist shall be killed on the spot. As his words fell, the constables behind him drew their blades with a sharp ring, ready to pounce. At the same time, the Nyo village militia behind Li Kai also unsheathed their steel sabers in unison, flanking Li Kai protectively. The constables and militia were equal in number, and the area outside the city gate instantly became tense with drawn weapons. The constables were wary of the militia's fighting prowess, while the militia were mindful of the constables' official status. Neither side was willing to make the first move. Zhu Kaijiang was in no hurry. As the magistrate of this county, he only needed to stall Li Kai for 20 or 30 minutes before reinforcements would arrive. What? Still want to resist? If you dare harm the constables with weapons, that's rebellion, a capital crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations, he threatened with a cold laugh. Li Kai's gaze remained calm. What do you mean resist? This is lawful self-defense. County magistrate, you're protecting these bandits and calling them law-abiding citizens. Can your conscience bear it? This county sees clearly they are law-abiding citizens. Zhu Kaijiang stubbornly insisted. Hearing this, Li Kai suddenly turned toward the surrounding people. At this moment, the civilians still wore expressions of detached indifference. He knew that with his strength alone, he couldn't pry open Zhu Kaijiang's mouth. Had to get the people to speak up. To make the people talk, he had to show them that their own interests were at stake. His voice rang out loud and clear as he called again. Fellow villagers, whether these men are bandits or not, you know it in your hearts as clearly as looking in a mirror. Yesterday at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, blood flowed like rivers, and many of you witnessed it firsthand. These men are precisely the bandits captured yesterday. Qingshan County is only so big when someone goes up the mountain to become a bandit. Everyone hears about it sooner or later. It's just that you fear retaliation from the magistrate and revenge from the bandits, so you dare not speak the truth. But you must understand, if today they are not classified as bandits, but as civilians, they will be released without charge. 1,200 bandits, set free. They will return to their mountain strongholds, burst into your homes with their blades, steal your silver, and murder your families. Therefore, I hope that all citizens who know the identities of these criminals will step forward without hesitation. Only when these bandits are dealt with according to law can we sleep peacefully and continue to be subjects of the Great Tian Dynasty. Li Kai stood at the city gate, his voice ringing with authority. The blazing sun scorched the stone-paved road, and sweat dripped from his chin, yet nothing could diminish the sharpness in his words. Those few sentences were like sparks falling into dry grass, instantly igniting the surrounding crowd. Exactly. If these bandits are released, we'll be the ones to suffer. Someone in the crowd clenched their sleeves, voice passionate. The village militia of Nyo village risked their lives to capture them. We can't let their efforts be in vain. The discussion erupted like a bursting dam. Old Zhang, the oil seller from East Village, tremblingly pushed through the crowd and pointed at a pockmarked face among the prisoners. Him. He's a bandit from Blackwind Stronghold. Last year he stole 3 bags of rice from my family and broke my son's leg. The old man's voice was hoarse, yet every word carried blood. I recognized that one-eyed man. Wang the widow, the tofu beauty, lifted her skirt and shouted with reddened eyes. Last month he led men to burn down my cousin's shop, sparing neither the elderly nor children. Citizens gathered from all directions, their accusations surging toward the city gate like ocean waves. He's from Wild Wolf Stronghold. My father was beaten to death by them. Grief, wailing, and roars wove together into an unstoppable tide of sound. Some pushed forward through the crowd, Others raised their sleeves to wipe away tears. Zhu Kaijiang was forced to retreat repeatedly by this human tide, knocking over a constable's staff. The iron rod clattered to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The county magistrate cannot protect bandits, someone shouted, immediately echoed by thousands. Give us justice. Severely punish these criminals. The anger burned fiercer, and the citizens hurled rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables they had prepared at the row of kneeling bandits. Egg liquid splattered everywhere, mud flew in chunks, and one piece went astray, smacking against the magistrate's chest. The scene became complete chaos, with no one able to tell where the mud had come from. Zhu Kaijiang wiped the filth from his face, his complexion alternating between green and white, his fingers trembling. How dare they? They're throwing mud at me. The constables desperately tried to maintain order, pushing and shouting, finally managing to force the crowd back half a zhang after great effort, preventing the situation from spiraling completely out of control. Through the dust, Li Kai crossed his arms and looked toward the magistrate, his voice calm, yet unyielding. County magistrate, as you can see, these bandits' identities have been confirmed by the citizens. Do you still wish to claim they are innocent civilians? Zhu Kaijiang's face turned ashen. To speak of innocent civilians now would only invite disaster. But 1,200 men meant 12,000 taels in reward money. Thinking of those gleaming silver notes entering Li Kai's purse, his heart clenched painfully with that money in hand. Li Kai would be even better armed, making him harder to challenge in the future. The advisor beside him rolled his eyes, stepped forward, and bowed to address the crowd loudly. Our county magistrate was merely being cautious to avoid wronging any innocent person. Now that the bandits' identities are confirmed, rest assured that the government will not let them escape. As for the reward money, these 1,200 men amount to 12,000 taels of silver, a substantial sum. Please, militia members, return to your villages first. Once the yamen has gathered the silver, you may return tomorrow to collect it. That sounded nice enough, but Li Kai saw right through it. He had it all figured out. If he handed over the bandits today, the authorities would turn their backs on him tomorrow. Without the bandits in hand, and having lost this bargaining chip that had drawn the whole city's attention, getting any reward money later would be harder than climbing to heaven. Li Kai crossed his arms, his tone firm. No deal. Either we exchange money for prisoners on the spot, or I take them back and return tomorrow with them to collect the money. The clerk was about to sweet-talk him again, but seeing Li Kai's stubborn resolve, he could only turn to Zhu Kaijiang. Zhu Kaijiang snorted coldly, his face taut with tension. Captain Li, do you not trust our government office? Since we've promised the silver, you'll naturally get your due. Hand over the prisoners first, then come collect the money tomorrow. That's final. Li Kai could see he clearly intended to renege on the deal. With a slight smile, he raised his voice. Of course I trust Lord County Magistrate. However, sharing joy is better than enjoying it alone. I, Li Kai, can't possibly keep all this money to myself. Everyone knows the government rewards 10 taels of silver for each bandit captured. Fellow townspeople, he turned to face the crowd, his voice booming. I'll sell you a bandit for 5 taels. Then you can claim the tental reward, a clear profit of 5 taels. What a bargain, right? The onlookers' eyes lit up instantly. 5 taels of silver was half a year's income from many. Excellent. What a deal. Captain Li truly cares for us common folk. I'm going home right now to get my seal very wanna buy 10. In the blink of an eye, excited shouts erupted everywhere. Zhu Kaijiang's face turned the color of pig's liver. This move was absolutely ruthless. If the government only owed Li Kai a favor, they could simply default on it. But owing silver to an entire street full of people? Who could handle such chaos? Li Kai had also stolen the people's hearts, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The county magistrate roared. Li Kai, this is illegal. Li Kai shrugged. Lord County Magistrate, which law am I breaking? Zhu Kaijiang was speechless. The Great Heavenly Dynasty's laws prohibited human trafficking, but Li Kai was selling bandits. Moreover, with the people rallying around him, forceful suppression might well cause a riot. After gritting his teeth for a moment, he conceded in a low voice. I'll fetch the silver right now, just don't sell the bandits to the people. Li Kai spread his hands and cupped his fists toward the crowd. My apologies, everyone. The county magistrate is concerned that someone might buy the bandits only to release them, so he won't allow me to sell them to you. Please understand. Though disappointed, the people could see the Logisif bandit family members were mixed in among them. They certainly wouldn't turn the prisoners over to the authorities. They nodded with sighs and dispersed. Zhu Kaijiang glared at Li Kai with eyes that could kill. If looks could become blades, Li Kai would have been sliced to pieces. However, for him, buying back these bandits would still be profitable on paper. Indeed, Zhu Kaijiang's purchase of these bandits would absolutely be a sure win. These bandits belonged to 12 different mountain strongholds, and Zhu Kaijiang could easily sell them back to their respective chieftains for 15 or 20 taels of silver each. All he needed to do was give Li Kai a small hush money payment, turning this into a no-cost business with pure profit flowing into his own pocket. Though he had to part with some silver now, he still paid readily, even as the muscles on his face twitched with reluctance. Soon, A heavy cart rumbled over the gravel, its cargo hold containing several large wooden chests. When the lids were lifted, the brilliant gleam of silver was so dazzling it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Tintal silver ingots, over 1,000 of them, neatly stacked and filling the chests. Li Kai had his men weigh and bite test each ingot to verify their authenticity, then cupped his hands toward the magistrate. Much obliged, magistrate. Hand over the prisoners. The Nyotsuan militia immediately escorted the bound bandits over to the magistrate's side. Zhu Kaijiang watched coldly, a mocking smile playing at his lips as he leaned in and whispered, "You think I'm at a loss? No, I'm just making slightly less profit. Once those strongholds by their men back, the first thing they'll do is seek revenge against your Nyotsuan militia. Let's see how much longer you can keep this up." Li Kai raised his eyes, meeting that icy gaze, and a meaningful smile curved his lips. That ambiguous smile made Zhu Kaijiang's heart sink, though he couldn't pinpoint what felt wrong. Suddenly, dust clouds billowed in the distance with the thunderous sound of hoofbeats. In an instant, a cavalry unit of over 100 riders emerged from the dust, armor clanking and sabers gleaming coldly. The cavalry stopped before the crowd, and their leader, Captain Ma Yong, sat tall in his saddle, his voice booming. "Greetings, magistrate." He merely raised his fist in salute without dismounting. Military men need not kowtow, especially one commanding 1,000 troops who hardly considered a minor county magistrate worth such deference. Zhu Kaijiang returned the greeting. "Captain Ma, what brings you to Qingshan County?" Ma Yong raised an eyebrow with a meaningful smile. "Nothing special, just here to conscript the county's condemned criminals." These condemned criminals were serious offenders guilty of murder, arson, rape, and kidnapping. Under the laws of the Great Heavenly Dynasty, such people had no rights, and the military could conscript them at will for hard labor at best, or as cannon fodder at worst. Zhu Kaijiang's expression shifted slightly as he forced a smile. "I'm afraid the captain will be disappointed. Our jail holds few such criminals. This county has always maintained excellent public order." Of course, there was no excellent public order. Anyone could be bailed out with enough silver, naturally leaving the jail empty. Ma Yong casually scanned the crowd, his gaze falling on the 1,000-odd bound bandits nearby. He called out, "And what about these people?" Li Kai seized the moment, pointing toward them. "Captain Ma, you may not know these are all bandits. Thanks to our wise magistrate offering a bounty of 10 taels per bandit, we were able to capture them so quickly. The magistrate is truly an excellent official." Every sentence praised Zhu Kaijiang to the skies, yet each word cut deep. The magistrate's face turned the color of pig's liver, veins bulging on his forehead, as realization Duneth had been trapped in an elaborate scheme. Talk about one trap after another. Upon hearing this, Ma Yong's lips curved into a smile. So these people were all criminals the magistrate had just taken in? He glanced at the bandits kneeling in a row and spoke casually, as if delivering a verdict. Better to arrive at the right time than early. Since these criminals now belong to the government, there's no need to send them to prison. Let me take them all. His words struck like thunder. Zhu Kaijiang's forehead instantly broke out in sweat as he hurriedly stepped forward to block him. "No, absolutely not." "Why not?" Ma Yong raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. Zhu Kaijiang's lips trembled, but he could only swallow back what he wanted to say. Couldn't possibly admit in public that he planned to sell these bandits back to their stronghold for money. Ma Yong's voice suddenly rose. "Keeping them in the county jail costs a fortune in food every day? Rather than letting them eat and drink for free in prison, why not send them to the front lines to redeem themselves through service, to fight the barbarians and defend our homeland? Don't you all agree?" These few words rang with conviction. The onlooking citizens already harbored deep hatred for the bandits, and upon hearing this, their emotions were instantly ignited. "Well said. Let them fight and kill the barbarians. Prison is too good for them." Shouts rose one after another. The people knew these bandits would likely become cannon fodder on the battlefield, but whether bandits or barbarians died, each death brought them satisfaction. Zhu Kaijiang's face turned ashen, powerless to argue. The people supported Ma Yong, who had legitimate grounds for his request, while he had no reason to refuse. Only now did he fully understand. Li Kai had set him up. From the beginning, Li Kai never intended to hand over the prisoners. He only wanted the reward money. This Ma Yong, who claimed close friendship with him, was clearly an inside man Li Kai had brought in. The scheme was laid bare before him, yet he could only fall into the trap. Ma Yong clasped his fists in salute. "Thank you, magistrate, for releasing them. Brothers, escort the prisoners back to camp." 500 soldiers responded in unison, and amid the resounding footsteps, they dragged away the tightly bound bandits one by one. Watching the dark mass of soldiers march away, Zhu Kaijiang felt his heart bleeding. 12,000 taels of silver, gone just like that. To say it didn't hurt would be a lie. At this moment, Li Kai still stood nearby, clasping his fists and calling out sarcastically, "The magistrate truly is a good father and mother to us common people, giving out rewards without hesitation. How generous. Releasing criminals at will. What vision. Come, Let's give the magistrate a round of applause to thank him. He led the applause, and his 50 militiamen quickly followed suit. The thunderous clapping swept over everyone, and the crowd was carried along by the atmosphere, joining in. No matter how enthusiastic the applause, to Zhu Kaijiang's ears it sounded like a series of slaps to his face. He could only force a smile with his stiff features. When the applause died down, Li Kai clasped his fists again. Having received the reward, I take my leave. With that, he departed gracefully with his militia and the silver. Seeing no more drama to watch, the crowd gradually dispersed, and the street corner quickly fell quiet. Zhu Kaijiang returned to his office in a daze. Upon entering his study, his emotions finally exploded. He grabbed Li Kai's reward documents from his desk and tore them to shreds, the pieces falling like snow. That Li Kai dares to scheme against me, he roared, then kicked over his chair with tremendous force. The crash of the mahogany furniture hitting the ground frightened the maids and servants, who huddled in the corridor, not daring to make a sound. The pent-up rage in his chest surged like molten lava, and Zhu Kaijiang felt a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He staggered back a step, desperately gripping the edge of the table to steady himself. Before his eyes flashed the image of Li Kaijiang stuffing those 12,000 taels of silver into his robes. In his ears echoed the mocking applause and jeers of the common folk outside the city gates, hammering against his temples like iron mallets. My silver, my future. He ground his teeth and roared, slamming his fist on the table so hard that his knuckles split open, blood seeping out to stain the desk crimson. A wave of dizziness crashed over him, his stomach churning violently. He opened his mouth wide and spat a mouthful of thick blood onto the blue bricks, the scarlet sight shocking to behold. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes rolling back as he fainted on the spot. Secretary Ho, who had been waiting outside, heard the commotion and pushed through the door. Seeing the county magistrate's ashen face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and eyes tightly shut, he panicked and cried out in alarm. In an instant, the entire county office was thrown into chaos. After remaining unconscious for several hours, Zhu Kaijiang slowly emerged from the darkness. Opening his eyes, he saw Jiang Luolan, the proprietress of Spring Breeze House, and an elderly physician with a white beard standing side by side at his bedside. He's awake. The master is awake. Secretary Ho exclaimed first. Zhu Ming, who had been dozing nearby, suddenly snapped to attention and rushed to the bedside. His voice choked with tears. Father, thank goodness you're all right. Jiang Luolan nodded slightly and turned to the physician. Doctor, is the county magistrate in good health? After taking his pulse, the doctor said gravely. His pulse is stable. It's merely a case of extreme anger attacking the heart. A few days of rest will suffice. Jiang Luolan waved her hand dismissively, and the doctor bowed and departed. After resting for a moment, Zhu Kaijiang spoke weakly. Boss Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Luolan's tone was calm. I've heard about what happened at the city gates. The county magistrate needn't be so angry. Excessive anger harms the body. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Kaijiang felt another sharp pain in his chest and couldn't stop coughing violently. Ow, how can I not be angry? That was 12,000 taels. A slight smile played at the corners of Jiang Luolan's lips. I have a plan that could not only recover those 12,000 taels, but also net us additional profit. The question is whether the county magistrate dares to act on it. Zhu Kaijiang's eyes immediately lit up. Please tell me, Boss Jiang. The two were already bound together on the same boat, each holding the other's secrets, so he felt no need for caution. Jiang Luolan spoke slowly. The method is quite simple. I've had people scout the area while Qingfeng Stronghold is easy to defend and hard to attack. It has a fatal weakness, water supply. There's only one well in the stronghold, and its water comes from a small stream on the mountain. If we put enough arsenic upstream, everyone in the stronghold who drinks the water will surely die of poisoning. Zhu Kaijiang narrowed his eyes, hesitation creeping across his brow. Poisoning is a serious crime. If we're discovered, I wouldn't have enough heads to lose. Besides, the villagers of Niu village downstream also drink from that stream. What if they're poisoned too? Jiang Luolan waved her hand dismissively. Qingfeng Stronghold is still some distance from Niu village. By the time the water flows to the village entrance, the toxicity will be diluted. The villagers might get stomach aches at worst, but it certainly won't kill anyone. Having said this much, County Magistrate, it's up to you to decide whether you want to watch Li Kai continue his rampage or take a bold gamble. With those words, Jiang Luolan's robes billowed as she strode out of the courthouse without looking back. After Jiang Luolan left, Zhu Kaijiang slammed his finger on the desk. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and said, this plan could work. He turned to his son. Son, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Zhu Ming's eyes immediately lit up, his chest surging with both fury and excitement. Finally, the time for revenge has come. Father, rest assured, I'll handle this beautifully. In the corner, Secretary Ho kept his head down and hands lowered, remaining silent. Moments later, he appeared before the Gu residence. His knocking broke the silence as the gatekeeper emerged with a lantern. A note was slipped through the door crack. Secretary Ho lowered his voice. "Deliver this to Miss Gu Ling." Then he hurried away. This loyal secretary was actually Gu Linger's spy planted beside Zhu Kaijiang. Gu Linger's private salt trading couldn't possibly escape the county magistrate's notice. She had proactively proposed a 70-30 split, 30% for the magistrate, 70% for herself. However, Zhu Kaijiang found 30% too meager and had always coveted the entire salt route. While the Gu family were powerful outsiders, Zhu Kaijiang was the local strongman. To monitor his movements, Gu Linger had bribed Secretary Ho with a hefty sum, inadvertently saving Li Kai's life in the process. Under the lamplight in the Gu residence, Gu Linger unfolded the note, her expression immediately darkening. "Zhu Kaijiang, you're truly despicable. I thought you only sought wealth, not lives, but you don't even value human life." She tore off a sheet of paper and wrote swiftly. "It takes one villain to deal with another. Someone, deliver this letter to Qingfeng's stronghold tonight." In the cave dwelling behind Qingfeng's stronghold, Li Kai and his two wives were gleefully counting silver. Torches flickered as tintal silver ingots covered the bed, table, and even the floor, their gleaming brilliance almost blinding. A rough count revealed exactly 20,000 taels, 12,000 swindled from the county magistrate, plus Li Kai's own 8,000 in savings, not a penny more or less. If he lacked ambition, this sum would suffice for a lifetime of leisure with his two wives. Even supporting 300 brothers, they could live comfortably for years. But to truly forge an army of steel, 20,000 taels was merely the beginning. Suyu clutched 2 silver ingots, her eyes curved like crescents with joy. "Husband, I've never seen so much money in my entire life." Huang Yuru nodded vigorously. "When Sister Suyu was first sold, it was only for 10 taels. Now we could buy 2,000 wives as beautiful as her." Suyu reached over and poked Huang Yuru's most ample area. "You silly girl, your brain's clearly elsewhere. All you think about with money is buying wives." Huang Yuru tilted her head thoughtfully. "Well, we'd also need to hire a cook, or we'd starve to death." In the corner, Zhao Yupei sat with her knees drawn up, firelight dancing across her indifferent features. Even with 20,000 taels of silver piled like a mountain, her eyes remained unmoved, as if what lay before her were merely stones rather than precious metal. Just then, urgent voices came from outside the door. "Boss, someone from the Gu family has arrived outside the stronghold. He gave me a letter and asked me to deliver it to you." In the cave dwelling, lamplight flickered as Li Kai looked up upon hearing this, his voice short and commanding. "Bring the letter in." Digua pushed the door open and was immediately dazzled by the silver piled as high as walls inside the room, his breathing growing heavier. But the moment he met Li Kai's emotionless eyes, his greed was instantly suppressed. He respectfully presented the letter with both hands. Li Kai opened the letter, his gaze quickly scanning the paper. The moment he closed it, he smiled coldly. "Zhu Kaijiang. Oh, Zhu Kaijiang. So you want to play this game with me? Fine, then I'll play along and turn your scheme against you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ordered, "Have the men fetch more water. For the next 3 days, no one is to drink from the well. Wait for my signal." Though Digua was puzzled, he didn't dare ask questions and nodded repeatedly before running off to carry out the order. Suyu had been standing nearby the whole time. Seeing this, she couldn't help but ask, "Husband, why can't we drink well water for the next 3 days?" Li Kai's lips curved into a playful smile. "Because the well water is poisoned." "Poisoned? What should we do?" Suyu paced anxiously in circles. "Could it be that someone wants to poison and frame you, husband?" "Exactly." Li Kai took her hand and pulled her into his embrace to comfort her. "Not drinking well water for a short time is just a temporary measure. Qingfeng's stronghold is easy to defend but hard to attack, yet it has one fatal weakness: the well water is easily tampered with. Since Zhu Kaijiang has given me this warning, I'll simply make a filter myself. Whether it's arsenic or sleeping drugs, they'll all be useless against our people." The next morning, Li Kai neatly arranged the prepared materials in the courtyard: a large water vat, several bags of coarse and fine sand, bundles of cotton, and dried charcoal. He first used a chisel to break open the bottom of the water vat, creating a bottomless container, then securely wrapped thick cotton cloth around the outer rim. Next, he laid the materials in layers: coarse sand, fine sand, cotton, charcoal, repeating this 3 or 4 times and compacting each layer firmly. Once the simple water filter was complete, he only needed to pour stream water into the vat. The water would pass through multiple layers of sand, stone, cotton, and charcoal before finally dripping into a wooden basin below. Li Kai scooped up a ladle of the filtered clear water and flicked it with his fingertip. After boiling this, even the most potent poison from the Great Heavenly Dynasty would be rendered nearly harmless. He recalled basic pharmacology talking about toxicity, without considering dosage, is meaningless. Poison dumped into a stream would be instantly diluted by the flowing water. Drinking the raw water directly could still cause poisoning, but after filtering and high-temperature boiling, the harm would be negligible. With everything in place, Li Kai waited quietly for the fish to take the bait. As night fell, the mountain forest grew quiet except for insect sounds. 3 dark figures crept into the depths of Qingfeng Mountain, deliberately avoiding the wide mountain paths and choosing only narrow trails overgrown with thorns. Their clothes were torn by branches, revealing faint bloodstains in the moonlight. The leader was none other than Zhu Ming, followed by 2 loyal subordinates. The 3 finally reached the upstream section of the small creek above Qingfeng's stronghold. Zhu Ming pulled off his mask and gazed at the babbling stream at his feet, his eyes wild with barely contained madness. Li Kai, your end has come. Zhu Ming and his 2 subordinates untied the bundles from their bodies and opened them, pouring packets of powder into the stream. Their movements were practiced, and smooth the powder dissolved instantly upon contact with water, leaving no trace. After emptying all the poison, they stuffed the packaging back into their clothes, carefully wiping away even the scattered fragments before retreating to a vantage point by the creek and disappearing into the dense forest. As dawn broke, cooking smoke began to rise slowly above the mountain stronghold. It was breakfast time, when the poison would be most potent. Zhu Ming crouched in the grass, listening intently with a cruel smile playing at his lips. After waiting 3 full hours, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the stronghold. Something's wrong. People are dying from the food. Quick, fetch a doctor. The stronghold gates burst open, and a village guard stumbled out, but after only a few steps, he began foaming at the mouth and collapsed with a thud, motionless. The stronghold fell into deathly silence, with only the cold wind stirring the deer antler wind chimes. Seeing his poisonous scheme succeed, Zhu Ming was ecstatic and immediately gestured. Quick, go down the mountain and notify our people, enter the stronghold and loot everything. His subordinate rushed down the mountain like lightning. Moments later, a 100-man force silently gathered outside the stronghold gates, all constables from Qingshan County and trusted confidants of Zhu Kaijiang. Their mission was twofold. First, to reclaim the 12,000 taels of silver that Li Kai had swindled away, and second, to plunder Qingfeng's stronghold while eliminating any survivors. All wore civilian clothes and face coverings to conceal their identities. Zhu Ming's eyes were bloodshot with excitement as he cursed under his breath. Li Kai, oh Li Kai, you were so arrogant, but now you've fallen into my hands. He raised his steel blade and commanded in a low voice. Everyone, follow me into the stronghold. Remember, leave no one alive. The stronghold gates stood wide open as Zhu Ming led the charge inside, but they encountered no one, only scattered cooking utensils and spilled food on the ground, with a faint smell of burning mixed with medicinal odor permeating the air. Gripping his blade, he rushed toward the largest cave dwelling in the stronghold, Li Kai's residence. Just as they were about to reach the entrance, a thunderous crash erupted behind them. The constables turned in unison. The village guard who had supposedly died was now standing at the main gate, slamming the heavy wooden barrier shut with a decisive clack. Zhu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. Hadn't that man been fatally poisoned? How was he alive again? The guard's lips curved into a cold smile, as if mocking them. Only then did Zhu Ming realize they had walked into a trap, roaring, "This is bad. We've been deceived. Retreat quickly." But by now, they were caged birds with nowhere to flee. Crash! The wooden planks above the stronghold gates flipped open in unison, and over 100 village guards sprang up. Each guard held a composite bow, their cold arrowheads now aimed directly at Zhu Ming and his men. The cave doors all swung open wide, and the Neo village militia emerged, clad in black armor and wielding steel blades. Cold light glinted off their weapons as their icy gazes spread a silent aura of death through the night. 310 militiamen formed ranks, their spears standing like a forest. Not one had fallen victim to the poisoned water in the river. From the largest cave, Li Kai appeared leisurely, his arms around 2 beautiful women. He glanced down at the visitors on the slope below and smiled coldly. "Young Master Zhu, what an honor to have you visit. Why all the sneaking around? And bringing so many men? Surely you don't intend to kill me." Zhu Ming looked up at the dark mass of armored soldiers, and his face turned deathly pale. He had long heard of the Neo village militia's fearsome reputation, and their numbers were double his own. The enemy forces were not only armored and armed with bows, but held the high ground on the mountainside. If a battle broke out, his constables would have no chance of survival. Li Kai, I mean no harm." Zhu Ming forced a smile. "I just came to see you. Do you believe me?" Li Kai snorted softly. "Do you think I believe that? Bringing over 100 men with weapons to see me?" The lie crumbled the moment it left his lips. Unable to maintain the pretense, Zhu Ming gritted his teeth and roared, "Fine. I did come to kill you, but you weren't poisoned. Someone must have tipped you off." Li Kai raised his hand and clapped slowly, his eyes full of mockery. "Not entirely stupid. Indeed, someone warned me of your plan in advance, otherwise I might have fallen into your trap. Damn it. When I get back, I'll root out that traitor." Zhu Ming seethed, veins bulging on his forehead. "Do you think you'll be going back?" Li Kai sneered. Before the words had fully left his mouth, over 300 militiamen stepped forward in unison, their armor plates clanking with a low hum as their killing intent pressed down on the mountain path like something tangible. Zhu Ming stumbled back a step, his voice trembling. Li Kai, you wouldn't dare? I'm the county magistrate's son. These are all constables. If you kill us, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Li Kai raised an eyebrow. Oh, then let me ask you, if I really killed you all, who could prove it? Your father. My father sent us here to. Zhu Ming's voice grew quieter. Of course it was to kill you. How could such murderous business be brought into the open? If they died here, Zhu Kaijiang would likely have to swallow this bitter pill in silence. Realizing this, Zhu Ming's heart turned completely cold. Name your price. How much money will it take for you to let us leave? He said urgently. Li Kai slowly caressed his blade handle and smiled. It seems the Zhu family treasury is quite abundant. After spending 12,000 taels of silver, you still have enough left to try buying your lives. He paused and pointed toward the mountains behind him. In that case, I won't ask for much. Sell me Qingfeng Mountain for 1 copper coin. How about it? Killing Zhu Ming would certainly be satisfying, but it would bring no real benefit, and pushing Zhu Kaijiang too far might lead to unpredictable consequences. Better to squeeze some real advantage from Zhu Ming's predicament, and all of Qingfeng Mountain was exactly what Li Kai was after. Li Kai, are you insane? You want to buy an entire mountain for 1 copper coin? Zhu Ming was furious. In the Great Tian Dynasty, land could be bought and sold. All unclaimed land belonged to the government. Qingfeng Mountain was currently unclaimed, and purchasing such a tract of land required extensive approvals through multiple levels of bureaucracy, with complex procedures and a hefty price tag. To purchase this kind of unclaimed land, you need 2 things: connections and money. Both are absolutely essential. Qingfeng Mountain is so vast that no single city could contain it. Buying it would require at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. Yet Li Kai stood on the fortress wall, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm not joking. 1 to buy Qingfeng Mountain. I'm giving your father 3 days. If the deed isn't delivered to me after 3 days, sorry, but you'll all be staying at Qingfeng's stronghold forever. As his words fell, he raised his hand and waved. Release 1 person to go back and report to Zhu Kaijiang. Yes. The stronghold's heavy gates creaked open. The militia from Nio village randomly grabbed a constable, gave him a vicious kick that sent him tumbling in the dust, then shut and locked the gates. The constable, who had escaped with his life, stumbled a few steps, then used every ounce of strength to sprint madly toward the county seat. Meanwhile, at the Zhu residence, Zhu Kaijiang paced back and forth in the front courtyard, his boot heels clicking against the blue bricks, cold sweat streaming down his temples. The 100+ constables he had sent out were now completely silent, and they had been handling his private affairs, murderous private affairs at that. His heart was in turmoil, desperately hoping to hear his son's voice reporting safety at any moment. Suddenly, a masked figure in black rushed into the courtyard and dropped to his knees. Master. Zhu Kaijiang's heart jumped. Speak. Master. Disaster has struck. The young master has been captured by the Nio village militia. What? Zhu Kaijiang's eyes went wide, his ears ringing as the world spun around him. He collapsed to the ground, his face instantly turning deathly pale. How is this possible? What exactly happened? The man in black recounted everything that had occurred outside Qingfeng's stronghold in detail. After hearing it all, the color drained completely from Zhu Kaijiang's face as he clenched his fists and growled. There's a traitor in the Zhu family. Having reached his position as county magistrate, he prided himself on his intelligence. For Zhu Ming and the others to be surrounded the moment they entered Qingfeng's stronghold, someone must have tipped them off. It was impossible otherwise. But now wasn't the time to hunt for traitors. The key was how to rescue his son. 1 to buy Qingfeng Mountain? Li Kai certainly has some nerve. Zhu Kaijiang grew angrier the more he thought about it. Though the government held land trading rights, the court was short on silver. No matter how low they went, it would still cost at least 1,000,000 taels. If he really made the deal for 1, how could he explain it to his superiors? Advisor Ho beside him frowned and said gravely, Master, the real trouble lies ahead. The young master being trapped is a small matter, but with over 100 constables missing, when their families come to the Yamen demanding answers and the authorities send investigators, we won't be able to explain ourselves even with 100 mouths. Zhu Kaijiang naturally understood this. The Yamen was already short-staffed. Losing over 100 constables at once couldn't be hidden. If this really blew up, his head might roll. But selling Qingfeng Mountain to Li Kai for 1 was equally impossible. Forget 1,000,000 taels. 750,000 would be reasonable, but 1? The court would never agree. Advisor Ho also looked troubled. After long contemplation, he finally sighed. Well, at this point, this land at Qingfeng Mountain must be sold whether we want to or not. Master, why don't you first set the contract at 50,000 taels and get our people back first? You can threaten the owner of the Spring Breeze brothel to help pay back this 500,000 taels of silver. After all, this rotten idea was his to begin with. Boss Zhang has deep pockets and a big business, so he shouldn't be short of this money. If we pool our resources from both sides and pull some strings, spending 20 or 30,000 taels should get this matter settled. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang let out a long sigh. Given the circumstances, this was the only option left, but every time he thought about having to pay out money, his chest ached as if a dull knife were twisting inside. Help me inside. He waved his hand, his face ashen. I'll write a letter and immediately send someone to work our connections. First, we'll get the deed to Qingfeng Mountain, then deliver it to Li Kai to ransom our people back. On the other side of Qingfeng stronghold, Li Kai had been waiting for 3 full days. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, under the blazing sun, he leaned against the courtyard wall, cracking sunflower seeds while keeping an eye on Zhu Ming and the others. Those bailiffs huddled in the shadows, having gone 3 days without a grain of rice, surviving only on rainwater from last night's downpour. Their cheeks were gaunt and shriveled like dried orange peels. Li Kai spat out a sunflower seed shell and said coolly, 3 days now, and clearly your magistrate isn't coming to rescue anyone. My patience has run out, Digua. Dig a pit and bury them. The simple-minded giant Digua grunted in acknowledgement and started digging in the courtyard with his shovel. Hey, Li Kai kicked him in the rear. Bury them outside. Burying people in our own courtyard, how unlucky is that? Digua scratched his head, grinned foolishly, and shouldered his shovel to head outside the stronghold gates. Just then, the sentry on the wall suddenly shouted, Captain, looks like people from the Yamen. At this, Zhu Ming and the others suddenly perked up, staggering to the courtyard entrance and staring intently at the dirt road outside. Li Kai hadn't held much hope for his scheme of buying Qingfeng Mountain for 1 copper coin. Who would really sell such a large piece of land for so little? He'd figured it was worth a try, and if it didn't work out, no harm done. Outside the stronghold gates, a constable ran up drenched in sweat, waving a contract and shouting loudly, The deed has been delivered. Open the gates quickly. Li Kai confirmed the man was alone before signaling to open the gates. The constable entered the stronghold and, still catching his breath, presented the contract with both hands. As agreed, here's the deed. Please release the prisoners immediately. Li Kai glanced down and indeed saw the deed to Qingfeng Mountain, but the price column clearly read, 500,000 taels. He raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly. 500,000? The magistrate said a deed for 1 copper coin simply couldn't be processed, and the minimum had to be 500,000 taels. Is that right? The constable smiled bitterly, not daring to say more. Li Kai clicked his tongue, drawing out his words. TSK, TSK. Who would have thought a mere county magistrate could actually come up with 500,000 taels? In truth, Zhu Kaijiang couldn't produce such a massive sum at all. He couldn't even scrape together 100,000, but being pushed to this desperate point, he could only process the deed first and figure out how to pay the money later. Besides, there was still Boss Jiang from the Spring Breeze brothel to share the burden, and he still had connections send some silver to the capital, and maybe he could even negotiate the total price down. The constable pressed urgently. Captain Li, the deed has been delivered. Can you now release the prisoners as agreed? I can. Li Kai's lips curved into a smile as his gaze swept over the cowering Zhu Ming and the others. Do you want them alive or dead? Upon hearing this, the constable trembled all over in fright. Li Kai threw back his head and laughed heartily, patting the constable's shoulder twice. Haha, just kidding with you. Don't panic. The man's inside, take him away. Only then did the constable breathe a sigh of relief, rushing into the stronghold with swift steps. Zhu Ming, chained and covered in mud, heard the approaching footsteps from the Yamen, and his eyes instantly filled with tears as he called out hoarsely, You've finally come. The constable hurried forward, struggling to support him. Young master, let's go home. Li Kai stood at the stronghold entrance with his hands behind his back, squinting as he watched the scene unfold, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When Zhu Ming was being helped out surrounded by people, he suddenly called out loudly, Young Master Zhu, you're welcome to come play again anytime. Zhu Ming's legs went weak and he nearly collapsed on the spot. I'd be a complete fool to come back again. After Zhu Ming and his group had gone far, Su Yu and Huang Yuru squeezed up to Li Kai's side. Li Kai handed them the land deed he was holding. Su Yu unrolled the document, her eyes growing brighter as she read. Husband, from now on this entire Qingfeng Mountain will be our home. Li Kai nodded. That's right. From now on Qingfeng Mountain will be our home. Huang Yuru raised her small fist excitedly. Hooray! Husband is so amazing. With such a big place, we can build many houses and you can marry many more concubines. Then Yuru won't be lonely anymore. Li Kai raised his hand to his forehead. Why is this girl always thinking about adding more concubines for him? Meanwhile, after much jostling, Zhu Ming was finally brought back to the Zhu residence. In the study, Zhu Kaijiang paced back and forth, his fingertips digging into his palms until they bled, leaving crescent-shaped marks on the desk. Suddenly, urgent footsteps came from outside. He stumbled to the door just as Zhu Ming, covered in mud, was carried in by the bailiffs. My son. Zhu Kaijiang's knees buckled, and he collapsed on the spot, murky tears rolling down his face. He tremblingly touched his son's sunken cheeks. What have they done to you? Zhu Ming could no longer hold on and threw himself into his father's arms, suppressed sobs escaping his throat. Father, I thought I'd never see you again. Zhu Kaijiang held his son tightly, his knuckles white with tension, his forehead pressed against his son's head, his voice choked with emotion. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. The father and son collapsed on the ground together. Zhu Kaijiang's official robes were covered in dust, but he was completely oblivious, with only intermittent sobbing echoing through the hall. After a long while, Zhu Ming's eyes burned with deep hatred as he gritted his teeth. Father, I want that Li Kai dead. Zhu Kaijiang had long harbored deep hatred, and upon hearing this, he clenched his teeth even harder. Son, rest assured, if I don't avenge this wrong, what face do I have left to serve as magistrate of Qingfeng Mountain? Father, how do you plan to deal with Li Kai? I've already made the necessary arrangements and bribed the prefect of Muyang City. Zhu Kaijiang stood up, coldness emanating from his eyes. A county magistrate is too small to command the local militia, but a prefect can mobilize all soldiers and civilians within his jurisdiction. Zhu Ming pressed further. Then where are you planning to send Li Kai and his men? Zhu Kaijiang gazed out the window, his tone icy. Aren't the Niu village militia quite capable against bandits? Let's see how much skill they have when facing Prince Fu's rebel army. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming shot to his feet, excitedly pumping his fist. Excellent. Local militia against regular troops this time. Li Kai, you're definitely dead. The next day, after Li Kai got up, he began directing his local militia to work. All the militiamen gathered before him, awaiting orders. Li Kai looked around at everyone, his voice booming. Now that Qingfeng Mountain has become my private territory, we cannot allow outsiders to come and go as they please. Digua, take the blacksmiths immediately and make several rolls of thick iron wire to fence off the entire mountain at its base. No one is permitted to set foot on Qingfeng Mountain. He had two purposes for this. First, Qingfeng Mountain was rich in game, and fencing it with wire mesh would keep outsiders from hunting on the mountain. Second, by isolating outsiders, the entire mountain would become his and his militiamen's domain, making management more convenient. Digua received the order, wiped his sweat, called his men together, and left the stronghold to work with great enthusiasm. Just as Digua's figure disappeared, the sentry on the gate suddenly shouted, "Militia captain, outsiders are coming up the mountain." Outsiders. Li Kai climbed the watchtower and looked into the distance, seeing a four-wheeled carriage stopped outside Qingfeng stronghold. The carriage wasn't as luxurious as the one Zhao Yupei had years ago, but in this era, anyone who could ride in a carriage was either wealthy or noble. This was no ordinary visitor. The carriage door opened, and a well-dressed man stepped down, his robes neat and spotless, his every gesture radiating official bearing. The militiamen on the watchtower called out, "Who goes there? What brings you to our Qingfeng stronghold?" The man's gaze swept coldly over the stronghold walls without answering. With a wave of his hand, an accompanying guard stepped forward, his voice ringing like a bell. "How dare you? Standing before you is Liao Xin, trusted aide to the Muyang Prefecture Governor Adjutant Liao. Have the Niu village militia captain come out to meet him." Muyang Prefecture Adjutant, someone in the village whispered. A prefecture governor was equivalent to a city mayor, and an adjutant in modern terms would be roughly equivalent to a department director. After hearing this, Li Kai smiled faintly. Just because you say he's the Muyang Prefecture Adjutant doesn't make it so. I've never seen the Muyang Prefecture Adjutant. The guard flew into a rage, sweeping his sword hilt to point at Li Kai. Insolent. How dare you speak to Adjutant Liao this way? You're asking for death. Open the gate now, or I'll tear down your pathetic stronghold. The guard's arrogance inflamed the militiamen on the watchtower, but uncertain of the visitor's true identity, they could only suppress their anger. At this moment, Liao Xin finally spoke, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed directly on Li Kai. Whether you open the gate or not is of no consequence. You must be Li Kai, the Niu village militia captain? I'm merely running errands for the governor. As long as I deliver the message, it matters not whether the gate opens. Men, post the notice. At his command, two guards brought out paste and yellow paper, posting it publicly beside the gate. Liao Xin raised his voice to proclaim. Captain Li, 10 days hence, you are commanded to lead your Niu village militia to the Northern Plains battlefield to support the Imperial Army in suppressing the Prince of Fu's rebellion. Should you fail to arrive within 10 days, all Niu village militiamen will be executed. Remember, this is a military order. As his words fell, Digua, standing beside Li Kai, erupted in anger. Are you out of your minds? We're local militia. Our duty is to guard the village. You give us no provisions, no official status, yet when there's fighting to be done, you want us on the front lines? Liao Xin's lips curved in a mocking smile. That's not my concern. These are governor's orders. You need only remember this 10 days from now. If you don't show up, it's a dead end for all of you. We're leaving. Liao Xin came and went swiftly, disappearing beyond the gates of Qingfeng stronghold in no time. At the stronghold entrance, Digua hunched over with his hands on his hips, his face burning with rage. Damn it. Using someone else's power to intimidate us. Who the hell does he think he is? Boss, they don't pay us wages or provide rations, won't give us official status, and now when they need men, they just dump us on the front lines. Are they bullying honest folks or what? Li Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. There's a battle to fight, and you're not happy about it? Digua's face drooped like a dried fish. Boss, these rebels under Prince Fu aren't like bandits. They're battle-hardened veterans who've earned their stripes through real combat. Their fighting strength isn't something bandits can match. Li Kai's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone resolute. Brothers, remember Thisui, the Nyotsuan militia, are the strongest fighting force in this world. Whether it's those worthless Prince Fu rebels or barbarians, anyone who faces us has only one fate: death. A fierce aura suddenly burst from him, making even Digua straighten his back involuntarily. The battlefield is a man-eating killing machine, but it's also a treasure trove for getting rich. Li Kai gazed into the distance, his voice low yet excited. A treasure trove? Digua scratched his head. Boss, what do you mean by that? When you kill enemy soldiers, whose silver do you think they're carrying? Li Kai raised his hand in a grasping motion. When you break a city, gold and treasures are yours for the taking. Don't you get it? Those words ignited the bloodlust of the Nyotsuan militia, and everyone's eyes lit up in unison. That sounds reasonable, but if we do this, wouldn't it be improper? How would we be different from bandits? Digua still had his doubts. Li Kai flicked his forehead. Remember this: if you don't take it, someone else will. If you don't loot, someone else will. Fairness and justice? They're all fake. Only profit is real. On the battlefield, if you don't kill the enemy kills you. If you don't plunder enemy wealth, they'll strip you clean. If you don't massacre cities, they won't show mercy when they break your territory. This is reality. This is war. As his words settled, only heavy breathing remained in the air. Li Kai's speech hit everyone like a hammer, as if the worldview they'd built over years shattered in an instant. He patted Digua's shoulder. Do some good ideological work with the brothers. I'm going out for a while. With that, Li Kai went to find Uncle Fu, selected several sturdy horse carts, loaded bags of precious fine salt onto them, and rode out of the stronghold with several militiamen. After half a day's journey, the carts entered the prefectural city and finally stopped before the Gu residence. As soon as Li Kai jumped down from the cart, Gu Linger's personal guard Zhou Bo approached with a stern face. My young lady has been waiting for you for quite some time. She knew I was coming? Li Kai raised an eyebrow. My lady is divinely perceptive. Zhou Bo's tone remained unchanged as he stepped aside to lead the way. Through winding bluestone paths and corridors with pink walls and black tiles, they arrived at the back garden. Under a pavilion sat several plates of delicate pastries, with a fine porcelain teapot steaming gently. Gu Linger reclined against a bamboo couch, wearing a flowing white dress with a jade pendant at her waist that swayed gently with her breathing. Her loosely pinned hair had a few strands falling beside her snow-white neck, and her stunning beauty appeared even more enchanting in the soft light. Her eyebrows were touched with red, fine patterns were painted at the corners of her eyes, and her eyes sparkled brightly. She clutched a lotus-painted fan in her hand, wearing jade-green nail guards on her fingertips. Upon seeing Li Kai, she bit into a pastry and smiled at him, looking both charming and spirited. Oh, Captain Li has arrived, the young lady Gu Linger called out cheerfully, her voice crisp and clear. Zhou Bo led Li Kai into the hall, bowed respectfully, and tactfully withdrew. Li Kai stood by the chair for quite a while before scratching the back of his head and sitting down. The moment he saw Gu Linger, he recalled the embarrassing incident when he had accidentally wandered into the back courtyard, been mistaken for a flower thief, and in his panic had stripped completely naked. His face immediately flushed with heat. Gu Linger smiled softly, seeing through his embarrassment but choosing not to mention it. I heard our Captain Li fought like a god of war on the battlefield, sending those bandits fleeing in terror, she teased, waving her fan. Yet here in my presence, you won't say a single word. Could it be that something weighs heavily on your mind? Miss Gu jests, Li Kai coughed dryly. It's just, how did Miss Gu know I was coming? Closing her fan, Gu Linger's eyes curved into crescents. Not only did I know you'd come, but I also know that in 10 days you'll be leaving Qingfeng Mountain for the Northern Plains battlefield to face Prince Fu's rebel army. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Kai understood the Gu family's intelligence network was indeed formidable. Since you know everything, then you must also know I truly have a favor to ask. He decided to be direct. Gu Linger lifted her chin proudly. Of course. That battle at Northern Plains isn't child's play. The Nyotsuan militia might handle bandits well enough, but on a real battlefield, they'd probably wet themselves in fear. Soyovi, you come to ask me to pull strings and keep you off the front lines, right? Li Kai smiled without responding. He did indeed need the Gu family's help, but not for backdoor connections. He needed supplies. Seeing his silence, Gu Linger assumed she'd guessed correctly. She pursed her lips in a smile, leaned closer, and lowered her voice. If you want to avoid the battlefield, there's only one way now. Do you want to hear it? What way? Li Kai was genuinely curious. Marry me and become the Gu family's son-in-law. The moment the words left her mouth, she blushed to her ears, her slender neck curling slightly in embarrassment. Now it was Li Kai's turn to be stunned. What? What do you mean what? Gu Linger became defiant instead. My father has considerable influence at court. If you become the Gu family's son-in-law, that petty magistrate wouldn't dare force you into battle. However, she raised her delicate index finger and began counting. First, after marriage, you must obey me in everything and pamper me. Second, if we have children in the future, they'll take my surname. Third, I'll fully support your career money, grain, soldiers, everything will be provided by the Gu family. In short, the Gu family will be your strongest backing. This speech left Li Kai completely dumbfounded. She hadn't even gotten his agreement yet, but had already decided whose surname the children would take. He quickly coughed twice. Ahem, Miss Gu, I never agreed to marry into the Gu family, though being a son-in-law does sound rather appealing. How could a dignified man rely on a woman's protection and become a kept man? Even if he were to live off someone else, he'd have to do it with dignity. Li Kai grumbled inwardly. Gu Linger noticed his hesitation, her smile fading instantly as her brows furrowed slightly. What? Would becoming the Gu family's son-in-law be beneath you? Li Kai quickly shook his head. That's not it at all. It's just that I already have 2 wives, so I'm afraid I can't become the Gu family's son-in-law. The mention of Li Kai's 2 wives immediately sparked anger in Gu Linger. She genuinely admired Li Kai's demeanor and talent, but the thought of having to share this man with other women made her feel as uncomfortable as if ants were crawling all over her heart. Born as the eldest daughter of the Gu family, Gu Linger had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth, getting whatever she wanted, with people even interpreting her smiles for her. When had she ever suffered the slightest grievance? So asking her to share a husband with others was absolutely impossible. Yet ironically, she was now the one pursuing Li Kai, begging him to marry into the Gu family. Gu Linger took a deep breath and stubbornly laid out her conditions with forced pride. Those 2 wives of yours cannot enter the Gu household. I'll be the primary wife, they'll be secondary, and they must pay their respects to me every day. I'll buy them a nice mansion outside the Gu estate, and you can only choose 1 day each week to stay there. This is my absolute limit. Such a compromise was unprecedented in Gu Linger's life dictionary. Yet Li Kai could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Do I really have to say that I don't want to marry into the Gu family? As his words settled, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. After a moment of silence, Gu Linger exploded like ignited gunpowder, jumping to her feet with her hands on her hips. Why not? Am I, Gu Linger, not beautiful enough? Is my family background not prestigious enough? Or are my breasts not big enough? Li Kai hurriedly raised his hands to wipe away sweat, waving frantically. None of that. Then why? Gu Linger pressed through gritted teeth. I have the looks, the figure, and the money. Marry me, and you'll save yourself 100 years of struggle. I'm offering you everything you could want. So what right do you have to refuse? Her fair face flushed red with anger, her eyes practically shooting flames. Li Kai remained silent for a long moment before speaking in a low but firm voice. I, Li Kai, am a 7-foot man. A man who stands tall between heaven and earth. Being kept by a woman? Shameful. A man should make his way in the world through his own abilities and carve out his own territory. What kind of success comes from relying on a woman? Miss Gu, you are indeed beautiful and from a good family. To be honest, I would like to marry you, but I will never marry into your family. That's my bottom line. When I achieve success and fame, I'll properly welcome you into my home as my bride. That would be real capability. Marrying into your family, what kind of man would that make me? This resounding declaration left Gu Linger stunned. Wasn't it precisely this innate stubbornness and backbone that made Li Kai special to her? Countless men had revolved around her in the past, but only Li Kai had pushed her out of the center of the universe. As Li Kai finished speaking, Gu Linger suddenly stopped arguing and quietly sat down. Tears streamed down her delicate cheeks like a pear blossom in the rain, her voice choked but defiant. A woman's tears were Li Kai's weakness. The moment he saw those crystal teardrops, he panicked. Why are you crying? Please don't cry. I. For a moment, Li Kai was completely at a loss. Gu Linger looked at Li Kai with her watery eyes, her face full of grievance. When will you finally achieve success and fame so you can marry me? Li Kai scratched the back of his head and answered honestly. If things go well, maybe 3 to 5 years. If not, perhaps 10 to 20 years. 10 to 20 years? By then I'll be old and withered, turned into an old hag. Gu Linger grew more upset as she spoke. Li Kai quickly coughed twice and raised his hands in a respectful gesture. Ahem, Miss Gu is naturally beautiful. Even after 100 years, you would still be breathtakingly gorgeous. This playful compliment made Gu Linger's eyes crinkle with delight, and her tears stopped flowing. Really, really. Once her grievance passed, her prideful nature immediately surfaced. She wiped the moisture from her eyes and lifted her chin. Actually, I'm not that eager to marry you. I just think you're easy to bully and boss around. If we become family in the future, I can have you serve this young lady properly. Li Kai played along with flattery. You're an excellent judge of character. So tell me, what do you really need? Seeing the atmosphere return to business, Gulinger asked. You need my help? Iron, Li Kai said with a single word. The more the better. Gulinger looked him up and down. Iron can be bought anywhere. Why come to me? The quantity is too large. Regular shops can't gather enough within 3 days. The battle at the northern plains will begin in 10 days, and I need to prepare all the materials beforehand. The northern plains was a vast, endless grassland, perfect for cavalry charges. Though Li Kai's infantry was elite, they lacked cavalry capable of decisive strikes. Most of his men had barely touched horses, let alone charged in armor. If he could outfit the war horses with iron armor, even if they moved slightly slower, their impact and survivability would greatly increase. At least it would ensure the village militia from Yo village wouldn't be easily trampled on the battlefield. Gulinger raised an eyebrow. That's manageable, but didn't you just say you wouldn't rely on women? How is it that you're asking me for iron now? Who said I'm asking? Li Kai replied seriously. I'm buying it, paying with silver. Paying with silver? That won't be cheap. Exactly how much do you need? Enough iron to forge 300 sets of armor. Li Kai calculated briefly and added. One horse requires about the same amount of iron as one set of armor. Forging one set of armor costs 50 taels of silver. Gulinger's fingers flew across her abacus. For 311 war horses to be fully armored, that's 15,000 taels. 15,000 taels. Even the regular army of the Great Tian Dynasty rarely armored their war horse. It was too expensive. If 300 men cost 15,000, the expense for 2 or 3,000 cavalry would be astronomical. Add in government corruption, and whatever funds were allocated would be divided up long before reaching the war horses. But Li Kai's force was small with clear accounting, so this money could truly be spent on weapons and armor. The abacus sound stopped, and Gulinger looked up. 15,000 taels. I'll round it down for you. Li Kai's heart clenched, the pain making him pinch his palm. Too expensive. Given our relationship, could you lower it a bit more? Or perhaps I could use my good looks as payment. Gulinger burst into laughter, her eyes curving like crescents as she gently shook her abacus. Sure, sleep with me once, and I won't take the 15,000 taels. I'll give it all to you for free. How about that? Li Kai's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this such a good deal. But before he could fully savor the moment, he noticed Gulinger leaning against the counter with a fake smile, clearly waiting to see him take the bait. She squinted and said, You're actually considering it? That meaningful smile hit him like a bucket of cold water, and Li Kai instantly realized he'd almost been fooled. He quickly composed himself and cleared his throat. Ahem, I, Li Kai, am not that kind of person. 15,000 it is. I'll send someone with the silver in a couple of days, but the iron must arrive within 3 days. After speaking, he stood up and pointed to the wooden crate by the door. By the way, the fine salt has been delivered. Don't forget to settle the payment. Gulinger nodded lightly, her abacus clicking rapidly. Seeing no objection from her, Li Kai quickly left the shop. Several days later, he returned with his caravan, hooves crushing dust as they headed straight for Qingfeng's stronghold. This salt shipment had earned him 2,000 taels, which added to his existing 20,000 made 22,000 total. However, the iron alone would cost 15,000 taels, leaving him with only 7,000 in liquid funds. Thinking about the upcoming costs of maintaining troops and training horses, Li Kai deeply felt how aptly the phrase, money flows like water, described his situation. Upon returning to the stronghold, his first task was to bury himself in drawing blueprints. Stirrups, saddles, chest guards, neck protection integrated all components into unified battle armor, marking every rivet and scale. It took a full hour before the final stroke was complete. Li Daniu was summoned to his quarters as arranged. Li Kai unrolled the scroll. Master Li, if all our war horses were equipped with this armor, how long would it take? Li Daniu's thick brows furrowed as his eyes swept back and forth across the blueprint. After a long pause, he said, The crafting isn't difficult, but with such quantities, it would take at least a month at the fastest. Too slow. Li Kai immediately slammed the table. Tell the brothers to work overtime. Everything must be finished within 10 days. With the order given, Li Daniu hurried off to the smithy with the blueprints. 2 days later, carts loaded with iron materials rolled through the stronghold gates, perfectly replenishing their depleted stores. The smithy blazed day and night, with 10 blacksmiths working in shifts, the sound of hammering never ceasing. Li Kai wasn't idle either. Over the next 10 days, he pushed his training to the extreme with that mysterious inner energy protecting him. One day of his rigorous practice equaled half a month for an ordinary person. Before dawn broke, he would sprint along mountain paths carrying a 200-pound sandbag. Gravel made his straw sandals creak and groan, sweat rolled down his spine, and his soaked coarse cloth clung to his sinewy muscles. Every half-mile, he would hurl the sandbag against massive rocks, sending stone fragments flying, then drop down for over 100 one-handed push-ups until his arms shook like sieves. Under the scorching midday sun, He stood bare-chested on burning stone slabs, arms weighted with stone locks as he performed deep squats. With each rise, his knee joints creaked ominously and veins bulged at his neck. After brief respites, he would grab his 100-pound iron blade and hack at wooden posts, sending wood chips flying while sparks left tiny burn marks on his bronze-colored skin. When night fell and the smithy's flames lit half the sky red, he would immerse himself alone in an ice water barrel mixed with medicinal herbs, letting the bone-piercing cold invade his entire body. When his body temperature dropped to its limit, he immediately leaped out and sprinted at high speed under the moonlight until his lungs nearly burst. Then he wrapped a coarse hemp rope around his waist 3 times, tied the other into a wooden cart loaded with stones, and dragged it bit by bit along the muddy mountain path. For 10 days, he treated himself like raw iron thrown into blazing fire. Repeatedly hammering and rapidly cooling each tear brought rebirth, every inch of muscle growing harder through agony. On the morning of the 10th day, slanted sunlight fell into the large water vat in the courtyard. Li Kai bent down to gaze at his reflection in the water. His originally robust frame had become even more imposing, his arm muscles like gnarled tree roots with sharp, defined lines. His sun-darkened skin gleamed with a bronze luster. As he raised his hand to wipe away sweat, his bulging deltoids trembled slightly with the movement, and the veins on his neck appeared and disappeared with his breathing. At this moment, his weight was 240 pounds. Yet breaking through his limits became increasingly difficult. 10 days of desperate training and heavy eating had only added a mere 5 pounds. This day marked the departure of Niu village's militia for the battlefield. In the center of Qingfeng's stronghold, 310 cavalrymen formed neat square formations. Their black armor fitted seamlessly, steel sabers and quivers hung at their waists, composite bows strapped to their backs. Behind each man stood a tall warhorse snorting white mist. Despite 10 days and nights of rushed production, only 100 sets of horse armor had been forged, far from Li Kai's goal of armor for everyone. Heavy cavalry relied on surprise attacks since he couldn't armor everyone. He simply stored it all away, refusing to reveal the true trump card of Niu village's militia prematurely. Before departure, Su Yu and Huang Yuru stood quietly at the stronghold gate, their eyes red-rimmed but unable to speak a word. Li Kai sat atop his mighty steed, Yin Yun, leaning down to ruffle both women's hair with a grin. Why cry? Your man is Lu Bu, invincible against 10,000. Whoever wants to kill me hasn't been born yet. Su Yu looked up, wiping away her tears, and presented a heavy bundle with both hands. Husband, with your great fortune and destiny, you'll surely return safely. Inside is dried meat that my sister and I made for your journey. After a long silence, Huang Yuru suddenly asked, Who is Lu Bu? Li Kai slapped his forehead. This era had no knowledge of Lu Bu's name yet. Just a man with ridiculously powerful martial prowess. After settling domestic affairs, he pulled the reins. First wife, second wife, guard our home well. I'm off. Yin Yun neighed loudly and was first to step through the stronghold gate, with 310 cavalrymen following close behind. In Qingfeng stronghold, only 6 people remained. Su Yu, Huang Yuru, Uncle Fu, Wang Xiaodian, Wang Dali, and Zhao Yupei. The Northern Plains battlefield lay in the northern frontier of the Great Tian Dynasty. Since Prince Fu raised his banner in rebellion, in just 3 years he had conquered 2 provinces from 1 commandery equivalent to 2 modern provinces in territory. The 2 provinces bordered the Great Tian Dynasty to the south, while connecting to barbarian grasslands to the north. Though Prince Fu dared openly rebel without saying so explicitly, he undoubtedly had barbarian support in secret. Ever since Prince Fu began fighting the imperial court, the barbarians had never once raided his territory. Prince Fu's army possessed formidable combat prowess. In just 3 years, they had steadily advanced from initially capturing a single commandery to now controlling 2 entire provinces equivalent to expanding from 1 city to 2 provinces, and they had seized the 2 most prosperous territories in the entire Great Tian Dynasty. Prince Fu was always cautious, never engaging in battles without assured victory, which led to an unbroken string of triumphs over these 3 years without a single defeat. The imperial court had successively dispatched countless renowned generals to confront him, yet without exception, they all suffered crushing defeats. Over time, no one in the vast imperial court dared accept the military commission to suppress Prince Fu. The Beiyuan battlefield where Li Kai was now assigned had virtually become a hellish nightmare scenario. It wasn't because the enemy was particularly terrifying, but because Beiyuan was an endless grassland that was easy to attack but difficult to defend, and being far from the capital, it posed almost no direct threat to the imperial center. Consequently, the court deployed minimal forces there, yet still stubbornly proclaimed fight to the death without retreat, insisting on battling to the last man. The outcome was predictable. Beiyuan's garrison was destined for complete annihilation. The soldiers knew that staying meant death, while deserting would result in execution for cowardice. Death awaited either way. Zhu Kaijiang had gone to great lengths to transfer Li Kai to Beiyuan precisely because this place had become the court's sacrificial pawn, easy to reach, extremely difficult to leave. At this moment, in the Baiyuan military camp, the torn leather tent reeked of rotting flesh and medicinal herbs, with cold rays of light filtering through gaps and falling upon soldiers scattered about. Some leaned against moldy wooden posts in unconscious sleep, with poo-soaked cloth strips wrapped around their legs. Others huddled in dark corners, using rusted daggers to scrape blackened bread, blood seeping from their cracked lips. On makeshift wooden frames lay several wounded soldiers burning with fever, maggots writhing in their open wounds with no one paying attention. Empty wine jars and gnawed horse bones piled in corners attracted buzzing flies. By the fire pit, several soldiers wiped rust-stained weapons with torn cloth, indifferent even when the rust cut their fingertips. Their eyes were numb and hollow, their tattered armor concealing festering frostbite. Outside the camp, cold winds howled while a lame warhorse emitted dying whinnies, yet no one rose to check. Occasionally patrolling soldiers staggered past, their wine gourds long empty rather than die in battle. They preferred to drink themselves to death on this wasteland. However, inside the main tent at the camp center was an entirely different scene. On the charcoal brazier, mutton fat dripped and sizzled, filling the enclosed tent with savory aromas. Qianfechang Yang Huxiao sat in the place of honor, using a knife polished mirror bright to slice off pieces of mutton and stuff them into his mouth. Behind him, two scantily clad women attended to his needs, one pouring wine, the other gently massaging his shoulders and back. "Husband, when can we finally leave this wretched place?" the long-legged woman complained plaintively. Yang Huxiao licked the grease from his lips and sneered coldly. "Once all these men under my command are dead, we'll naturally be free to go." Yang Huxiao was extremely young, only 25 or 26 years old this year. His rise to the position of commander of 1,000 at such an age was certainly not due to military merit, but rather to his father who held the position of Muyang commandery governor. His entry into the military camp was merely to gild himself with a military service veneer. Yang Huxiao had long understood that this remnant force of his had been abandoned by the court, and he himself was nothing more than a figurehead. Fortunately, his father had been pulling strings, and in a few days someone would be sent to replace him in his position, but before that, he had to handle something for his father. Kill someone. He swallowed the last piece of greasy meat, casually wiped his mouth, and asked the woman drinking beside him nonchalantly, "By the way, has that Li Kai fellow arrived yet?" The woman looked puzzled. "Li Kai? I've never heard of such a person." "Then he hasn't arrived yet." Yang Huxiao licked the grease from between his teeth and coldly instructed, "Remember the time. If we don't see him by evening, immediately report to the commandery office and treat him as a deserter." He pulled out a handkerchief, wiped the grease from his lips and the back of his hand clean, then stood up. According to his plan, whether the Nyotsuan militia came or not, Li Kai had to die. If he came, he would die in battle. If he didn't, he would be executed as a deserter by his father's soldiers. Either way, the outcome would be the same. Suddenly, urgent voices came from outside the tent. "Commander, reinforcements have arrived." The tone contained barely suppressed excitement. Yang Huxiao raised an eyebrow. Reinforcements? Could it be the relief troops? If so, he could finally leave this godforsaken place. He immediately swept out of the tent. The camp had been lifeless. 8,000 troops had held their position for 3 months, suffering losses until only about 2,000 remained, and everyone was prepared to die. But the word reinforcements was like a powerful medicine. The soldiers perked up and all turned their gazes toward the camp gates. The wooden palisade creaked open, and a force of just over 300 men slowly filed into the camp. Their newly forged armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Their horses' manes were glossy. Each soldier wore a steel sword at his waist and carried a strangely shaped composite bow on his back. Such excellent military equipment would be hard to match even by Prince Fu's main forces. Yang Huxiao was greatly shocked. With such equipment, this must be some court general personally leading relief troops. Could Baiyuan be about to become the main battlefield for a decisive battle? If so, his hard days were finally over. He hurried forward, clasping his hands and bowing. "Greetings, sir. I am Commander Yang Huxiao. May I ask your honored name?" The leader sitting on a tall Yenyuan horse returned the salute, his voice crisp. "Nyotsuan militia captain, Li Kai." Upon hearing this answer, Yang Huxiao froze, and all the soldiers in the camp froze with him. His expression was extremely colorful, his voice trembling. "What did you say?" "I am Nyotsuan militia captain, Li Kai, leading 310 militiamen under my command to provide support," Li Kai declared again. Yang Huxiao's gaze swept over the group of uniformly robust soldiers behind him. Not one over 30 years old, each over 5 feet 7 inches tall, 100% armored, and everyone mounted. Such elite troops, and you're telling me they're militia? The scene fell silent for a long while. Upon learning that these 300 elite soldiers were merely village militia from Nyo village, the light in the onlooking soldiers' eyes instantly dimmed. They had thought the court had sent reinforcements, only to discover it was just country troops. Village militia? Ha ha ha. After a moment of stunned silence, Captain Yang Huxiao threw back his head in wild laughter, his fingers sweeping across the formation behind Li Kai. Village militia? Wearing armor? Riding warhorses? Excellent. Truly excellent. He clapped his hands while shaking his head, his laughter dripping with mockery. Before setting out on this campaign, his father, the prefect, had given him clear instructions: find a way to get that militia leader named Li Kai killed on the battlefield. Now with his target right before him, his gaze swept across Li Kai's armor like a blade, then settled on the jet-black warhorse with a mane like silk. Yin Yun, clearly a magnificent steed. Surveying the entire force, the 300 militiamen wore pristine armor and carried gleaming weapons. By rough estimate, each man's equipment was worth at least 200 taels of silver. What right did mere village militia have to such fine gear? Since you're village militia with no official rank and no court stipend, where did you get this armor and these horses? Yang Huxiao deliberately slowed his speech. Li Kai replied coolly, we bought them with our own money. How wonderful, bought with your own money. Yang Huxiao raised an eyebrow. Your village must be swimming in wealth. I'd truly love to see what kind of village can afford to outfit a force like this. Jealousy churned in his chest. As a captain commanding over 2,000 men, only 1/7 of his troops, barely 300, had armor, and most of it was worn and battered. Compared to these militiamen's uniform new armor, how could he not feel envious? If he could strip this armor off and put it on his own men, their fighting strength would at least double. With this thought, his voice turned ice cold. I don't care if you're militia or bandits now that you're in my camp. You follow my orders. Strip off that armor, all of you. He crossed his arms and stood there, his gaze menacing. The Neo village militiamen immediately showed their displeasure. They hadn't taken a single coin from the court, and now they were expected to surrender the only protection that could save their lives. Li Kai stepped forward and countered. Strip off our armor? What? Why? How many battles have you village militia fought? That armor is completely wasted on you. If anyone's going to wear it, it should be my battle-hardened veterans. They can make the most of it. That's reason enough. Yang Huxiao declared proudly. Hearing this, his soldiers' eyes turned red with desire. Everyone understood that an extra layer of iron on the battlefield meant an extra chance at life. Who wouldn't want that? Li Kai chuckled softly. Battle-hardened? Them? Look at your men. Every one of them looks like wilted eggplant, either sick or scared. I hardly think their fighting ability surpasses that of my militiamen. Insolence. Are you defying military orders? Yang Huxiao roared in fury, attempting to use military authority to force Li Kai's compliance. Sorry, but the armor is our private property. Even if you're the highest-ranking officer here, you have no right to seize our personal belongings. Li Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone steady, yet every word ringing with authority. Make his men remove their armor? Not a chance. Without a tiger's fangs, who would fear it? Yang Huxiao let out a cold laugh, a chilling gleam flashing in his eyes. Fine. You dare defy my orders in this military camp? I have 100 ways to kill you. Believe it or not. Li Kai countered. If I comply, will you spare my life? As his words fell, his eyes were filled with mockery. Huh. You're right. Yang Huxiao leaned close to his ear and whispered. Even if you obey, you still have to die. Someone paid a high price for your life, and I'm just doing the job. Li Kai shrugged nonchalantly. Sorry, but I, Li Kai, have a tough life. The person who can take it hasn't been born yet. Yang Huxiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted an order. Li Kai, take your 300 militia to the northern defense line. If even one enemy breaks through, I want your head. The camp fell silent instantly, then erupted in whispered conversations. The soldiers looked at Li Kai and his men with a mixture of schadenfreude and relief at their own escape. The northern section of the Beiyuan battlefield was already the most difficult part of Yang Huxiao's defense line to hold, easy to attack, but hard to defend, with each enemy assault costing hundreds or even thousands of lives. Sending this group of militia to defend it was clearly a death sentence. One of Yang Huxiao's trusted subordinates approached, making a mocking gesture of invitation. Captain Li of the militia, please proceed. Cherish your remaining time. You don't have many days left to live. With that, he swaggered ahead to lead the way. Li Kai mounted his horse, spurred his flanks, and urged Yin Yun to follow, while the rest of the militia silently formed ranks. Upon reaching the northern pass, he reined in his horse and stopped. The battlefield before them was like hell. Tattered banners fluttered in the evening wind, dark brown bloodstains mixed with rotting flesh, and flies swarmed everywhere. Dense forests and thorny undergrowth surrounded the area, hiding traps, with only a central stretch of plain offering an open view that was chillingly desolate. To hold this pass, one could only fill it with lives. At least 4,000 had already found eternal rest here, hence the name Man-Eater Pass. The guide looked at this scene with malicious glee, brushing off dust. Time's running short. Dropping these words, he strutted away. Zhao Tianhu rode closer and asked in a low voice. Big brother, what do we do next? Li Kai gazed across the vast plain, his eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence. The Great Plain cavalry territory. To hold this place, defense alone isn't enough. We need to take the initiative. Take the initiative? Zhao Tianhu frowned. Li Kai uttered 8 words. When enemies advance, we retreat. When enemies retreat, we strike. In plain terms, guerrilla warfare. His gaze swept over everyone as he quickly assigned tasks. Zhao Tianbao, have your men scatter caltrip spikes everywhere. Remember the positions so our own horses don't step on them. Digua, take 20 cavalry to scout the front lines. If the enemy shows any movement, report back immediately. Zhao Tianbao and Digua both clasped their fists and responded loudly. Yes. In the military camp's main tent, Yang Huxiao lay in the soft embrace of a beauty when his trusted aide's voice came from outside the door. Commander of 1,000, the person has been delivered. Understood. Yang Huxiao didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. The candlelight danced on the curtains, casting his smug smile in flickering shadows. The aide outside hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice. Commander, those 300 local militia can't possibly hold the man-eater pass. If the pass falls, what should we do? Yang Huxiao snorted with laughter, casually reaching for a wine cup from the table and taking an unhurried sip. Haven't you figured it out yet? Those bastards on the other side never intended to break through the man-eater pass. Our wretched position here is easy to attack, but hard to defend, while Prince Fu's camp is easy to defend, but hard to attack. Tell me, why would they abandon their defensible position just to drive us away? The purpose is simply to wear down my forces, not to seize territory. The aide suddenly understood and quickly bowed. I see. Thank you for your enlightenment, Commander. Yang Huxiao's lips curved upward, secretly pleased with himself. Meanwhile, at Prince Fu's camp of the Zhao clan across the way, compared to the Imperial Army's dilapidated camp, this place was paradise. Straight roads paved with gravel, rows of neat tents ensuring every soldier could sleep under cover instead of enduring the night wind. 5,000 troops were stationed here, with an armor rate of 1/3 a full 1,700 sets of armor, far superior to the opposing Imperial forces who had only 1/7 of their men armored. Even the unarmored soldiers wore clean clothing, and provisions and pay were never lacking. No one went hungry. At the center of the camp stood a spacious main tent with bronze lamps hanging high. 2 men sat cross-legged on the ground. One wore gleaming silver armor with a white cloak draped from his shoulders. Though only in his 20s, his expression was steady and his manner seasoned. This was the army's supreme commander, the 6th son of Prince Fu, 6th Prince Zhao Shaoan. Across from Zhao Shaoan sat a general nearly 2 zhang tall, with thick fat layered over muscle and a face full of fierce features. Even seated, he resembled an iron tower. This was the 6th prince's strongest warrior, known as General Pagoda, Wang Tianba. Your Highness, when can we break through the Man-Eater Pass and take control of Muyang Prefecture? Wang Tianba spoke in a muffled voice, unable to hide his frustration. Wang Tianba had 2 great passions. First was eating especially maya that could single-handedly consume rations meant for 20 men. Second was killing enemies in battle. However, since arriving on the Northern Plains battlefield, he hadn't enjoyed a single satisfying fight. Every time he requested to engage, Zhao Shaoan refused. Zhao Shaoan smiled helplessly. Tianba, I know you're itching for action, but most of our men are new recruits lacking battlefield experience. If you charge out, they'll lose their chance to face the enemy. Wang Tianba scratched his head, still unconvinced. I understand the reasoning. But Your Highness, the Man-Eater Pass is within our grasp, yet we've been stuck here for half a year. I hear some of the other princes have nearly reached the capital. Zhao Shaoan pondered without answering. Outside the tent, night wind swept past the banners, causing the lamp flames to flicker and casting shifting shadows in his eyes. Prince Fu had 9 sons, and he had dispatched these 9 sons to 9 different battlefields. This was both a trial and an opportunity for the 9 princes to prove themselves. Whoever performed best might inherit the position of Prince Fu. Once Prince Fu ascended the throne as emperor, that prince could potentially be named crown prince. Zhao Shaoan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the mist-shrouded river surface. His tone was casual, yet his words carried hidden barbs. Churen is easy to attack, but hard to defend. If we take it, should we hold the city or not? This rhetorical question left Wang Tianba stunned on the spot. The muscle-bound giant had never been one for deep thinking. Scratching the back of his head, he mumbled, I think I understand, Your Highness. Good that you understand. Zhao Shaoan nodded, then shifted his tone. Now is the perfect opportunity. The barbarian scouts report that Muyang Prefecture behind Churen is vulnerable, with their main forces deployed elsewhere. If we first take Churen, then strike directly at Muyang Prefecture, we can establish a solid foothold. Wang Tianba's eyes lit up as he bellowed in his rough voice. Then what are we waiting for? I'll lead the men and slaughter those worthless dogs across the way. Zhao Shaoan raised his hand to stop him. No. If we commit our full force, Muyang Prefecture will surely notice. Send only 500 infantry, 300 cavalry maintaining our usual strategy of kill, but don't occupy. Strike and withdraw immediately. Once the enemy is worn down and depleted, We'll launch a night assault to take Churen at minimal cost, then march through the night to Muyang Prefecture. Wang Tianba felt frustrated. The enemy had only 2,000 or so old, weak, and wounded soldiers. Why be so cautious? But he didn't dare contradict the prince. In truth, Zhao Shaoan's tactics were extremely sound. The 5,000 troops he'd brought 3 months ago remained 5,000 today, while the enemy's 8,000 defenders had been gradually whittled down to barely 2,000, like boiling a frog in warm water, more torturous than a swift blade. At Churen, Li Kai and his militia were resting in a dilapidated tavern. Yang Huxiao, who commanded this place, could barely feed his own men watery rice gruel, let alone care for these reinforcements. Fortunately, Li Kai had come prepared, having his men bring extra rations enough for 3 days. That was sufficient for him, never intended to stay long in the northern plains. Just as he finished his last bite of dried rations, the scout Digua came galloping back frantically, his voice hoarse. "Boss, the enemy is coming." Li Kai's spirits lifted as he sprang to his feet. How many? About 500 infantry, 300 cavalry. Though they outnumbered his force by more than double, Li Kai seemed somewhat disappointed. "That's all." He then turned to Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao. "Fight according to the tactics I taught you. The goal is attrition. Don't make pointless sacrifices." The two brothers clasped their fists in acknowledgement, mounted their horses, and rode toward the battlefield. The plains stretched wide, with bitter wind cutting across faces. Centurion Zhang De led the vanguard, with 300 cavalry in clanking iron armor behind him and 500 infantry advancing in steady drumbeat formation. Zhang De charged ahead on horseback, half leaning in his saddle, one hand gripping a gleaming long blade, the other holding a wine pouch. He would take swigs and laugh heartily. Zhang De rode with a long blade in one hand and a wine pouch in the other, taking occasional drinks. Though they were heading into battle, the 800 soldiers showed no signs of panic. Instead, they all wore expressions of calm confidence. Over the past 3 months, they had fought 7 or 8 battles on this grassland, routing the enemy forces each time with ease, returning to the settlement as if strolling through their own backyard. Zhang De tilted his head back and took a swig of strong liquor, the fiery liquid burning down his throat. He wiped his mouth and roared, "Brothers, quick and decisive. After we finish, we'll return to camp for drinks and meat." Ha ha! Blades glinted in the sunlight as the soldiers raised their weapons in response, their hearty laughter echoing across the field. Quosh, a sharp whistle suddenly cut through the air. An arrow struck with deadly precision, embedding itself in the chest of a cavalryman beside Zhang De. The arrow shaft quivered as the rider grunted and tumbled from his horse, instantly motionless. Zhang Da's heart lurched as his gaze swept forward. 100 paces away, a tall warrior in black armor sat mounted, his expression contemptuous, even beckoning with his finger. It was Zhao Tianhu. Damn, a master archer? Zhang Da's fury blazed, assuming the enemy had only this one skilled bowman. Completely unaware he had already walked into a trap. Charge forward and cut him down. At his command, 300 cavalry thundered forward, sabers drawn, their hoofbeats shaking the ground as they rushed toward Zhao Tianhu. But Zhao Tianhu wheeled his horse around and galloped away without engaging. The 300 cavalry charged ahead, followed closely by 500 infantry, all shouting as they advanced toward the settlement. Suddenly, the lead warhorse let out an agonizing shriek and crashed to the ground. Without saddle and stirrups to secure him, the rider was thrown off, crying out in midair before landing chest first on triangular caltrops hidden in the grass, blood immediately gushing forth. At dawn, Li Kai's militia had scattered these caltrops across the grassland. Zhang Da's cavalry, charging too recklessly, fell victim to the trap as their front ranks triggered the devices. Iron spikes pierced through hooves, spraying blood. Maddened by pain, the horses reared up, throwing their riders onto the spike-covered ground. Screams, the sound of breaking bones, and clashing metal merged into a chaotic din. Zhang Da's mount suddenly pitched forward, throwing him from the saddle onto the scorching grass mixed with blood and earth. Looking up, he saw more than 30 riders ahead thrown into chaos in an instant. Wounded warhorses kicked frantically, their iron shoes trampling fallen soldiers into bloody pulp. Some horses had their bellies torn open by caltrops, their entrails spilling out and staining the ground red. The charge formation of 300 cavalry collapsed in moments, as horses behind couldn't stop in time and crashed into those ahead. Cavalrymen desperately leaped from their mounts, only to have spikes pierce their feet, sending them rolling on the ground in agony. Some swung their blades wildly, trying to clear a path, but their weapons struck their own comrades instead, adding to the chorus of wails. At that moment, the rhythmic sound of hoofbeats echoed from ahead once more. At the far end of the grassland, a light cavalry force of 300 slowly emerged. Each wore simple cloth garments with quivers slung across their bodies, holding bows of unusual design that produced deep, resonant string sounds. The 300 militiamen formed a line, bowstrings drawn taut, arrowheads gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Their armor had been removed on Li Kai's orders. After all, armor was simply too heavy, and for the sake of mobility, they had to abandon its protection. However, this didn't mean their defensive capabilities were weakened after shedding the heavy iron plates. The archers could draw their longer-range composite bows at will, relying on speed and distance to ensure their safety. At Zhao Tianhu's command, 300 militia soldiers raised their arms in unison, drawing their bowstrings into perfect crescents. The specially crafted triangular arrowheads gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and the whistling sound of their flight resembled the shrieking of vengeful spirits as a torrential rain of arrows poured down upon Zhang Da's forces. Zhang Da had just struggled to his feet when he was met with an impenetrable wall of dark shadows. The surrounding soldiers were caught completely off guard as sharp arrows pierced through throats and chests, sending them screaming into pools of blood. The composite bows possessed far greater power than ordinary longbows. Arrows not only penetrated leather armor, but actually pinned men to the ground. Some soldiers raised their shields in desperate defense, only to be knocked over along with their shields by the tremendous force of the arrows. Wails of agony rose and fell across the grassland as Zhang Da's formation instantly descended into chaos. His men had to watch for the caltrops scattered beneath their feet while dodging the rain of arrows from above, leaving them no opportunity to mount an effective counterattack. The withered yellow grass was soaked with blood, and corpses lay scattered everywhere like a scene from hell. Where are the archers? Archers! Return fire, damn it! Zhang Da roared. Unfortunately, it was at this moment that the 500 infantry finally arrived, fashionably late. The archers hastily knocked their arrows, but before they could loose them, they discovered something was wrong. Their arrows fell helplessly to the ground 20 or 30 paces short of the enemy. Centurion, our range isn't enough, one archer called out with a trembling voice. Zhang Da bellowed, useless. Let me do it. He seized a bow and shot himself, but his arrow still fell powerlessly 3 paces short of Zhao Tianhu. How is this possible? Zhang Da's face was filled with shock. The enemy's arrows easily penetrated his forces, yet he couldn't even reach them. Meanwhile, more than half of his cavalry had already been killed or wounded. In the 3 months since the 6th prince had assigned him to campaign in the northern plains, he had never experienced such a devastating defeat. If he couldn't take down this small enemy force before him, what face would he have to return to camp and report? All surviving cavalry mount up, go around the spikes, and chase them down. Cut them to pieces. Zhang Da roared, leaping onto his horse first and charging toward Zhao Tianhu along the broken gaps, avoiding the caltrops. His soldiers snapped back to their senses at his shouts. Some pulled and dragged fallen horses to their feet, others switched to nearby mounts when their horses were injured, and still others simply rode double on a single horse. This alone demonstrated the strong fighting spirit of the Prince of Fu's army. If these had been imperial court troops, they would have already scattered in panic, each man fleeing for his own life. Seeing the enemy cavalry closing in, a playful smile flickered across Zhao Tianhu's lips. Retreat. Fall back while fighting. With that, the 300 cavalry turned in perfect unison and withdrew in the opposite direction. Zhang Da led over 100 cavalry and 500 infantry in a desperate charge toward Zhao Tianhu and his forces. Facing them, Zhao Tianhu's 300 cavalry unleashed volleys of arrows while retreating, maintaining their distance just 20 paces beyond the range of their enemy's bows. Zhang Da's men had to brave the rain of arrows to close the gap. Before they could advance far, their charging formation was torn apart by a wave of arrows, with over a dozen cavalrymen tumbling from their horses on the spot. A burning rage flared in Zhang Da's chest. He gritted his teeth and ordered a halt, but Zhao Tianhu's forces stopped simultaneously in the distance. With no intention of charging, they drew their bowstrings in unison, and arrows fell like rain. Amid the whistling of the wind, several more soldiers were struck down. Damn it! Fall back! Zhang Da cursed under his breath, knowing that continuing the assault would only lead to meaningless deaths. But as soon as his cavalry turned around, the enemy immediately spurred their horses forward and launched another coordinated volley. Several riders were shot from their mounts as war horses whinnied and scattered the broken formation. Zhang Da's face turned ashen, his jaw clenched so tight, he nearly ground his teeth to powder. Bastards! Turn around and charge. The remaining 100 or so cavalry wheeled their horses and charged again, kicking up clouds of dust with murderous intent. Zhao Tianhu's 300 riders simply turned and galloped away like the wind, shooting arrows over their shoulders as they fled. The arrows flew between the horses' manes, impossible to defend against. Zhao Tianhu executed the guerrilla tactics Li Kai had taught him to perfection: advance when the enemy retreats, retreat when the enemy advances, using their superior range to kite their opponents from afar. Zhang Da's men could only watch the cold glint of enemy arrowheads while unable to touch a single hair on their opponents. After several rounds, his 100-plus cavalry had been reduced to 30 or 50 riders, suffering devastating casualties. Cowards! If you have any guts, fight us blade to blade. What kind of men play dirty tricks? Zhang Da roared himself hoarse. In the distance, Zhao Tianhu smiled coldly and replied with a phrase Li Kai often used. War is the way of deception. Zhang De knew this battle was already lost. To escape, he had only one option left: use the infantry as shields. Listen to my command. 200 infantry, charge forward. The suddenly designated foot soldiers looked at each other in dismay. Infantry against cavalry was clearly a death sentence. But military orders were absolute, so they could only grit their teeth, raise their blades, and charge out of formation with battle cries. After those 200 men had run several dozen paces, Zhang De shouted again. The remaining 300 infantry and cavalry, retreat with me. With that, he spurred his horse and headed straight for camp. Seeing their centurion flee, the other soldiers hurriedly followed, leaving only those 200 infantry as cannon fodder for the pursuing enemy. Zhao Tianhu watched the infantry charging toward him, his gaze ice cold. You are no match for us. Kneel, and you shall live. Kneel my ass. Brothers, let's fight them to the death. Looking at these Prince Fu rebels, every one of them had bloodshot eyes, raising their blades as they charged toward Zhao Tianhu and his men. Even knowing that infantry charging cavalry was a death sentence, even knowing they were nothing but cannon fodder, they still refused to surrender. Prince Fu's brainwashing had been so thorough that his soldiers revered him as their spiritual leader. More precisely, their utter disappointment with the imperial court had driven these men to the edge of desperation. Zhao Tianhu shook his head slightly, his voice cold and hard. Kill them all. The 300 cavalry immediately pulled back to create distance and began systematically cutting down the 200-foot soldiers from range. The moment the infantry stepped into the effective range of the composite bows, whoosh, 300 arrows darkened the sky. The specially crafted triangular arrowheads easily pierced through leather armor. The front ranks hadn't even raised their blades before being pinned to the ground, their bodies piling up like felled wheat. The rear ranks trampled over their comrades' corpses to continue the charge, only to meet the second volley of arrows. Blood quickly gathered along the grass blades, forming thin crimson streams. Zhao Tianhu personally drew his bow, sending an arrow through the throat of a shield bearer. The man made a gurgling sound as blood filled his mouth, then collapsed in convulsions. The 300 village soldiers sat steady on horseback, maintaining safe distances from each other, each volley claiming dozens of lives. Some foot soldiers tried to deflect arrows with their long blades, but the impact shattered their grips, and the arrows scraped past their weapons to embed in their faces. Agonized cries echoed across the grassland as the 200 infantry found themselves utterly helpless. In less than half an incense stick's time, 200 corpses lay scattered across the prairie, while the 300 cavalry hadn't even had their clothes torn. Clean the battlefield, Zhao Tianhu immediately ordered. The arrows had to be recovered. The Nyotsuan village soldiers had no supply lines, and once their arrows were gone, they were truly gone. With no one left to oppose them on the battlefield, most arrows could be retrieved. The soldiers then searched the bodies as ordered. In military camps where no one had privacy, valuables were usually carried on one's person, and their thorough search indeed turned up considerable silver. Then there were the war horses. Over 200 had fallen. Zhao Tianhu ordered his men to tie ropes around the dead horses and drag them back behind the living ones. Li Kai and his men hadn't brought much provisions, so these war horses would serve perfectly as supplies. Horse meat was tough and gamey, but in an era where even basic sustenance was hard to guarantee, meat was a luxury to these rough men. It was practically a delicacy. Meanwhile, in the 6th Prince's military camp, the 6th Prince stared at a map, pondering how to take Muyang Prefecture with minimal losses. Suddenly, an urgent report came from outside his tent. Your Highness, Zhang De and his men have returned. The 6th Prince was quite surprised. Oh? So soon? Usually they never withdraw until they've killed to their heart's content. Why has Zhang De changed his ways today? He smiled with amusement, exchanging glances with Wang Tianba beside him. Wang Tianba rumbled his guess. Perhaps the enemy was too weak to provide any sport. Summon Zhang De to see me, the 6th Prince commanded casually. Soon after, Zhang De, covered head to toe in blood, hurried forward a few steps before dropping to his knees with a thud before the 6th Prince. Your Highness, this subordinate has been defeated. Zhang De burst into the tent, his knees nearly sinking into the mud, his voice trembling uncontrollably as blood dripped through the gaps in his armor, with 2 streaks of bloody tears still hanging at the corners of his eyes. Zhao Shaoan was stunned. Defeated? For 3 months, he had fought for every inch of land in the northern plains without a single failure. Zhang De was his most seasoned and fierce general, and the enemy forces consisted of nothing but the old, weak, sick, and disabled. How could they have routed him? The bloodstains on Zhang De's armor and his utterly broken expression couldn't lie. Zhao Shaoan frowned and leaned forward, asking, how were you defeated? Zhang De clutched his chest, speaking in low, urgent tones. The enemy scattered caltrops all over the battlefield beforehand. Your Highness, these spikes are extremely stringent no matter how they land. There's always a point facing upward. The moment a warhorse steps on one, both horse and rider tumble. He reached into his chest and pulled out a triangular caltrop, handing it over. Zhao Shaoan took it and examined it for a moment before casually tossing it aside. Clanked spike hit the ground, its 3 points forming a stable base with the sharp tip pointing straight up at the sky, gleaming coldly. He imagined that point piercing a horse's hoof and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This device is simple in structure, yet it counters cavalry like a venomous snake striking at the heel. He muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes. I never thought of this before. It would be perfect against barbarian cavalry. With this thought, he immediately issued orders. Have the craftsmen work through the night to forge these. Every soldier should carry several on their person. If enemy cavalry attacks, scatter them at your feet immediately. As soon as the command was given, his gaze turned back to the disheveled Zhang De. But caltrops alone shouldn't have caused your entire army to rout. You brought 300 cavalry, did every single one step on them? If the front ranks were hit, the rear could have circled around or dismounted to clear the path. How exactly were you defeated? Zhang De clenched his fists until they cracked, his frustration evident. Your Highness doesn't know the full story. The enemy consists entirely of master archers. Each one can draw a full bow and hit targets at 100 paces, and their shooting speed is incredibly fast, as if it requires no effort at all. Their arrow range exceeds ours by more than 10 paces, and with just those 10 paces, they kept our forces completely at bay. When we charged, they retreated. When we stopped, they shot. When we withdrew, they pursued. This subordinate has fought countless hard battles, but today's defeat was the most frustrating. Zhao Shaoan's expression darkened as he began to contemplate. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. When the enemy pursues, we retreat. This guerrilla warfare, combined with caltrops while maintaining distance. The enemy commander was supposedly just a parachuted golden boy, a useless figurehead. Could he really devise such clever tactics? Even if he could conceive such strategies, how could he assemble 300 archers capable of easily hitting targets at 100 paces? Such elite troops would be difficult to gather even from an entire army. There's something else at play here. Zhao Shaoan concluded silently. These people only appeared recently. There must be outside forces interfering in the northern plains. He collected his thoughts and called out loudly. Send scouts to investigate. I want to know exactly who we're facing. Yes, sir. The deputy general hurried away. Meanwhile, in Yang Huxiao's tent, a campfire crackled as Yang Huxiao lay beside it, dozing off. Just then, a soldier's voice rang out from outside the tent. Captain, Zhang De and his men just attacked Cannibals Pass. Do you want to go take a look? Yang Huxiao leaned against his desk, his half-closed eyes snapping open. Zhang Dat, fierce general, who had given him so much trouble, was personally leading troops? He looked up and pressed. How many men did Zhang De bring? The soldier outside immediately replied. 300 cavalry and 500 infantry. 800. A malicious grin spread across Yang Huxiao's face. Li Kai's 300 militia are done for this time. Brothers, get ready. We're going to the battlefield to collect the bodies. With that, his spirits lifted considerably. Just as he was about to take another sip of warm wine, the soldier's hesitant voice came from outside the tent again. Captain, maybe you should go to the front and see for yourself. Yang Huxiao's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Speak plainly. The soldier steeled himself. Reporting to the captain. We won. Those militia held off Zhang Da's attack. Right now they're drinking and feasting at Cannibals Pass. What? Yang Huxiao violently threw back the tent flap and roared. Say that again. In less than half an hour, he had rushed to the front lines with his personal guards. Before his eyes, Cannibals Pass glowed red in the firelight, with 300 militia having lit dozens of bonfires in the clearing. Around the fires, freshly skinned horse meat sizzled with fat. Several burly men wielded knives to carve the bones, fresh blood dripping from their blades onto the earth as the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Looking at the Nyotsuan militia, however many had come, that same number remained, not one missing. Compared to their boisterous drinking and feasting, the Imperial Army camp was cold and lifeless. Yang Huxiao stepped into the circle of firelight, but no one looked up. The militia were busy tearing into roasted horse legs and tilting back their heads to gulp strong liquor. The completely ignored captain's expression shifted through various emotions before he finally asked in a low voice, grabbing the nearest burly militiaman by the shoulder. In this battle, how many enemy soldiers did you kill? The big man was gnawing on a horse bone and winced as his shoulder was grabbed painfully. He frowned and answered, Over 400. What's it to you? Over 400. Yang Huxiao's breath caught. That was more than the Imperial Army had managed in 3 months. He instinctively shook his head. Impossible. Prince Fu's rebel forces are formidable fighters. How could you backwoods militia manage that? The big man snorted and wiped the grease from his lips. Formidable? However many come, we Nyotsuan folk will kill them all. So what if we're militia? When it comes to real fighting, we're every bit as good as your regular army. Yang Huxiao was left speechless, but his gaze couldn't help falling on the chunks of cut horse meat on the ground. In the military camp, he could only occasionally eat meat, and his soldiers often didn't even get their fill of regular food. Now they were watching nearby. The Nyotsuan militia could feast on meat, while his own men gnawed on dry rations. If this matter wasn't handled properly, the troops would surely grow resentful, and it might even trigger a mutiny. This horse meat did you all capture it yourselves? Yang Huxiao feigned composure, though his voice carried the intimidating weight of war drums. The Nyotsuan militiaman looked up, wiping the grease from his lips, and replied in a muffled voice, "That's right. So much horse meat, can you really finish it all?" Yang Huxiao waved his hand and ordered his personal guards behind him. "Men, take some back to camp so our brothers can have some meat too." Before he finished speaking, a flash of cold steel erupted with a clang. The nearest Nyotsuan militiaman sprang to his feet, blade pointing downward. "Like hell. Try touching our meat." Sharp sounds rang out one after another as over 300 Nyotsuan militiamen who had been gnawing on meat rose in unison, drawing their swords and forming a human wall. Every pair of eyes looked ready to cut a man in half. Yang Huxiao's anger flared instantly, his voice rising. "Are you rebelling? I'm your captain of 1,000. In this military camp, my word is law." "Captain my ass," one militiaman sneered coldly. "Here, we only recognize one person, our Nyotsuan militia commander. Nobody else matters." "Exactly. We fought tooth and nail for this horse meat. Do you have the skill to cross blades with the enemy? If you want to eat, go get it yourself. You make us fight the toughest battles, then want to share our meat? No way." Shouts erupted continuously from the crowd, showing Yang Huxiao no respect whatsoever. They only recognized Li Kai because Li Kai gave them money to spend and meat to eat. Yang Huxiao trembled with rage, his fingertips shaking. These militiamen before him were built like bull calves and well-equipped. If it came to a real fight, his own ragtag bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled soldiers wouldn't stand a chance, especially against men who had beaten even Prince Fu's rebel army into retreat. Just as the tension reached its peak, Li Kai strolled over with a cheerful smile. The moment he appeared, all the militiamen immediately sheathed their weapons and saluted in unison. "Commander." Li Kai nodded slightly, walked up to Yang Huxiao, and gently reminded him, "Everyone's being a bit too formal here. This is a captain of 1,000. His rank is much higher than ours. Show some courtesy in your speech." This gesture finally allowed Yang Huxiao to catch his breath. "At least you have some sense, boy. I'm having my men take some of this horse meat away. Surely you have no objections." Li Kai smiled with amusement. "Captain, you jest. Mere horse meat, how could it be worthy of your palate? We militiamen can only gnaw on horse meat, but you command the Imperial Regular Army. You should at least have beef and mutton served to you, right, everyone?" As his words fell, the militiamen burst into thunderous laughter. Yang Huxiao's face flushed red as he realized he was being mocked. His troops could barely scrape together grassroots to chew on, let alone beef and mutton. Li Kai's words were clearly sarcastic. "Li Kai, fine, fine, fine. Don't get too carried away." Yang Huxiao ground his teeth. Li Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, replying coolly, "I wouldn't dare. Does the captain have any other business?" Yang Huxiao gave Li Kai a long, hard look, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. After Yang Huxiao left, Li Kai's smile immediately vanished. He turned and spat angrily at the ground. "Bah! What trash!" A murky splash hit the muddy earth and was instantly swallowed by the twilight. Darkness fell completely, leaving only the crackling campfire in the camp. Li Kai surveyed his brothers' weary faces and said in a low voice, "Brothers, rest well. I'll take watch tonight." "Boss, how can we let you stand guard? We brothers can handle it." Digua quickly stood up, keeping his voice extremely low. Li Kai raised his hand to stop him. "I'll do it. If you don't rest well tonight, how will you fight the enemy tomorrow?" "That's an order." Digua opened his mouth but could only swallow back his words with a reluctant yes, and sat down sullenly. During the day, Li Kai had seized the time to rest with his eyes closed for 3 hours. Thanks to the mysterious inner energy within him, he could make his brain quickly enter deep sleep, 1 hour, equivalent to 3 hours for ordinary people. Though he had only slept for 3 periods on the surface, it was actually equivalent to 9 hours of deep sleep, restoring both his spirit and physical strength to their peak. Even more remarkable was that this inner energy could nourish his eyes, allowing him to see as clearly as daylight in the darkness, even farther and more clearly than during the day. With him personally standing watch, no disturbance could escape his notice. Thus the night passed in deep silence without incident. The next morning, on the other side of the Beiyuan camp, lights still burned in the 6th prince's tent. Wang Tianba strode in with tiger-like steps, handing a secret letter to Zhao Shaoan. "Your Highness, we've found out." Zhao Shaoan opened the letter to read, and Wang Tianba added, "There are indeed reinforcements on the other side, but they're not regular court troops. They're militia from Miao village in Qingshan County, Muyang Prefecture. Originally used to resist bandits, but their leader Li Kai offended the county magistrate and was deliberately deployed to the Beiyuan battlefield. Militia with such formidable combat power." Zhao Shaoan raised an eyebrow. "Intelligence says this militia is well-equipped, secretly supported by the Gu family of Qingshan County. On the surface they're militia, but in reality they're the Gu family's private army," Wang Tianba said in a low voice. "The Gu family?" Zhao Shaoan pondered. Exactly the Gu family your highness is thinking of, Wang Tianba nodded. Zhao Shaoan sat down beside the table, his fingertips lightly tapping the wooden surface. That explains it. The Gu family's private army would naturally have considerable combat strength, but with only 300 men, they're not a major concern. We'll proceed according to the original plan. Tonight we'll first eliminate the Gu family's private army in one sweep. As for Yang Huxiao and his bunch of incompetents, they pose little threat. Yes. Wang Tianba received his orders and withdrew. At this moment, Li Kai was completely unaware of the major operation planned for the night. The sixth prince, Zhao Shaoan's ambitions extended beyond Beiyuan to the entire Muyang prefecture. When the 9 princes left the city, each brought 5,000 troops. To expand their forces, they first needed their own territories. With territory came the ability to raise funds. With money came the ability to recruit soldiers and strengthen their power. While Zhao Shaoan's brothers had already conquered 2 or 3 prefectures and grown strong, he remained stuck in Beiyuan, barely surviving on family supplies. Without achievements, others would only mock his incompetent leadership. Now that Muyang Prefecture's defenses were weak, this was his perfect opportunity to expand his influence and escape his passive position, the ideal time to attack the city. Throughout the entire day, Prince Fu's rebel forces remained completely still, which left Yang Huxiao feeling deeply frustrated, was actually hoping the prince would send elite troops to wipe out the Niu village militia in one swift strike. The sun quickly sank below the horizon, and darkness swallowed the Beiyuan battlefield in an instant. In an age without electric lights, only 2 light sources were available at night: moonlight and firelight. Unfortunately, tonight only a crescent moon hung in the sky, its dim gray light seeming shrouded in mist, providing pitifully poor visibility. Scattered torches flickered throughout the camp, barely illuminating a few steps around them. Li Kai rode his warhorse, Yanyun, up the eastern hillside, stepping over loose stones. From here he could overlook Prince Fu's rebel camp, but the night was too thick. All he could see were a few dancing sparks of fire, with everything else pitch black. Li Kai took a deep breath and channeled his inner chi into his eyes. The world instantly spread out before him like daylight. Tents, palisades, banners, and even the soldiers' armor all became clearly outlined. In the distance, Prince Fu's rebel army was rapidly assembling. Figures swarmed about, and a rough count revealed 4,000 to 5,000 troops. Li Kai's heart tightened. The enemy had mobilized so many soldiers. They must be preparing for a general assault. He had originally only intended to scout the enemy camp's layout, never expecting to stumble upon their night raid plan. Based on the comparison of troop numbers and combat effectiveness, Yang Huxiao's ragtag soldiers couldn't last even a quarter hour against a frontal assault. Yet Prince Fu had chosen a sneak attack. This was highly unusual. He squinted and thought. The strategic pass at Churen was easy to attack but difficult to defend, yet Prince Fu had delayed his assault, clearly unwilling to waste troops here. If so, the only explanation was that the enemy's target wasn't Churen, nor even the Beiyuan battlefield, but rather to swiftly eliminate Yang Huxiao before striking the rear, while the imperial court couldn't react in time. What lay in the rear? Muyang Prefecture. Li Kai wasn't sure about Muyang's military strength, but he knew Niu village fell under its jurisdiction. If Muyang fell, his hometown would be overrun in an instant. At this thought, he wheeled his horse around and struck its flanks hard. Hiya! Night wind rushed past his ears as Yinyun shot down the mountain like an arrow from a bow, sending loose stones clattering wildly under its hooves. The sentries at the Beiyuan camp only saw a dark shadow flash by before they could make it out clearly. It had already burst into the camp. Yang Huxiao! Yang Huxiao! Come out here! The quiet military camp was torn apart by his roar, and startled soldiers rushed over carrying torches. The flickering firelight illuminated Li Kai's cloak, billowing dramatically. How dare you? My captain's name is not for the likes of you to call out, one soldier shouted angrily, holding up his torch. Exactly. Country bumpkin has no manners, looking for death, another chimed in. Li Kai couldn't be bothered to respond. He spurred his horse straight toward the main tent, dismounted in one fluid motion, his boot heel striking the ground with a resounding echo. The guards at the tent entrance started to block his way, but were forced back half a step by his icy stare. Yang Huxiao! Come out and see me. Shortly after, Yang Huxiao emerged from the main tent, draped in a thick gray-white wolf pelt, his brow furrowed as he glared at Li Kai. What's all this racket? What's the commotion? He swept aside the lingering night mist at the tent entrance, his voice filled with the irritation of being rudely awakened. Li Kai got straight to the point, cupping his hands and shouting. Deploy troops immediately to Churen Pass to establish defenses. Send fast riders to Muyang Prefecture for reinforcements. Prince Fu's rebel army is about to attack. Yang Huxiao's heart tightened. He had long heard of the fearsome reputation of Prince Fu's rebels. If they truly came, his ragtag band of old and weak soldiers wouldn't even qualify to resist them. However, in the next moment, he let out a cold laugh, forcibly suppressing that flash of fear. Ridiculous. What makes you so certain they're coming? On the small hill to the east, I saw it with my own eyes. Li Kai spoke rapidly. Nonsense. Yang Huxiao looked up at the sky, seeing only pitch darkness outside the camp, where even fingertips were barely visible. You can't see your hand in front of your face right now. What could you possibly have seen? Besides, with Prince Fu's rebel army's capabilities, why would they need a night assault on a mere Churenko pass? What are you really trying to trick us into going to Churenko pass for? Speak. What's your real purpose? Li Kai frowned, his voice still resolute. Their true target is the rear of Muyang Prefecture. If we send word to the prefect now, Muyang Prefecture can still be saved. If we delay further and wait until they're at the city gates, it'll be too late. Yang Huxiao threw back his head and laughed, his laughter exploding through the night. Huh? Who do you think you are? A tapeworm in the sixth prince, Zhao Shaoan's belly? Pure speculation. Don't forget, you're just a village militiaman from Nyo village. You can't even be called a soldier. Just a country bumpkin. What gives you the right to give orders to me, a commander of 1,000 men? Li Kai fell silent for a moment, his gaze profound. I've said everything I needed to say. Believe it or not, that's up to you. With that, he mounted his horse, lightly nudged its flanks, and prepared to leave. Yang Huxiao roared. Stop right there. Disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night and addressing me by name, this is gross insubordination to a commanding officer. Stop him and give him 100 lashes with the military rod. Several soldiers rushed forward at his command, raising their weapons in unison. But Yin Yun was no ordinary warhorse. It was a treasured steed personally bestowed by the emperor. It suddenly reared up with a piercing whinny, its forehooves pounding powerfully as it shot forward like an arrow from a bow. A black shadow flashed past, and the soldier charging at the front had no time to react before being knocked flying, hitting the ground with a muffled grunt. The remaining soldiers still pressed forward under Yang Huxiao's fierce gaze, but Yin Yun weaved left and right, its iron hooves flying, scattering them one by one. In mere moments, their formation crumbled, and the soldiers were scattered in disarray. Li Kai sat steadily in his saddle, the reins in his hands like iron, his eyes cold and full of disdain for this foolish obstruction. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Yun let out a long cry, accelerated again, and became a black lightning bolt in the night, breaking through the encirclement and galloping toward the camp's exit. Dust flew at the camp entrance as Yang Huxiao trembled with rage, his beard quivering as he stamped his feet. Several soldiers clutching their wounds could only watch with unwillingness and anger as the precious horse disappeared into the distance. Mutiny! Mutiny! Li Kai quickly rode back to Churen on Yin Yun. Dismounting, he raised his voice and commanded, Everyone, put on your armor. Mount your horses. Follow me out. His voice echoed through the quiet night, carrying an undeniable authority. The resting militia of Nyo village sprang into action, swiftly rising from their makeshift beds, grabbing their iron armor, donning their cotton coats, and leading out their warhorses. The sounds of metal clashing and neighing filled the air, and within just a few minutes, 310 militia members had lined up in front of the camp gate. Zhao Tianhu rode to the front of the line and cupped his fists in salute, reporting, Big brother, the troops are assembled. Li Kai nodded slightly, drawing out a torch soaked in oil, which he ignited with a whoosh, the flames illuminating his resolute features. Everyone, follow the torch. Don't lose sight of it. With that, he urged Yin Yun out of the camp, and the 310 militia followed closely behind, their iron hooves pounding the ground as the night wind howled. Everyone understood that 5,000 elite rebel troops were closing in, and Churen was no place to linger. Although the Nyo village militia was brave, they could not withstand that tide. Since Yang Huxiao did not trust the intelligence, let this commander of the garrison bear the consequences alone. The group traversed the rugged mountain path and soon reached the small hillside again. Li Kai immediately extinguished the torch, the sparks falling and plunging the surroundings into darkness. Zhao Tianhu and the others exchanged glances, unable to see their hands in front of their faces, yet no one voiced any doubts. They gritted their teeth, removed their saddles, and sat down in the grass, listening to the chirping of insects in the night breeze. Li Kai lay alone at the top of the slope, his gaze fixed firmly on the camp of the rebel troops led by the Prince of Fortuny, intended to strike directly at the enemy commander and rescue Zhao by besieging Wei. On the mountainside, under the dim starlight, the 5,000 rebels had already formed ranks, 1,000 cavalry at the front, shoulder to shoulder, followed by 4,000 infantry wielding swords and shields. Without a single torch, they maintained strict military discipline, their weapons gleaming. 10 minutes later, a low horn sounded, and the dark formation began to move, silently advancing toward Churen. Li Kai's eyes sparkled with intensity. The enemy's marching speed matched his predictions, clearly aiming straight for Muyang County. He held his breath, waiting for the rebels and the garrison to clash, so he could lead his troops to counterattack the enemy camp and capture their commander. Meanwhile, in the military camp behind Churen, Yang Huxiao slipped back into his tent, kicking aside the tent flap, where the warmth from the stove filled the air. He burrowed into a thick quilt, flanked by two charming beauties with bare shoulders. Even amidst the hardships of marching, he managed to create conditions for himself. Outside the tent, most soldiers huddled in corners, either sitting or lying down, falling asleep on the spot. The night watchmen dozed against the walls, their torches leaning and embers falling. Inside, a soft-spoken woman asked, "Young Gu, do you really think that rebel force will come over? I heard that person earlier speak with such conviction. It didn't seem like he was lying." Yang Huxiao laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around the bowtie's slender waist, and replied nonchalantly, "He's just a country bumpkin from a mountain village. What does he know? Chi Renko is easy to attack, but hard to defend. It's a hot potato. The Prince of Fortune's rebel troops aren't foolish. They wouldn't want a place like this. Besides, with the Prince of Fu's rebel forces and their combat prowess, why would they even need a night raid to take Cannibalism Pass?" The candlelight flickered as Yang Huxiao shoved his armor aside and dismissively waved at the woman. She let out a long sigh of relief but still clutched her clothes tightly, pressing further. "But that man also said the Prince of Fu's rebel army is targeting Muyang Prefecture. Don't listen to his nonsense." Yang Huxiao slammed the table. "It's just one man's word. What gives him the right to claim the enemy will strike directly at Muyang Prefecture? Why should we trust some country bumpkin?" The woman nodded with half understanding. "Brother Yang makes sense. Now I can rest easy." Before she could finish speaking, the previously quiet military camp suddenly erupted. Beyond the iron hooves of war horses seemed to shatter the earth in the darkness as countless cavalry burst into the camp. Following immediately came deafening battle cries. "Light the torches. Quick and decisive. Kill everyone you can. Leave none alive. Capture Captain Yang Huxiao alive." The night was black as ink as the Prince of Fu's rebel cavalry crushed the deathly silence. Over 1,000 horsemen surged like a dark tide, their torches painting the night sky blood red. Frontline soldiers wielded spiked clubs, brutally smashing sleeping guards as piercing screams instantly tore through the sky. Rear crossbow units drew their strings and fired in unison a rain of arrows so dense it blocked out everything, instantly pinning soldiers who tried to rise and resist against their tent walls. The bed shook violently. Yang Huxiao jolted awake, grabbed his sword from beside his pillow, and rushed out of his tent only to be greeted by a scene of fire and carnage. Rebel war cries, soldiers' wails, and horses neighing merged into chaos as flames and blood intertwined. He watched helplessly as his men were slaughtered. Some were cleaved in half the moment they turned over. Others raised shields to defend themselves only to have spears pierce their throats. "Hold the line. Hold!" Yang Huxiao roared, but his voice was quickly swallowed up. The rebel cavalry charged back and forth, leaving corpses strewn everywhere in their wake. Blood flowing through tent seems to form winding crimson rivers. In mere moments, the military camp had become hell itself, the thick stench of blood nearly suffocating. This was complete and utter massacre. Earlier, Li Kai had already led his troops in an advance withdrawal from Cannibalism Pass, allowing the Prince of Fu's rebel forces to pass through unobstructed and strike directly at Yang Huxiao's camp without even a whisper of warning. The guards were completely unprepared. Some had their heads rolling before they even woke from sleep. The rebels already had superior numbers, and with the element of surprise, the imperial forces stood no chance whatsoever. Watching his subordinates fall one by one, Yang Huxiao was terrified to his core, regret washing over him like ice water. Li Kai's words had been true. The Prince of Fu's rebels really had launched a night attack. Had he known, he should have built defensive lines at Cannibalism Pass and sent messengers to Muyang Prefecture for reinforcements, or at least retreated in advance. But now it was all too late. The world has every kind of medicine except regret. Two rebel soldiers closed in, cold steel pointing at his face. Without hesitation, Yang Huxiao threw down his sword, raised both hands high, and shouted, "I am Captain Yang Huxiao. Don't kill me. I surrender." Meanwhile, on the hillside, Li Kai watched the imperial camp engulfed in flames. The time has come. He turned toward the Prince of Fu's rebel encampment and quietly ordered, "Everyone, attack the rebel camp. Any who resist, kill them on the spot." As soon as the words were spoken, 310 mounted soldiers from Yo village charged toward the rebel camp on horseback. Outside the camp gates, hoofbeats thundered like rolling drums, and the night sky was torn apart by clouds of dust. Meanwhile, the rebel camp was shockingly empty. Off the original 5,000 men, only about 200 foot soldiers remained guarding the central command tent. These were all personal guards of the 6th Prince Zhao Shaoan, tasked solely with protecting their master's safety and lacking any frontline combat capability. Inside the main tent, lamplight flickered. Zhao Shaoan paced back and forth, his palms slick with cold sweat, his brow furrowed with anxiety. Wang Tianba stood nearby and spoke in soothing, low tones. "Your Highness, there's no need to be overly nervous. It's merely Cannibal Pass. Taking it shouldn't be difficult. By my calculations, the battle there should already be over by now." Zhao Shaoan waved his hand dismissively, his voice heavy. "I'm not worried about Cannibal Pass. I'm afraid our men won't be able to take Muyang Prefecture. Wang Tianba replied. If our intelligence is accurate, Muyang Prefecture shouldn't be a problem. I just fear the barbarians fed us false information. Zhao Shaoan raised his hand to rub his temples and said nothing more. The tent fell silent for a moment, with only the crackling of the charcoal fire. After a long while, Wang Tianba suddenly spoke. Your Highness, could someone take advantage of our camp's vulnerability to launch a surprise attack on our headquarters? After pondering, Zhao Shaoan shook his head. No. I didn't reveal our night raid plans to anyone beforehand. They couldn't possibly know in advance, much less organize troops for an attack. Besides, I know Yang Huxiao well. His father is the prefect of Muyang, and he's only here in the army to polish his credentials. In just 3 months, he's lost 8,000 men down to 2,000. Do you think such a fool could devise a plan to raid our camp at night? Would he even dare? Wang Tianba pursed his lips for a moment, then said quietly, perhaps I'm overthinking, but I have an ominous feeling. Before he could finish speaking, there was a sharp whistling sound as an arrow pierced straight through the tent wall and slammed into the ground with tremendous force, its shaft still quivering. The next moment, battle cries erupted outside. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Wang Tianba and Zhao Shaoan locked eyes, both sharing the same expression, shock. How could there be an attack at this moment? And who could it be? The two rushed out of the tent and were immediately met with a rain of arrows. Cold steel gleamed like a waterfall in the darkness, and within moments several guards had fallen. In the distance, dust clouds rolled as a cavalry force of several hundred approached at breakneck speed, galloping while drawing their bows in continuous volleys, each arrow claiming a life. At the forefront rode Li Kai, clad in black. With his arm strength, drawing the composite bow was child's play, and muscle memory from rigorous training made his shooting speed frighteningly fast. Li Kai crouched low on the broad back of his mount, Yan Yun, drawing his bow like a full moon, the bowstring snapping like thunder. 3 arrows flew in rapid succession, and 100 paces away, 3 rebel guards simultaneously spurted blood from their throats and collapsed. The metallic scent of blood spread on the night wind, but his expression remained impassive. He squeezed his legs against the horse's flanks. Yan Yun whinnied, and transformed into a black lightning bolt that smashed through the human wall. After the 310 cavalry charged into the camp, they sheathed their bows and drew steel sabers that gleamed with cold light. The remaining 200-odd foot soldiers hastily formed ranks, but they had no cavalry to counter with their main cavalry force had been deployed to raid the Imperial Army camp. Mounted troops against infantry was already a devastating advantage, and the situation was made worse by the fact that the steel sabers wielded by the Nyo village soldiers were sharp and resilient, shattering the rebels' shields with every blow. Moreover, the blades used by the Nyo village troops were steel sabers virtually indestructible. From the very start, the battle was nothing short of a massacre. Looking at Li Kai, he rode his mighty steed Yan Yun, wielding an 88-kilogram iron staff. Yan Yun's hooves thundered like drums, kicking up clouds of sand and dirt as its iron shoes flew. Li Kai sat tall as a tower, his iron staff carving heavy arcs through the air with piercing whistles as it smashed into the rebel guards' shield formation. Shields exploded, bones snapped, and several guards screamed as they were hurled through the air. A guard charged forward with his blade, but before the cold steel could fall, Li Kai roared and swept his staff sideways, shattering both the man's weapon and arm in one blow. Blood splattered across his bronze face, making his eyes glow red like a beast's. He squeezed his legs against his horse's flanks, and Yan Yun charged forward, its hooves crushing wooden barriers as the camp's palisade instantly collapsed. Reaching the main command tent, Li Kai raised his iron staff and brought it crashing down. The thick beam snapped in half immediately, and the thatched roof scattered to the winds. As Zhao Shaoan and his men tried to retreat, the sweeping iron staff carried tremendous force. 2 guards hastily raised their spears to block, but the impact split their palms and bent their weapons into useless metal. Each strike of the iron staff sent hot sprays of blood flying, and the rebel guards crumbled like paper before him. None could stand in his way. Amid the thick stench of blood, Li Kai looked down from his elevated position at Zhao Shaoan and Wang Tianbao standing before him. Zhao Shaoan carried himself with extraordinary bearing, standing among the crowd like a crane among chickens, clearly someone of significant status. Wang Tianbao stood 2 meters tall with a frame even more imposing than Li Kai's, layers of fat and muscle stacked upon each other, his mere presence creating pressure like beating drums. Anyone protected by such a fierce warrior must surely be a key rebel leader. Li Kai pointed his iron staff directly at Zhao Shaoan, his voice short and powerful. Surrender and live. As the 6th son of Prince Fu, Zhao Shaoan had encountered many fierce generals, but never anyone as terrifying as Li Kai, standing 6 feet 2 inches tall with solid muscle, yet wielding that 88-kilogram iron staff as if it were a feather duster. Along this path, he had watched Li Kai kill 18 or 19 men, leaving his heart shaken beyond measure. Before Zhao Shaoan could speak, Wang Tianbao's face filled with rage as he bellowed. If you want to touch his highness, you'll have to step over my corpse first. With that, he turned and grabbed a 100-plus-kilogram war hammer from the weapon rack, veins bulging clearly. Another strength-based warrior. Li Kai studied Wang Tianbao with interest, in no rush to attack. The battle was nearly decided. Zhao Tianbao, and others rode up to surround Wang Tianbao and Zhao Shaoan in layers. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tunbao were Li Kai's most trusted brothers, who had recently been practicing the brute force blade technique and the Black Dragon 18 hands, while training relentlessly under Li Kai's supervision, becoming deadly killers. Li Kai wanted to test their skills, casually ordering, Tianhu, Tianbao, both of you attack together and see if you can take him down. Receiving their orders, the two excitedly leaped from their horses, gripping their steel blades and fixing their stares on Wang Tianbao. Wang Tianbao sneered dismissively. You think these two shrimps can kill me? Provoked to anger, Zhao Tianbao replied in a low voice. You muscle-bound fool. Take this. With that, Zhao Tianbao brought his blade slashing down toward Wang Tianbao's head. Zhao Tianbao's steel blade sliced down with a fierce whistling sound, but Wang Tianbao neither dodged nor evaded, swinging his massive hammer upward with one hand to block. With a thunderous clang, the vibration from the clashing steel shot straight through Zhao Tianbao's grip, numbing his palm and nearly causing him to drop his blade. Before he could recover, Wang Tianbao's hammer was already crashing down like a mountain upon his head. In the nick of time, Zhao Tianhu charged forward with swift steps, his blade slashing diagonally toward Wang Tianbao's waist, forcing him to defend. Wang Tianbao snorted coldly, suddenly sweeping his hammer handle horizontally, the crescent-shaped black shadow, sending both brothers reeling back simultaneously. Zhao Tianhu rolled to dodge, his blade tip scraping sparks across the ground, while Zhao Tianbao was grazed by the hammer's wind on his shoulder, staggering back 3 steps before barely regaining his footing. The brothers exchanged a glance and immediately switched tactics. Zhao Tianbao launched a frontal feint to draw Wang Tianbao's attention, while Zhao Tianhu circled behind, his blade aimed directly at the back of his knee. Wang Tianbao roared as he spun around, his massive hammer howling like wind. Zhao Tianhu raised his blade to block, but was pressed down by the force, dropping to one knee with his kneecap sinking into the mud. Zhao Tunbao seized the opportunity to charge, only to be struck in the chest by Wang Tianbao's elbow, the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat as he was sent flying backward, crashing into a weapon rack and sending iron implements clattering to the ground. Despite their perfect coordination and blade work weaving a dense net, the brothers still couldn't break through Wang Tianbao's defenses and were instead forced to retreat step by step, accumulating fresh wounds. After just over 10 exchanges, both men were exhausted and ultimately defeated. Wang Tianbao sneered disdainfully. You think too small fry like you can challenge me? With that, he positioned himself in front of Zhao Shaoan, declaring confidently, Fear not, your highness. As long as I stand here, no one can harm a hair on your head. At that moment, Li Kai, seated atop his warhorse, Yin Yun, curved his lips into an amused smile. Interesting. He dismounted, lifted his 88-kilogram black iron staff with one hand, and walked directly to face Wang Tianbao. Both were power-type warriors. Li Kai stood 1.88 meters tall and weighed 240 pounds, his muscles compressed layer by the qi within his body, solid yet not bulky, though he still appeared slender compared to Wang Tianbao. Wang Tianbao stood a full 2 meters tall, fat layered over muscle, weighing 350 pounds like an iron tower. Ancient times rarely produced warriors with defined muscle lines. True human shields were thick with fat and deep with muscle, forged through real combat, their fighting prowess no less formidable. Li Kai raised his staff with one hand, its tip pointing at Wang Tianbao. I wonder if you're worthy of being my opponent. Since his transmigration, he had yet to encounter anyone who could give him a truly satisfying battle. Wang Tianbao smiled contemptuously, young in age but big in mouth. Your grandfather here has killed more people than you've ever seen. Enough talk, let our weapons speak. Fine, then I'll oblige you. As his words fell, Wang Tianbao struck first, swinging his 100-pound hammer with mountain-splitting force. Li Kai ground his feet into the earth, his iron staff shooting out like a dragon emerging from the sea to meet the attack. The two heavy weapons collided thunderously in midair, sparks flying and illuminating half the night sky. The massive impact numbed Wang Tianbao's grip, sending his hammer upward, while Li Kai remained unmoved, the veins on his bronze-colored neck bulging as a sinister smile curved his lips. Now it was Wang Tianbao's turn to be shocked. He had killed countless men and faced many fierce warriors, but never had anyone surpassed him in raw strength. Yet Li Kai before him had done exactly that. Again, Li Kai roared, gripping his staff with both hands and sweeping it upward like a torrent of steel rushing toward Wang Tianbao. Wang Tianbao showed no retreat, swinging his massive hammer to meet the attack head-on. Bang! A crisp, thunderous crash erupted, sparks flying everywhere. Wang Tianbao felt his arms go numb, nearly losing his grip on the hammer's handle. But the numbness didn't weaken his fighting spirit. Instead, it ignited a wild fervor in his chest. After years of warfare, this was the first time he'd encountered a true rival. Ha ha! Exhilarating. Again, he laughed wildly, whirling his 100-pound hammer into a storm. The thunderous clash of iron on iron made the ears of watching soldiers ache. The towering man stepped forward like a moving iron tower, each strike carrying the force to split mountains and crack stones. Li Kai's form moved like a dragon entering the sea, his iron staff sometimes deflecting with borrowed force, sometimes striking back with brutal directness. Each clash of weapons sent sparks the size of bowls flying, instantly igniting tongues of flame when they hit the dry grass. In the heat of battle, Wang Tianba suddenly erupted upward with a diagonal hammer strike. Li Kai slid aside and thrust his staff like a venomous snake toward his opponent's ribs. Wang Tianba's reflexes were astounding, forcibly twisted his waist and blocked with the hammer's handle. The tremendous impact forced him back 3 steps, but he used the momentum for a sweeping strike that made Li Kai's hair stand on end from the rushing wind. Li Kai advanced instead of retreating, bringing his staff down overhead. Wang Tianba gritted his teeth and blocked, but the shock split his palms open, blood staining the hammer's handle. As time passed, Wang Tianba's breathing grew heavier, beads of sweat rolling down his bulging muscles and soaking his clothes. Li Kai, by contrast, showed only light perspiration on his forehead, his eyes still sharp as an eagle's, each staff strike steady, precise, and ruthless. Another fierce downward strike came. Wang Tianba barely managed to raise his hammer, but finally succumbed to exhaustion and dropped to one knee. Huh! Li Kai seized the opening with a thunderous horizontal sweep. In his haste, Wang Tianba could only block with the hammer's handle. Crack! The iron handle snapped clean in two. Half the handle spun through the air and embedded itself in an earthen wall. Wang Tianba's eyes widened in shock, and in the next instant, the cold iron staff was pressed against his throat. You've lost. Li Kai's voice was like cold iron, yet carried unmistakable excitement. Wang Tianba gasped for breath, looking up at this opponent who stood a head shorter than himself, his heart filled with unwillingness. He had never imagined that after years of dominating battlefields, he would fall to a young upstart. What a rush! Sweat blurred his vision, death loomed, yet his eyes held only wild joy and admiration. It's been ages since I've fought this hard. You're the first to push Wang Tianba to complete exhaustion. To die by your hand would be worth it. Come on, give me a quick end. He closed his eyes, calmly awaiting death. But the iron staff slowly withdrew. You're the first man to last 10 full rounds against me. Li Kai said quietly. Your excellent, join me. Li Kai valued talent so highly that he was reluctant to easily kill such a fierce warrior. Wang Tianba opened his eyes and grinned fiercely. His Highness the Prince has shown me great kindness. I will never betray him in this lifetime. Make me surrender? Impossible. Tianba will only die in battle. I will absolutely never surrender. Li Kai let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat disappointed. The setting sun cast the battlefield in a dark crimson hue, and the iron staff in his hands still bore bloodstains with lingering warmth, yet he couldn't summon even a trace of joy. Wang Tianba before him would rather die than surrender. This loyalty to his master earned Li Kai's genuine admiration from the bottom of his heart. But if such a fierce general were to prostrate himself at Li Kai's feet, would he truly be pleased? Of course not. Those who surrender readily can just as readily betray, perhaps delivering a fatal blow when least expected. He recalled the story of Cao Cao and Guan Yu. Cao Cao admired Guan Yu's loyalty and righteousness, but if Guan Yu had truly left Liu Bei to serve Cao Cao, would that warlord have continued his admiration? Unlikely. What cannot be obtained remains most alluring. Since this man could not be won over, such a fierce warrior had no purpose remaining in this world. With this thought, Li Kai raised his iron staff, cold light flashing as he prepared to strike Wang Tianba's skull. Thud! A crisp sound shattered his killing intent. Zhao Xiaoan, who had remained silent beside them, suddenly dropped to one knee, dust flying up around him. Please spare his life, General. He looked up, his voice trembling. Your Highness. Wang Tianba's expression changed drastically as he struggled to rise. You are a prince, how can you kneel before the enemy? Your Highness must not do this, please stand up. Tears welled in Zhao Xiaoan's eyes, yet he pressed his knee firmly to the ground. They came from Metis has nothing to do with you. I am the 6th son of Prince Fu. If you wish to kill or torture someone, come for me. Don't make things difficult for my brothers. Li Kai stared for a long moment. For someone of princely status to willingly kneel for his subordinate, this move was indeed ruthless. No wonder Wang Tianba preferred death to surrender. Li Kai himself wouldn't want to betray such a person. If he spared this man's life and gave him a few more years, he might truly have to look up to him. He understood too well how to win people's hearts. You are Prince Fu's son? Li Kai lowered his iron staff and asked in a calm voice. Zhao Xiaoan nodded solemnly. I am Zhao Xiaoan, the 6th son of Prince Fu. This is my general, Wang Tianba. May I ask the general's honored name? Village militia captain of Niu village, Li Kai. He replied simply. Merely a village militia captain? Zhao Xiaoan was first stunned, then smiled bitterly. To think that I, Zhao Xiaoan, would be captured by a village militia captain, what a tremendous joke. Zhao Tianhu's anger flared upon hearing this, and he stepped forward with his blade. What's wrong with being militia? Do you look down on us? No matter how noble you are, aren't you still our prisoner? Zhao Xiaoan shook his head slightly and faced Li Kai again. I'm simply curious. You village militia should be protecting local peace. Why do you appear on this bloody battlefield, framed by treacherous men? Nothing more, Li Kai replied calmly. Zhao Xiaoan's eyes brightened. So Li Kai was also unwelcome in the Great Tian Dynasty at this moment. An excellent opportunity for recruitment lay before him. He quickly weighed his options. Li Kai had both courage and wisdom, with formidable forces under his command. If he could be won over, the realm would be within reach. He immediately softened his tone and spoke earnestly. Brother, you receive no salary or provisions, yet you're driven into this death trap. Why suffer for those corrupt officials? Those people only care about pleasure and give no thought to the people's welfare. My father, Prince Fu, could not bear this situation and thus raised his banner in rebellion. If you would join us, brother, I, Zhao Xiaoan, dare not promise wealth and glory, but I would gladly share life and death with you, enjoying blessings together and bearing hardships as one. With these words, Zhao Xiaoan cupped his hands toward Li Kai in a respectful salute, his attitude sincere. I have to admit, Zhao Xiaoan certainly knows how to win people over. At their first meeting, he didn't even bother mentioning high positions or generous rewards. Instead, he immediately proposed sworn brotherhood. Anyone would be moved to hear His Highness personally address them as a brother. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, Li Kai had seen through the ways of the world. No matter how eloquently Zhao Xiaoan spoke, his words were nothing but empty promises. Li Kai never released his hawk without seeing real benefits first. While Prince Fu's power was indeed formidable, the imperial court remained a colossal force. If he sided with Prince Fu now and they suffered defeat, wouldn't he be left with nowhere to be buried? With this thought, he shook his head lightly. Your Highness, I've always been free-spirited and dislike being constrained. As for pledging loyalty to Prince Fu, let's put that matter to rest. For now, I need you to recall your army and prevent them from attacking Muyang Prefecture. This statement left Zhao Xiaoan stunned. How do you know my forces are targeting Muyang Prefecture? Night raids are meant to devour the enemy and achieve swift victory, Li Kai replied calmly. Yet his analysis of the battle situation was flawlessly accurate. You want to catch them off guard and take it in one strike before news reaches Muyang Prefecture. Otherwise, with your troop strength, why would you need to launch a nighttime assault? Where did you obtain this intelligence? This was what Zhao Xiaoan most wanted to know. Li Kai's lips curved slightly. If you have intelligence, why can't I? Zhao Xiaoan drew a sharp breath. His information came from barbarian spies. Yet Li Kai possessed the same intelligence. The forces behind him must be even more terrifying. In truth, Li Kai had no intelligence network. He simply relied on his night vision to observe enemy movements. But naturally, he couldn't reveal this. The more mysterious he appeared, the more leverage he had in negotiations. After a long silence, Zhao Xiaoan spoke. Why are you so insistent that I withdraw my troops? I'm from Muyang Prefecture. If you occupy it, the area will become a front line. I have no desire to live under constant bombardment, Li Kai stated bluntly. If I don't occupy it, do you think you can sleep peacefully? Zhao Xiaoan's lips curved upward, his gaze sharp. As local militia, you should be protecting your village, yet you've been dragged onto the battlefield. The county magistrate lacks the authority to deploy you. Only the Muyang Prefecture governor could issue such an order. Clearly, the governor already has it out for you. Given this, why sacrifice yourself for him? Why don't we join forces and take Muyang Prefecture directly? Wouldn't that be satisfying? These words struck right at Li Kai's concerns. The Muyang Prefecture governor wanted him dead, yet he hesitated. If Zhao Xiaoan captured Muyang Prefecture, would Qingshan County face endless warfare? But if he protected Muyang Prefecture, he would inevitably face the governor's retaliation later. Seeing his hesitation, Zhao Xiaoan pressed his advantage. You're worried that if I occupy Muyang Prefecture, I'll push the entire region to the front lines, aren't you? If you're willing to join forces with me, I can guarantee I'll only seize territory east of Muyang Prefecture and won't let the flames of war spread west of it. How does that sound? If you agree to ally with me, I promise I'll only occupy the lands east of Muyang Prefecture and won't let warfare spread to the west. What do you say? To be honest, at this point, Li Kai was completely won over. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoan paused slightly in his speech, then laid out 3 major benefits with even greater conviction. First, I will personally eliminate the governor of Muyang Prefecture, leaving no one in the prefecture to oppose you. Second, the court's main forces will focus entirely on destroying me, giving you ample room to grow. Third, when we join forces to attack Muyang Prefecture, you can take whatever you want: silver, grain, weapons, help yourself. Each promise sounded like getting something for nothing. Yet Li Kai's eyes still lit up, especially at that last phrase, take whatever you want. which struck directly at his weakness money. Muyang Prefecture was equivalent to a modern major city. If he could plunder the wealthy households, it would be enough to make him rich overnight. With this thought, he extended his hand toward Zhao Shaoan. Zhao Shaoan was stunned for a moment, then grasped that hand. Li Kai smiled slightly. Pleasant cooperation? Pleasant cooperation. Zhao Shaoan was overjoyed, but Li Kai did not relax his guard. In the camp, Li Kai had the 310 militiamen from Yo village surround Zhao Shaoan, and Wang Tianbao tightly in the Centera Perfect, holding the emperor hostage to command the noble's posture. He was well aware that once Zhao Shaoan escaped, not only would all promises become empty, but he would also face pursuit by the other's 5,000 elite troops. No matter how confident he was in his own soldiers, he understood the disparity between 300 and 5,000. The night wind stirred the torches, and amid the crackling sounds, order was restored to the military camp. About half an hour later, a cavalry unit of more than 10 men thundered into the camp with urgent hoofbeats. The unfamiliar military banner made them instantly alert, and they were about to turn around when Wang Tianbao's deep voice came from the main tent. His Highness summons you inside to speak. The cavalrymen exchanged glances, then pushed forward a middle-aged man whose legs were trembling as they entered the tent. Inside the tent, Li Kai sat in the main seat, with Zhao Shaoan positioned at a side seat, slightly lower. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao stayed close behind Zhao Shaoan, never leaving his side. The firelight reflected off their blades and armor, casting cold gleams. The lead cavalryman bowed and shouted, Your Highness, the cannibalistic court troops have all been eliminated. This is the enemy's commander of 1,000, Yang Huxiao. Yang Huxiao, who was being held captive, went weak in the knees and fell to the ground with a thud, not daring to lift his head, kowtowing with tears and snot streaming down his face. Your Highness, spare my life. This humble one had no choice. Never intended to oppose your Highness. Please spare my life. The militiamen in the tent immediately burst into laughter. Haha, looking at this pathetic state, how did he become a commander of 1,000? Must have gotten in through connections, right? What a coward. Really brings shame to our Great Tian Dynasty. Thank goodness I'm not one of his soldiers. Having such a leader is truly disgraceful. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yang Huxiao raised his head and immediately spotted Li Kai seated in the place of honor. The flickering lamplight danced across Li Kai's armor, illuminating his cold and composed expression. Yang Huxiao shot to his feet, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Li Kai, how can it be you? Li Kai interlaced his fingers, his voice calm yet tinged with reproach. Yang Huxiao, oh Yang Huxiao, I warned you long ago. If you had followed orders and set up defenses at Churen to block the enemy, then sent for reinforcements from Muyang Prefecture, how could you have ended up captured like this? The words cut deep. Yang Huxiao's face twitched as regret washed over him, but his stubborn pride remained. Enough talk. How did you end up here? Digua beside him puffed out his chest proudly and eagerly answered. Our militia captain is brilliant. Knowing you couldn't be relied upon, he struck while the enemy camp was vulnerable and captured Prince Fu's sixth son, His Highness Zhao Shaoan. Upon hearing this, Yang Huxiao turned toward the corner where a bound young nobleman sat. That's Zhao Shaoan? Zhao Shaoan nodded slightly, his tone humble. Indeed, that would be me. After a moment of stunned silence, Yang Huxiao threw back his head in wild laughter, his voice nearly lifting the tent roof. Ha! Heaven has not abandoned Yang Huxiao. Capturing the sixth prince, Zhao Shaoan, what a tremendous achievement. With that, he suddenly shoved aside the two soldiers guarding him. Get out of my way. He rushed toward Li Kai in several strides, pointing at the seat of honor. Though you acted without permission and should be executed, considering you captured Zhao Shaoan, your merits offset your faults, so this commander will overlook it. Move aside and let me sit. Li Kai watched as if observing a farce, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean you captured the prince? I'm clearly the one who captured him. You're my soldier, so what you catch naturally belongs to me. Yang Huxiao declared righteously. I'm your superior, so the credit naturally goes to me. Li Kai smiled faintly and shook his head. But what if I don't want this credit? You shouldn't want it anyway. Yang Huxiao sneered with amusement. Zhao Shaoan sighed deeply, his gaze heavy. To have faced such a person in battle for 3 months is truly my shame. Li Kai also spread his hands helplessly. Then he waved toward the entrance. Guards, seize him. 2 burly men immediately pounced and pinned Yang Huxiao to the ground. Yang Huxiao roared furiously. Li Kai, how dare you? I'm a commander of 1,000. When I report this to the court, you'll surely die. Li Kai stood up and looked down at him, his voice growing colder. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. I've already reached an agreement with the 6th prince. Not only do we want your head, but your father, the Muyang Prefecture governor's head as well. Outrageous. This is treason, a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations. Yang Huxiao let out a desperate shriek. Li Kai waved his hand, his tone irritated. Drag him out and behead him. The gleaming steel blade reflected cold light in the firelight. Yang Huxiao's face instantly turned deathly pale as he was dragged away, babbling desperately. Li Kai, I was wrong. All the credit is yours. Don't kill me. My father is the prefecture governor. You want silver? I'll give you silver. You want women? I'll give you women. Spare my life. His wailing cries tore through the night, but no one paid them any heed. As Yang Huxiao was dragged outside the tent, the blade fell with a swift stroke, and the world fell completely silent. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.